A bizarre scheme unfolds as the ordinary youth Lin Che is ensnared by a stunning beauty who administers a drug, plunging him into a deep slumber. Upon awakening 3 days later, he astonishingly transforms into a captivating young maiden, only to find himself forcibly bound to a nefarious system that assigns him humiliating tasks. To survive, she is compelled to adopt myriad identities: the innocent lowly, the aloof ice queen, the feisty campus belle navigating through a city rife with superhumans while relying on her peculiar skills. However, as the sinister machinations of the demon realm begin to surface and calamity looms, she must use her enchanting guise to unravel the truth and confront the earth-shattering destiny that lies deep within her bloodline. Chapter 1. The Dreamer. Beep beep. Lin Luo jolted awake, irritably ruffling her disheveled hair. How strange, who is that girl? For several days now, Lin Luo had been plagued by the same peculiar dream, filled with a plethora of flowers and a mysterious smile. A woman of breathtaking beauty seemed to be whispering something to her, yet every time she drew near, the dream would dissolve into waking reality. At that moment, a gentle voice called from the doorway. A woman with waist-length hair, exquisite features, and an alluring demeanor stood there. Lazy pig, if you don't get up soon, you'll be late. This charming lady was Han Tianxin, Lin Luo's neighbor, who daily tended to the reclusive Lin Luo's needs, and the object of Lin Luo's long-held affection at the tender age of 17. Got it, Tianxin Jia, Lin Luo replied hurriedly, leaping from her bed to don her clothes and freshen up. Wait, Han Tianxin observed Lin Luo, her head drooping and her hair resembling a bird's nest. She tilted her head cutely, exclaiming, "Let me help you with that." With that, she seized a comb and some facial cleanser, promptly guiding Lin Luo's face into the basin. By the time Lin Luo managed to comprehend the situation, she was transformed into a handsome young lad. Her hair now neatly cropped to ear length, an exquisite visage adorned with bright, expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and soft, rosy lips. Why am I so rosy? Lin Luo's mind screamed in protest. Han Tianxin chuckled. Indeed, Luo, you remain as adorable as ever. Her eyes sparkling, she bent down to plant a kiss on Lin Luo's cheek. Good morning, kiss, and remember to study hard today. Lin Luo smiled back. Tianxin Jia, boys can't be described as adorable. How many times must I tell you that it's called handsome? Han Tianxin frowned slightly. I don't care, my Luo is simply adorable. Hurry and eat your breakfast, I prepared it just for you. Casting a glance at the clock, Lin Luo hurriedly finished her meal and dashed downstairs. Riding her old bicycle through the bustling streets, the spring sunshine warmed her face, while a gentle floral aroma enveloped the historic buildings around her. Their homeroom teacher, Lu Xiaojia, stood by the podium, her face filled with anger. You're already in your senior year with studies so intense. How can you afford to waste even a moment? Lin Luo lowered her head, silently enduring the reprimand. Her deskmate, Wu Xiaonan, a rotund boy weighing over 200 pounds, always carried a mix of books and snacks in his bag. Hailing from a family of moderate means, his dream was to savor delicacies from around the globe. Wu Xiaonan leaned closer, his gaze lecherous as he remarked, "Do you think Zhuo chest has grown?" Lin Luo gasped in shock. Could you not be so sleazy? If she hears you, will be reported to the teacher. Lin Luo covered Wu Xiaonan's mouth. Not saying anything doesn't mean you can cover my mouth. I nearly choked on my plums. He retorted, patting his ample chest. After the homeroom teacher concluded the day's lesson plan, she departed. The sound of clicking high heels echoed through the room, accompanied by a fragrant breeze as a striking woman entered by Yuran, the language teacher, donned in a white suit and skirt, her figure a vision of allure, the object of every boy's dreams. Understood, the students chorused. As the warm sunlight streamed through the windows, the class busied themselves with their exams, time slipping by until the afternoon arrived. During physical education class representative Zhu Zun blew his whistle, ushering everyone to the playground. This afternoon, we'll be testing the 1,000-meter run. First, we'll begin with warm-up exercises. Upon hearing about the 1,000-meter test, Lin Luo felt a sense of foreboding. The scorching weather and her lack of appetite had left her with little sustenance. "Wu Fatty, give me something to eat. I didn't have lunch." Wu Xiaonan promptly pulled out 2 Snickers bars from his pocket, handing one to Lin Luo and devouring the other himself. "Oh no, with 2 tests for the 1,000 meters, I might just lose my life here. If you had listened and eaten less, this wouldn't be happening." Lin Luo bit into the bar with fervor. "I can't help it. Eating is a matter of utmost importance." As June approached, the heat intensified. With a swift motion, the PE teacher signaled, and a throng of students began to jog around the track. Hold on, wait for me." Wu Xiaonan puffed, struggling to keep pace beside Lin Luo, his hand resting on her shoulder. "Let go, I'm exhausted too. Just let me rest for a moment," he gasped. Having spent too much time indoors, Lin Luo's skin was porcelain and delicate, glowing faintly pink from exertion. Her damp hair clung to her neck, and her slightly parted lips glistened, accentuating her graceful features. Feeling the gaze of a hefty boy upon her, Lin Luo was overcome with goosebumps. "Fatty, stop staring, it's making me sick." "Right, he's my friend, what am I thinking? But how can Lin Luo be so strikingly handsome?" Wu Xiaonan wiped his sweat and continued running with determination. The scorching sun beat down on the plastic track, an unpleasant odor and waves of heat assailing Lin Luo's senses. Due to her weaker constitution and lack of nourishment, combined with the exertion, her legs grew increasingly weak and a heaviness settled in her chest, her vision darkening. Thud! Lin Luo collapsed onto the track, prompting the PE teacher to rush over to assess her condition. Lin Luo's face was pale, her eyes tightly shut, her clothes soaked in sweat. After a preliminary examination, the teacher instructed Zhu Zuan and another student who had finished running to assist Lin Luo to the infirmary. Inside, the aged doctor examined her. As the 4-drip slowly dispensed its contents, Lin Luo began to regain consciousness. "I'm so thirsty, I feel slightly nauseous, and my chest is tight. It's unbearable. Is there any water? My throat feels like it's on fire." As if hearing Lin Luo's plea, the infirmary door creaked open. To be continued. Chapter 2. Encountering the enchanting beauty. Is anyone there? Though merely a few words were spoken, the voice resonated with an unforgettable allure, clear, melodious, and ethereal, akin to a gentle breeze caressing one's cheek, stirring the heart with its tenderness. Her face, resembling the purest white jade, was framed by delicate brows and adorned with long lashes. A high, elegant nose complemented her flawless contours, rendering her exquisite beauty utterly captivating at first glance. There was a stunning quality about her. Yet, as one beheld her more, her beauty seemed to deepen, revealing layers of enchanting charm. Her gaze, shrouded in a misty haze, suggested an existence rich with experience, as if countless untold stories lingered behind her enchanting eyes. It was a peculiar sensation. Witnessing Lin Luo, one could truly comprehend the meaning of a beauty who could topple kingdoms and a femme fatale. The woman before him possessed not only an innate radiance, but also an elusive grace. Enveloped in an aura of purity and seduction, much like a rose blooming at dawn, adorned with morning dew, or a fiery lotus seemingly descended from the heavens, her beauty transcending the mortal realm, rendering one unable to divert their gaze. "Are you Lin Luo?" The woman blinked her beautiful eyes, peering at him with a curious expression. Lin Luo, already parched, felt his throat dry as he beheld such a stunning figure. "Could you fetch me a glass of water?" "Oh, certainly." The beauty turned to search for a cup. Lin Luo closed his eyes, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and stole a glance at her silhouette. Her long, slender legs were exquisitely proportioned, her skin akin to the finest white jade, fair and delicate. Though her high heels concealed her entire feet, the graceful shape was unmistakable. For a moment, Lin Luo felt a warmth rising in his nose as he noticed something dripping onto the pristine bedsheets. Enraptured, he failed to observe as the beauty crushed something into the water. "Here you go. Be careful. It's hot." She approached Lin Luo's bedside, smiling as she handed him a paper cup filled with water. Embarrassed, Lin Luo lowered his gaze, taking a sip from the cup. "Why does this water taste so exquisite?" A hint of floral fragrance and sweetness invigorated him, alleviating his previous discomfort considerably. The beauty smiled awkwardly. Perhaps you were severely dehydrated, leading to hallucinations. This is just ordinary boiled water. Oh, really? Lin Luo, not pondering further, soon emptied the cup. By the way, I still don't know your name. You must not be from our school, right? With such beauty, you would have certainly made a name for yourself here. It's not yet time for you to know, she replied softly. I've added something to your water. If you feel drowsy, just take a good rest. Suddenly, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over Lin Luo. His eyelids felt as though they were glued together, and in mere moments, he collapsed back onto the bed. The enchanting beauty gazed quietly at his face, sighed gently, and tenderly stroked his cheek, tears rolling down her face. I'm sorry, but you will come to realize that this is all unchangeable. With that, she placed a soft kiss upon his forehead. And in that very pose, she gradually faded away as dusk approached. The elderly doctor glanced at his watch and noted it was already 6 o'clock. This seemed unusual. He walked to the bedside and observed Lin Luo. Everything appeared normal except for his unresponsiveness. It was evident that he needed to inform their teacher. Hello, Teacher Lu. One of your students suffered from heat stroke this afternoon. Yes, the one named Lin Luo. He is yet to regain consciousness. Do you think we should take him to the hospital for an examination? Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher sensed something was amiss and promptly instructed a student to escort Lin Luo to the infirmary and also notified Han Tianxin. Upon receiving the news, Han Tianxin hurriedly requested leave and rushed to the hospital. By the time she arrived, the doctor was already conducting an examination on Lin Luo. Wu Pengzi stood anxiously by Lin Luo's side, drenched in sweat, unable to wipe his brow, exhibiting signs of restlessness. Xiaonan, what is the situation? Han Tianxin grasped Wu Pengzi's hand and inquired. Sister Tianxin, you're here. Lin Luo was sent to the infirmary after suffering heat stroke this afternoon. The doctor said he was fine, but he has remained unconscious ever since. At that moment, the examining doctor glanced at the report handed to him by a nearby nurse, his expression filled with confusion as he looked up at the two of them. Who is the patient's family member? I am, Han Tianxin replied. After contemplating for a moment, the doctor stated, he appears to be fine. The signs of heat stroke have completely dissipated. The recent examination showed no other issues. Aside from a slightly weaker constitution, he is otherwise in good health, with no signs of head trauma. However, he remains in a state of unconsciousness. How long will he remain unconscious? Han Tianxin asked cautiously. It's hard to say. I've never encountered such a situation. Perhaps we should first proceed with the hospitalization procedures for subsequent treatment. Han Tianxin nodded and followed the doctor to handle the paperwork while Wu Pengzi went out to buy some fruit for Lin Luo and also picked up dinner for Han Tianxin. Thank you. Xiaonan, it's truly wonderful for Lin Luo to have a friend like you, Han Tianxin said, her gaze filled with concern for the unconscious Lin Luo lying on the bed. Take care. She waved her hand at Wu Xiaonan. As night fell, during the clinical examination, Lin Luo still showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Han Tianxin gently caressed Lin Luo's cheek with her left hand while tightly holding his hand with her right. Luo, you must recover, she whispered, placing her hand on Lin Luo's chest, embracing him, and gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, Han Tianxin requested a colleague to cover for her, and, after washing up, proceeded to brush Lin Luo's teeth and wash his face. She tenderly wiped his body with a warm towel and helped him change clothes, attending to him with meticulous care. As she gazed at Lin Luo, her face suddenly flushed. Oh, you silly boy, how wonderful it would be to watch over you like this forever. Noon. Teacher Lu, Chinese teacher by Yuran, and several classmates close to Lin Luo came to visit, bringing snacks and fruits. They saw Han Tianxin and affectionately called her sister, which filled her heart with joy. After cleaning Lin Luo in the evening, she embraced him and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, resting her head against his as she fell asleep. In the dead of night, Han Tianxin was abruptly awakened by Lin Luo, discovering that both the pillow and blanket were soaked. Lin Luo was drenched in sweat, tossing and turning in bed, trembling uncontrollably and convulsing. Sweat and oil poured from his body, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Han Tianxin hurriedly rushed outside to summon the on-duty doctor. The physician and nurses swiftly approached to examine Lin Luo, whose heart rate was at 120, blood pressure elevated, and exhibiting extreme dehydration. They immediately began administering saline and prepared a defibrillator for emergency resuscitation. The doctor organized the emergency response with urgency, while Han Tianxin, overwhelmed with anxiety, shed tears uncontrollably. The heart rate and blood pressure continued to escalate, trembling and convulsions worsening, as a viscous, foul-smelling substance oozed from Lin Luo's body. Suddenly, Lin Luo, as if expending all remaining strength, sat upright momentarily before collapsing back onto the bed. The monitoring equipment indicated a rapid decline in heart rate towards zero. The doctor urgently removed Lin Luo's shirt, attempting to revive him with the defibrillator. The first, second, third, and seventh attempts yielded no response. Artificial respiration and chest compressions proved futile, leaving Lin Luo pale and breathless. Han Tianxin could no longer suppress her tears, which fell like a thread, as she quietly wept in the corner. To be continued. Chapter 3. Sister, please. Doctor, try to save him again. I cannot just watch him die like this. Han Tianxin turned and grasped the doctor's coat tightly, her voice tinged with desperation. Miss, it is not that I do not wish to save him. We have already exerted all efforts, the doctor replied, shaking his head in resignation. Han Tianxin glared at Lin Luo on the hospital bed, gritting her teeth as determination surged within her. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number, insisting that the doctor take the call. Miss, what are your instructions? A middle-aged man's voice emerged from the other end, respectful and attentive. Butler, have the president of Tianjin Group contact the dean of Renai Hospital. Inform him that there is a doctor here neglecting to save a life, and demand he be dismissed immediately. Just as the call ended, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A man in his 50s, clad in a white coat, dashed in with a group of people. Miss Han, I apologize for the lack of proper greeting. I hope you won't hold it against this old man. May I inquire what Tianjin Group intends? The dean spoke cautiously. Tianjin Group is merely a small asset of the Han family, and I am Han Tianxin, the eldest daughter of the Han clan. The person on that bed is my brother. If you cannot save him today, everyone shall be prepared to accompany him to the grave. Han Tianxin shouted at the dean, her voice filled with righteous fury. The dean's expression turned pale, instructing the expert team to promptly transfer Lin Luo to the emergency room. The emergency staff had been waiting anxiously. They unbuttoned his shirt, applied an oxygen mask, and prepared for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. They checked for pupil reflexes, noting the absence of light response, and readied the defibrillator. Charging defibrillator. 200 volts. The attending physician gripped the defibrillator tightly, as it emitted a continuous beeping sound. After several swift motions, the defibrillator was applied, causing Lin Luo to jerk up and fall back down. Yet the heart rate remained unresponsive. Doctor, increase the voltage by 20 volts. Continue. The dean gritted his teeth, commanding, give it your all. If we cannot save him, we shall take his place. Another round of intense rescue efforts ensued. Meanwhile, within Lin Luo's mind, a cold mechanical voice resonated. Body reconstruction complete, remaining energy at zero, urgent need for energy replenishment. Detecting surrounding electrical energy, absorbing. Suddenly, the attending physician discovered that the voltage of the defibrillator's connected device was exceedingly unstable. While other equipment lay incapacitated, and the lights in the emergency room flickered as though they were on the brink of extinguishment, energy absorption was halted, currently at a mere 1%, yet it could potentially awaken the host to some extent. Once the electronic devices in the emergency room resumed functioning, despite the relentless efforts of the expert team, Lin Luo's heartbeat showed no signs of revival. The director instructed the nurses to bring Han Tianxin, who had been anxiously waiting outside for an extended period, into the room. Standing at the threshold of the emergency room, Han Tianxin's anxious gaze was fixed upon the director. Overcome by helplessness, she sank to the ground, covering her face with her hands as she wept bitterly. The days of distress and sleeplessness having rendered her utterly haggard, the director and the members of the expert team, witnessing Han Tianxin's profound sorrow, felt it inappropriate to intrude and quietly exited the resuscitation room. With tears streaming down her face, Han Tianxin rose and quietly sat on the bed in the emergency room, leaning closer to Lin Luo's ear, whispering words meant only for him to hear. Her voice trembled as she spoke. The person you see before you is the truest version of myself. The most reckless thing I've done in my life is to fall in love with you. And my greatest hope is for you to accompany me for a lifetime. Every little detail about you is etched in my heart. Without you, the world is monochrome, meals lack flavor, and I feel utterly hollow. With your presence, even the most mundane life becomes a romance. As she spoke, she closed her eyes, leaning against Lin Luo, pressing her lips deeply against his, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Miss, you. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood at the doorway of the emergency room, impeccably dressed in a black suit with a blue tie, his neatly groomed gray hair tied back in a short braid, and a mustache divided like a bell. His sharp and profound gaze, coupled with a handsome, refined visage, perfectly embodied the image of the suave uncle that young women often sought. However, his expression was somewhat peculiar, filled with incredulity. Uncle Li, what brings you here? Han Tianxin gasped, hastily rising from Lin Luo's side, her flushed face resembling a ripe apple, rosy and charming, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Miss, you suddenly had the butler call the hospital. The master thought something had happened to you and hurriedly sent me over. Are you injured? And no, I'm fine. It's just that my friend is in trouble. Han Tianxin quickly waved her hands, recalling Lin Luo's predicament, her flushed face gradually calming. But upon entering, is it truly just a friend? Well, the master, under Han Tianxin's piercing gaze, he chose to lower his head and remained silent. Li Feng, one of the 4 tiger guards of Han Tianxin's father, was said to hail from a family of martial artists, possessing formidable skills in Bejiquan. After serving as a special forces soldier in a secret unit, he had somehow been recruited by Han Tianxin's father to become a tiger guard. Although he served as a protector, the relationship between him and Han Tianxin's father was more akin to that of brothers, and Han Tianxin was cherished by them as though she were their own daughter. Receiving unparalleled care and protection, Li Feng approached Lin Luo and grasped one of his hands, a subtle force of inner energy gradually permeating into him. However, the more he sensed, the stranger it felt. Miss, although his heartbeat and breath have ceased, I perceive an extraordinarily powerful life force rapidly repairing and reinforcing his body. But is this a male or a female? Could I be mistaken in my perception? Yet, this is undeniably the meridian structure of a woman. Ah, he is, after all, a male. Han Tianxin was taken aback, but having previously eliminated a plethora of distractions, she was unable to discern Lin Luo's precise condition. Consequently, she instructed Li Feng to carry Lin Luo and place him in the bathtub within the hospital's bathing room. Li Feng adeptly turned on the hot water and called Han Tianxin to join him. While he stood by the door to keep watch, Han Tianxin helped Lin Luo remove his clothing, undressed herself, and entered the bathtub to assist Lin Luo with his cleansing. As the warm water cascaded over him, the grime obscuring Lin Luo's body gradually washed away, revealing long eyelashes, double eyelids, an oval face, and a delicately handsome visage that leaned towards femininity, making Lin Luo's features even more exquisite and flawless. His skin resembled that of a freshly shelled egg, with arms that were smooth, delicate, and well-proportioned, a slender waist, and long, straight legs with perfect proportions, smooth and tender to the touch. It was the epitome of a man's ideal legs. With refined, flawless feet, evenly proportioned yet unconfined, plump and glistening without appearing swollen, smooth and delicate without losing their luster, with a foot arch that was both contoured and shapely. Most importantly, below, there was a conspicuous absence of certain male attributes, replaced instead by a bare expanse, leaving only a narrow slit. Heavens, it seems we might become sisters in the future, Han Tianxin mused, gazing at Lin Luo with a hint of playful intrigue. Dob continued. Chapter 4. The Demon's Cultivation System. As Han Tianxin bathed Lin Luo, his mind underwent a revolutionary transformation, a beam of light piercing through his consciousness. Standing before this light, Lin Luo felt an inexplicable force calling to him and decisively stepped into the beam. Following a blinding flash, he found himself before a mechanical entity, its front composed of a white metallic shell, while the back was intertwined with tubes connecting to the wall, devoid of legs, akin to the officer in StarCraft II. Welcome, host. The Demon's Cultivation System is at your service. I am the Intelligence Core, codename 154. Lin Luo looked cautiously at the entity and inquired, "Who are you? And why am I here?" The mechanical voice, devoid of emotion yet imbued with a peculiar charm, replied, "Transformation. Transformation of what? Are you implying that I will become a robot like you?" Lin Luo questioned, filled with bewilderment. This system is designed for the cultivation of a demoness, naturally transforming the host into a female form and assisting in strengthening the host. But I am a male. Why have you chosen me? If I become a female, how can I face the world? Lin Luo protested. No, you must cease this. After uttering these words, he lowered his gaze to the ground, searching for something to wield as a threat against the mechanical entity to compel her to relent. The mechanical entity remained expressionless. Lin Luo rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch at the mechanical being's face. A second later, his expression turned pale. "Oh hard. That hurts like hell. A warning has been issued. A threat has been received, and automatic retaliation has been activated. Ah, what is this automatic retaliation? A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, and a bolt of lightning struck Lin Luo's crown with astonishing speed. By the time Lin Luo reacted, it was already too late. A tingling pain coursed through him, leaving him with an acrid scent of singed flesh. Staring at his own body, his face resembling that of charred coal, he wore an expression of disbelief. This is real. Lin Luo paid little mind to the so-called random minor punishment. He was merely curious about the capabilities of the system. If it could conjure lightning out of thin air, it must possess remarkable strength. How shall I address you? The mechanical maiden lowered her left hand straight down and placed her right hand on her chest, bowing her head slightly as she spoke. I am your adjutant, currently nameless. Then how about I name you? Since this system is called demonist cultivation, I shall simply call you Little Demon. The mechanical maiden lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glow. ID being recorded. Little Demon, recording complete. Initiating basic functions. Activation successful. Would you like to enable usage instructions? Lin Luo, filled with curiosity, responded affirmatively. This system may progressively enhance alongside the host's abilities. Energy sources for upgrades are being scanned. Scan complete. Available energy sources include electrical energy, solar energy, and nuclear energy. Rechargeable materials consist of high-quality steel, jade, and rare metals that by absorbing the aforementioned energy, the system can be upgraded or utilized to enhance the host's physical form, thereby perfecting the host's appearance, physique, and overall well-being. Current functions include taskbar, reception hall, and marketplace. Additional features require system upgrades. To access the above functions, simply call out their names. Lin Luo observed the two options and surmised he was situated in the reception hall. Having not noticed earlier, he now appreciated the distinctive surreal aesthetic surrounding him. A circular hall, supported by pillars connected to Little Demon, contained transparent glass columns filled with star-like entities of various hues. Gently rising upward, the ground was adorned with tiles resembling white jade, and within the hall were sofas, a television, a desk, exercise equipment, and an enormous bed. The bed's curtains shimmered with hints of golden starlight, while the comforter floated like clouds, softly undulating. Activate the taskbar. A window appeared before Lin Luo, displaying two categories, main quest and side quest. The main quest was currently empty, while the side quest featured a red task labeled random punishment. An ominous sense enveloped Lin Luo, and in a flash of blinding light, he found himself transformed. The sound that escaped his lips was melodious and enchanting. Lin Luo touched his neck, realizing his Adam's apple was gone, and then explored further. Aside from a temporary lack of breasts, everything else had changed. That moment, Little Demon humanely presented a full-length mirror, and Lin Luo found himself captivated by the reflection before him. Ethereal eyes, a petite nose, a pointed chin, and rose-tinted lips. Though each feature alone may not have seemed particularly striking, together they formed an unparalleled beauty. Standing at just under 1.70 meters, neither tall nor short, her height is perfectly proportionate in relation to her legs, with delicate arms akin to lotus roots and alluringly fair thighs. Her skin appears so tender that it seems it could drip with moisture. Is this truly me? Lin Luo's face was a mask of incredulity. Yes, host. Though I find the person before me quite exquisite, it is merely a matter of seduction, not an identification with that seductress. After a moment of contemplation, the Little Demon remarked, "It is indeed possible, but with your current abilities, it remains a distant dream." Pointing to the air near Lin Luo, a glass bead materialized before her eyes, within which white and black gases swirled incessantly, revealing a faint formation of 9 stars. This is the 9-turn yin-yang pill, a 12th grade elixir from the realm of cultivation. Consuming it during the tribulation phase can directly transform one into a celestial being. And even immortals possess the ability to alter their gender once. Take heed. This item requires the minimum cultivation level of the Great Ascension stage, and the energy needed for exchange amounts to 1 billion. The Little Demon's words rendered Lin Luo speechless. How was she to proceed? Was she to undergo surgery in Thailand? Host, please refrain from such peculiar thoughts, as the consequences could be dire. The Little Demon's eyes glimmered a menacing red as they fixed on Lin Luo. No, I stand corrected. Lin Luo's gaze shifted, and with a sudden pounding heartbeat, she gradually regained her bodily functions. As she felt someone caressing her, she opened her eyes, only to be met with a flood of nosebleed. It turned out that Han Tianxin had also shed her clothing, and was soaking in the bathtub alongside Lin Luo. Upon opening her eyes, two voluptuous, snow-white forms greeted her, adorned with two delicate pink cherries atop. As a still innocent Lin Luo, she could hardly withstand such stimulation, her eyes rolling back as she fainted once more. In her fainting state, she mused, "This life has been worth it." Han Tianxin was equally startled by Lin Luo's reaction. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she instinctively covered her chest, her alluring visage inciting an uncontrollable urge to kiss her. "You truly are my nemesis," Han Tianxin remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious Lin Luo. To be continued. Chapter 5. Discharge. After assisting the unconscious Lin Luo with her cleansing, Han Tianxin lifted her from the water and dried her off. Once cleaned, Lin Luo exuded a faint lavender fragrance. Feeling remarkably light, Han Tianxin, cradling Lin Luo, was surprised to find her not overly burdensome, gently placing her on the hospital bed before stepping out to summon the director. With a serious demeanor, she addressed the director. "Today's events must remain confidential concerning my identity. You are aware of the potential repercussions." Han Tianxin hesitated momentarily, adding, "And also, please prepare his death report for me." Li Feng, upon witnessing the freshly bathed Lin Luo on the bed, was taken aback by her delicate, dewy skin and captivating visage, which bore a hint of blush that rendered her even more enchanting. Shocked, he dropped his cigarette to the floor, oblivious to his own lapse, thinking, "What a stunning young lady." Han Tianxin, observing Li Feng's intense gaze fixed upon Lin Luo, sighed in resignation. "Uncle Li." She briefly regained consciousness only to faint again. "Can you please check if there are any issues with her?" Only then did Li Feng realize his indiscretion, retrieving the cigarette from the ground and stowing it away in his pocket. Approaching the bedside, he grasped Lin Luo's left hand, feeling its softness as though it were devoid of bone. Smooth and firm to the touch, evoking a sense of yearning within him. Nevertheless, Li Feng, having long occupied a prominent position, managed to regain his composure after the initial astonishment. A strand of true energy gradually flowed into Lin Luo's body, revealing no abnormalities, save for a temporary faintness brought on by an overwhelming force. Strangely, her body showed no signs of harm. In fact, it appeared even healthier than before, despite her heartbeat and breathing having ceased for an extended period. Releasing Lin Luo's hand, he gently tapped on her chest a few times, signaling to Han Tianxin that all was well, before taking a seat on a nearby bench. After a moment, Lin Luo let out a soft moan. Slowly regaining consciousness, upon seeing Han Tianxin beside the hospital bed, she felt a flush of embarrassment as memories of the recent events flooded back. "Sister Tianxin, I'm so sorry for what just happened." "It was unintentional," Lin Luo exclaimed, her cheeks aflame. Han Tianxin, with a playful smile, reassured her, "Oh, it's quite all right. We are sisters now, so it matters not. Besides, you've already been seen in your entirety." It was only then that Lin Luo realized her body had transformed to resemble that of her presence in that peculiar space. "No way." Trembling, her hand ventured downward, discovering a smooth, flat surface. Her legs were tightly closed, leaving no gap. A touch to her chest revealed no significant changes, much to her relief, for otherwise, she might have been driven to despair. "Sister Tianxin." Lin Luo looked at Han Tianxin with a hint of grievance in her eyes. Han Tianxin, observing Lin Luo's expression akin to that of a pouting bride, couldn't help but feel both amused and affectionate. She took a seat beside her and grasped her hand, speaking gently, "No matter how you've changed, you will always be my brother. Perhaps now I should call you sister. My love for you remains unchanged." She placed a soft kiss on Lin Luo's forehead, adding, "Now, don't be sad. What are you planning to do? Do you want me to help you take a leave of absence?" With a smile, Han Tianxin continued, "What's wrong with being a girl? Especially since you are so beautiful. Thankfully, I am clever. Your death report has already been prepared. You can claim to be your own sister and continue attending classes. I will contact someone to arrange a new ID for you." Lin Luo thought to herself that it was the only option available. But wait, a warning from the system echoed in her mind. Wouldn't he attending classes as her sister reveal her true identity as a girl? If the system was indeed authentic, it would spell disaster. "Sister Tianxin, hold on. No need to go through all that trouble. Could you please hand me a mirror?" Lin Luo interjected, halting Han Tianxin's call. Of course. Han Tianxin rummaged through her bag and produced a compact mirror, handing it to Lin Luo. Gazing into the reflection, Lin Luo beheld a visage reminiscent of a charming peach in spring, pure and delicate like a chrysanthemum in autumn, an image of an innocent and lovely neighbor girl. Although undeniably beautiful, The features still bore the unmistakable essence of Lin Luo. Her previously short hair now cascaded to her chin, with the left side shorter, while the right side partially veiled her cheek. Exuding an inexplicable air of heroism, Lin Luo let out a gentle sigh of relief, grateful that she had not completely transformed. Otherwise, she would have had to adopt a new identity. What's the matter? Luo, is there something troubling you? Han Tianxin inquired, her concern evident upon witnessing Lin Luo's relief. It's nothing, Sister Tianxin. Could you assist me in finding an outfit similar to what I usually wear? Han Tianxin nodded and instructed Li Feng to remain there. Li Feng acknowledged her request, but as he reached for a cigarette from his pocket, it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Startled by Han Tianxin's sudden reprimand, Lin Luo, observing the handsome gentleman sitting on the bench being scolded, couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy, realizing that she wasn't the only one subjected to Sister Tianxin's stern demeanor. Luo, this is my distant relative that he will be visiting often to assist me. Allow me to introduce you to Li Feng. You may call him Uncle Li. He is the proprietor of a small martial arts dojo. Lin Luo smiled warmly at Li Feng. Hello, Uncle L. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lin Luo. Li Feng reciprocated her smile. Ah, Lin Luo, is it? Just for addressing me as uncle. If anyone dares to bully you, you can come to your Uncle Li, and I shall teach them a lesson. Han Tianxin interjected, somewhat exasperated. I am still here, and you are already plotting to lead my dear Luo astray. Who would dare bully such a charming girl? Li Feng, feeling slightly sheepish, rubbed his head and replied, I wouldn't dare. Seeing the congenial atmosphere between the two, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile genuinely. Han Tianxin gazed at the scene before her, covering her mouth in astonishment. Well, Sister Tianxin, isn't it quite delightful? Han Tianxin shot Lin Luo a playful glare, her tone laced with jealousy, dressed so beautifully. Are you trying to attract some young suitor? Lin Luo, bewildered by Han Tianxin's inexplicable jealousy, could only respond, let us not discuss that. Sister Tianxin, I believe I've sufficiently recovered and am ready for discharge. Although Han Tianxin was aware that Li Feng had already examined Lin Luo, she felt it prudent to have another checkup, so she called for the doctor. The newly arrived doctor, in his 20s, appeared bashful in the presence of the striking and spirited Lin Luo, avoiding direct eye contact. After the examination, he was flushed and handed Lin Luo a business card. Hello, I am Lu Qing. Here is my card. Feel free to reach out if you have any concerns. It's complimentary. Lin Luo accepted the card with a bemused expression, while Han Tianxin stifled her laughter beside her. Luo, this is the first man to be utterly smitten by your charm. Lin Luo found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 6, The Mischievous Enchantress. The following morning, as was her routine, Han Tianxin arrived at Lin Luo's home to rouse her from slumber, bringing along a freshly prepared breakfast to place on her table. Lin Luo awoke groggily, making her way to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, accompanied by a visit to the toilet. Upon removing her pants, she stood there momentarily, instinctively attempting to steady herself. But failing to do so, suddenly she felt a warm rush coursing from her thigh to her calf. Instantly, she was wide awake, realizing, how could I have forgotten about this? Panicking, she hastily pulled up her pants, only to find that they were now thoroughly damp. What should I do? Perhaps I could ask Sister Tianxin for a new pair. No, that wouldn't do. If she found out about this mishap, she would surely laugh herself silly. Lin Luo contemplated the peculiar expression that would grace Han Tianxin's face if she were to discover the truth. Han Tianxin sat by the table for an extended period. Yet Lin Luo had yet to appear. Thus, she decided to venture into the bathroom in search of Lin Luo. Tianxin, don't. Lin Luo hurriedly ran over, attempting to cover Han Tianxin's eyes. However, to her dismay, Han Tianxin could see everything clearly through the gaps between her fingers. Lin Luo was clad in a sheer nightgown, her pants drenched halfway, faintly revealing her white underwear beneath, with droplets of water trickling down her pant legs. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, unable to meet Han Tianxin's gaze. Luo, ha ha ha. This is too amusing. You actually wet your pants, ha ha ha. Han Tianxin laughed uncontrollably. Lin Luo's bashful demeanor only made Han Tianxin laugh harder, nearly doubling over with mirth. Oh dear, ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I won't tease you any longer. I'll fetch you a new pair. By the way, I'm not working today, so I'll take you shopping. As soon as Han Tianxin stepped out, Lin Luo swiftly closed the bathroom door and covered her flushed cheeks with her hands. Truly, one fears what comes to pass. How could she ever hold her head high in front of Tianxin Jie again? With a deep sigh, she gently removed her clothes and placed them into the washing machine, then took a shower. When Lin Luo emerged, she picked up the outfit Han Tianxin had prepared for her, a pair of lacy white panties, a dainty bra, and a pristine chiffon dress. Lin Luo opened the bathroom door and called out to the kitchen. Tianxin Jia, I'm a boy. How can I wear these clothes? Han Tianxin chuckled playfully. If you don't wear women's attire, what do you intend to wear? Your previous clothes certainly don't suit you. Just look at how beautiful you are. Why would you want to disguise yourself as a tomboy? Am I right? The little boy who wet his pants. However, such a situation was difficult to accept so readily. Lin Luo thought to herself, there was no choice but to reluctantly don the outfit. With every step, she felt a cool breeze beneath her, instinctively covering her dress. Han Tianxin cheerfully urged, hurry and finish your meal. I'll help you get ready. I guarantee that you, Luo, will be utterly captivating. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo tightened her grip on her dress. Before long, an exquisite beauty stood before her face a perfect classical oval. As if she had stepped down from the pages of a quintessential beauty manga. Unlike the typical large-eyed beauties, her eyes were large and expressive, seemingly shimmering with an inner wave of emotion. As if silently conveying something at every moment, she possessed a delicate yet defined nose, embodying both feminine charm and a hint of masculine vigor. Her slightly thin, soft lips displayed a nearly translucent ruby hue, so alluring that a mere glance could ensnare the heart. Her hair, as fluid and lustrous as water, cascaded to her shoulders, perfectly framing her gently sloping collarbone. Lin Luo gazed at her reflection, momentarily entranced. Such breathtaking beauty. This was the epitome of allure, a woman whose charm could bring nations to ruin. This truly me. It was simply unbelievable. She touched her face, marveling at its delicate smoothness and enticing firmness. Han Tianxin, captivated by Lin Luo's stunning transformation, couldn't help but steal a kiss on her rosy cheek. Let us go. I'll buy you some clothes. Lin Luo, still in awe, asked, is it possible to get men's attire? Of course, whatever you desire. Now, give your sister another kiss. Without heeding Lin Luo's protests, Han Tianxin left a faint pink mark on her right cheek. Dressed impeccably, a pair of exquisite beauties stepped out into the world. Strolling slowly along the street, one radiated elegance and charm, while the other exuded a pure and sweet demeanor, captivating the eyes of countless passers-by. Some were preoccupied with food that had fallen to the ground. Others were fixated on their phones while oblivious to their surroundings. Some stumbled down the stairs, and others collided with lampposts, resulting in a myriad of amusing mishaps. Han Tianxin sensed that if this continued, a significant incident was bound to occur, prompting her to hurriedly lead Lin Luo towards the shopping mall. As they ran, Lin Luo carefully held her skirt to prevent it from being seen. Upon entering the mall, they made their way directly to the women's clothing department on the 4th floor. The surrounding young men were so entranced by Lin Luo's appearance that they found themselves unable to move, only begging for mercy when their female companions tugged at their ears. Meanwhile, the sales staff in the mall whispered amongst themselves about Lin Luo. Han Tianxin, well acquainted with the layout, brought Lin Luo to the entrance of an upscale brand store. The manager inside, clad in a striking blue and white suit, stood out distinctly. His captivating ocean-like eyes and stylish silver hair added to his charm, while his rosy lips made every girl wish to steal a kiss. His sleek black shoes exuded an undeniable charisma, leaving the boys momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Lin Luo, the manager immediately approached with a unique tone, addressing Han Tianxin. Miss Han, it has been quite a while. What brings you here today? Han Tianxin pulled the still curious Lin Luo closer and smiled. Lin Luo, this is Mo Yila. You can call her Aunt Mo. I've asked her to help you pick out a few outfits. Oh, such a pure little sister. Where did you find her? Exclaimed Aunt Mo. I just happen to have a few new designs that require high standards for models. Let me have you try them on. Aunt Mo leaned in closely to admire the sweet and innocent Lin Luo, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Startled, Lin Luo quickly hid behind Han Tianxin. Noticing Lin Luo's fright, Aunt Mo playfully stuck out her tongue and, with a lively step, walked to the door behind the counter, instructing the staff to provide excellent service while she fetched some outfits for Lin Luo to try on. Chapter 7. A fateful encounter. Just as Lin Luo finished her 3rd cup of milk tea, Aunt Mo mysteriously opened the door, inviting Lin Luo and Han Tianxin to enter. Inside the room, a grand golden chandelier illuminated the white walls and wine-red wardrobe. Not only did the wardrobe emanate a soft glow, but the adjacent clothing rack was adorned with an array of garments, complemented by an enormous floor-length mirror. Surrounding them were a plethora of jewelry pieces that resembled a treasure trove, with necklaces, earrings, and rings in abundance. On a distant table, An assortment of luxurious cosmetics was neatly arranged, enough to make any beauty enthusiast swoon with delight. Animo took out a measuring tape, preparing to take Lin Luo's measurements, but was taken aback, wondering why the girl was so flat-chested. After a moment of surprise, she patted Lin Luo's chest, noting its complete lack of curves. Initially, she thought Lin Luo was wearing a chest binder, only to realize she was a true flat princess. This posed a challenge, as many of her designs required at least a C-cup to truly shine. Animo, feeling somewhat defeated, scratched her head. Meanwhile, Lin Luo appeared quite pleased, relishing the thought of avoiding women's clothing altogether. Han Tianxin, however, was not pleased and mischievously remarked, "For the most part, that means there's still a part that fits, right?" Lin Luo was instantly frozen, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Han Tianxin, who, disregarding Lin Luo's pitiful little expression, pulled Aunt Imo inside to select clothes for her. By tea must be said that girls truly take their time when it comes to choosing outfits. Lin Luo nearly dozed off on the sofa beside them, until finally, a large heap of garments was produced. The two, sharing a silent understanding, each grasped one of Lin Luo's arms and stripped her down to nothing. Lin Luo, one hand clutching her chest and the other shielding her lower half, sat cross-legged on the sofa, her skin a radiant white that shimmered under the lights, her shoulder-length hair cascading delicately around her exquisite collarbone. Her eyes were filled with indignation as she stared at the pile of women's clothing before her, feeling overwhelmed. Han Tianxin, with a mischievous whistle, called out, "My lady, hurry up, I'm eager to see." Aunt Imo also chuckled, her expression one of amusement. Lin Luo hesitated, slowly picking up the clothes from the table, but Han Tianxin could hardly wait and beckon Aunt Imo to join in. Lin Luo, with a face full of despair, found herself buried under the mountain of clothing. The two women chattered excitedly as they fussed over Lin Luo, trying on various outfits until they finally settled on a satisfactory ensemble, a wide-sleeved top in a lotus color, a purple-blue tie fluttering in the breeze, a bracelet adorning her left wrist, and light purple tassels swirling around the hem of her navy skirt. Her soft, black shoulder-length hair was pulled back into a refreshing style with a purple headband, while her deep black eyes appeared gentle and serene. Aunt Imo smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Oh, I must go fetch a camera." She swiftly moved to the cabinet, retrieved the camera, and began snapping photos of Lin Luo, insisting she pose in various ways until the memory card was filled to the brim, leaving Lin Luo nearly unable to stand. Aunt Imo raised the memory card and declared, "Consider this your payment for the outfit, my little model." Han Tianxin brought Lin Luo a cup of water, and without regard for her demure image, Lin Luo gulped it down eagerly. Aunt Imo, a world-renowned designer whose creations graced Paris Fashion Week, elicited a surprised gasp from Lin Luo, who, with wide eyes, anxiously inquired, "Aunt Imo, could you please not post these photos? I'm afraid my friends will see them." Aunt Imo patted Lin Luo's shoulder reassuringly. "Rest assured, these photos are merely samples of the clothing. They will be reviewed and photographed by a designated spokesperson for promotion, so you need not worry. I'll ensure they handle it appropriately." "Then, Aunt Imo, may I make a small request?" Lin Luo asked eagerly. "What is it?" "Please get me a set of men's clothing," she nearly shouted in a voice tinged with desperation. Han Tianxin, sipping her coffee nearby, was startled and splattered Aunt Imo, looking quite flustered as she hurriedly wiped her down with a napkin. Aunt Imo, unfazed, went to the wardrobe and selected several sets of men's attire for Lin Luo. Lin Luo cheerfully accepted them, and with no further issues at hand, Han Tianxin bid Aunt Imo farewell and took Lin Luo to purchase some essentials. Lin Luo then playfully flopped onto Han Tianxin, gazing at her enchanting features and shy expression. Unable to contain herself, she leaned in and pressed her lips against Han Tianxin's soft, rosy ones. In an instant, Han Tianxin felt herself enveloped in a strong embrace, her unspoken words drowned in a sea of passionate kisses. With a delicate chill, her tongue slid into his mouth, greedily seizing the essence that belonged to her, fervently exploring every corner in that fleeting moment of excitement. They both forgot everything around them. Chapter 8. Returned to school the following morning. Gentle sunlight graced her face as Lin Luo rubbed her eyes. She discovered herself clad in nothing but a narrow pair of panties, her clothes scattered haphazardly. Yet, let there be no misunderstanding, she was a person of decorum. The previous night, aside from fervently kissing Han Tianxin, they had merely embraced and drifted into slumber. Her fair skin, as delicate as an egg membrane, appeared even more enchanting under the light. Long, thick eyelashes brushed against her skin like tiny brushes with each breath, and she struck a pose in front of the mirror, believing herself to be quite striking. Her onyx eyes radiated warmth, and her cherry blossom-like lips curved into a crescent shape, gentle as flowing water, exuding a beauty that was breathtaking. Turning around, she beheld Han Tianxin standing at the door, her pure and graceful visage causing Lin Luo's heart to flutter. Approaching with a smile, she intended to embrace the entranced Han Tianxin, only to awkwardly realize that at nearly 1.70 meters, she was still shorter than her. Instead, it was Han Tianxin who leaned down, pressing her lips softly against Lin Luo's. After a tender exchange, they gathered their belongings, and Han Tianxin drove her to school before heading off to work. Noticing the time was still early, Lin Luo adjusted her slightly tousled hair and strode confidently through the school gates. The brilliant sunlight bathed her face, casting a golden sheen upon her exquisite features, her lips curving upward slightly, while her androgynous attire radiated a spirited charm. Upon entering the classroom, she found her classmates chattering animatedly, forming clusters as they discussed various topics, while some were busy copying homework or catching a few extra minutes of sleep. As she settled into her seat, her neighbor, Wu Pengzi, caught a glimpse of Lin Luo's stunning beauty and was instantly mesmerized. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Wu Xiaonan, delighted to meet you," he exclaimed, extending his hand to grasp Lin Luo's, which felt delicate and warm like jade. "What on earth are you doing, you fool?" "It's me," she retorted, disdainfully shaking off Wu Xiaonan's hand and retrieving a tissue from her bag to wipe away the grease that clung to her skin. "Who are you? I've never seen such a beautiful girl before." Wu Xiaonan chuckled, secretly resolved not to wash his hands for the week. "I'm Lin Luo, a standard tomboy. If you keep calling me beautiful, I might just hit you," she replied, her voice crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a hidden orchid in a secluded valley, softening Wu Xiaonan's heart. He swore he had never heard a voice so enchanting before. "Lin Luo, you've been discharged. That's wonderful. How do you feel?" Wu Pengzi scrutinized her face closely, recognizing her from the features between her brows. Seeing Wu Pengzi's genuine happiness for her, Lin Luo smiled in return, while he shyly lowered his head, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. Today, she wasn't particularly feminine. Her more androgynous and stylish appearance drew the attention of several female classmates, who gawked and inquired about the handsome figure in their midst. However, to Wu Pengzi's astonishment, he was able to instantly identify her as a girl. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was clarified. Otherwise, given his propensity for gossip, by the next day, the entire school would undoubtedly know that Lin Luo was a girl. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. Lin Luo, clearing her throat awkwardly, stammered, "My voice is injured." "Yes, indeed, injured. So that's that," she thought to herself. "This insufferable fatso certainly has a lot of questions." With exasperation, she retorted, "You're the beauty. Your entire family is composed of beauties." After delivering her retort, she ignored him, preparing her textbooks and resting her head on the desk, awaiting the start of class. Both the class monitor and the belle of the class noticed Lin Luo lazily sprawled over her desk and was momentarily taken aback. She approached Lin Luo and greeted her. "Are you feeling better? If there's anything uncomfortable, do let everyone know." Lin Luo waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she was fine. Qingxi, observing Lin Luo's complexion, which was even fairer, softer, and more flawless than her own, felt a surge of curiosity. Had she not known Lin Luo was a boy, she would have eagerly rushed over to study her features in detail. "All right then, I'll lend you my notes from the past few days. But make sure to return them." "Okay." Nodding in agreement, Lin Luo accepted the notes, the neat and delicate handwriting appearing quite pleasing to the eye. The curriculum in their senior year was intense, with classes rarely held and daily tests and review exercises, rendering it monotonous and tedious. Nevertheless, the students were quite intrigued by Lin Luo's enchanting beauty and the masculine charm of the boys, often stealing glances at her in secrecy. Lin Luo, however, paid little mind to it. After all, would looking at her cause them to lose a pound? With a cheerful snap of her fingers, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "What is your command, host?" Lin Luo froze, startled at the unexpected voice echoing in her head. She nudged the oblivious Wu Pengzi beside her. "Did you hear that voice?" Wu Pengzi looked confused and replied, "What voice?" Just then, the voice in her mind spoke again. "Host need not panic. Only you can hear my voice. I am Xiao Yao." Lin Luo softly inquired, "Is this system for real?" "Indeed, host. All you need to do is snap your fingers, and I will appear to communicate with you. To avoid being considered insane, I suggest you think of what you wish to say directly in your mind." Xiao Yao's voice remained icy. Lin Luo propped her chin on her hand and mused. "So, This ability of photographic memory you speak of is a gift from you? That is merely a trivial ability. The host may seek other capabilities. Curious, Lin Luo asked, Xiao Yao, where do you come from? Very well, came the reply. Lin Luo pouted slightly. Time at school always passes swiftly, and before she knew it, it was time to leave. Amidst the multitude of gazes directed at her, she slowly exited the school gates. After a day of conversing with Xiao Yao, she had gained a preliminary understanding of the system, which boasted various powerful functions. However, lacking energy rendered them mere empty promises as fate would have it. Ahead of her were two little ruffians with hair dyed in shades of yellow and green. Squatting on the ground under the dim light, deep in discussion about something, one of the green-haired boys, spotting Lin Luo alone, suddenly became animated. He slapped the shoulder of the boy beside him and pointed at Lin Luo, exclaiming, Bro, look, a fairy. A fairy. The yellow-haired boy, having his back turned to Lin Luo, failed to see her face. He turned around and playfully tapped the green-haired boy's head. Wow, she really is a fairy. The blonde, salivating at the sight, beckoned the green-haired one, and the two hastened towards Lin Luo, blocking her path. Upon seeing the demeanor of these individuals, Lin Luo instinctively took a step back, declaring, No need, my home is just ahead. As an ordinary high school student, despite her previous life as a male, her transformation into a female had naturally imbued her with a hint of feminine fragility. Observing the malicious intentions of the two, along with the glinting metal of a spring knife, Lin Luo thought to herself, Damn it, why did I have to be so beautiful, attracting unwanted attention yet unable to fend it off? If these two drag me into a dark alley for some unspeakable act, my reputation will be utterly ruined. The green-haired one, upon seeing Lin Luo collide with someone, gleefully shouted, Achong, Biaozi, grab her. Although Achong and Biaozi were initially oblivious to the situation, they instinctively positioned themselves in front of her. Upon catching sight of the pure and beautiful Lin Luo, they too swallowed hard and lunged towards her. With danger looming from both sides, the situation was dire. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? You were quite fierce when you kicked my brother earlier, the green-haired one snarled. Lin Luo, now panicking, realized she had to find a way to push past the two blocking her path. Although they were merely thugs and not someone of her stature could easily shove them aside. Lin Luo, possessing the strength of an adult male, managed to unsteadily bump into them, nearly sending them sprawling to the ground. The green-haired one quickly advanced, seizing Lin Luo's hand and delivering a resounding slap that left her dizzy. Stars dancing before her eyes, a bright red handprint swelling on her delicate cheek, contrasting vividly against her fair skin. At that moment, the two behind her also grabbed hold of Lin Luo's other hand and hair, while the green-haired one gleefully lifted her chin, saying, It's been a long time since I've seen such a pretty girl. Let us take her to the alley for some fun, with a wave of his hand. The group dragged Lin Luo into a dark and foreboding alley. The remaining two, seeing her down on the ground, released their grip, leaving Lin Luo pale and collapsing onto the earth. Her snow-white skin became tainted with dirt, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The sight of the injured beauty stirred an unsettling thrill within the green-haired one, who then ruthlessly kicked her in the back twice. Lin Luo, with a cry, spat out a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness, while the others gleefully stripped off their shirts, removing Lin Luo's top to leave her in only a delicate bra. Detecting the host's vital signs entering a state of peril and imminent threat, the possession mode was activated. The figure of the little demon in her mind gradually faded away, replaced by long, silver hair cascading to her waist, her eyes snapping open, the pupils transforming into a cold, silvery hue. Her expression, devoid of any emotion, lent her an air of chilling nobility. The remaining two finally reacted, with Achong aiming his knife towards Lin Luo's abdomen, should it pierce her. At least her kidneys would be irreparably harmed. However, how could Lin Luo, controlled by the little demon, be struck by such a swift attack? She swiftly retreated a step, using her right hand to push against the assailant's knife-wielding hand, while her left hand quickly grasped his arm, pressing along the meridians and twisting it with force. The surge of agony caused Achong's eyes to well with tears, and he lost his grip on the knife, which fell to the ground. The little demon then executed a swift kick, sending the knife soaring upwards, and with her right hand, she firmly grasped the spring-loaded blade, fingers wrapped tightly around the hilt. The tip pointed downwards, her body in a half-squat position, embodying a perfect combat stance that exuded considerable presence. Achong, still reeling from his injured hand tendons, had not yet regained his composure when another tall, burly figure rushed over. Upon witnessing Chang's injury, he realized Lin Luo was not to be trifled with. Although he was unsure why she had suddenly become so formidable, he felt a twinge of apprehension. "Little girl, we're all injured here. How about we let this matter rest?" he proposed, his gaze fixed on Lin Luo while his eyes darted about, calculating. "Perhaps we could all just put down our weapons and retreat." The little demon's scanning system had already identified the burly figure, her heart racing as she focused intently, her entire being coiled tightly in readiness to strike. However, she was curious to see what tricks he might attempt. So she nodded slightly and discarded her weapon. The burly man thought to himself that students were indeed naive. Without weapons, he would relish the opportunity to overpower her. As he prepared to thrust his knife at Lin Luo, the little demon was already poised for action. She immediately crouched down, bracing herself with one hand on the ground, executing a swift sweep of her leg that sent him crashing to the floor. Her long left leg arched over his head and then descended forcefully. He attempted to shield himself with his arm, but it was broken under the impact, leaving him writhing on the ground. Clutching his injured right arm in agony, the little demon contemplated using the discarded spring-loaded knife to finish off the small gang, but reconsidered, acknowledging that this was a society governed by law, and truly causing fatalities would invite considerable trouble. Instead, she opted to incapacitate each of them with a well-placed strike before tidying her attire and hastening homeward. Han Tianxin gently lifted Lin Luo. His expression dark and eyes ablaze with fury, he wiped her down, draping his own coat over her, and called Li Feng directly. "Uncle Li, Luo has been injured, and her clothes are torn, and I need you to investigate who did this. I want both hands of everyone involved." Han Tianxin spoke of Lin Luo's plight in a calm tone, while Li Feng understood that the more furious Han Tianxin became, the more composed he was. Li Feng, enraged upon hearing of Lin Luo's injuries, could hardly believe such a beautiful girl was subjected to violence. "Yes, miss, I will take immediate action." Without even pausing for dinner, he arranged for personnel to retrieve surveillance footage from the nearby police station. Seeing Lin Luo unconscious and severely hurt, Han Tianxin did not call for an ambulance, but instead lifted her into the car, pressing the accelerator and running through countless red lights, heading straight for the hospital. Huang Mao was still on the hospital bed, receiving emergency treatment, while Lu Mao and Chang, along with the burly man, sustained only minor injuries, merely painful bruises, had it not been for her ambush. "We would have surely overpowered her," Chang grumbled. "Dada, all of you are here. No need for me to search high and low anymore. Let us get to the point. Do you want hands or legs?" Li Feng slowly approached the entrance of the clinic. Inside, a doctor and a nurse, sensing the impending danger, had already hidden themselves away. The brash figure with green hair proclaimed, "Who are you to speak to me like that?" Brandishing a knife in his hand, flanked by two accomplices, Li Feng, stroking his meticulously groomed mustache, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a smoke ring, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. As the smoke ring dissipated, the three men on the ground lay disarmed, their hands severed and tongues cut out, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Li Feng. Indifferently, Li Feng took a glance at the unconscious Huang Mao on the hospital bed before picking up a nearby scalpel and stepping inside. The waning moon ascended into the sky. Li Feng checked the time, flicked away the cigarette butt, and called Han Tianxin. "Miss, the task is complete. I am heading to the hospital immediately." Chapter 10. The unraveling Han Tianxin had escorted Lin Luo to the hospital, where the waiting dean hurriedly ordered staff to take her into the emergency room. The red light above the door to the operating room illuminated ominously. Han Tianxin sat on a bench outside, her head bowed, eyes closed, praying for Lin Luo's safety. Once Li Feng completed his task, he hailed a taxi and rushed to the hospital, neglecting to collect his change as he dashed to the emergency room. Upon seeing Han Tianxin's somber expression, he cleared his throat. "Miss, the matter is settled. How is Lin Luo?" Han Tianxin slowly opened her eyes, her voice icy. "Lin Luo has already been taken in for emergency treatment. When she had her accident, I had those 4 thugs turned into mere sticks. Rest assured, Miss, Lin Luo will surely be fine." At that moment, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor emerged, removing his mask. "The patient is no longer in danger. During the examination, we found slight internal bleeding and some rib fractures, but there are no life-threatening injuries. After treatment, she has already regained consciousness. I will take you in to see her now." Han Tianxin hurried inside, but in her haste, she twisted her ankle. Ignoring the pain, she limped toward Lin Luo. Li Feng's side in exasperation, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency to support her, and rushed to her side. Lin Luo lay on the hospital bed, her eyes welling up with tears at the sight of Han Tianxin limping toward her. Warm drops began to fall from her eyes. Han Tianxin approached the bedside, disregarding her injured ankle, and gently wiped away Lin Luo's tears. "You scared me to death. Do you know that? What would I do if something happened to you? You must not get into trouble without my permission again." Finally, Han Tianxin's anxious heart began to ease, and tears streamed down her face, like rain on a pear blossom. Lin Luo, witnessing this, felt a pang in her heart and embraced her, soothing her back, "That I'm sorry for making you worry. I promise to be careful from now on," Lin Luo whispered softly in her ear. Gradually, Han Tianxin ceased her weeping. Her eyes were still red, but much improved. She instructed the doctor to transfer Lin Luo to a regular ward and went off to buy her something delicious. Li Feng observed as Han Tianxin departed, and he approached the bedside, grasping Lin Luo's wrist amidst her bewildered expression. Despite Lin Luo's seemingly delicate exterior, her physical constitution was remarkably robust. He gradually channeled a thread of true energy into her, enabling her injuries to heal expeditiously. The bruising faded, and the damaged organs began to mend, even the fractured bones slowly realigning. There was, however, a matter Li Feng had yet to disclose to Han Tianxin, under the watchful gaze of a high-definition camera. The silver-haired Lin Luo, tattered and severely injured, was captured with startling clarity as she sprinted at an astonishing pace toward her home, seemingly oblivious to her own condition. Now, however, the Lin Luo lying upon the bed sported short black hair, also rendered unconscious due to her injuries, which presented a curious contradiction. Li Feng swiftly circulated his true energy to clear the stagnant blood within Lin Luo's body before releasing her wrist. "Lin Luo," he began, "should you encounter such perilous situations again, wouldn't it be preferable for you to resolve the crisis independently, for both your and Tianxin's sake? So I ask you, would you like to learn martial arts?" He gazed at Lin Luo with earnestness, reflecting on the recent events that had befallen him. He felt a tremor of fear, yet Lin Luo was left pondering who had come to her rescue. According to Han Tianxin, she had discovered Lin Luo collapsed at her doorstep, with someone having rung the doorbell for assistance. "Host, there is no need for speculation. It was I who intervened," came the voice of the little demon within Lin Luo's mind, prompting her to express her gratitude silently. "I sensed a formidable power within you." Even if the little demon had not spoken, Lin Luo would have consented, for as a young woman, she recognized the importance of self-defense. She nodded gently, responding with a bright, crisp voice, "Of course I wanna." Li Feng's face lit up with joy as he replied, "All right, call me this weekend, and I shall take you to my martial arts school for some practice." He took Lin Luo's phone and inputted his contact number. The following morning, he arrived with an array of bags, exclaiming, "With all this food, do you intend for me to turn into a pig?" Lin Luo gazed at the items strewn across the cabinet beside her bed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Fruits, biscuits, and even pig's trotter. While Han Tianxin peeled an apple, she remarked, "You must finish the trotter. It's highly nourishing. I prepared it for you bright and early." She handed Lin Luo the sliced apple, planting a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek before bidding her farewell. Han Tianxin then drove to Lin Luo's school to assist her in taking a leave of absence before heading to work. Zhua Qingxi and Wu Pengzi were aware of Lin Luo's predicament and, curious about her condition, decided to visit her in the hospital during their lunch break. Upon entering, they expected to find Lin Luo bedridden and gravely ill. Instead, they were greeted by a sight of her radiant complexion, her fair hands clutching a large pig's trotter as she savored it. Noticing Zhua Qingxi and Wu Pengzi's arrival, Lin Luo expertly patted the bed, inviting them to sit beside her, tossing a banana to each of them in the process. As Wu Pengzi munched on his banana, he playfully poked at Lin Luo, inquiring about her injuries. Lin Luo rolled her eyes and swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Wu Pengzi chuckled sheepishly, retracting his hand. Zhua Qingxi, with a sense of normalcy, inquired about Lin Luo's condition. The first visit from the beautiful class flower brought unexpected joy to Lin Luo's heart. However, as she watched the class flower retrieve a thick stack of assignments from her bag, her face instantly turned pale. "Do not fret. I can come to tutor you after school," Zhua Qingxi said to Lin Luo with a sweet smile. Her voice soft like honeyed. As night swiftly approached, Lin Luo lay in her hospital bed, immersed in a book while savoring the meal lovingly fed to her by Han Tianxin, feeling quite content. True to her promise, Zhua Qingxi arrived to tutor Lin Luo, only to find Han Tianxin inexplicably feeding her. Lin Luo, quietly working on her exercises, had an exquisite and enchanting visage. Her cascading hair exuded a hint of allure, and her delicate, pale pink lips, coupled with her serious expression and slightly furrowed brows, captivated Zhuo Qingxi. Chapter 11. The gears of the world begin to turn. Lin Luo rested during the day, eagerly awaiting Zhuo Qingxi's tutoring in the evening. Her academic performance improved rapidly, astonishing Zhuo Qingxi, as Lin Luo, previously only average, began to effortlessly solve even the most challenging problems. A test that she could only score 130 on, Lin Luo managed to achieve 140. And she was unaware that Zhuo Qingxi suspected her intentional errors. As nightfall descended as usual, Zhuo Qingxi approached Lin Luo's hospital room with a light-hearted gait. At that moment, Lin Luo was chatting with a little spirit. Lying quietly on her bed with her eyes closed, Zhuo Qingxi carefully opened the door. Under the moonlight, Lin Luo's skin glowed like exquisite jade, her gently arched brows and long lashes fluttering slightly. Her flawless complexion tinged with a soft blush, and her thin lips resembling delicate rose petals, tender and inviting. Zhuo Qingxi gazed at Lin Luo and softly approached her bedside. Could it be that must she truly kiss him? No, that would be too embarrassing, especially since this was her first kiss. Zhuo Qingxi covered her flushed cheeks, her thoughts spiraling into shyness. She touched her chest, calming her racing heart, and released a long sigh. Here I go. I shall abandon my pride. Resolute, Zhuo Qingxi gently approached Lin Luo. Their eyes fluttered, long lashes quivering, as their faces, each possessing distinct beauty, drew closer, nearly touching, feeling each other's warm breaths. Zhuo Qingxi's soft pink lips inched toward Lin Luo's equally alluring cherry lips. With eyes closed, Zhuo Qingxi pressed her fragrant lips against Lin Luo's, moving rhythmically, occasionally nibbling gently, and playfully teasing with her tongue. Then, she delicately pried open Lin Luo's lips, allowing her tender tongue to glide into Lin Luo's moist mouth. At that moment, Lin Luo's eyes shot wide open, unnoticed by anyone. The jade pendant around Zhuo Qingxi's neck emitted a dazzling star-like glow, vanishing into the distance, detecting a level 3 energy beacon response. It initiated an interception, successfully blocking the signal. As the little demon absorbed the energy, she slowly opened her eyes. With a sudden motion of her left hand, an invisible energy field materialized high in the air, where a streak of light, resembling a shooting star, seemed to collide with a spider's web. Its speed abruptly diminished, yet it still endeavored to break through the confines of the energy barrier. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure clad in white robes sprinted at an astonishing pace toward a certain destination. "Bishop, the sacred stone has shattered," exclaimed the man before him, garbed in white clerical attire, adorned with golden embroidery at the collar. Surrounded by 9 red gemstones, his hunched back and aged visage suggested he could collapse at any moment. His astonishment. The legends were true. It was time to initiate the meticulously laid plans. A glimmer of clarity sparkled in the old man's murky gaze. Yes, Bishop. The shadows behind him began to dissipate. The energy absorption was complete, and the system was unlocking. Unlocking complete. The daily task system is now activated. At this moment, Lin Luo finally realized what had transpired, abruptly pushing aside Zhuo Qingxi. Upon noticing Lin Luo had awakened, Zhuo Qingxi was flustered, her face flushed as if it were about to bleed. Tears brimming in her eyes as she bent over, head lowered in apology. "I am so sorry. I didn't it was intentional." Lin Luo, in a daze, instinctively licked the corner of his mouth, the sweet, fragrant flavor lingering pleasantly. Just as Zhuo Qingxi raised her head, she caught sight of Lin Luo's gesture, causing her to hastily lower her gaze again, her complexion growing even more vibrant, resembling a timid ostrich. "Class monitor, why did you suddenly kiss me?" Although Lin Luo was not the one at a disadvantage, he remained utterly perplexed. Zhuo Qingxi, her face flushed, explained, "My grandmother said that only those capable of making this jade pendant react are destined to be my fated one." The final words were spoken so softly they were nearly imperceptible. Had it not been for Lin Luo's keen hearing, he would have missed them entirely. How could such a setting exist? "May I see that jade pendant?" "Of course." Zhuo Qingxi revealed her fair neck, removing the jade pendant tied with a red stringed at. That moment, the pendant had transformed completely, with numerous small holes appearing under the moonlight. Through these apertures, moonlight spilled onto the ground, revealing lines of text. "Can you decipher these characters?" Lin Luo inquired, to which Zhuo Qingxi appeared equally puzzled, as if interpreting the writing were an innate ability. First task: achieve first place in the monthly exam, first in the 1,000-meter run, The system will provide no assistance, reward, enhancement of physical coordination. This is a mandatory task. Failure will result in punishment. The little demon suddenly announced a task out of the blue. Chapter 12. Being noticed at Donghai City's first high school, where Lin Luo was enrolled, the regulations were exceedingly strict. Entering and exiting required notifying one's class advisor. After informing the elderly gatekeeper of his class, he waited at the school gate. Zhu Zuan, a scion of a wealthy family, also attended Donghai First High, yet his academic performance was less than stellar. Were it not for his father being a school board member and generously contributing to the institution, he would scarcely have gained admission in his idle hours, aside from idly wandering with a band of rascally friends in bars and nightclubs. Engaging in reckless driving and chasing after girls, he attended school at his own whim. If it weren't for his father's stern decree mandating his attendance, he would have little patience for the ramblings of those older than him. As usual, Zhu Zuan arrived late, humming a cheerful tune, and sauntered into the school after alighting from his luxury vehicle. Upon requesting the gatekeeper to open the door, he caught sight of Lin Luo, standing nearby. Despite her modest attire of a simple shirt and jeans, her natural beauty was undeniable, graceful and charming. With a slender figure and delicate features, her large eyes sparkled with an indescribable aura, and in the sunlight, she exuded an air of pure radiance. Wow, this girl is stunning. Far surpasses anyone I've encountered before, Zhu Zuan thought, noting that her outfit appeared to belong to their school. Hello, are you new here? I don't believe we've met before. May we be friends? He flashed what he considered a warm smile. Truth be told, Zhu Zuan was not unattractive. He was a member of the school basketball team, embodying the image of a charming young man. A fact that alone could not account for the throngs of girls vying for his attention. Be friends with me? Lin Luo tilted her head cutely, pointing to herself, while a sense of unease crept into her heart. Could this man possibly be interested in her? Indeed. Are there any others around? It's a pleasure to meet you, Zhu Zuan replied, extending his hand with a warm smile. Lin Luo, maintaining a composed exterior, regarded his face while secretly contemplating how to outsmart this wealthy young man. I'm Lin Luo, pleased to meet you, she said, her beautiful eyes curving into a crescent shape as she reached out her hand. Zhu Zuan seized Lin Luo's hand, which was pale and delicate, feeling as if it were made of air. This face, this figure, this hand. How had I never noticed such a beauty in our school before? He mused, cautiously squeezing Lin Luo's hand, startled by his unwelcome touch. Lin Luo gasped and clenched her fists tightly. Zhu Zuan, upon realizing the stunning girl had grasped his hands, felt a sudden surge of pain, causing his charming smile to falter and a cry of agony to escape his lips. Class is about to start, he stammered, dropping to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he gazed up at Lin Luo, struggling to speak. Are you all right, Zhu classmate? Lin Luo, finally coming to her senses, released her grip. Zhu Zuan quickly withdrew his hand, which was now red and swollen. Lin Luo blinked her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Does it really hurt that much? Zhu Zuan resolved then and there to keep his distance from this enchanting girl. After all, he was a member of the basketball team, having trained his body since childhood, yet her grip had felt as if it could shatter his hand. It was not entirely Lin Luo's fault. As much of the energy absorbed by the little demon the previous day had been utilized to unlock new abilities, while a small portion had enhanced Lin Luo's physical strength. Now, her body possessed the strength of approximately 2 adult men. And the little demon had refrained from mentioning this newfound power to her at this moment. The homeroom teacher, Lu Xiaojia, finally arrived and instructed the gatekeeper to open the door for Lin Luo to enter. Upon seeing Zhu Zuan, who was half kneeling on the ground with a pained expression, curiosity flickered across his face. This student was notorious in the eyes of their teachers, known for his flirtatious escapades and unruly behavior, seemingly engaged in everything but his studies. However, upon witnessing Lin Luo's beauty, his confusion dissipated. It seemed he had been reprimanded for his attempts at flirtation. But why had this child suddenly transformed into such a striking figure? Everyone present felt as though Lin Luo stood there, enveloped in a refreshing fragrance that quietly permeated the room, gradually spreading warmth in the hearts of all. Finally, when the bell rang for the end of class, a throng of students rushed to Lin Luo's side. Lin classmate, I am Wang Wei, the representative for Chinese class. Hello, Lin classmate, I'm Zhang Su. Lin classmate, could you share your contact information? Lin Luo felt as though she had been completely surrounded, flustered and attempting to respond to them all. Just then, someone shouted that the teacher had arrived. The students scattered in a hurry, and Lin Luo noticed Wu Qing, she in front of her giving a playful smile. Upon realizing she had been seen, Zhua quickly turned her head down, trying to hide that as the class bell rang. The mathematics teacher entered, carrying a stack of test papers, and began his lecture. Lin Luo recognized the problems as one she had previously worked on with Zhua Qingxi, and thus paid little mind. Having risen early that morning, she stifled a yawn, resting her chin on one hand, her eyes gradually closing. Lin Luo, what are you doing? The math teacher's voice boomed, startling Lin Luo so much that she nearly dove under her desk. She looked around, realizing everyone was staring at her. Even in her dazed state, her left and right head movements were perceived as graceful and charming by her peers. Yes, teacher. Lin Luo approached the blackboard and swiftly wrote down the solution. Her handwriting elegant and refined. The answer emerged quickly, but the math teacher, irritated by Lin Luo's earlier slumber, demanded, "Now, explain how to solve this problem and outline your thought process." Wu Xiaonan gazed at Lin Luo with admiration. Lin Luo, your grades have improved so much in just a few days. Just a while ago, you had no clue about this problem. Of course, you should consider who I am. By the way, let me secretly tell you. Zhua Qingxi came to tutor me every night while I was hospitalized. Lin Luo whispered in Wu Xiaonan's ear. You rascal! Wu Xiaonan exclaimed at Wu Xiaonan. Get out, the math teacher thundered. No. Wu Pengzi's voice, filled with sorrow, echoed throughout the room. The entire morning, Wu Pengzi wore a look of grievance, but he dared not utter a word. To be continued. Chapter 13. Apprenticeship with Yu Ya. The time for study is always fleeting. And soon the weekend arrived. Lin Luo called Li Feng, preparing to visit his martial arts school, that Li Feng readily provided her with the location of his dojo. Upon arriving at the place described by Li Feng, Lin Luo found herself amidst towering buildings, with a small, eye-catching two-story structure standing out prominently. A gilded plaque graced its entrance, inscribed with the characters Li Family Martial Arts School. Stepping through an ancient, ornate door, Lin Luo discovered that Li Feng had been waiting for her all along. Lin Luo was brought in, and as she entered, she learned that this place primarily served as a training ground where masters impart their knowledge to disciples. Although the space appeared modest, it was home to a lineage of elite practitioners of Baji Quan. Lin Luo nodded obediently, inquiring, Uncle Li, are you bringing me here to teach me Baji Quan? Not exactly. He replied, Our Li family's Baji Quan has exceedingly stringent entry requirements, and the rules within the school are exceptionally strict. First, one must never strike first. Second, one must never engage in wrongdoing, otherwise the other disciples bear the responsibility to eliminate those who violate the rules. Third, there comes a point where one must endure no longer. Fourth, once action is taken, it must be decisive. Most importantly, our school does not accept female disciples. The Li Feng concluded with a firm declaration. Our school does not accept female disciples. Lin Luo was taken aback. Then, Uncle Li, why have you brought me here? Li Feng paused, explaining, Today, a guest has arrived. An heir of the Yi family's Wing Chun, that my master is an old acquaintance of her father. And I wanted her to assess your potential in hopes of accepting you as a disciple. However, if that does not come to pass, I can teach you the combat techniques used in the military. All right, I will follow your guidance. Lin Luo, unfamiliar with this realm, placed her trust in Li Feng, confident that he would not lead her astray, continuing to follow Li Feng deeper into the establishment. They passed by numerous practitioners training on wooden dummies, while others attentively absorbed the essence of techniques explained by the more experienced members. But a variety of modern exercise equipment surrounded the area, creating an environment that inspired one to sweat and toil. Li Feng led Lin Luo to a door, pushing it open to reveal an elderly man with a full head of white hair, who still appeared remarkably spry, alongside a striking young woman in her 20s. Please allow me to pay my respects to the master. I have brought the person, he announced, bowing deeply to the elderly gentleman, who beamed with delight. Come, sit here. He beckoned warmly towards Lin Luo and Li Feng. The young woman beside him scrutinized Lin Luo with curiosity as she respectfully took a seat next to the elder, while Li Feng sat beside her. Come, have some tea. The elder poured a small cup for each of them. Lin Luo took a gentle sip, instantly feeling invigorated, enveloped in an indescribable comfort. Li Feng introduced the elder. This is my master, Li Hongtu, the contemporary heir of Baji Quan. You may call him Li Lao. Lin Luo sweetly addressed him, Li Lao, earning a joyful squint of the elder's eyes. This is the master I wish to introduce you to today. She is Yi Yuyo, the heir of Yi family's Wing Chun. Aged 20-2, do not underestimate her. Despite her youth, Her skills are formidable. Lin Luo also greeted, Sister Yuyo, to which the young woman responded with a gentle smile. Lin Luo regarded her closely, though she would not claim Yuyo was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. She certainly possessed a unique charm among her peers, with her tall, graceful figure, alluringly delicate features, and especially that lustrous mane of hair. She exuded an indescribable allure. Are you the disciple that Uncle Feng asked me to take under my wing? Yi Yuyo's voice was melodious, akin to a babbling brook, refreshing and soothing, evoking the gentle, delicate essence of a Jiangnan woman on a sweltering summer day. Lin Luo nodded gently, and Yi Yuyo gazed at the exquisite visage of Lin Luo before her. With a soft, melodious voice that was both crisp and enchanting, she noted the slender, graceful figure of this charming young girl. That it is quite arduous to learn Wing Chun with me, as a young girl. Can you truly endure such a challenge? Yi Yuyo inquired, her tone imbued with a hint of skepticism as she scrutinized Lin Luo. Lin Luo exchanged a knowing glance with Li Feng, and with a resigned smile, reassured Yi Yuyo, I am, in fact, a boy. Nevertheless, please rest assured, Yuyo Jia, I possess the determination to persevere, no matter the difficulties that may arise. Yi Yuyo contemplated, could it be that I was mistaken? Yet, upon observing the resolute expression on Lin Luo's face, she nodded affirmatively. I hope you remain steadfast in your vow. First, let us assess your physical condition. With that, she bid farewell to Li Hongtu, and, guided by Li Feng, led Lin Luo to a force measuring device. Now, strike here with your fist. Taking a deep breath, Lin Luo delivered a powerful punch to the device, causing the reading to surge dramatically before settling at 72 kg. Yi Yuyo was somewhat taken aback. Typically, an adult male's arm strength ranges from 30 kg to 60 kg. Lin Luo's strength was indeed extraordinary. Satisfied, she nodded and remarked, Lin Luo, you have performed admirably. Your power exceeds my expectations. Next, she brought Lin Luo to a sandbag. Now, deliver your fastest consecutive punches here. Yi Yuyo called Li Feng aside to discuss matters, while Lin Luo sat nearby, sipping water in small gulps. Uncle Feng, where did you find such a promising talent? It is virtually impossible for someone of his age to possess such physical prowess. Yi Yuyo quietly inquired about Lin Luo's background. Li Feng cast a glance at Lin Luo, and upon hearing that he was a close associate of Han Tianxin, Yi Yuyo was taken aback. The Han family as Han Tianxin? Li Feng nodded affirmatively. With a smile directed at Li Feng, Yi Yuyo declared, I trust the judgment of your young lady. I shall accept this disciple on behalf of my father. Li Feng chuckled in response. Lin Luo, Yi Yuyo has already agreed to take you as her apprentice. Really? That is splendid. Lin Luo exclaimed joyfully, approaching Yi Yuyo to pay his respects. However, Yi Yuyo gently grasped Lin Luo's shoulders, advising, this is not the place for such formalities. Allow Uncle Feng to prepare first. Once Li Feng had arranged the necessary items for the apprenticeship ceremony and invited Elder Li as a witness, Lin Luo respectfully presented a cup of tea to Yi Yuyo and bowed 3 times, completing the ritual. Master, Lin Luo called out, and Yi Yuyo, filled with delight, assisted him to his feet. I shall not remain here for long. First, I will teach you the fundamental horse stance. This book contains the most basic techniques, but you must dedicate yourself to diligent practice. Lin Luo nodded earnestly, and Yi Yuyo took him outside, instructing him in the unique horse stance of their school. The air Zi Qianyang Ma, which was not overly taxing for a girl to practice. Once she adjusted Lin Luo's posture, she left him to train independently in the stance. Chapter 14. Once a month. An hour passed, then 2, and finally 3, as Lin Luo gradually found his strength waning, sweat pouring down his body, soaking his thin garments. Yet, he continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Host, your stamina is nearing its limit. Please take heed to rest. No, my master said that the longer I can endure, the better. Lin Luo felt her vision blurring and shook her head. Yi Yuyo was in discussion with Li Hongtu. Upon glancing at the clock, she realized that 3 hours had elapsed and hurriedly rushed out. Seeing Lin Luo still persisting, she urged, Lin Luo, you should stop. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Luo felt as if her entire body had collapsed, and she sank directly to the ground. Practice must be gradual. One cannot become fat by trying to eat everything at once. You must pay attention to rest. Yi Yuyo admonished, pinching Lin Luo's delicate nose. I understand, master. I want to do it again. Lin Luo obediently nodded. After enduring such a long period in a horse stance, she was utterly exhausted. I must leave shortly, but I will come once a month. If you have questions about the books I gave you, wait until I arrive to ask me. And should you ever come to Beiyin City, feel free to find me. Master, you are leaving already? Lin Luo felt a pang of reluctance. Early that morning, she had hurried to school, for today was the monthly exam, and being late would mean disaster. Moreover, she had told her homeroom teacher that her goal was to be first in her grade. If she achieved that, she would be exempt from homework, allowing her to save ample time for practice. During the class placement exam, the teacher, with a serious expression, distributed the test papers, and the students took them with utmost earnestness, immersing themselves in their work. However, for Lin Luo, whose intellect had been enhanced, the questions on the paper were completed with ease. After finishing, she could not submit her paper early, so, feeling drowsy from the morning, she rested her head on the desk for a quick nap. The proctor, observing such a beautiful girl neglecting her studies, couldn't he help but feel a twinge of regret for Lin Luo. Time ticked by, and Lin Luo, in her slumber, felt a slight discomfort and shifted in her seat. That was Xiaonan, sitting behind her, was jolted by the bump of the desk and glanced at Lin Luo, suddenly noticing a small patch of blood slowly spreading on her seat. Alarmed, he nudged Lin Luo, who groggily turned to see Wu Xiaonan pointing at his own rear. Instinctively, she touched her backside, only to find a large stain of blood on her fingers. Wu Xiaonan looked at her in confusion and instantly connected the dots. Lin Luo, you're bleeding. Did you get hemorrhoids? No, it's not that. Your hemorrhoids seem quite severe. Wu Xiaonan looked at Lin Luo in bewilderment. Having known her for so long without ever hearing of such an issue, how could this be explained? Hemorrhoids. Lin Luo was equally perplexed. She had never encountered such a problem. The proctor, noticing the commotion, approached to inquire about the situation. Wu Xiaonan relayed his interpretation of events to the teacher, who regarded Lin Luo with a strange expression, while she felt her face flush with embarrassment, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. What had she done to deserve such a misfortune, especially at this moment? Now, in such a place, this was utterly humiliating. Seeing her distress, the proctor decided to escort her to the infirmary for evaluation, promising to take her to the hospital if the situation proved serious. Upon entering the infirmary, Lin Luo kept her head down, her face aflame. The proctor explained her condition to the old doctor, while the language teacher, Bai Yuran, was inexplicably present in the infirmary as well. The old doctor, upon hearing that Lin Luo had a ruptured hemorrhoid, declared, "This is serious. We must conduct an immediate examination. If severe, it could pose a life-threatening risk." After dismissing the supervising teacher, Lin Luo lay down on the bed while preparing to help her remove her trousers. To her surprise, Lin Luo clutched them tightly. And despite the old doctor's persistent efforts, he could not pull them down. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as he exclaimed, "If you're ill, you must seek treatment. Hemorrhoids are nothing to be ashamed of. Why are we stalling here?" Lin Luo's face burned crimson, yet she felt too embarrassed to speak. How could she confess that this so-called man was, in fact, a girl? She could only grip her trousers tightly while glaring at the old doctor to prevent him from undressing her. Bai Yuran, noticing the bloodstains on her trousers, seemed to comprehend the situation and suddenly grinned, scrutinizing Lin Luo with a mischievous gaze. Lin Luo felt utterly humiliated under her scrutiny. Here she was, a proud manly figure. Yet in front of everyone, she had suffered from hemorrhoids and bled through her pants. One might mistakenly think she was experiencing her monthly cycle. Wait, her monthly cycle? Why would I have that? As Lin Luo's mind spiraled with thoughts of her cycle, Bai Yuran spoke with the old doctor, explaining that Lin Luo was her student and that a familiar face might ease her psychological burden. The old doctor nodded and left the infirmary. Bai Yuran promptly locked the door and turned to face Lin Luo, whose expression was one of utter embarrassment. Amused yet exasperated, she thought it was ridiculous that Lin Luo, at her age, was unaware of when her cycle might arrive. It was laughable that she believed her hemorrhoids were to blame. "Lin Luo, remove your trousers," Bai Yuran gently instructed, but Lin Luo merely shook her head. "Your cycle has begun, and if not addressed properly, it could lead to complications." Lin Luo instinctively blurted, "How could I possibly have that?" Seizing the moment, Bai Yuran swiftly yanked down her trousers, revealing that Lin Luo's underwear was nearly soaked through. Lin Luo felt a chilling sensation below. Still reeling from the shock of having her underwear stripped away, Bai Yuran, somewhat irritated, confronted her. "How much longer do you intend to hide this?" Lin Luo was speechless. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. How could she explain to her classmates that she had become a girl? "Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to conceal it," Lin Luo timidly confessed. Without a word from Lin Luo, Bai Yuran had already concocted an elaborate narrative in her mind. Instinctively maternal, She embraced Lin Luo, reassuring her, "It's all right. This is a normal physiological phenomenon. Don't be afraid that I will help you sort this out. In the future, you must share any personal issues with Teacher Bai." After speaking, Bai Yuran gently set Lin Luo down and went to fetch a basin of water and some necessary items. Chapter 15. Such a beauty, a national treasure. Lin Luo instinctively glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. Swiftly, she removed her underwear and carefully wiped herself with a damp cloth. Observing the large adhesive bandage-like item, she realized, of course, it must be applied there. However, she mused, applying it like this would surely be painful to remove. It was hard to fathom that women endured such suffering every month. Well, she couldn't let it continue to flow like this. With utmost caution, she adhered it in place. "Lin Luo, I found some clothes to see if they might fit." Bai Yuran's voice called from outside, startling Lin Luo. She cautiously peeked her upper body out, just in time to see Bai Yuran walking in. Bai Yuran had anticipated witnessing Lin Luo's flustered demeanor in the restroom. She had even envisioned her crouching in a corner, weeping. However, she never could have imagined this, affixing a sanitary pad as if it were a band-aid. Could it truly be her first time engaging in such an activity? Surely, being late to mature does not imply being this late. The two locked eyes, momentarily stunned. "Ha!" Bai Yuran, unable to contain her amusement, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing?" Lin Luo's voice was barely louder than a mosquito's. I think I'd used it incorrectly." Naturally, she had used it incorrectly. There was no way she could claim this was her first visit. "My goodness!" Bai Yuran was at a loss for words. She rummaged through her bag, retrieving a new pad, and from the clothing she had just found, pulled out a pair of women's underwear, affixing the new sanitary pad onto it. "Put this on quickly. You need to handle this, or else you'll risk infection." Bai Yuran handed the clothing to Lin Luo and turned to exit. The moment the door clicked shut, Lin Luo heard Bai Yuran's unrestrained laughter, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, the immediate priority was to change clothes. Remaining in this chilled state was far from ideal. Glancing at the pristine, petite underwear in her hand, Lin Luo felt perplexed. Wasn't this too small to wear comfortably? However, what choice did she have if she didn't wear it and continued to bleed? What would others think if they found out she was wearing women's underwear, standing there with her long, fair thighs exposed? Was hardly a solution. After a moment of internal conflict, she resolved to put it on. This felt much better, yet having such an item between her legs was undeniably awkward. She wondered when she would be able to remove it. Being a girl truly seemed like a torment. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter was to leave this place. Why were there only dresses? Bai Yuran. "What on earth are you doing? Even if you are my teacher, you shouldn't put me in such a predicament." Lin Luo was on the verge of tears as she fished her phone from the blood-stained pants and called Han Tianxin. Upon hearing that her sanitary pad was on incorrectly, Han Tianxin burst into laughter. "Ha! Luo, this is too amusing. I can hardly contain myself." Lin Luo felt herself spiraling into despair. Was it really that funny? "Tianxin, please stop laughing. Bai Laosher gave me a pile of clothes, and all I have are dresses. Can you bring me a pair of pants?" Han Tianxin readily agreed to bring them over and instructed Lin Luo to wait. With no other option, Lin Luo resigned herself to waiting in the infirmary. Approximately 20 minutes later, Han Tianxin called, instructing Lin Luo to meet her at the school gate to collect the clothes. As she could not enter, Lin Luo pondered her predicament. Was she truly going to wear this? If she didn't, she caught a glimpse of her reflection, her pale, delicate features framed by the loose male shirt. Her bare legs exposed beneath a few steps outside, and she could easily envision herself found unconscious in some dark alley the following day. Shaking her head, she glanced at the time. They should still be in exams. So she probably wouldn't be seen. Taking a chance seemed necessary. When Lin Luo was still a boy, she had a slender frame and a small face, with an attractive countenance, leading many to mistake her for a girl at first sight. However, that was merely an assumption. At least she had been male at that time, before undergoing transformation by the system. Her eyelashes had grown longer, her skin had become more porcelain-like, and with the disappearance of her Adam's apple, her voice had transformed into a melodious and captivating tone. Her nose had become slightly more refined, her lips a tad thinner, her fingers elongated, and her waist had slimmed down. Those who were familiar with her might not notice the changes immediately, but to an outsider, she would undoubtedly be perceived as a beautiful young woman. Never mind, there was no point in dwelling on it. She had to go out eventually, with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She donned one of the more conservative pale green dresses and caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, where she was taken aback by her own stunning transformation. gently caressing her cheek. She thought, is this to me? The mirror reflected a breathtaking beauty, delicately arched brows, ruby lips, pearly teeth, porcelain skin, and a tall, slender figure, all perfectly accentuated by the dress that hugged her waist. Lin Luo felt a rush of heat in her head. If she were not herself, she would certainly pursue this dreamlike goddess. Yet, she had never envisioned becoming such a woman. Stepping out of the restroom, she noticed no one was around and tiptoed outside. The moment she exited, a cool breeze rushed up her smooth calves, a peculiar sensation indeed. Thankfully, the infirmary was situated far from the teaching building, and there were few people about. However, was Mingzhu so easily tarnished? Surrounding her were students clad in uniforms and workers watering the lawns, making Lin Luo's pale green dress stand out strikingly. That a boy clutching a pile of exam papers walked by, staring at her with wide eyes, oblivious to the 2 sheets that slipped from his grasp. Lin Luo lowered her head and quickened her pace. Wow, Lao Peng, a beauty, one worker exclaimed, tugging at another's shirt. Calling everyone a beauty, she's just a woman. The one being pulled glanced at Lin Luo and exclaimed, goodness, whose fairy has wandered out? If my son could marry such a woman, I'd gladly shorten my lifespan. Both men were rendered speechless by Lin Luo's graceful figure. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo hurried even faster. The sensation of being watched was exhilarating, yet she remained unaware that, from afar, a young man atop the teaching building was observing her through binoculars. His eyes ablaze with fervor as he murmured, such extraordinary beauty, truly worthy of a kingdom. I have decided, she shall be mine. Upon finally reaching the school gate, Lin Luo, dressed in her dress, startled Han Tianxin and an elderly gentleman. Especially Han Tianxin, whose face bore a teasing smile. Lin Luo expressed her gratitude and sprinted away, clutching her trousers for 100-meter dash. Nothing provided her with more security than trousers. She vowed to herself that if she ever wore a skirt again, she would reverse her name. Lin Luo, Chapter 16. The awkward acupuncture. Lin Luo stealthily slipped into the boys' restroom to change into her trousers, crumpling the dress into a ball and hiding it behind her as she made her way to the office. Bai Yuran pondered how to help Lin Luo gradually embrace her identity as a girl, questioning why she insisted on masquerading as a boy, when Lin Luo suddenly appeared before her, exclaiming, thank you, Teacher Bai. She hastily shoved the dress into Bai Yuran's hands and dashed away. Upon arriving at the examination room, Lin Luo glanced at the clock. Half of the exam time had already elapsed, and she wondered if the proctor would still allow her to enter. Report, Lin Luo called out, and the proctor nodded to your hemorrhoid, all right. Do you need to take leave? Ah, the woes of hemorrhoids. May your entire family suffer from them as well. Of course, on the surface, Lin Luo maintains the guise of a well-behaved girl, while inwardly, she is already cursed under her breath. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I am quite all right. Well, it is best not to dwell on the matter at hand. And truly, there is no need to feel embarrassed. Even my second uncle has hemorrhoids. Illnesses must be treated. Silence, Wu Xiaonan. Is it all right if I finish and let you copy? Wu Pengzi dutifully closed his mouth. Lin Luo seized her pen and began to write the exam questions at a rapid pace. This Chinese language test posed no significant challenge, primarily drawing from the textbook, for Lin Luo, who possesses an exceptional memory. It was a breeze. Glancing at the clock, she noted that only the essay remained, with a mere 20 minutes left. Yet, why was it that my stomach began to ache? Lin Luo's complexion turned pale from the loss of blood. Could this be the legendary dysmenorrhea? Surely, the arrival of my menstrual cycle has surpassed my limits. Why must it strike now? Never mind that for now. I shall endure and complete the essay first. Despite the pain, Lin Luo managed to finish her composition, having already drafted her ideas mentally and simply transcribing them, especially as the throbbing pain propelled her to write even faster. With 10 minutes remaining, she declared, Teacher, my stomach hurts terribly. I must leave. The invigilating teacher, noticing her ashen face, nodded in agreement, permitting her to exit. Lin Luo rushed out of the examination room to the tea area for a cup of hot water. She thought, this is impossible. Could it be that 2 minutes later, after reviewing the paper multiple times, the answers on her exam sheet matched the standard responses perfectly? Although Lin Luo was a modest individual, had she followed a steady and methodical approach to answering the questions, she could have performed admirably. Alas, time was insufficient, and with her dysmenorrhea, she had to unleash her full potential. Typically, an 800-word essay would require 30 to 40 minutes. She completed it in a mere 10 minutes. Having initially set the goal of ranking first in her grade with her homeroom teacher, she had no choice but to give it her all. After all, the outcome remained the same, but the process would certainly attract attention to in the following 2 days of exams. Lin Luo wrote faster with each passing test, completing both English and mathematics in just 10 minutes. Aside from the invigilating teacher present during the initial exam, the other instructors assumed she had merely filled in a few multiple-choice answers. Lin Luo continued to finish her tests at an astonishing speed, handing her paper to the familiar invigilator, who had grown accustomed to her quickness. When she submitted her exam, Lin Luo suddenly fainted. The invigilating teacher swiftly caught her in his arms. So light and fragrant too. Wait, what am I thinking? In truth, prior to the exam, Lin Luo's face had lost all color. Days of pain and intense mental exertion rendered her once pure and beautiful visage exceptionally haggard, struggling to finish the paper. Lin Luo felt her consciousness growing heavier and her mind increasingly dim. Upon handing her exam to the teacher, she felt an inexplicable lightness and fainted directly. Classmate, what happened? The invigilating teacher hurriedly applied pressure to her acupoint and performed cardiac compressions, almost resorting to mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Lin Luo slowly regained consciousness, only to see a scruffy face approaching her. Her instinct was to slap it. Classmate, you are all right. Thank goodness. The invigilator paid no heed to Lin Luo's self-inflicted slap. Promptly dialing her teacher, Bai Yuran, upon receiving the call, hurriedly rushed over to assist Lin Luo into the office. After a brief examination, she concluded that Lin Luo had merely lost a considerable amount of blood and was fatigued, which was not overly concerning. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Luo addressed Bai Yuran, Teacher Bai, does it hurt when you have your period? Instantly, Bai Yuran understood why Lin Luo was always in such a rush to submit her paper and constantly clutching her abdomen. It turned out that the girl was suffering from menstrual cramps. The pain you experience during your period is not inherently serious. However, if ignored, it can lead to complications elsewhere. Fortunately, I have studied acupuncture and can assist you. Without waiting for Lin Luo's consent, she dashed to the infirmary to procure an acupuncture kit from the elderly doctor. Bai Yuran, you truly are learning on the job. This is practically human experimentation. Lin Luo reluctantly removed her trousers. Unperturbed by Lin Luo's potential objections, Bai Yuran swiftly helped to strip her of her pants. Lin Luo attempted to resist, but soon realized her enhanced strength was no match for Bai Yuran, and her trousers gradually slipped down. Resigned, Lin Luo relinquished her grip, knowing that continuing to pull would only tear them. The first acupuncture point, Yongquan. Lin Luo nimbly removed her shoes, her delicate, exquisite feet eliciting a twinge of envy in Bai Yuran, who then executed a swift and precise needle insertion. The movements were fluid and elegant, devoid of any hesitation, and Lin Luo felt a gentle warmth rising from her chilled abdomen. The next point, Xinjian. Perfect. Then, the subsequent needle at Sasanli. Lin Luo shyly spread her thighs, oblivious to the fact that Bai Yuran's pupils had transformed into a shade of purple, yet the needle found its mark once more. To spare herself the embarrassment, Lin Luo closed her eyes and leaned back against the sofa, feeling the comforting warmth emanating from her abdomen, alleviating much of her pain. The accumulated fatigue soon lulled Lin Luo into a deep slumber. Bai Yuran carefully removed the needles and dressed Lin Luo, her own violet pupils gradually fading, unnoticed by anyone, their hue resembling that of a beast's gaze. Ob continued. Chapter 17. Punishment from the System. Lin Luo awoke to find it was already evening. After a yawn, she noticed the office was empty. Her intention to thank Bai Yuran was thwarted. Lin Luo, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Zui Qingxi appeared at the office door, inviting Lin Luo to dine with her, albeit merely at the cafeteria. Of course, a charming invitation from a beauty was one Lin Luo was eager to accept, especially as her stomach grumbled in agreement. Grabbing Zui Qingxi, they dashed toward the cafeteria, causing her to blush furiously. Wait, we're not going to the cafeteria. I know a snack street. Let us go there instead. Who called you? My sister. Please don't mention that you're joining me at the snack street. She'll surely make my life miserable. Lin Luo's expression betrayed her guilt. The snack street was not far. Lin Luo and Zui Qingxi walked side by side, reaching the bustling entrance in about 20 minutes. Although the street appeared dirty and chaotic, it was a hidden gem, while the food might not rival that of grand hotels. Its flavors surpassed those offered by even the finest establishments. Class leader, I never expected that someone from such a strict family would indulge in this kind of place. Lin Luo teased. Lin Luo, could you perhaps refrain from calling me class leader? Zhou Qingxi's mood seemed a bit dejected. Noticing her expression, Lin Luo felt a pang of guilt. What shall I call you then? Qingxi or Xiaoxi? You may simply call me Qingxi. All right, Qingxi, Lin Luo replied sweetly to Zhou Qingxi, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Zhou Qingxi followed Lin Luo into the snack street, where various food stalls lined the roadside. Their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Passers-by indulging in snacks couldn't help but fixate on the two of them. Such stunning beauties were a rare sight, especially together, if they didn't take in the view now. It might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to that moment. A boy of about 10 suddenly dashed over, standing before Lin Luo and comparing a photograph with her. You must be Lin Luo Jia, right? Lin Luo was taken aback. Forcing herself to maintain composure. I am Lin Luo. But wait, why call me Jia? Call me Gij instead. The boy continued. A brother asked me to deliver this letter and this photograph to you. After confirming Lin Luo's identity, he pulled a folded letter from his pocket and handed it to her before sprinting away. Lin Luo, bewildered, grasped the letter and photograph, wanting to inquire further, but the boy had already vanished. Puzzled, she glanced at the items in her hand, struggling to comprehend the situation. Who would seek her out in such an antiquated manner? Upon examining the photograph, she gasped, hastily sliding it into the envelope and folding it before tucking it into her jacket pocket. Zhou Qingxi, observing her peculiar behavior, asked, Lin Luo, are you all right? What did the letter say? You seem quite anxious. No, I'm not anxious at all, Lin Luo hastily responded, relieved that her quick thinking had kept the photograph hidden from Zhou Qingxi. Otherwise, it would have been catastrophic. The concealed photograph depicted her in a dress from that day. Dear Miss Lin Luo, you are indeed a challenge to find. I was quite surprised to see that your student ID states male. Are you masquerading as a boy or as a girl? If your classmates were to discover this, it would surely cause quite a stir. By the way, I trust you received the photograph I sent. It is truly lovely. I have a few more. Would you care to meet and discuss further? Tomorrow, 5th floor of the old teaching building. More photographs? What on earth are you plotting? You stalker, I will make you pay. Lin Luo fumed, grabbing a few bricks from the nearby bushes and stuffing them in her bag. Preparing to confront the scoundrel the next day. Arriving home just before 8, Han Tianxin heard Lin Luo's footsteps and promptly opened the door, leaning against the frame with a pout and a melancholic gaze. Lin Luo felt a pang of sympathy and gently embraced Han Tianxin. Sister Tianxin, I promise to spend more time with you. Please don't look so forlorn. Just as the two were lost in their tender exchange, a familiar mischievous spirit appeared, announcing, Mission, identity concealment failed. The limit of knowledge regarding the host's gender has been reached. The host will incur 3 random penalties. Please proceed with caution. Surely not. Even the system is against me at this moment. What could these 3 random penalties possibly entail? As Lin Luo found herself lost in her thoughts, Han Tianxin, who was leaning beside her, suddenly caught a whiff of an exquisite fragrance, subtly reminiscent of roses. Curiosity piqued. Han Tianxin inhaled deeply, realizing that the delightful scent was emanating from Lin Luo herself. Luo, when did you acquire such a captivating body fragrance? It's simply enchanting, she exclaimed, drawing closer, her ample bosom pressing against Lin Luo's back, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. This body scent. Could this be the punishment? At that moment, one of the 3 black bars in the task list of the little demon had vanished. The first line read, Punishment 1. The host will exude a body fragrance that attracts the opposite sex, evoking fondness even in those of the same sex. The effect is permanent. The second and third punishments had yet to materialize. However, just the first punishment, attracting the opposite sex, was enough to plunge Lin Luo into despair. It was already difficult to conceal her identity, and now this added complication. She could only imagine her friends dragging her into the restroom for verification, and then, while feigning disdain, executing her on the spot. The mere thought gave her a headache. Tianxin Jia, do you have any other scented perfumes? I wish to mask this. Faced with no other options, Lin Luo reluctantly bid farewell to Han Tianxin and headed for a shower. Alas, the body wash and soap proved ineffective. After bathing, Lin Luo lay on her bed in resignation, her mind swirling with thoughts of how to conceal herself and deal with the pervert who had taken her picture, resulting in a sleepless night. Chapter 18. Partnership in Misfortune. Lin Luo had no idea when she finally fell asleep the previous night, and upon waking, she felt utterly exhausted. After completing her morning routine, she prepared to head to school. Today, in an effort to avoid drawing too much attention, she donned a jacket, a baseball cap, and sunglasses, concealing herself thoroughly before stepping outside. However, it seemed to have the opposite effect. As the white cap obscured her half-length hair and part of her face, yet her beauty was unmistakable, astonishingly radiant. The oversized black sunglasses allowed others to catch only a glimpse of her perfectly curved smile. Imbued with warmth and kindness, her casual attire, a striking combination of black and white, fit her figure elegantly and was accompanied by that alluring rose fragrance. While the girls were merely intrigued, the boys could not help but steal glances at her. Is she a celebrity? People around her were filled with curiosity, quietly assessing Lin Luo, with one young girl even rushing over to request a photo with her. Lin Luo, of course, declined. She was no celebrity. Why would anyone want a picture with her? Just then, the bus arrived at the stop, and Lin Luo hurriedly disembarked, escaping rapidly. This is terrifying. This punishment is truly dreadful. What will I do at school? With a heart full of trepidation, Lin Luo arrived in class and removed her sunglasses and cap, only to discover that her classmates were all staring at her. The attention made her skin crawl. Wu Shaoran approached, his nose acting like a vacuum, sweeping the air around Lin Luo. What did you sprinkle on yourself? You smell incredible, and this scent evokes a strange urge. Other male classmates nodded in agreement, their thoughts veering towards impulsive desires. Don't even think about it. I'm not interested in any of that, Lin Luo retorted angrily, shoving Wu Shaoran away as he inched closer. This body fragrance was truly overwhelming. Even dressed so inconspicuously, it was still detectable. Lin Luo's pouting face appeared irresistibly cute. That, oh no, was this the feeling of infatuation? Goodness, she was actually feeling attracted to the boys. Such was the prevailing thought among most of the male students at that moment. They were acutely aware of their inability to resist the allure of Lin Luo, turning away to avoid further gazing at him for fear of appearing effeminate. Wu Shaoran, however, remained unfazed, even inching closer. At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered, finally restoring a semblance of calm within the classroom. The announcement of the monthly exam results commenced, and the teacher urged all students to applaud Lin Luo. Although the classmates were perplexed, they complied with resounding applause to end this monthly exam. Lin Luo had triumphantly secured the top position in the grade. Therefore, I have agreed to his condition. All after-school assignments will be exempted. However, do not let your guard down. Should I discover a decline in your grades, the workload will double. The homeroom teacher wielded his carrot-and-stick approach with practiced ease, and Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. The others were left bewildered. In a class of 40, Lin Luo had merely been of average standing. So how could he suddenly ascend to the pinnacle? Yet Lin Luo himself appeared unfazed, as the morning classes were uneventful, with the teachers merely discussing exam papers. Before long, noon arrived, and Lin Luo glanced at the time, promptly racing towards the third floor of the old teaching building. Typically deserted, the old building housed no more than a couple of cleaning staff due to its dilapidated state. Unless for the purpose of courtship, it seldom attracted any other visitors. Lin Luo cautiously navigated through the crowd, entering the old building through a rear door. Despite the sun's blazing rays outside, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. Finally reaching the equipment room on the 5th floor, Lin Luo felt as though he had encountered a scene reminiscent of certain illustrations. Secretive training? Never mind. At least my physical strength is considerable. If he refuses to provide the photos, I shall compel him to comply. Adjusting his attire and feeling the brick in his bag, he pushed the door open. Darkness engulfed Lin Luo instantly. All the lights in the equipment room were off, and heavy curtains sealed the space tightly, rendering it dimly lit. As he took a couple of steps inside, someone suddenly seized his arm and flung him aside. Lin Luo instinctively froze, seemingly tumbling into a person's embrace. A powerful hand swiftly covering his mouth and nose, the peculiar scent inducing a drowsy sensation. Ether? The thought struck Lin Luo, and he immediately began to resist. The assailant, confident of his victory, momentarily neglected Lin Luo's struggle. At which point the taskbar's second punishment appeared. The host's strength has been reduced to half that of an ordinary girl, lasting 4 hours. Lin Luo suddenly felt his limbs weaken, as the assailant once more pressed the ether-soaked cloth against his mouth and nose. Just before losing consciousness, Lin Luo's mind raced with a torrent of expletives, bound tightly to a chair with ropes. A cloth obscured his eyes, preventing any glimpse of light. Straining against his restraints yielded no results. Observing the taskbar, he noted, ordinary girl strength reduced by half, collaborating to ensnare me. Are you? As such a striking young woman. To be bound in this manner to a chair, what awaits me next? Although nothing seemed amiss at present, How long could he remain safe? At that moment, Lin Luo felt a pair of warm hands caressing her feet. In the earlier struggle, one of her shoes had been flung aside, leaving only a thin sock on one foot, revealing her delicate jade-like foot, partially obscured. Lin Luo could perceive the sensations emanating from her foot. Although they were subtle and tender, there was no mistaking that these were the hands of a man. The tingling sensation compelled her to involuntarily moan. The man seemed to relish Lin Luo's reaction, slowly moving from the arch of her foot to her ankle, gently kneading it. "Who are you? Let me go. Otherwise, I will scream. Scream all you want. But if someone comes and sees you in this state, what do you think will happen? Moreover, we are on the 5th floor of the old teaching building. Who would come up here to enjoy the view?" His voice possessed a certain inexplicable charm, quite pleasant to the ears, yet Lin Luo could not help but think of him as a pervert. "What do you intend to do? Stop." Just as Lin Luo was about to retort, a sudden wave of warmth enveloped her foot, causing her body to shudder, a tingling sensation radiating throughout her being. He was indeed licking. She had to endure it, but this sensation, Lin Luo understood why this man had not gagged her. Devious, malicious. Hey, if you want to play with my feet, then do so. Just don't move upwards. You can touch my calves, but my thighs are off limits. Enough is enough. Let us leave some room for future encounters. Don't take off my pants. No way. You can't possibly intend to do that. With only one piece left, she pleaded for him to leave it be. Lin Luo tightly closed her legs, her shapely and elongated form suddenly overwhelmed by an unusual emotion that it felt as if something strange was stirring within her. Chapter 19. There's nothing left to fear. Lin Luo kept her legs firmly shut, preparing to resist to the end, but it seemed the man had not moved. That a series of snapping sounds echoed. And this vile pervert dared to photograph her. The thought of being captured in such a shameful state, to be used as a threat, nearly drove Lin Luo to the brink of despair. Tears streamed down her exquisite cheeks, and she sobbed softly. The man appeared to notice her sorrowful expression and promptly ceased his photography, attempting to console her. "Stop crying. I won't take any more pictures." "All right." With her tear-streaked beauty resembling a weeping pear blossom, anyone would feel sympathy for her. "Delete them," Lin Luo demanded, her voice trembling with tears. Seeing him relent, she threatened him through her sobs. "In no way. These are my treasures. However, I can untie the cloth over your eyes." As he spoke, he gently removed the blindfold from Lin Luo's eyes. "That it's you, scoundrel Yun. Let me go." Lin Luo's face contorted with rage as she instantly recognized him. "Don't call me such harsh names. I possess quite a few pictures of you. Do you believe I could print your photos as flyers and distribute them all over the streets?" Luo Yun smiled mischievously at Lin Luo. "What must I do for you to delete those photos?" she asked timidly. "Cooperate with me, and I assure you those photos will never see the light of day." He proceeded to toss a pile of clothing from a nearby box. "A maid outfit, a bunny girl, cat-eared girl. Put them on." Luo Yun watched Lin Luo while casually untying the ropes binding her. Rubbing her wrists, which bore the marks of being tied, Lin Luo gazed at the clothes on the floor, while Luo Yun chuckled, shaking the camera in his hand, causing Lin Luo to grit her teeth in anger. Swiftly donning her attire, the charming and delightful maid, alongside the sensually alluring bunny girl and the enchanting cat-eared girl, indeed embodies the notion that beauty transcends clothing. Luo Yun further instructed Lin Luo to adopt various embarrassing poses, exclaiming, "Luo Yun, you pervert, I shall inform your father of your lewdness. I will surely make you pay for this." Please, no." After approximately half an hour of this ordeal, Luo Yun's camera had filled its 4 gigabytes of memory, ensuring that every student and faculty member would receive a unique photograph. "Fear not. As long as you obediently comply in the future, I guarantee that these images will remain unseen by anyone you know. Such a stunning beauty. How could I bear to let you suffer?" As he spoke, he audaciously caressed Lin Luo's thigh. "Get away. You may think I am the one suffering, yet you have confined me here for an entire afternoon. Pray that you never fall into my clutches again." The mere sight of his face ignited a desire within Lin Luo to deliver a couple of punches. Almost stumbling, she hastily adjusted her attire, glaring at Luo Yun with piercing intensity. "If I find anyone who has seen these photos, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth." In truth, Lin Luo felt a swell of indignation that brought her to the brink of tears. How had she encountered such bizarre individuals since her transformation? This world was perilously unpredictable. Descending from the equipment room, Lin Luo felt utterly drained and weak. "Oh, Lin Luo, what brings you here?" switching she. Having just descended the opposite staircase, Spotted Lin Luo slowly making her way down while leaning against the rails no. It's nothing. Confess honestly. With whom have you been frolicking? Lin Luo was taken aback by the typically earnest Zhuo Qingxi's boldness. Clearly, she did not know her well enough. What are you doing here? Did you forget about our afternoon lab session? The teacher sent me to retrieve some materials. Why is your face so flushed? Instinctively, Lin Luo touched her own cheek, exclaiming, "Ah, really? It does feel somewhat warm that if you possess the courage, why not try on those outfits yourself?" Lin Luo's face instantly flushed to the roots of her neck. The mere thought of the recent provocative scene ignited a wave of heat throughout her body. It's nothing. Don't overthink it. I merely wandered about out of boredom after lunch. As she spoke, Lin Luo began to retreat and then dashed away, leaving Zhuo Qingxi looking bewildered. As she walked, the thought of Luo Yun's insufferable demeanor made her feel nauseated. She pulled out her phone, opened the campus forum, and started drafting a post. Luo Yun is an utter pervert. A lecture, a heartfelt complaint from a young girl. This title should capture everyone's attention, she mused, proceeding to write the content, which would be straightforward as she simply needed to express her feelings. Suddenly, while engrossed in her phone, Lin Luo collided with someone, landing squarely on her backside. Frustrated, she grumbled, "Who lacks the awareness to watch where they are going? If I can't look, can't you at least pay attention?" Just as she was about to unleash her ire, she looked up to find a strikingly handsome young man standing before her. His porcelain complexion accentuated his chiseled features. Deep, dark eyes shimmered with an alluring hue, and his thick brows and prominent nose exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Not far behind him stood two middle-aged men clad in black suits, unmistakably his bodyguards. Why am I scrutinizing him so closely? Is he not just a man? It's not as if I've never seen one before. I have even interacted with them. Are you all right? The man looked down at Lin Luo with an air of superiority, but the moment Lin Luo met his gaze, his expression clearly faltered, as if struck by some unexpected charm or realization. Wow, his voice is incredibly pleasant. Lin Luo felt her cheeks flush. Know that I'm fine? Why am I suddenly stuttering? Am I losing my composure? The man unexpectedly approached, extending his hand toward Lin Luo. Sensing her distress, he took another step forward, crouching down to assess her injuries. Mr. Chu, be careful. Suddenly, the two individuals behind him lunged forward, encircling him protectively. Without bodyguards, I still managed to live quite well. Wealthy individuals are often fearful of death. Wealthy individuals. Perhaps this is an opportunity for extortion. I'm fine, the man declared, dismissing the bodyguards around him. How are you? Do you need to go to the hospital? Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Such a handsome young man was actually a stutterer. Heaven knows. Chu Jioga was captivated by Lin Luo at first sight. As if struck by a hammer to his chest, his heart contracting abruptly. It's her. Chapter 20. Awaiting flirtation. Chu Jioga approached Lin Luo, crouching down and drawing close, inhaling the faint scent of roses that emanated from her. He trembled slightly. It was the girl in the dress from that day. The two bodyguards behind him grew even tenser. If this girl were a killer, they wouldn't be able to intervene in such close proximity. Unconsciously, they reached into their jackets, fearing that Lin Luo might make some unusual move. No need. Just a moment's rest will suffice. Are you a student at this school? Are those your bodyguards? Even though Lin Luo had once been male, she couldn't deny that the man before her was indeed quite handsome, a figure who could easily captivate both young girls and married women alike. Yes, I just transferred today. Chu Jioga's face revealed no emotion, his voice frigid. Lin Luo, sensing the atmosphere, hesitated to inquire further. Hey, where's my phone? Just as she reached for her phone lying on the ground, the man swiftly snatched it up first. Lin Luo instinctively grasped his hand, but as if jolted by electricity, she immediately released it, horrified at having held onto a man's hand. How disgusting. Ah, you can't look. Lin Luo realized that not only had he picked it up without intending to return it, but he was also brazenly looking at it. Oh no, there are my darkest secrets. This is dreadful. An outsider has seen it. Upon glimpsing Lin Luo's unfinished post, Chu Jioga's brows knitted together, his previously warm and gentle smile replaced by an icy demeanor. Though his brow furrowed, he seemed more contemplative than angry, suddenly regaining his composure. Does it concern me whether he is angry or not? Lin Luo shivered. Only the bodyguards behind him understood that Chu Jioga was genuinely furious. The angrier he became, the calmer he would appear. He beckoned and whispered something into the ear of the bodyguard behind him. Find this Luo Yun and teach him a lesson. Take the photos and delete all backups. How dare he touch a woman I've chosen? Such audacity. Lin Luo reached out but grasped only emptiness. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she pondered what trick he was playing. That if you encounter any issues with your body in the future, feel free to call me. Chu Jioga swiftly typed a string of phone numbers on the screen and pressed the dial button. In no time, his phone rang. Oh, right. I haven't asked your name yet? Lin Luo. All right. The individual noted her name in his contacts while simultaneously writing his own name in his phone. Chu Jioga returned the phone to Lin Luo, but as he inadvertently glanced down, she took the device, sensing something amiss. Following his line of sight, she noticed that the shirt she wore was somewhat oversized, leading him to gaze unabashedly at her chest. Pervert. Lin Luo instinctively slapped him, leaving everyone bewildered. Today marked the most exasperating day for the bodyguards of the chairman's son of the Chu Corporation. Protecting Chu Jioga was typically no challenge for the brothers. However, today, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Firstly, a girl collided with the young master while not paying attention to her surroundings, and he, disregarding his own safety, rushed to assist her. While this alone posed no significant issue, the girl was extraordinarily beautiful. Consequently, the two bodyguards found themselves torn between vigilance and stealing glances, drawn to her like moths to a flame. It was no wonder they understood why the usually indifferent young master would reach out to help a girl today. It wasn't until a sharp slap echoed that they snapped back to reality, quickly withdrawing their hands, drawing their firearms, and simultaneously disengaging the safeties, aiming at Lin Luo. Startled, Lin Luo's legs weakened, and she fell straight into Chu Jioga's embrace. A faint smile danced on his lips as he gestured for his bodyguards to lower their weapons, staring in astonishment at the girl in his arms. This was the first time someone had struck him. And he gently touched his stinging cheek before leaning close to Lin Luo's ear, whispering, "I've noted this slap down. You will owe me for it later. My face is not something anyone can strike." With that, he strode away, his bodyguards adjusting their attire and following behind. A chill ran down Lin Luo's spine. She had intended to charm the girl, yet somehow found herself as the object of affection. Resolving to erase his number, she hurriedly deleted it before departing. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her clothes and limped toward the classroom. Oh, don't mention it. I accidentally bumped into someone downstairs. And while they were unharmed, I took quite a tumble. Yes, she rubbed her backside. She gently settled into her seat. Switching, she softly helped her massage her sore spot, whispering, "Your backside is quite perky. And thankfully, it has some bounce." Lin Luo's cheeks flushed crimson, realizing that while she could tease, she couldn't allow others to do the same. Zhuqingshi's delicate, fair hands continued their ministrations, prompting envious glances from the boys in the class. "Class teacher, I'm signing up. How about Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss? You should reconsider. A 200-pound figure in Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. What benefit would participating in the school celebration bring?" "Class teacher, none, at most. You'll receive a good slap across the ear." "Pardon the interruption." Lin Luo rolled her eyes, contemplating the peculiarities of her classmates. That moment, Zhuqingshi fixed an evil gaze upon Lin Luo, making her skin crawl. What are you planning?" Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Luo, while Zhuqingshi appeared eager to take the stage. "I can't do it. It's all right if you can't. Your beauty alone makes it worthwhile for us to watch you stand there for 2 hours. Right?" Wu Xiaonan chimed in, prompting a chorus of agreement from the male classmates. Choose between singing and dancing. Singing commands respect, while dancing is pure bliss. A few classmates suggested with mischievous grins. Lin Luo, however, was reluctant. "Then let it be singing, but I must choose the song myself." Seeing that she could not evade the situation, Lin Luo acquiesced, knowing that if her performance fell short, she could not be blamed. "Well then, I shall select a recent English song that I often listen to. It's melodious and rich in depth." The homeroom teacher nodded in approval. Chapter 21. Meeting the parents as usual. Lin Luo finished her meal, practiced horse stance for an hour, and then kicked and punched for 2 hours. After a refreshing shower, she nestled into the warm bed prepared by Han Tianxin for a peaceful slumber. Life was thus. What more could one desire? As the sun bathed Lin Luo's face, her long eyelashes fluttered gently. In her half-asleep state, she felt as though she had grasped something soft, with one hand unable to fully hold it. She instinctively squeezed. A soft, tingling moan escaped, jolting Lin Luo awake. She turned to see Han Tianxin blushing, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness, as Lin Luo's right hand inadvertently grasped her ample chest. "Wow, that's quite sizable," she blurted out before receiving a playful flick on the forehead from Han Tianxin. "What do you think you're doing, you little rascal?" Lin Luo covered her head, Feeling wrong. I'm sorry. Yet Han Tianxin remained flushed. Her voice barely above a whisper. Before you apologize, could you please put your hand down? Am I to blame? Lin Luo replied with a playful smile before darting off to freshen up. Oh no. Zhuo Qingxi, how can I sing? And why must it be me? Lin Luo lamented, regretting her hasty agreement. Surely, she would embarrass herself. Zhuo Qingxi, however, remained unfazed. It's fine. The classmates said that even if you just stood there, they would be entertained for an hour. Lin Luo was left speechless, but Zhuo Qingxi suddenly leaned against her shoulder and whispered sweetly, after school, give Han Tianxin a call. She then entered the car sent by Zhuo Qingxi's family. Her father, Zhuo, was the head of the provincial police department, and their family was quite prominent in the city, though Zhuo Qingxi never flaunted her status. As the car glided into the villa district, Lin Luo opened the door and beheld the standalone villa before her. Inwardly cursing the wickedness of the wealthy, she followed Zhuo Qingxi inside. Welcome. Is this your classmate, little she? Zhuo's father greeted with a smile, handing Lin Luo a pair of slippers. Butler, lend me a hand, he instructed, pulling the butler toward the kitchen. Zhuo Qingxi gestured for Lin Luo to find a place to sit, while she conspiratorially led her father into another room, shyly avoiding his gaze as she fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. Dad, are you aware of what Grandma mentioned? Zhuo Qingxi asked, her voice tinged with bashfulness. You mean, the jade pendant revealed its power? Zhuo's father replied, astonished, for as a police officer, he had little faith in such supernatural tales. Zhuo Qingxi nodded gently, presenting the jade pendant she wore to her father, Zhuo Ba, with the small eyes and the characters imprinted on the ground serving as compelling evidence. Soon, dinner was prepared, and Lin Luo enjoyed a harmonious meal with Zhuo Qingxi's family. Zhuo Ba, in his own subtle manner, posed a few questions, such as, which school do you both plan to apply to together? When are you and Xiao Shi getting engaged? When do you plan to have a child? Zhuo Qingxi rolled her eyes in exasperation, while Lin Luo nearly spat out her food in surprise. Zhuo was indeed eager to marry off his daughter. After dinner, Zhuo Qingxi led Lin Luo to her room, and Zhuo Ba and Zhuo Ma exchanged knowing glances before stealthily approaching the door of Zhuo Qingxi's room. Zhuo Qingxi turned on the music, requesting Lin Luo to sing a few lines. Lin Luo adjusted her voice, closed her eyes, and listened to Su Wei's song. As she began to sing, everyone was astonished. It was far from being out of tune. It was simply enchanting. Life is not merely the struggles before us, but also poetry in the distant fields. You arrived in this world barehanded, disregarding everything to find that piece of sea. As the music gradually faded, Zhuo Qingxi remained in a daze, still clutching her phone, until Lin Luo gently tapped her shoulder, startling her. Lin Luo, you truly are a hidden gem. I never imagined your singing could be so beautiful. Zhuo Qingxi exclaimed, her expression that of a starry-eyed fan. Lin Luo, taken aback, realized that her singing prowess seemed to have improved after her transformation. Even she found it delightful. As long as it sounds good, and I don't embarrass myself, she thought, patting her flat chest in relief. The weekend arrived swiftly, and the school auditorium was packed to the brim. The principal took the stage, delivering an interminable speech that stretched over at least 20 pages, causing many students to struggle to stay awake. Finally, the host took the stage, and it was Lin Luo's turn to perform. Zhuo Qingxi rushed backstage to cheer her on, and Lin Luo took a deep breath. Slowly exhaling as she stepped onto the stage, she realized that in the past, she would have never dared to face such a crowd, yet her palms were slightly sweaty. Look, what a beautiful girl. When did our school have such a stunning girl? No doubt, the school beauty. Meanwhile, Lin Luo's classmates exchanged sly smiles, wondering how they would react if they knew this so-called beauty was actually a boy. Look, Xiaodong, Chu Jiugao is still scribbling something. One of his bodyguards nudged him, prompting him to glance in the direction indicated. An amused smile involuntarily crept onto his handsome face, melting the hearts of nearby girls who watched, setting down their pens and adjusting their attire in anticipation of Lin Luo's performance. Chapter 22. A shock to all standing on stage. Lin Luo appeared somewhat anxious, gently biting her lip. However, as the music began, her previously chaotic thoughts suddenly crystallized. Could this be the talent bestowed upon her after becoming a girl? Gently closing my eyes, the melody gradually becomes clearer with the music, and I find myself unconsciously singing along. There's a pounding in my chest, my heart fluttering with emotion. It's getting hard to breathe. Morning has yet to arrive, so take your time with me. Whisper sweetly and pull me close. Never let me go. Never let me go. Please don't abandon me. Lin Luo sways gracefully to the music, captivating the audience, who are now spellbound. The earlier chaos dissipated into silence, all drawn in by her enchanting song. Below, Chu Jioga gazes at Lin Luo in awe, truly understanding the meaning of lingering melodies and the beauty of a captivating voice. Like the call of a lark in a valley, akin to a kingfisher skipping across water, her singing is astonishingly sublime, making it hard to believe such exquisite sound exists in this world. Crisp and sweet, though tinged with a hint of naivety, it carries a gentle tenderness and a subtle melancholy, transporting listeners to a forest at dawn, where the morning light is yet to break. And gossamer mists float serenely, as if purifying the soul, lifting one's spirit into a state of utter bliss. As the final note fades, Lin Luo, overwhelmed with emotion, lets a tear slip from the corner of her eye. Discreetly wiping it away, the audience erupts into thunderous applause. Students in their youth, older teachers, many with glistening eyes, stirred by memories of first love, sweet and beautiful, evoking nostalgia. Although Lin Luo knows her performance was exceptional, she remains astonished. Was that truly her singing? She touches her neck, playfully sticking out her tongue, bows to the audience, and exits the stage as soon as she steps down. Enthusiastic classmates swarm her for autographs, prompting her to clutch Qingxi's arm and flee, breathlessly laughing. After finally eluding the crowd, they sit on a bench in the school corridor, panting. Ha ha ha, Lin Luo, you've become the school's celebrity. Don't forget me when you become a big star. Lin Luo shakes her head slightly, then turns to Qingxi, whose face radiates joy, her soft lips parting like two sweet fruits, making Lin Luo yearn to take a bite. A faint blush creeps onto Lin Luo's cheeks as she whispers, "If you knew I had become a woman, would you still like me?" The timid whisper is barely audible to Qingxi, who furrows her brow. "What are you saying? Speak up. What do you mean by like or dislike?" Lin Luo shouts back, "It's nothing." Within the confines of the room, the air was thick with the sounds of a fierce altercation and the crashing of objects. I cannot agree. I cannot leave Luo Luo. You will regret it. You cannot forcefully take her away. Not touch me. Then came a cacophony of intense struggle, causing Lin Luo's eyes to redden instantly. She dashed forward, intent on rescuing someone. But the bodyguard at the entrance, well-trained, blocked her path. "What are you doing? You are not permitted to enter. This is my home. What are you doing here?" Upon uttering these words, she attempted to push her way inside. One of the assailants signaled to the other two to restrain Lin Luo, and they swiftly reached out, preparing to capture her. With remarkable agility, Lin Luo sidestepped their grasp. But the one who had signaled the others seized her arm and twisted it behind her back, delivering a swift kick that forced her to kneel on the ground. A host's emotional fluctuations detected. Suddenly, she recalled her companion. Xiao Yao, please help me. I beg you. Assist me. Forget everything else. Hurry." Xiao Yao, with a resigned nod, vanished from her mind. Lin Luo abruptly ceased her struggles. Her ebony hair transformed into a cascade of silver that flowed to her waist, and her eyes gleamed a striking gold, releasing her restraints. Xiao Yao delivered a powerful kick, sending the bodyguard tumbling out of the third-floor window, shards of glass scattering across the ground. Only then did the remaining three react, astonished by the little girl's extraordinary strength. And they drew their batons, rushing toward Xiao Yao. "Ouch! Why does my back ache so fiercely, and my limbs feel so weary, as if I can barely move?" Everything appears so blurred, dragging her exhausted body. Lin Luo limped into the now eerily silent home. Chapter 23. Why is he here? With a determined push, Lin Luo opened the security door to find Han Tianxin comfortably seated on the sofa, surrounded by disarray. Before her stood an elderly man in his 50s, his expression one of helplessness, while those behind him kept their distance, one of them nursing a bleeding forehead. Upon seeing Lin Luo, pale and leaning against the doorway, they all wore expressions of bewilderment. "Tianxin's sister, did they not bully you?" Lin Luo, her voice frail and fragmented, managed to convey her concern as she sank onto the doorframe, gasping for breath. "Goodness, the after effects are too severe. I feel as if I've just run several thousand meters." Han Tianxin remained silent, but the elderly man before her inquired about Lin Luo. "What happened to my bodyguards at the entrance?" "Oh, I incapacitated them. They are likely still unconscious," Lin Luo declared, feigning ferocity. "I warn you, if a single hair falls from Tianxin's head, I will take you to task." Though these were 4 retired seasoned soldiers, mere ordinary men could not possibly match the strength of the Ford. This little girl appeared fragile. How could she possibly overpower several burly men? If she truly possessed such skills, there must be ulterior motives. The situation had spiraled into chaos. Suddenly, Lin Luo could no longer bear it and collapsed at Han Tianxin's feet, seeing stars before her eyes and feeling utterly drained, unable to regain her composure. Han Tianxin hurriedly embraced her and laid her upon the sofa. It's all right. I'm just a bit tired. Lin Luo weakly uttered, half reclining in Han Tianxin's soft embrace, the air around her infused with a rich fragrance that brought a faint blush to Lin Luo's pallid cheeks. Han Tianxin gently caressed Lin Luo's back while patiently explaining, causing Lin Luo to suddenly grasp her arm tightly, exclaiming, "No, I cannot agree. It's all right. Luo, but I too would prefer not to be forced into handling matters alone. Please rest for a moment. I shall take care of it." Moments ago, she had felt the pronounced swell of 2 raised bumps on Lin Luo's back. "Yes, miss?" "Yes." Fu Bo instructed the remaining individuals to take away those who had rendered Lin Luo unconscious, while he himself dialed a number. "Do not worry. I shall be exceedingly careful." Lin Luo, resting her head on Han Tianxin's thigh and inhaling the delicate fragrance, was soon enveloped by drowsiness and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, Lin Luo realized she had spent the entire night resting on Han Tianxin's legs. Han Tianxin, mindful of not waking her, had simply reclined against the back of the sofa for the night. Lin Luo quietly rose, made her way to the bathroom for a shower, changed her clothes, and before stepping out, stealthily placed a kiss on Han Tianxin's cheek, eliciting a faintly sweet smile from her as she slept. Although she felt considerably better after a night's rest, Lin Luo still lacked energy by the time she arrived at school. Classes were about to commence, and as she settled into her seat, her eyes fell upon one of the last individuals she wished to see. "Hello everyone, my name is Chu Jioga. I am a senior student, and I feel that my high school experience has been lacking something, which is why I have transferred to this school. I hope to receive your guidance in my studies moving forward." "Wow, so handsome," Lin Luo thought. "What are you thinking? With looks like that, how could he possibly be interested in you? It must be someone of my innate beauty who captures his attention." But a sense of dread washed over her. She felt as if she were destined to become prey, with the school board members treating him with utmost reverence. How could her slender limbs possibly contend with his robust stature? She subtly recoiled, lowering her head in trepidation. Chu Jioga glanced in Lin Luo's direction and found her timid demeanor rather amusing. "Am I truly that frightening?" His gaze clearly revealed his interest, glimmering with an undeniable intensity. "Do you know him?" asked Zhua Qingxi, observing Lin Luo's bashful and fearful expression. "You both seem quite familiar." The homeroom teacher spotted an empty seat behind Lin Luo and invited Chu Jioga to take it. As he passed by her, he whispered, "If you wish to keep what happened at noon that day a secret, you might consider dating me." A barely audible sound reached Lin Luo's ears, causing her face to flush deeply. "What happened?" Wu Xiaonan inquired, noticing Lin Luo's reddened cheeks. "What did he just say to you? Why are you blushing?" "Nothing, just anger," Lin Luo retorted. "Could you do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Help me take him down." Lin Luo's teeth clenched in frustration. "I dare not." "Perhaps you should just simmer down." Wu Xiaonan waved her hand dismissively. "Lin Luo, after class, you and Chu Jioga are to come to my office," the homeroom teacher suddenly declared. Lin Luo felt a flush of heat creeping up her back as Chu Jioga's intense gaze bore into her, sending shivers down her spine. "Lin Luo, what are you daydreaming about? Stand up." The chemistry teacher wore a frosty expression as he addressed Lin Luo, instructing him to tackle the problem at hand. After enduring the class with considerable resentment, Lin Luo stepped into the office, grumbling to himself about his misfortunes since this person's arrival. Chapter 24. The first time in women's clothing. As Lin Luo and Chu Jioga stood at the office door, they spotted their homeroom teacher approaching. Lin Luo initially assumed she had something to say, perhaps to remind him to take care of himself, as his complexion had been poor lately, cautioning him not to neglect his health for the sake of studies. Chu Jioga, in contrast, maintained a serene demeanor, attentively listening to her discuss the class and important matters to note. Just as Lin Luo reached the school gate, a black Rolls-Royce obstructed his path. The window gradually lowered to reveal a delicate and enchanting face. "Get in. I'm taking you somewhere," said Han Tianxin. Today, she had clearly put considerable effort into her appearance, her natural beauty now exuding an alluring charm. "Wow, Sister Tianxin, is this your car?" Lin Luo exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Han Tianxin swung the door open and pulled Lin Luo inside. "It's so comfortable. I've never been in such a luxurious vehicle," Lin Luo remarked. His curiosity evident. "It's nothing. If you ever wish to ride with me, I'll pick you up every day," Han Tianxin offered. "No, that would be too much trouble," Lin Luo replied, though he nodded in agreement despite his words. Today, I'm taking you to a party, so we need to get you some proper attire. You can't go dressed so casually. Han Tianxin instructed the driver to head to the nearest formalwear shop. While she engaged Lin Luo in conversation about recent events, Lin Luo, I want to ask you why you've suddenly become so skilled. Han Tianxin, being astute, had made inquiries about Lin Luo's recent activities. Aside from his remarkable academic improvement, there was the incident from yesterday where he single-handedly took down 4 formidable bodyguards that in Han Tianxin's eyes, Lin Luo had always been the innocent and adorable type. It was perplexing how he could have transformed into someone so capable. Sister Tianxin, I can't say, but you must believe me. I would never do anything to harm you. Lin Luo replied earnestly. Han Tianxin did not dwell on his words. Considering that, given his brave actions to protect her, he had no need to resort to treachery. It's all right. I trust you, as I always have. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the formalwear shop. The 2 strikingly beautiful young women entered, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Lin Luo shyly lowered his gaze, while Han Tianxin remained composed. That moment, a female shop assistant approached them. Hello, ladies, what kind of attire are you looking for? Please help this lovely young lady beside me find a suitable dress for the party. Han Tianxin exclaimed, Why me? Lin Luo gasped, instinctively clutching his chest. Deep down, he still identified as a boy and felt that dressing as a girl was unacceptable. It doesn't matter who else it could be. This is my first time introducing you to my friends, and you cannot appear disheveled like a boy. Han Tianxin insisted, playfully tugging at Lin Luo's ear. Whispering in his ear, I suppose I can give it a try. Lin Luo nodded reluctantly, following the shop assistant to select clothing. Miss, you are so young. I recommend this exquisite white gown that it will undoubtedly look stunning on you. The attendant remarked as she brought forth a beautiful white evening dress. Han Tianxin held the gown against Lin Luo's chest, finding it pleasing, and promptly swiped her card to settle the bill before departing. We welcome you to visit us again. The shop assistant's smile nearly radiated with joy, yet Lin Luo had caught a glimpse of the price tag, which bore at least 5 zeros. Sister Tianxin, this dress is too extravagant, Lin Luo exclaimed, to which Han Tianxin nonchalantly replied, you needn't worry about it. A little flesh payment will suffice. With that, she wrapped her arms around Lin Luo's waist, and their lips, like delicate cherry blossoms, inched closer. Lin Luo, closing her eyes, soon realized it was merely a gentle peck on her cheek from Han Tianxin. Don't overthink it. Hee. My lipstick is quite precious, she teased. I didn't. Lin Luo blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being seen through. There's still some time. Come with me to meet my dear sisters. Lin Luo followed Han Tianxin into a mansion-like establishment, where the decor was simple yet luxurious. Golden lights illuminated the pristine marble floors, and various individuals formed circles, engaging in lively conversations. Upon seeing Han Tianxin, the crowd fell silent, greeting her while casting curious glances at Lin Luo. Her androgynous attire, coupled with her meticulously concealed hair and eyes, contrasted sharply with her sharp chin and porcelain skin, leading many to assume she was Han Tianxin's delicate companion. Chu Jiuge sat at a distance from the throng. Observing Han Tianxin, beside him stood a middle-aged man. Young master, the eldest daughter of the Han family has arrived. Despite Han Tianxin's meticulous preparation enhancing her already striking beauty to a captivating allure, she became the center of attention, yet he remained disinterested. He continued to swirl his glass of red wine, oblivious to Lin Luo's presence behind her. Ascending the staircase with Han Tianxin, sounds of merriment and flirtation emanated from the rooms above. Lin Che, stop it. Don't touch there. You said no touching, so don't. I refuse. Hey, let go. I can't take it anymore. You too, cease your antics. Our guests have all arrived. Standing at the doorway, Lin Luo's eyes feasted upon the sight within. The 3 women inside were all beauties, their attire disheveled, causing her cheeks to flush. Elder sister has arrived. One petite girl, possessing delicate features reminiscent of a doll, immediately ceased her playful antics upon spotting Han Tianxin. The other 2 swiftly composed themselves, adjusting their clothing and greeting her as elder sister. Han Tianxin wore a stern expression. You are all grown up, yet still so fond of frivolity. As young ladies from distinguished families, can't you at least present yourselves with grace and decorum? She then called out, by the way, Luo, come here. Let me introduce you. This enchanting girl is Lin Che from the Lin family. The one with beautiful eyes is Yi Qingmu from the Yi family. And the stunning beauty is Chu Yuyu. Lin Luo will henceforth be our little sister. Do say hello to her. Hello, Sister Qin, Sister Qingmu, Sister Yuyu. Lin Luo said, removing her hat and glasses, revealing her breathtaking beauty, which left the other three in awe. You mustn't bully her. Enough of the commotion. Let us adorn our dear little sister, for the evening gala is about to commence. Such a stunning beauty, concealed for so long, must now be unveiled. Come, let us sisters assist in her transformation, ensuring that the gathering below is utterly captivated. Chu Yu playfully pinched Lin Luo's smooth and delicate visage. I shall take my leave now. Be good, Han Tianxin said to Lin Luo before descending to greet the guests. You trust me with this band of rascals? Lin Luo exclaimed just as the door slammed shut, leaving behind only the raucous howls of three wolves and Lin Luo's cries for mercy. No, please, could you be a bit gentler? Absolutely not. Chapter 25. A stunning revelation at the soiree downstairs. The atmosphere was vibrant with the glow of lights and the clinking of glasses. The bustling hall was brimming with a youthful crowd. And upon seeing Han Tianxin accompanied by several enchanting ladies ascending to the second floor, many sought to seize the opportunity to engage in conversation with these beauties. However, they were thwarted by the bodyguards stationed by the staircase, leaving them no choice but to retreat, albeit casting furtive glances in that direction. Han Tianxin gracefully descended the stairs, donning an exquisite black evening gown that accentuated her tall and slender figure. With a gentle smile that exuded both warmth and an air of aloofness, a testament to her noble lineage, the master has urged several times regarding your union with the young lady of the Han family. Do you not harbor any interest in her? The butler implored with earnest concern. Chu Jiugong merely tilted his head back, allowing the rich red wine to cascade down his throat, savoring the deep, complex flavors that enveloped his palate. As time meandered on, melodious songs filled the air, and suddenly, the once boisterous hall fell into a hush. Conversation ceased, and the atmosphere turned profoundly still, so much so that the drop of a pin could be distinctly heard. On the mahogany staircase, a graceful silhouette descended slowly, causing all to pause in their actions, eyes riveted upon her, unable to look away. Her hair, cascading in soft waves, framed her left cheek, while the right side was tucked behind her ear, revealing a delicately beautiful face shrouded in an ethereal allure. Her long eyelashes adorned eyes that, though not large, harmonized perfectly with her features, rendering her exquisitely captivating, holding one's gaze in rapt fascination. Clad in a pristine white evening gown, adorned with a delicate white ribbon and bow on one shoulder, the other side revealed her fair, alluring shoulder, exuding an enticing charm. The lower half of her ensemble bore no embellishments, her long legs bared to the world, tugging at the heartstrings of every man present. Only a pair of silver anklets graced her ankles, bestowing a unique grace, complemented by her white open-toe high heels, reminiscent of a princess stepping out from a fairy tale. The moment Lin Luo made her appearance, she captured the attention of all, pure, ethereal, and otherworldly. She radiated an exquisite allure. Han Tianxin's lips curled into a triumphant smile, her face aglow with happiness. She had always known Lin Luo was beautiful, yet she had not anticipated such breathtaking splendor. Meanwhile, Chu Jiugong's gaze burned with intensity, his posture straightening, leaning slightly forward, unable to conceal the undeniable desire etched upon his face, nor did he wish to hide it. The butler had never witnessed his young master in such a state of disarray. He nodded in satisfaction, resolved to ascertain the identity of this young lady after the soiree, determined to win her favor for his master. As Lin Luo cautiously descended the staircase, clutching the banister for support, she suddenly felt the weight of many gazes upon her, causing her to momentarily falter, a delightful blush blooming upon her cheeks. Whispers erupted from the crowd below, exclamations of admiration. Wow, she's so beautiful. Surely, I must be dreaming. Which family's young lady is she? I don't care. Father, you must help me propose. Lin Luo's inner monologue lamented the necessity of high heels. Were they truly meant for mortals? Had she not been steadying herself against the wall, she might have taken a disastrous tumble. Suddenly, a loud click echoed, followed by a series of incessant snaps. Lin Luo felt exasperated. She loathed being photographed. Observing her fragile demeanor, Han Tianxin surmised that Lin Luo was likely unaccustomed to the heels, and although she refrained from offering assistance, she cast Lin Luo an encouraging glance. Steeling herself, Lin Luo straightened her posture, attempting to exude elegance and serenity as she descended the stairs. The throng parted to allow her passage, and she nodded slightly in gratitude before approaching Han Tianxin's side. Feigning gracefulness, she whispered to Han Tianxin, "Sister Tianxin, please help me to the sofa beside us. I can scarcely endure any longer. Han Tianxin assisted her in slowly reaching the sofa, where Lin Luo deftly discarded her high heels, her delicate feet now bare. With her legs crossed, her posture bore no resemblance to the elegance she had strived for. Han Tianxin could not help but chuckle at Lin Luo's appearance, remarking, Luo, I must say, you look stunning in women's attire. Even I am captivated. Sister Tianxin, please spare me the laughter. High heels are not meant for human wear. They nearly caused me excruciating pain, she said, rubbing her slightly reddened ankles. However, upon observing the crowd's reaction, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a swell of pride as she lifted her chin. The music in the hall continued to play, yet half of the attendees had congregated in the resting area where Lin Luo sat, engaged in hushed conversations about her. Who is this girl? I've never heard of such a beautiful young lady from Donghai City before. She seems to have come with Miss Han. Yes, her chin resembles that of that handsome fellow from earlier. What handsome fellow? Perhaps she simply prefers to remain incognito. I find this shy girl quite appealing. Cui Xiao is quite bold. Shall we probe this young lady's intentions? Indeed, I support Cui Xiao. Absolutely. Let's cheer him on. Cui Xiao adjusted his attire, believing himself to be rather handsome. As for his lineage, aside from the 6 prominent families, the others were merely local clans of modest repute, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. Approaching Lin Luo, he revealed a gentlemanly smile. Good day. Mississippi, may I request the pleasure of a dance? Lin Luo was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated someone would approach her so swiftly, with Han Tianxin momentarily absent in the restroom. She was acutely aware of the need to tread carefully among these esteemed local families. Politely declining, she replied, I'm sorry, but I do not dance. Please seek another. Lin Luo wore a slightly apologetic expression that made Cui Xiao feel quite at ease. It's nothing. I can guide you step by step. There's plenty of time tonight. Accustomed to his own arrogance, Cui Xiao disregarded Lin Luo's consent and seized her hand, pulling her to her feet. His friends silently lamented the situation. After all, this woman had just emerged from the same car as Han Tianxin, suggesting she held a status of considerable wealth and privilege by acting in such a manner. He was effectively offending 2 individuals at once. Lin Luo struggled momentarily, but was unable to break free. Instead, she twisted her ankle in her high heels, wincing in pain. From a distance, Chu Jioge witnessed the unfolding drama and was instantly incensed. He hurled the wine glass in his hand, shattering it against Cui Xiao's head, leaving shards scattered across the floor. Startled by the sudden pain, Cui Xiao clutched his head and bellowed, Who the hell hit me? Show yourself. I'll make you regret it. Rising from the scrutiny of the crowd, Chu Jioge approached Cui Xiao with determined strides. You. Upon recognizing his assailant, Cui Xiao felt his anger surge and prepared to retaliate. However, Chu Jioge was swifter, delivering a resounding slap that left Cui Xiao's face swollen and bruised. You dare to talk back, he mumbled, his words muddled. Despite the commotion, the security personnel remained motionless as Cui Xiao's bodyguard rushed over, intending to confront Chu Jioge, only to be deftly subdued by the butler at Chu Jioge's side, who brought him to his knees. Chu Jioge regarded him coolly, while the butler, with an air of authority, proclaimed, The young master of the Chu family is present. Who do you think you are to speak such insolence to him? Cui Xiao, stricken with fear, turned pale at the mention of the illustrious 6 great families. He hastily knelt before Chu Jioge, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. I'm sorry. Chu Xiao, I spoke thoughtlessly. Please, let me go. His forehead soon bore a mark of blood from the excessive bowing. Truly intimidated by the young master of the 6 great families, Chu Jioge paid no heed to Cui Xiao's fate and moved to Lin Luo's side, finding himself enveloped in the same familiar fragrance. He felt a slight intoxication, yet gently lifted Lin Luo. To his surprise, she felt remarkably light. He placed her on the sofa and knelt before her, resting her foot upon his thigh, noticing the delicate ankle was already slightly swollen. Frowning in concern, he requested a bag of ice from a nearby attendant, tenderly applying it to the inflamed area. This marked the first occasion Lin Luo had her foot held by someone, especially a man. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Chapter 26. Cui Xiao is punished. As Han Tianxin emerged, she was met with the sight of Chu Jioge's hand caressing Lin Luo's foot. You rogue! Release her at once, she scolded angrily. Chu Jioge, appearing somewhat helpless, pointed to the kneeling Cui Xiao, imploring, You should explain yourself. Han Tianxin's expression hardened as she recounted the sequence of events. then turned to issue a command. Neither you nor anyone from your family is permitted to come within a step of this place from now on. Cui Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of relief. This hardly seemed a punishment at all. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Han Tianxin and hastened to exit, fearful that she might change her mind if he lingered. And you, release her hand at once. Han Tianxin forcefully swatted away Chu Jioga's hand, placing Lin Luo's leg upon the sofa before turning to cast a glance at him. Chu Jioga, it is you. Han Tianxin observed the chilling coldness etched upon his face, akin to a block of ice impervious to the fiercest sun. Her brows knitted in deep disdain. Understanding the sentiment, Chu Jioga departed. Recognizing that anyone would feel discontent upon encountering their persistent marriage suitor, he instructed the butler to deliver a gift to her and exchanged brief pleasantries with Lin Luo before gracefully exiting the hall. Luo, how do you know him? He is certainly not a good person. Upon seeing Chu Jioga's tactful departure, Han Tianxin immediately adopted a tone of earnest concern as she regarded Lin Luo. He is my classmate. The moment these words reached Han Tianxin's ears, she exploded in indignation. No way. I will have you transferred tomorrow. That man is undoubtedly trying to woo you. A notorious flirt. I have heard he has several mistresses. Surely not. Observing Han Tianxin's wariness of Chu Jioga as though he were a thief, Lin Luo felt a flicker of curiosity. Did something transpire between you two? Has he pursued you? Not at all, but my family has arranged for him to be my blind date. Hence, I utterly detest him. Han Tianxin ground her teeth in frustration. Lin Luo had twisted her ankle and was unable to move just yet. So Han Tianxin allowed her to rest on the sofa, bringing her some snacks while she attended to the guests. As Lin Luo gazed at the exquisite delicacies, her appetite was piqued. Other men, upon witnessing the beauty before them, dared not make a move, well aware of the consequences from the lessons learned with Cui Xiao. Suddenly, Lin Luo spotted a woman amidst the crowd, beautiful yet enigmatic. Despite her striking presence, there was an air about her that made one easily forget her. Her wine-red hair cascaded in soft waves, exuding an aura of languor and rebellion. Her expression was as frigid as ice. And beneath the dark eyeshadow, her long lashes concealed eyes that shone with a light that kept others at bay, yet hid a barely perceptible sorrow, deeply veiled by her cold demeanor, with a narrow, high bridge of a nose that conveyed both elegance and aloofness. Her lips were as blood-red as a rose, contrasting sharply with her pale complexion, clad in form-fitting brown leather pants adorned with tiny rhinestones and a sleek black leather jacket. Complemented by black knee-high boots, her figure was both sultry and alluring. Lin Luo found herself puzzled, wondering who this stunning woman could be. Although she had not paid much attention upon entering, she was certain she had never seen this individual before. At that moment, security personnel suddenly rushed in, whispering urgently into Han Tianxin's ear. Han Tianxin's expression shifted dramatically as she approached Lin Luo. Luo, that scoundrel Cui Xiao is dead. What? How could that be? Be cautious. I will immediately have the scene secured. Han Tianxin clapped her hands, prompting the crowd to disperse, encircling the area. That I have an announcement to make. Cui Xiao and his bodyguards are dead. The crowd erupted into chaos. Are we in danger? Have the assassins been captured? You are not in danger. The assassins have fled, and I regret to inform you that my people are powerless. Han Tianxin felt a headache brewing. For the deceased was the sole heir of the Cui family's third generation. Although the Han family had no fear of them, they were reluctant to provoke this local tyrant, especially with the assassins still at large and no clear explanation to provide to the Cui family. At the soiree, an unexpected tragedy unfolded with a death occurring amidst a gathering of distinguished individuals. Naturally, under the vigilant protection of their bodyguards, the guests hastily retreated. Soon, the villa was left with only the service staff, security personnel, and the duo of Han Tianxin and Lin Luo. After assisting Lin Luo to the door of the upstairs bedroom, Han Tianxin received a phone call and hurriedly departed, leaving Lin Luo to enter the room with a slight limp. She reclined upon the plush bed, gradually succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, Lin Luo glanced at the time. Noting it was just past 11, feeling somewhat unwell, she decided to take a refreshing bath, swiftly shedding her garments. Her skin, smooth as sheep's fat jade, and her long legs, accentuated by deep curves, left her almost breathless. Shaking her head to regain composure, she stepped into the bathtub and began to fill it with water. Suddenly, she felt a pair of icy hands tightening around her throat, the malevolent intent behind her sending chills down her spine. No, do not utter a sound. Otherwise, I shall kill you. The woman's voice, though tinged with weakness, exerted a firm grip around Lin Luo's neck, swiftly leaving crimson marks. I shall remain silent. But could you perhaps loosen your grip? Lin Luo gasped for air, her voice carrying a raspy quality. I may release you. But if you dare to make a single move, I will end your life. The woman relinquished her hold, her left hand pressed against her waist. Lin Luo gazed at her, realizing this was the alluring woman she had encountered in the hall earlier. What happened to you? The woman's wound at her waist began to seep blood, quickly staining her pants. Shall I assist you in treating that? Lin Luo ventured cautiously, to which the woman nodded, lowering her hand from her waist. Lin Luo carefully lifted the fabric of the woman's clothing, revealing a gaping red hole before her eyes. Even Lin Luo, in her ignorance, recognized it as a gunshot wound. Please, find me some alcohol swabs. Lin Luo nodded and turned to open the door, instantly feeling a rush of cool air envelop her. Oh no, I completely forgot I was undressed. How embarrassing in front of such a beautiful woman. Hastily, she grabbed a nearby towel to cover herself securely before searching for the alcohol swabs. Before long, Lin Luo had unfastened the woman's belt, revealing black lace-trimmed underwear and toned thighs. Lin Luo found herself momentarily captivated. Astonished by the woman's stunning physique, the woman's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she remained uncomfortable even in her unconscious state. Ouch, Lin Luo gasped, observing the wound as she gently dabbed it with the alcohol swabs. Despite its alarming appearance, the wound had surprisingly begun to scab over. Yet, this woman was undeniably exquisite, cold, alluring, and possessing an enviable figure, truly a remarkable beauty. Determined to capture a memento of this moment, Lin Luo retrieved her phone and began snapping pictures. All right, that's a wrap. Consider this my reward for saving you. Chapter 27. Rose early in the morning, Lin Luo was stirred from her slumber by a movement beside her. She vaguely recalled embracing something warm the previous night. Akin to being entwined with an octopus, the object beside her was large and voluptuous, exuding astonishing elasticity. However, in the next instant, Lin Luo felt a sharp, cold object pressed against her throat. Terrified, she opened her eyes wide, gazing innocently at the figure before her. Oh, you're awake. Put down the knife. Is this how you treat your savior? Was it you who rescued me last night? Indeed, who else could it be? If it were a man, he would have surely taken advantage of you. Lin Luo exclaimed in indignation. My name is Wei, a professional assassin. Even if you saved my life, I owe you nothing in return. Wei's voice was cold and clear, yet melodious. The fruit knife in her hand was cast aside, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Though the wound had scabbed, the recent exertion still caused her pain. You rest here. I shall fetch you some clothes and breakfast. Lin Luo urged her to lie on the nearby sofa, swiftly dressing and stepping outside. Lin Luo recalled that there was a restaurant downstairs. As soon as the manager saw her, he hurried over. Inquiring about her needs, he had received her photograph from Han Tianxin last night, ensuring all requests would be fulfilled. In no time, Lin Luo secured 2 breakfasts and an outfit. Before entering, she cautiously glanced around, quietly pushing the door open, only to find Wei completely unclad, her slender waist, ample bosom, and shapely hips fully revealed. Lin Luo's face flushed crimson as she averted her gaze, while Wei seemed unbothered, unwrapping the towel that had covered her wound and replacing it with the gauze she had found. Here is your breakfast, Lin Luo stammered, her cheeks still flushed, eliciting a soft chuckle from Wei as she handed her the clothes and proceeded to eat at the table nearby. Before long, Wei had dressed, circling around Lin Luo as if to flaunt something. She wore a pair of sleek black stiletto heels, fitted black leather attire that accentuated her well-proportioned figure without appearing frail. Coupled with her icy yet stunning visage, she was truly a vision of beauty. I'm leaving. Thank you for the clothes. Wei's voice finally held a hint of warmth. Wait, you haven't had your breakfast yet. The moment Lin Luo's words fell, the figure before her vanished, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. How am I supposed to find her now? After finishing her breakfast with a pout, Lin Luo descended the stairs, where a vehicle was already prepared. The villa was located in the suburbs, and it took over an hour for Lin Luo to arrive home. Although it lacked the opulence of the villa, it was still her cozy nest that a pang of hunger resonated within her. She couldn't blame herself. The breakfast had been delectable, but far too scant to satiate her. Feeling a bit of change in her pocket, she closed the door and decided to head to the soy milk shop on the adjacent street. Lin Luo. Is that you? By Lao Shi. By Yuran, clad in a white tracksuit and ultra-short shorts, her chest rising and falling with her movements. caused those around her to swallow hard. I'm out for a morning run. Are you joining? No. I'm heading across the street for breakfast. Then let us go together. Pouting slightly, her cheeks puffed adorably. Igniting endless imagination, Yuran crossed her legs, her long, fair thighs visible beneath the short shorts, captivating the attention of passers-by, including the staff. However, upon noticing Lin Luo beside her, they were rendered momentarily speechless, as if their souls had been stolen away. Lin Luo, you seem rather listless today. Yuran gently patted her head, noticing her lack of warmth. It's nothing. I'm just lost in thought, Lin Luo replied, her face reflecting a sense of disillusionment. If you have any problems, do feel free to share, Yuran said, gazing at her delicate features, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek. Teacher Bai, you're acting like a lovesick girl. Am I? Yes, indeed. Lin, be a good girl and let me kiss you again. No. Their playful banter drew the attention of the diners around them. Look at those two women. Wow, I've finally seen beauties who surpass those in pictures. Are they filming a movie? I have no idea. But that one in the super short shorts is simply breathtaking. How much would it cost to spend a night with her? What about the one in stockings? You should really take a closer look at the one next to her. She is an absolute national treasure. I caught a glimpse earlier, and my heart is still racing. What kind of eyes do you have? Your heart races at the sight of a pig. I still think the one in the short shorts is the best. Suddenly, the speaker paused. All right. You're right, he conceded, having noticed the stunning visage beneath the brim of her hat. Hey, why are you bleeding? Lin, let us go. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her, Yuran hastily finished her soy milk and pulled Lin Luo away. Don't go. Beautiful ladies, come play with us. A group of ruffians emerged, bearing a distinctly unsavory demeanor, one of whom attempted to get a bit too familiar with Lin Luo. What do you want? Yuran stepped back, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Luo. Naturally, we want to have some fun with you too, huh? I'm Brother Xiong's man. This area is under my control, so you'd best come along quietly. One of the ruffians, slightly hunched and swaggering, said to Yuran. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Suddenly, Yuran lunged forward, executing a swift shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. The other two thugs were caught off guard as she deftly took them down as well. Teacher Bai, I never knew you were this formidable, Lin Luo exclaimed, having never witnessed her in action before. Yuran dusted off her hands, saying, I'm not that impressive. I've just learned a few moves. The man on the ground groaned. Just wait until I call Brother Xiong. You're as good as dead. Yuran firmly placed her foot on his mouth, knocking out two of his front teeth. I'll be right here waiting. Her queenly demeanor was on full display, and the three thugs quickly realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Helping each other to leave, a nearby cobbler advised Yuran. Miss, you should leave quickly. Brother Xiong is not someone to take lightly. Yuran remained unfazed, her confidence unwavering that I can't stand those who bully women in public. Today, I'll teach him a lesson. Although Lin Luo admired Yuran's bravery, she discreetly dialed Han Tianxin. Big brother, it's them. They've injured second brother. Chapter 28. An imminent crisis. Brother Xiong felt unusually pleased today. Despite receiving a report from his underlings early in the morning that his brother had been attacked, he found solace in the fact that the assailants were two exceptionally beautiful women. Today has indeed been a day of unparalleled fortune, with one woman exuding alluring sensuality and the other radiating pure charm. Both are exquisite beauties. Brother Xiong contemplated this in his mind. His face betrayed a fierce demeanor. Which of you harmed my brother? He demanded. That I did, Yuran retorted coldly. Does your brother take pleasure in bullying women on the streets? Is there no law left in his eyes? Brother Xiong chuckled, a gleeful smile spreading across his face, realizing these two women were oblivious to their own identities. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Ask around. Who here does not know who Brother Xiong is? Yuran, truly unaware, rolled her eyes in disdain. You are merely a thug. What power do you possess? With that, she signaled her subordinates to seize Yuran and Lin Luo. However, Yuran moved with astonishing speed. And within a mere minute, all of Brother Xiong's men lay sprawled on the ground. This woman is formidable, Brother Xiong mused, realizing he had underestimated her. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat. He contemplated this. Yuran would not let him escape. True to her word of teaching him a lesson, she swiftly closed the distance to Brother Xiong's side, unleashing a barrage of blows that left his face swollen like a steamed bun. Poor Brother Xiong, aiming to retaliate, found his arms incapacitated by Yuran, and with a face resembling that of a pig, he fled in disgrace, disregarding his fallen subordinates. Get far away from me. If I see you again, I shall strike you. Lin Luo was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this supposed backing was the Chui family, who, due to their ongoing funeral, had no time to seek her out. This altercation with a thug inadvertently precipitated a significant crisis. Bai Yuran ordered 2 bags of soy milk, and together with Lin Luo, they walked to her apartment building, parting ways thereafter. Glancing at the date, Lin Luo felt a sense of foreboding. With less than half a month until the college entrance examinations, she had been idling away her time. Though she possessed an exceptional memory, it would still be prudent to delve into her studies. Thus, she spent the entire weekend immersed in a sea of books. On Monday morning, upon entering the classroom, Lin Luo overheard the girls discussing something animatedly. "Xiaolu, you can't possibly have developed feelings for Chu Jioga, can you?" one girl exclaimed in surprise. Although Chu Jioga had only recently joined, his handsome looks and wealth, coupled with his frequent organization of gatherings and thoughtful gifts for classmates, had captured the admiration of many young girls. "Xiaolu, Jioga is for everyone. You cannot monopolize him." The girl referred to as Xiaolu was Qin Xiaolu, who would have been the undisputed class beauty had Zhou Qingxi not been present, and of course, Lin Luo did not count. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Xiaolu retorted, "Oh, stop it. I'll tear your mouth apart. I knew it. I knew it. He he he." The girls playfully teased, their laughter ringing through the classroom. As Lin Luo entered, she was greeted by this lively scene, and she couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of life as she caught glimpses of youthful exuberance. When the class bell rang, an announcement suddenly echoed through the intercom. "Yay, wonderful, it's P.class. Finally. No more of that old man's hypnotic droning." At the sound of the announcement, the classroom of Class 6 erupted in excitement. Zhou Qingxi squeezed through the jubilant crowd. "Lin Luo, let's go together," as the crowd of students erupted in a cacophony of excitement. They made their way out of the classroom and headed toward the gymnasium. Meanwhile, a group of boys was vigorously racing across the basketball court, their impressive shots eliciting gasps of admiration from an audience of girls. Today, however, our dark horse prince, Healy, was conspicuously absent. "Indeed, I was hoping to witness one of his spectacular dunks," murmured one girl. "Rumor has it that his left hand was fractured by a certain strong girl at school, and he is currently recuperating." "Oh no, my poorly girl." Lin Luo, who had intended to gather some gossip, immediately recognized that the mention of a strong girl and a fracture signified her own predicament. "Lin Luo, don't you enjoy watching basketball?" asked Luo Qingxi, who had followed her to a corner where she sat on a cushion. "What is there to see? Is there beauty? No. Wait, I can't even understand it." Lin Luo replied nonchalantly. Indeed, in her eyes, the boys from her class displayed such lackluster skills that they failed to capture her interest. "You sit here for a bit. I'll go to the vending machine and grab a couple of bottles of water." "What would you like?" Luo Qingxi inquired, rising to her feet. "A cola, please." "Thank you." Lin Luo accepted without hesitation. Just then, Chu Jioga, who had also been watching the game, approached. "Lin Luo, come play basketball with us." His gentle smile left the nearby girls in awe. He was usually so cold and aloof, yet here he was, exuding charm with his smile. "No thanks. Keep your distance." Lin Luo waved him off, instinctively recoiling. When have we ever been on friendly terms? Nearby, Qin Xiaolu could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, admonishing, "Chu, you've never actively invited anyone before." "Lin Luo, don't be so ungrateful." Lin Luo shrugged indifferently, while Qin Xiaolu appeared quite furious. "You." At that moment, the basketball team had finished their game, and He Li's younger brother, He Ming, having heard that his brother's hand had been broken by someone from the third-year Class 6, approached them to inquire about the situation. "Who is Lin Luo?" He Ming boldly inquired, clearly looking for trouble. Qin Xiaolu, sensing his intentions, pointed directly at Lin Luo. "That's her. You are Lin Luo." He Ming towered at over 6 feet, and Lin Luo felt as though he was speaking down to her through his nostrils. "Yes, that's me. What do you want?" "I am He Li's younger brother. So, you are the one who broke my brother's hand." Lin Luo finally understood his purpose. He had come seeking confrontation. "Yes, it was me. But it was an accident, and I apologized afterward." She responded candidly. "Apologies are meaningless. What do we need the police for?" He Ming shouted. "And what do you propose? You can either pay compensation or face me in a basketball match. If you win, we'll consider the matter settled, and my family won't pursue it further. If you lose, you will comply with my demands." He Ming's arrogant demeanor provoked discontent among the onlookers. The captain of the school basketball team challenging an ordinary student to a game felt inherently unjust, especially given Lin Luo's petite and delicate appearance, which only intensified the indignation. Lin Luo did not falter. She raised her gaze to meet his, gently uttering a single word. Good. Chapter 29. The basketball match between two Lin Luo. Has something happened? It's nothing, just a basketball match with him, is what Qingxi felt perplexed. He Ming was the captain of the school basketball team, so why would he challenge Lin Luo to a game? At that moment, Qin Xiaolu, standing nearby, feigned casualness as she interjected. Lin Luo injured his older brother. So if he loses, he'll be at their mercy. So Qingxi was taken aback. How could Lin Luo have hurt He Li? Moreover, given his slight and delicate stature, how could he possibly compete? The atmosphere on the court was charged with excitement as Lin Luo and He Ming stood on the playground. Surrounded by members of the basketball team and classmates from the third year, Class 6, forming a circle around them. Wait a moment, is what Qingxi suddenly called out, swiftly removing her sneakers and handing them to Lin Luo. Right, my shoes are indeed unsuitable for sports. Just standing on this scorching plastic surface is unbearable. Thank you. Lin Luo approached, and the two nonchalantly settled on the steps of the stands, exchanging their shoes. The students from Class 6 were momentarily taken aback. Was this really the aloof and graceful class monitor? When did she become so close to Lin Luo that they could swap shoes? As Lin Luo slowly peeled off her shoes, her elegant foot shape and perfect arch were revealed. Although both girls wore socks, their feet displayed a delicate beauty, fair and petite, glimmering under the sunlight like white jade. Wow, Lin Luo, I didn't expect your feet to be so small. You actually fit into my shoes. Lin Luo scratched her head in mild embarrassment, but I didn't expect it either. Are you all set yet? Everyone's been waiting for you for ages, He Ming urged impatiently. All right. Lin Luo replied as she walked towards the center of the basketball court, with Zhuo Qingxi silently cheering her on from the sidelines. After bouncing on the spot a couple of times, she signaled that they could commence. That He Ming took control of the ball first, dribbling it effortlessly as he advanced. He knew that even if Lin Luo possessed some skill, it was no match for his prowess. Lin Luo observed He Ming calmly. Since he was not making aggressive moves, she had no choice but to adopt a strong defensive stance. If he managed to breach her defenses and reach the basket, victory would be assured for him. Seizing the opportunity, she executed a nimble step forward and decisively intercepted the ball. Logically, He Ming should have performed a jump shot or attempted to maneuver around her. Yet he instead collided with Lin Luo, using the same motion. Oh no. If he made contact, Lin Luo's slight frame would surely send her flying. She swiftly sidestepped to evade the oncoming He Ming, allowing him to glide past her effortlessly and execute a stunning three-step layup. Despicable, she thought. That is how it's done. Next time, I'll knock her down. Deliberate fouling. This was against the rules, did you? The crowd gradually split into two factions. One side sympathized with Lin Luo's frail appearance, while the other consisted of He Ming's fans. Through this tactic, He Ming scored 6 points in quick succession. Zhuo Qingxi bit her lip and approached Lin Luo, whispering a few encouraging words. Instantly, Lin Luo felt invigorated, and as the match resumed, she transformed into a more agile and dynamic player, no longer merely a passive target. Dribbling with an agility that surpasses all expectations, Lin Luo possesses a physical prowess that even exceeds that of adult males, though she initially struggled to acclimate. As Lin Luo maneuvered the ball, He Ming closely adhered to her in an attempt to defend, but Lin Luo turned her back to him, cradling the ball at her chest. With a sudden lunge to the left, He Ming appeared to anticipate her move. Already positioned defensively to counter her, the spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. Is this for real? Just moments ago, Lin Luo seemed subdued, yet now she had transformed into a formidable force. What had Zhuo Qingxi imparted to her? It's merely a one-point game. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. He Ming smirked derisively at Lin Luo. The match continued, and He Ming took a daring jump shot, causing everyone to hold their breath. If that shot succeeded, Lin Luo would face defeat, especially since she had only recently scored 3 points, albeit impressively, showcasing her scoring streak. The basketball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, spinning around the rim twice before plummeting back to the court. That was a close call. Lin Luo broke into a cold sweat, realizing she had been momentarily outmaneuvered by He Ming's bold move. Yet, with the ball still in play, she seized her opportunity. Taking advantage of He Ming's momentary lapse in focus, she executed a swift spin, effortlessly gliding beneath the basket. 6 to 3.6 to 5.6 to 9. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Luo scored consecutively 9 times, utterly dominating He Ming. The once boisterous basketball court gradually fell into a hushed silence. Both players, now drenched in sweat, presented a striking contrast. Lin Luo's flushed complexion resembled that of a ripe apple. Inviting admiration. I must concede. Your grasp of basketball is impressive. I will give it my all. He Ming unusually complimented Lin Luo. Ignoring He Ming's words, Lin Luo continued her advance with the ball. Suddenly, she halted, her attention drawn to the overwhelming number of spectators surrounding the perimeter, many brandishing smartphones. Oh no, this has truly gone viral. If I win, you must honor your promise. Lin Luo's determination surged as she dribbled forward. Well, whether you can win remains to be seen. He Ming dismissed the stakes lightly. Even if he lost, what of it? Worst case scenario, his father would simply remove him from Donghai No. 1 high school. After all, this institution belonged to his family. With a sudden bending of her waist, Lin Luo lowered her center of gravity, nearly crouching, her back leg coiled with energy. Goodness, does anyone have paper? A few boys beneath the basket erupted with fervor. The move was simply too spectacular. A butterfly dancing through flowers, someone exclaimed. Such fluidity and motion, like flowing water. A nod to Kobe Bryant's signature style. Thud. The unmistakable sound of a dunk reverberated off the backboard. Astonishment swept through the crowd. In a stunning display, the seemingly delicate Lin Luo executed a slam dunk. The ball continued its descent freely, and the audience remained frozen in place. Lin Luo exhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling, hair tousled at her temples. This match had been no easy feat, yet she had persevered. Quite commendable. Perhaps I should engage in such competitions more often to maintain my figure. Zhuo Qingxi approached, tidying Lin Luo's hair. Thank you. Snap. The sound of a camera shutter captured the moment when the two stood face to face, as Zhuo Qingxi tenderly brushed Lin Luo's disheveled hair. And then, they were suddenly pursued by a joint attack. Delete it, Lin Luo exclaimed. Chapter 30. The onslaught arrives the next day. Whenever others inquired about what Zhuo Qingxi had said to Lin Luo, she would always stammer and refuse to divulge, while Lin Luo wore a proud expression that left Zhuo Qingxi's cheeks flushed. In truth, the words exchanged between them were, if you win, I will kiss you once. After Lin Luo triumphed over He Ming, the two stealthily slipped to the back of the teaching building while the crowd was distracted. Lin Luo embraced the blushing Zhuo Qingxi, and with a soft sigh, they gradually forgot everything around them. With only 10 days remaining until the college entrance examination, both teachers and students were in a frenzy, and Lin Luo was no exception. Coincidentally, these days coincided with her menstrual cycle, leaving her spirits somewhat diminished. Recently, Han Tianxin had also been seldom at home, forcing Lin Luo to resort to takeout for meals. That moment, in a high-rise landmark building in Donghai City, a middle-aged man in his 40s stood before a transparent floor-to-ceiling window. While the people behind him kept their heads bowed. Is Feng'er's funeral prepared? The man's voice, laced with fatigue, broke the silence. The person behind him nodded in response. Everything is ready, Mr. Tian. Who is that girl? Have you found out? The girl brought by Han Tianxin is named Lin Luo. She is merely her neighbor and does not belong to any prominent local family. Currently, she is attending Donghai No. 1 high school, with her parents often away and lacking any notable lineage. Capture her. You know what to do. I want her to endure humiliation before accompanying my Feng'er in death. As the man stomped his foot, the upper half of the building trembled, the tiles on the floor already shattered into a web-like pattern, with even the bricks inside reduced to dust. The person behind him bowed slightly and replied, understood, before turning to leave. The summer sun blazed mercilessly. Even the classroom fans only circulated hot as sweat trickled down. The girls' curvaceous figures became increasingly apparent. However, recently, Lin Luo had noticed an itch at her chest, as if there was a slight swelling. Indeed, the next day she discovered the third punishment of the little demon. The host's chest would begin to develop if it were possible to smash the system. Lin Luo would not only break it but also use a hammer to reduce it to parts. Consequently, even in the sweltering heat, she chose to wear clothing that offered ample coverage. The bell signaling the end of class rang. And as Lin Luo felt her skin nearing a heat rash, she pulled Zhuo Qingxi and dashed toward a nearby store. With Wu Xiaonan trailing behind them, in the oppressive heat, the only relief came from the popsicle in her hand, which Lin Luo delightedly licked in small bites, resembling a cute little kitten, exuding an irresistible charm. Zhuo Qingxi smiled fondly at her, while Wu Xiaonan, understanding the moment, discreetly distanced himself. That moment, the door of a long-parked black Passat swung open, and 4 or 5 burly men clad in black, wielding plastic clubs, rushed out. They glanced at Lin Luo and Zhuo Qingxi, then forcefully shoved Zhuo Qingxi aside in an attempt to seize Lin Luo. Yet, Lin Luo would not simply submit. Though unaware of their intentions, it was clear they harbored ill will. In a fleeting moment, the little demon seized control of the body, after more than a month of rigorous training. Lin Luo's physical coordination had reached an exceptional level. Although the little demon could only emerge once a day, it did not inflict harm upon the body. The instant the little demon appeared, with cascading silver hair and golden vertical pupils, exuding an aura reminiscent of ice and snow, Zhuo Qingxi beside her felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness, though the group was somewhat taken aback. They did not underestimate the situation. The foremost individual suddenly lunged towards Lin Luo. She remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to his movement. Just as his fist was about to strike her, Lin Luo finally responded. She deftly stepped back with her right foot, gracefully sidestepping the man's thunderous punch. However, the assailant was no slouch. Upon seeing Lin Luo evade, his left hand launched another attack. Yet, Lin Luo effortlessly dodged once more, then turned, her silver hair billowing like a flurry of sharp blades, leaving the man's face marred with gashes, some even taking a sliver of flesh, causing him to kneel in agony. The individuals behind exchanged glances, gradually encircling Lin Luo, then simultaneously launched an assault. The wind from their punches howled, stinging their faces. Nevertheless, Lin Luo remained impassive, choosing not to turn but instead to thrust her back forcefully against the attackers. It was akin to the Taizhan Cow move from Baguazhang. Although Lin Luo had never practiced it, many at the boxing gym had demonstrated this fundamental technique, which the little demon could memorize with a mere glance. The target of Lin Luo's attack was the weakest among them. In his haste, he failed to alter his approach, but his hands were already directed at Lin Luo, desperately attempting to withdraw them for defense. Yet it was too late. Lin Luo's strike harnessed a substantial 80% of her strength. The impact was so tremendous that it far exceeded his expectations. With a resounding crash, Lin Luo's shoulder collided fiercely with his chest. Although he attempted to shield himself with his hands, mitigating some of the force, Lin Luo's might was overwhelming, sending him hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo slipped out of the encirclement. The remaining three exchanged startled glances, astonished that such a seemingly delicate girl possessed such immense strength and mastery of martial arts. Information that had not been documented. You will regret your actions today, Lin Luo declared coldly. The three remaining individuals, undeterred by her warning, charged at Lin Luo, prepared for a brute confrontation. Lin Luo sprang into action. Her movements were lightning fast, and within a mere minute, she had dispatched all three adversaries. Do not attempt to stop me again, or I shall show no mercy. The fallen men nodded vigorously, signaling their reluctance to continue. It was only then that the little demon gradually receded, returning control to Lin Luo. Before long, the striking silver hair and golden pupils transformed back into black hair and black eyes. Zhuo Qingxi gazed at Lin Luo with a glint of inexplicable admiration, silently pondering the multitude of secrets she might still possess. Lin Luo, observing the incapacitated figures on the ground, wore an expression of displeasure and swiftly pulled Zhuo Qingxi away. In the spacious hospital room, several burly men knelt with their heads bowed. Some had their arms bound, others were swathed in bandages, and a few bore bruises and contusions. Yet, despite their injuries, they remained on their knees. Remorse evident. We're sorry, boss. We messed up. We never anticipated that little girl would be so formidable. The individual they referred to as the boss is none other than the man who previously stood behind the middle-aged gentleman, utterly useless. A collective of incompetence, unable to even handle a mere student. What purpose does it serve for me to support you? The boss appeared somewhat exasperated, yet he was well aware of their capabilities. Among them, the one who sustained a fracture was a former Special Forces operative who had flawlessly completed previous missions, indicating that this girl was indeed formidable. Very well. You shall focus on your recovery for now. I must take my leave. The boss turned and exited the hospital room, making his way to a secluded area of the corridor where he dialed a number. Tianzong. The wolf squad has failed. The so-called Tianzong was none other than Cui Tian, the father of Cui Xiao in the underworld. His name resonates with authority. Cui Tian, born of a criminal background, is the undisputed ruler of the underground in Donghai City. Following his reformation, he established a company. Yet even the underworld figures dare not provoke him. Am I merely funding your incompetence? You can't even manage such trivial matters. Perhaps you should all consider self-destruction. Cui Tian's voice brimmed with anger. The boss hastily replied. That girl possesses extraordinary skills. Even the captain of the wolf squad was unable to defeat her. Should we consult old Zhou? The captain could not prevail? It seems she indeed possesses considerable prowess. I shall give your words due consideration. The boss tucked his phone away and exited the hospital, where the weather had gradually become dark and stifling. Chapter 31. Lin Luo goes missing. Upon arriving home that evening, Lin Luo found Han Tianxin slumped wearily on the sofa. What have you been busy with lately? Upon hearing this, Han Tianxin's expression shifted to one of despondency. My father said that if I do not wish to marry early, I must independently manage a company and achieve certain results. The demanding workload left the previously idle Han Tianxin with a throbbing headache. Just then, Lin Luo's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number that inexplicably filled her with unease. Hello, a middle-aged man's voice came through the line. May I speak with Lin Luo? Yes, that's me. We are from the embassy. And I regret to inform you that your parents have gone missing, that we have contacted the local authorities, but they have yet to be located. Her astonishment. What's the matter, Luo? Han Tianxin observed Lin Luo's dazed demeanor. Oblivious to the fact that she had dropped the phone from her hand, my parents are missing. How could uncle and auntie possibly go missing? Although Han Tianxin had only seen them in photographs, it was evident that they were a happy family. I don't know what to do now, Lin Luo said helplessly, squatting on the floor and vigorously rubbing her hair. Don't panic. Let me help you find out more. All right, trust that uncle and auntie will be fine. Han Tianxin pulled out her phone and called Li Feng. Upon hearing the news, Li Feng immediately set off for America. You should rest. I'll prepare something for you to eat. Han Tianxin gently kissed Lin Luo's forehead. The following morning, Lin Luo awoke looking disheveled and, having skipped breakfast, hurried off to school. Last night, old Zhou, Cui Tian respectfully addressed a lean old man, whose skin was dark and who bore the weight of years with a stooped back. Yet, his hands were as delicate and fair as those of a youth. Xiao Tian, it has been quite some time since we last met. What brings you to seek the old man today? Zhou Lao's jovial demeanor resembled that of a kindly neighborly grandfather. I wish to request your assistance in capturing an individual. Cui Tian hesitated, for his position only granted him authority over one of the 4 wolf squads. While Zhou Lao held the rank of a pack leader, ordinarily, he would not possess the power to command him. However, their close personal relationship suggested that such a minor request would likely be granted. Is it that the wolf squad is unable to handle this matter? Zhou Lao inquired. They are all injured, Cui Tian replied. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Zhou Lao's murky eyes. The target possesses considerable skill. One of the wolf squad members was even injured by her using Baji Quan. Cui Tian intentionally divulged this information, aware of Zhou Lao's strong animosity towards practitioners of Baji Quan. Indeed, at the mention of Baji Quan, a palpable tension enveloped Zhou Lao. Speak. Who is this person? What is the issue? I assure you, this task will be handled by me. Her name is Lin Luo. My son merely invited her to dance at a ball, but accidentally twisted her ankle. Oh my dismay. This wretched woman has hired an assassin to kill my son. I cannot rest until this vendetta is avenged. Does she possess martial prowess? Indeed. What is her level of cultivation? Early stage of Ming Jin. Very well. Inform me of her whereabouts. Come here tomorrow afternoon, and I shall ensure she is captured. With that, Zhou Lao turned away, gesturing for Cui Tian to leave. Thank you, Zhou Lao. As Cui Tian reached the door, he spat disdainfully. What airs does this old man put on? If it weren't for the watchful eyes upon me, I would resolve this matter myself without lowering my head to beg for your help. Cursing under his breath, he boarded his vehicle. Meanwhile, Lin Luo felt a sense of unease creeping over her, as if foreboding events were on the horizon, assuming it was merely due to her parents' disappearance. She dismissed the feeling. Upon the noon dismissal from school, her hunger, exacerbated by skipping breakfast, propelled Lin Luo forward with remarkable speed, even surpassing several runners from the school track team. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared around the corner, and she was unable to halt her momentum, resulting in her tumbling to the ground, her unfortunate posterior taking the brunt of the fall. Why don't you watch where you're going? She exclaimed, wincing in pain. Zhou Lao, embodying the persona of a neighborly elder, elicited little suspicion from Lin Luo. My apologies, young student, he replied with a warm smile, sheepishly scratching his head. No harm done, sir. Are you all right? Lin Luo's irritation dissipated upon hearing his apology, though a nagging thought crossed her mind. What if this old man attempted to extort her? With only a meager allowance left for the month, she would be left with no recourse. No need to worry. Lin Luo reassured him, nodding as she prepared to leave. However, Zhou Lao's expression suddenly shifted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he struck with both fists. Lin Luo felt a chill race down her spine. Instinctively lowering her head, the once amiable old man now bore a fierce countenance, as if intent on taking her life. Without hesitation, she prepared to call upon Xiao Yao for assistance today as soon as she uttered a single word. A wave of dizziness swept over her, causing her to collapse limply to the ground. Old Zhou removed a slender silver needle, gleaming faintly, from her neck. It turned out that his feigned attack was merely a ruse. While the true weapon was concealed, Lin Luo, lacking any battle experience, suffered a significant setback. After extracting the needle, Old Zhou deftly incapacitated Lin Luo's limbs, leaving her to dangle like a lifeless sponge over his shoulder. Despite his advanced age and diminished capabilities, he could not help but inhale deeply, captivated by Lin Luo's exquisite beauty, her delicate form, and the subtle fragrance of roses that enveloped her. He began to understand why Cui Feng felt compelled to toy with the young lady. Were he 20 years younger, he would certainly have made an attempt to pursue her. If Lin Luo were to fathom his thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff, for at 20 years younger, he would still be a man in his 40s. The school bell rang, and all students gathered in the classroom, save for Lin Luo, who was conspicuously absent. The teacher, suspecting that Lin Luo had skipped class, promptly contacted the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher then inquired at the security office, only to discover through surveillance that she had not exited the school grounds. Normally, a well-behaved student like Lin Luo would not simply miss class without a word. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck the homeroom teacher. Could she have been kidnapped? Startled by the idea, the teacher immediately reported the situation to the police and reached out to Han Tuanqing, as Qingxi's father was the chief of police and had just received the report. Upon hearing that a student from Donghai No. 1 High School was missing and possibly kidnapped, especially one named Lin Luo, he knew he had to act swiftly. His own son-in-law was in peril. Without hesitation, he dispatched his subordinates to the scene. Instantly, the underworld and law enforcement of Donghai City sprang into action. Chapter 32. Han Sun had been Lin Luo's childhood friend, but after a family crisis, the once promising student had fallen into the ranks of troublemakers, earning a reputation as a delinquent in the eyes of his teachers. He had distanced himself from Lin Luo, choosing to associate with those of ill repute, engaging in fights, smoking, and drinking. Nevertheless, Han Sun maintained a personal code. He would never resort to theft or robbery. Despite his circumstances, he often found himself bullied within his new social circle, yet he still fought fiercely against his adversaries. Each time Lin Luo saw him battered and bruised, she remained silent, opting instead to quietly purchase band-aids, gauze, and medicinal alcohol to tend to his wounds. However, Han Sun would always scowl and tell her to go away, only to later apply the ointment she had provided, whispering to himself, "I am not worthy of your friendship in my current state. I hope you will not seek me out again." One afternoon, Han Sun suddenly felt an unsettling discomfort in his stomach and requested to use the restroom. The teacher barely acknowledged him, nodding for him to hurry along. Much better. After washing his hands and preparing to leave, he heard a commotion. Someone had collapsed. From a distance, he spotted a strikingly beautiful girl on the ground, rubbing her backside, while an elderly man looked on with an expression of regret. How dull, he thought, ready to leave when he suddenly witnessed the old man attack the girl, groping her as he did so. What might transpire when a lecherous old man knocks out a beautiful young lady? Such a scenario is utterly intolerable. Just as he was about to intervene, the lecherous old man swiftly carried the girl to the side of the fence, glanced around to ensure there were no cameras, and with a sudden leap, he vaulted over it. Han Sun could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief as he witnessed an elderly man, while hoisting a girl, effortlessly clear a barrier over 2 meters high. Although astonished, he quickly regained his composure and decided to investigate what the girl had left behind. Here lies a student ID. Upon unfolding the card, he noted it belonged to class 6 of the 3rd year. Lin Luo. Lin Luo. How could this be? Setting aside his thoughts, he realized that if it truly was Lin Luo, she was in grave danger. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself forward, leaping off the ground to grasp the iron railing, executing a clean flip over it and landing steadily on the other side. Yet, the figure of the old man had vanished without a trace. However, there was but one path beyond the wall, and Han Sun dashed forward, reaching a junction bustling with activity. Panic surged within him as he spotted a familiar face. Someone patted him on the shoulder. "What's the rush, Sun? Are you in a hurry to book a room?" "Haha." The one who spoke was Ah Guang, one of his acquaintances from the underworld. Have you seen an old man carrying a girl? Tell me. Han Sun, drenched in sweat, looked at Ah Guang with urgency. Oh, I did see her, quite a pretty girl, if I may say, Ah Guang replied, seemingly oblivious to Han Sun's distress, still chuckling. Which way did the old man go? Han Sun pressed, and Ah Guang pointed to the right path. Expressing his gratitude, Han Sun hurriedly pursued. Lin Luo, please be safe. Soon, the appointed hour arrived. Quite punctual indeed. Zhou Lao chuckled as he set down his tea. Cui Tian gestured for the individuals behind him to present a black briefcase to Zhou Lao. Here is 1 million. A small token of my appreciation. Cui Tian smiled that I've delivered the person to you. She is in the room. Feel free to see for yourself. Zhou Lao leisurely took the briefcase and exited the courtyard. Bound to the bed, Lin Luo remained unconscious, securely tied up with a cloth stuffed in her mouth. As Cui Tian observed her, the fury that once consumed him gradually dissipated, and he suddenly understood why Cui Yun had sought her out instead of other beautiful girls. Her dark, tousled hair shimmered under the moonlight, with a few strands delicately draping over her serene face, as if veiled by sheer fabric, enhancing her allure. Her tied hands nestled against her chest, gracefully cascading downwards. Her slightly parted lips, thick eyelashes, and rosy cheeks ignited a cascade of fantasies within him. Bound in a crescent shape, she resembled a fallen angel, or perhaps a little girl yearning for safety. Her long, glossy legs evoked an irresistible desire to caress them. Bathed in the evening sunlight, her silhouette was captivatingly enchanting, exuding an allure that was utterly irresistible. Then, a peculiar thought flickered in his mind. Among all the women he had encountered over the years, he had never before encountered such an exquisite and enchanting beauty. How about claiming this girl for oneself? Never mind. How could I entertain such thoughts? I should wake her up first. He commanded his subordinates to splash her with cold water, and Lin Luo jolted awake with a sudden shiver. By the way, where is that old man, with a seemingly kind demeanor? He secretly resorts to underhanded tactics. If I catch sight of him, I shall hang him up and give him a thorough beating. Humph. You are awake, Cui Tian said with a cold snort. Where is this? Why have you bound me? Let me make it clear. I have no money, Cui Tian replied icily. It appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. My son Cui Yun is dead. Uncle, what does your son Cui Yun's death have to do with me? If it were not for your sprained ankle and the butler of Chu Jioga injuring my son's bodyguard, would his death have occurred? Hey, uncle, now that is utterly unreasonable. Lin Luo struggled against the ropes binding her, finding them tightly secured with no give. She couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. Some matters always demand a price. And as a woman, you ought to comprehend what is about to unfold. Cui Tian stepped before her, pressing several points on her body with his hands, causing a wave of fatigue and weakness to wash over her. His subordinates loosened the ropes around Lin Luo, yet even freed, she merely slumped onto the bed. Little demon, hurry and wake me up. I'm about to lose my virtue. Hearing Lin Luo's cry for help, the little demon immediately descended into her consciousness. Lin Luo's hair gradually transformed, growing longer and turning white, her eyes and aura shifting as well, all witnessed by Cui Tian. Could this be the legendary dual souls in one body? Lin Luo felt a surge of panic and hurriedly delved into her mind. The little demon bowed her head, enveloped in a layer of gray, while a pillar behind her bore the inscription, remaining time for pulse interruption, 1 hour. It's over. This time, it's truly over. My last trump card has failed. Am I really destined to be? Cui Tian, with a cold smile, seized Lin Luo by the neck and lifted her. The sensation of oxygen deprivation and suffocation began to envelop her. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? I dare say even the gods cannot save you today. As he tightened his grip around her neck, dark bruises began to appear on Lin Luo's fair skin. Cough. Help me. Lin Luo grasped at Cui Tian's hand, attempting to pry it away, but it remained immovable, and gradually she lost consciousness. Perhaps it would be akin to being taken by a dog. At least I would not have to face the awakening. This was the lamentation of Lin Luo before her consciousness faded. Chapter 33, Virtue Lost. Hansen soon came to a halt. The path ahead narrowed increasingly. Just moments ago, he had attempted to inquire with nearby shop staff about reviewing the surveillance footage. However, who would bother to show a student such things? They paid him no mind, leaving Han's son to wander aimlessly based on instinct. That moment, he felt a tug on his pant leg. A yellow stray dog wagged its tail, barking twice before sitting down obediently. To Huang. Oh, is this not the stray dog I often feed? Smiling, he reached down to pat De Huang's head and the dog eagerly positioned itself on all fours, allowing Han Sun to stroke it. Indeed, have others not remarked upon the remarkable sensitivity of a dog's nose? This method of searching may not yield results, but with a heart full of hope, Hansen waved the student ID, still carrying the scent of Lin Luo, before the nose of De Huang. De Huang. He implored earnestly, I beseech you to assist me in locating my dearest friend. If you can comprehend my words, you must help me find her. With renewed optimism, Hansen disregarded his fatigue and hastened to follow. Meanwhile, Lin Luo had been placed in a neighboring room by Cui Tian's subordinates. Cui Tian sauntered into the room and took a seat on a chair beside the bed. Lin Luo was left clad only in a pair of sheer white undergarments, a delicate blanket draped over her upper body. Her exquisite visage, slender collarbones, long legs, and rosy feet, paired with the remnants of tears adorning her face, evoked an overwhelming urge to cradle her tenderly. Suddenly, as if sensing an unseen presence, Lin Luo furrowed her brow and turned onto her side, nearly facing Cui Tian, with breaths as gentle as orchids. Cui Tian detected the subtle rhythm of Lin Luo's breathing. Her body curled like an injured kitten, stirring a deep sense of compassion within him. Instinctively, he brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, and a captivating fragrance wafted towards him, causing his previously placid heart to flutter. Inexplicably, a feeling of relief blossomed within Cui Tian's heart, realizing that this extraordinary beauty was soon to be his. Channeling his inner energy, he struck her chest with a single palm. In her unconscious state, Lin Luo felt the blood within her begin to boil, coursing in dual directions, enveloping her entire being in a rosy hue. Unable to resist awakening, she found herself confronted with the sight of Cui Tian disrobing, while her own clothing had vanished without a trace. You are awake, since you have brought about the demise of my son. I have decided to enact a different form of punishment upon you. Let us create another, Cui Tian proclaimed with a shameless grin, his face alight with depravity. Lin Luo sensed a gradual warmth enveloping her body, rendering her soft and pliable like a sponge, even in the most intimate of areas, eliciting peculiar sensations. Clutching the thin blanket in her hands, she curled tightly into herself, her delicate features streaked with tears, resembling a wounded angel. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt a surge of emotion erupting within her, her cherry lips parting as if exhaling pink vapor, accompanied by short, hurried breaths and a chorus of gasps. What have you done to me? Lin Luo's heart cried out in fury, yet her words transformed into soft moans, her body glistening with perspiration. I have done nothing but bestow upon you my blood ignition palm. Cui Tian chuckled brazenly. This martial technique was long thought lost, yet through my modifications and diminutions, any virtuous maiden who falls beneath my hand cannot withstand it. They must obediently plead with me, and there are no adverse repercussions thereafter. Come now, tonight, you shall truly savor the joys of womanhood. Please, no. Lin Luo grasped the blanket as her final line of defense, but how could she withstand Cui Tian's onslaught? With a resounding tear, her last vestige of protection was ripped away. Even the final layer of protection has been stripped away. Lin Luo instinctively clutched her chest, her upper body laid bare for all to see, her delicate collarbone, the modest contours of her breasts, and her flat abdomen ignited an undeniable surge of desire. Suddenly, a cacophony of fighting erupted outside. Lin Luo. It's Han Sun. Are you in there? Han Sun was fervently obstructed by two bodyguards, while De Huang barked ferociously at the duo from the sidelines. Seizing what felt like the last straw in her life, Lin Luo hastily called out to the window, Hansen, save me. Cui Tian, however, swiftly muffled Lin Luo's cries, dismissing the commotion outside, confident that his subordinates could handle the situation. He began to caress Lin Luo's smooth, alluring skin, while she, weakened from earlier, lacked the strength to resist, leaving her fair skin exposed in large swathes. Yet, at the very moment Cui Tian's fingers grazed Lin Luo, the sealed spirit within her began to unleash a fervent assault against its confinement. Energy, being a form of power, could indeed be absorbed. Lin Luo felt as if she were engulfed in flames. While Cui Tian remained as frigid as ice, she was irresistibly drawn towards him, yet clung desperately to her last shred of rationality. Cui Tian, unperturbed, observed Lin Luo's internal struggle with detached interest. Meanwhile, Han Sun was in a frenzy. He unleashed a punch that connected squarely with the face of the bodyguard at the door, instantly sending one of his front teeth flying. Witnessing this, others joined the fray, emboldened by Han Sun's aggression. While Han Sun's skills were adequate for dealing with street thugs, they paled in comparison to those of professional bodyguards. De Huang, sensing the escalating danger, bit down fiercely on one assailant's hand, tearing at it with savage ferocity. "Where did this mad dog come from? Kill it!" cried the injured man, his left hand a gruesome mess that sent shivers down onlookers' spines. As De Huang wrestled with the attackers, Han Sen, bloodied and battered, seized the opportunity to grab a brick from the corner. Those nearby continued to rain blows upon De Huang, whose nose bled profusely, yet he steadfastly clung to his victim's hand. Han Sen, incensed by the scene, swung the brick with all his might, striking the assailant who had been most brutal towards De Huang, rendering him unconscious. Under normal circumstances, Han Sen would have fretted over the consequences of taking a life. But in this moment, such concerns were far from his mind, and no matter how skilled your fists and feet, can they withstand the weight of my brick? He struck, kicked, and smashed, determined to obliterate his foes. In this fray, Han Sen's unrefined fighting style overwhelmed the attackers, who struggled to withstand his onslaught. Despite his own grievous injuries, he continued to fell each adversary one by one, but De Huang lay nearby, blood dripping from his mouth and nose, breathing shallowly. Han Sen knelt beside him, gently stroking his head, forcing a smile as he said, "You've done remarkably well. I hope in your next life, you find a kind master." With those words, he softly closed De Huang's eyes. Unable to contain his tears, despite the pain he had endured, he had never shed a single tear until now. Chapter 34. A helping hand now that you've entered. "There is no need for you to leave. What have you done to her?" Han Sen shouted furiously at Cui Tian. As of now, nothing. But what I intend to do shortly remains uncertain, Cui Tian replied, his arrogance further inciting Han Sen's ire. "Enough of this idle chatter. I have business to attend to." With a swift stride, Cui Tian charged towards Han Sen at an astonishing pace, his right hand clenched into a fist, aimed fiercely at Han Senator. Suddenly, Han Sen felt an involuntary prickle along his skin, a profound sense of impending doom surging from deep within his heart. Instinctively, he swung a brick towards Cui Tian's hand. But to his dismay, the once formidable weapon against his adversaries crumbled like parchment under Cui Tian's punch, landing heavily upon Han Sen's shoulder. A resounding crack echoed. Han Sen felt his entire left arm lose sensation, limply hanging by his side as excruciating pain coursed through him, prompting beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Nevertheless, he valiantly resisted the urge to collapse. "You are truly reckless," Cui Tian uttered coldly. Ignoring his injuries, Han Sen retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Cui Tian's face, which would surely mar his features if it connected. However, Cui Tian was far from vulnerable to such trivial assaults. Just as Han Sen's fist neared his nose, Cui Tian seized it with an iron grip, twisting it effortlessly to. Han Sen could no longer endure the agony, letting out a cry of torment as his right hand and arm contorted grotesquely. The sensation of his bones being wrenched apart drove him to the brink of madness. "Since you are in such pain, allow me to send you on your way," Cui Tian declared, striking towards the crown of Han Sen's head. With his arms incapacitated, Han Sen could only watch helplessly as the palm descended, utterly powerless to intervene. "Stop," an elderly voice interjected, causing Cui Tian to find his hand firmly grasped, unable to pull away despite his efforts. "Cui Tian, you are breaking the law. What of the dignity of our martial alliance?" The elder spoke calmly, as if Cui Tian's struggles posed no burden to him. "Shangwan too. I never anticipated it would be you," Cui Tian exclaimed, taken aback, for Shangwan too was notoriously averse to trouble. What could have brought him to monitor him? "Humph, were it not for me, you would surely have violated the code today." Shangwan too regarded Cui Tian with a disapproving glare. "Isn't he but an ordinary person? What right do you have to meddle?" Cui Tian retorted, feeling aggrieved. "Have you forgotten the constraints of years past? Or do you dismiss those edicts as inconsequential?" Shangwan too scoffed, choosing to ignore Cui Tian henceforth and attending to Han Sen's injuries. Why now? Han Sen had succumbed to unconsciousness from the intense agony. "You really are ruthless," the elder remarked, taken aback by the severity of Han Sen's injuries. Already suffering multiple fractures, Han Sen's arm had become twisted, yet he had managed to hold on until Shangwan tu's arrival. With a few precise taps, Shangwan tu temporarily numbed Han Sen's pain receptors and staunched the bleeding. He had observed Han Sen's earlier display of unwavering resolve and fearless courage, coupled with a fierce spirit rarely found in ordinary folk. A promising prospect indeed. Having casually assessed him before, Shangwan too recognized Han Sen as a prime candidate for cultivation. Even if his aptitude were slightly lacking, such qualities could still lead him to remarkable achievements. Shangwan too felt a surge of joy within. although Han Sen's injuries would likely render him disabled even in a major hospital. They were not insurmountable for practitioners like themselves. Cui Tian, witnessing the pills the elder administered to Han Sen, felt an overwhelming urge to snatch them away and consume them himself. In today's world, the raw materials for such elixirs were nearly extinct. One pill could easily be worth hundreds of millions. After a considerable struggle to stabilize his injuries, Shangguan Tu wiped the sweat from his brow. Feeling utterly exhausted, he cast a glance at Lin Luo. Unable to resist the allure of her beauty, even Zhao Qinxue, the universally acknowledged first beauty of the martial alliance, would likely find herself in a close contest with her. Shangguan Tu rose and approached Lin Luo, who was still softly moaning. Suddenly, Cui Tian appeared flustered, exclaiming, "You cannot take her away." It was evident that the man lying on the ground had come to her rescue. Shangguan Tu intended to take him as his disciple, and thus, this woman would naturally become the wife of his apprentice. "If I save her, you dare to stop me?" Cui Tian's face fluctuated between red and pale. He had not anticipated that Shangguan Tu would seek to accept that student as a disciple. His status within the martial alliance was exceedingly high, and one could only imagine how many sought to become his pupil. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of an elderly man in a Taoist robe, gazing at him with a benevolent expression, while he himself was completely unclothed. Without a moment's thought, he delivered a slap, resounding with a loud crack. Cui Tian, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter. The renowned Shangguan Tu had just been slapped by a young girl. Not only Cui Tian, but even Shangguan Tu himself was taken aback. Feeling a wave of frustration wash over him, Lin Luo, still trembling with fear, hastily covered her vital parts with a tattered quilt, wrapping her arms around her legs, exposing only her wide-eyed gaze, reminiscent of a frightened little rabbit. "Little girl, do not be afraid. You are safe now," Shangguan Tu spoke soothingly upon witnessing her distress. Lin Luo glanced at Cui Tian behind her and instinctively recoiled further. Shangguan Tu mused that the young girl must have been left with a psychological scar. It would be best to take her outside first. After warning Cui Tian not to lay a finger on Lin Luo again, he stepped out to find her some clothing. Before long, he returned with a simple shirt and a pair of jeans for Lin Luo. Without a hint of courtesy, he grasped Cui Tian by the collar and dragged him out of the room. Once dressed, Lin Luo cautiously opened the door. Though her fear had lessened, the tear stains and red eyes on her face revealed that her heart was still in turmoil. "Little girl, what is your name?" "Lin Luo. Can you take him to the hospital? I feel it would be inappropriate for me to go." Lin Luo, noticing Han Sen lying on the ground, bloodied and unconscious, pressed her ear to his chest and felt the reassuring rhythm of his heartbeat. He was still alive. She gathered him into her arms, realizing that he had sustained such injuries while rescuing her. Although his condition had improved significantly, he still appeared gravely wounded. "You mustn't come to any harm." Lin Luo, too hurried to express her gratitude to the elderly man, prepared to carry Han Sen to the nearest hospital. "Wait." The old man pressed a note into Lin Luo's hand. "Once he awakens, have him call this number and mention my name. Shangguan Tuesday, you may take him to the hospital. After a few days of rest, he will be fine." With that, Shangguan Tu leaped away, disappearing without a trace. Lin Luo, undeterred by the events, focused solely on getting Han Sen the urgent medical attention he needed. Chapter 35, the stirring of spring hearts. Time passed, and eventually, Han Sen awoke to find himself in a hospital bed. Glancing out the window, he realized it was already nighttime, and through the glass, the stars twinkled in the sky. As I pondered how I found myself in the hospital, I realized that aside from the excruciating pain, my severe injuries had mostly healed. It was then that I noticed my hand was being gently pressed by something soft and small. That a glance revealed that it appeared to be a delicate female hand enveloping mine. Raising my gaze, I discovered it was Lin Luo. How did she end up here? Could it be that after I lost consciousness, she valiantly defeated the villains herself? A wave of guilt washed over me. I felt ashamed for being rescued instead of being the one to save others, especially given my current critical state and the subsequent necessity of taking a week off from school. I glanced at my phone. Although the screen had shattered during the struggle, I could still discern that it was already 11 in the evening. Lin Luo had stayed up late to accompany me, proving herself to be a truly caring friend. Wait a moment. A friend? Indeed, isn't Lin Luo a boy? How could he have been kidnapped and nearly assaulted? My mind struggled to comprehend the situation as I looked at Lin Luo, who had been so concerned for my well-being that a peculiar emotion blossomed within me, akin to the feelings one might harbor for a girlfriend or a sister, filled with warmth and affection that if Lin Luo were male, it would shatter the delicate fantasy I held in my heart. Yet, it seemed that Lin Luo was indeed a girl. Despite my disbelief, I found myself inexplicably happy. Moreover, the hospital room now housed only Lin Luo and me. To spare her from the chill of the night, I sought to avoid disturbing her. Thus, I mustered the strength to rise, enduring the pain as I gently lifted Lin Luo and placed her on another bed. Tucking her under the covers, the soft moonlight streamed in, casting a serene glow upon her flawless profile. In a moment of impulsivity, I leaned down and softly kissed her cheek. Back in my own bed, I observed Lin Luo on the adjacent cot. Why was she so light? Was it due to the rigorous academic schedule and poor eating habits during exam season? She seemed to have lost considerable weight, and her features were exquisitely delicate, her arms and legs slender and elongated. Once I fully recovered, I vowed to find an opportunity to express my gratitude to Lin Luo. It would be utterly remiss not to. Good night, Xiao Luo. Upon waking to the morning sunlight, Lin Luo gazed out the window, suddenly recalling that she needed to call Han Tianxin and her homeroom teacher. She explained the situation to Han Tianxin, but merely stated to her teacher that she had been kidnapped and was injured, thus unable to attend school. Tianxin Jie, I'm fine now. You needn't worry. After a night of anxiety, Han Tianxin finally felt relief, though she chastised Lin Luo for not calling earlier, causing her to worry all night. By the way, that Chu Jiuge and Zhou Qingxi have been tirelessly searching for you. Why not invite them over for dinner this weekend as a gesture of thanks? Lin Luo chuckled. Did you not see how Chu Jiuge's head is always causing trouble? How could I possibly invite him over? Unfazed, Han Tianxin replied. That's a different matter entirely. Gratitude must be expressed, and I refuse to be indebted. All right then, I shall hang up now. Lin Luo placed her phone down. As Lin Luo gazed upon the peacefully slumbering Han's son, a sense of relief washed over her heart. Just yesterday, witnessing him sprawled on the ground, battered and nearly lifeless, had nearly sent her into a fainting spell. Without hesitation, she had rushed to his side, calling out his name in desperation, and cradling him in her arms, she had sprinted to the hospital. Now, seeing Hansen safe and sound eased her worries considerably. This ordeal had imparted profound lessons upon Lin Luo. In moments of peril, one can only rely on oneself. Had it not been for Hansen's valiant struggle to hold off their assailants until the elder arrived to provide aid, she shuddered to think of the fate that might have befallen her as her consciousness gradually returned to her. It struck her that the sealing pulse should have concluded by now. Why, then, was Xiao Yao still in slumber? The atmosphere was still thick with a hazy gray mist. Lin Luo softly called out Xiao Yao's name, and to her surprise, a voice emerged, imbued with warmth. Hello, host, is there anything I can assist you with? The tone was markedly different from the previous cold, mechanical voice. Why do you still appear to be sealed? Hasn't the sealing pulse ended? Upon hearing her, Xiao Yao abruptly lifted her head, spreading her arms wide as the surrounding mist coalesced rapidly into a swirling mass and was drawn into her being. The once dull gray exterior transformed into a shimmering silver-gray hue, radiating an inexplicable brilliance. I was on the verge of breaking free from the seal, but unexpectedly, someone came to rescue the host. So I retained this energy for gradual absorption. As Xiao Yao spoke, arcs of electricity flickered in her eyes, indicating that she had yet to fully absorb the energy. This incident has made me realize that in the face of danger, I can only depend on myself. Is there a way for me to become more powerful? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yao responded, currently, I am merged with you, and with your physique, you can attain the pinnacle of the initial stage of Mingjin. Once fully absorbed, you will achieve a minor success in the mid-stage of Mingjin. What strength is required to eliminate that scoundrel? Lin Luo thought of Cui Tian, a shiver running down her spine at the mere mention of his name. Mid-stage of Huajin, Xiao Yao murmured in a barely audible voice. How formidable is that? Lin Luo felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in as she observed Xiao Yao's demeanor. Given the host's current circumstances, at least 10 years would be necessary. They say a gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years, but I truly cannot wait that long. Lin Luo lamented, her head drooping in dismay. At that moment, a voice caught her attention. The training ground is now open. Xiao Yao beamed at Lin Luo. I have converted the energy from this breakthrough into a new feature. In the future, you can spend money or task points to access the training ground for diverse training options. Moreover, the time ratio inside is 2-to-1, meaning 2 days spent inside equates to 1 day outside. What training programs are available? Lin Luo inquired eagerly. Only the unimaginable exists. There is nothing it lacks. Can I use it now? The first time you access it, you can undergo a free initial training session. Although time passes more slowly inside, I recommend utilizing it during weekends. Lin Luo felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming weekend. As she withdrew from her thoughts, Xiao Yao, with a pitiful expression, implored her to visit often, lamenting her solitude within. Xiao Luo, you are awake. Lin Luo slowly opened her eyes, and the sound of Han Sen's astonished voice echoed from beside her. Chapter 36. The Enchanting Beauty. Han Sen, are you all right? Lin Luo felt a surge of excitement within her, her expression brightening significantly. Han Sen sat on the bed, gazing at Lin Luo before him, a smile gracing his lips. That you've endured so much. Xiao Luo. It's fine, as long as you're okay. But you must explain to me why you went to such lengths to save me. When I saw you, you were lying on the ground, covered in blood and wounds. Han Sen scratched his head, saying, you are my dearest friend. I would risk everything to save you. Lin Luo's voice trembled as she spoke, barely able to contain her emotions. Do you know how frightened you made me? From now on, you must not do such reckless things. Do you understand? What if something truly happened to you? What would you do then, you fool, Han Sen? As Lin Luo continued, tears streamed down her face. In truth, she was profoundly worried about Han Sen. When he was rushed to the hospital last night, her panic had left her speechless. All right, don't cry just yet. I have a question for you. You mustn't scold me. Fine. Are you a boy or a girl now? Lin Luo's face instantly flushed crimson, her eyes darting about, unable to find a place to settle. She lowered her head, tugging at the hem of her clothing, and softly replied to Han Sen, I am a girl now. Han Sen's heart was reassured by her answer. Gazing at the enchanting Lin Luo before him filled him with immense joy. Although he was curious about how she had transformed into a girl, he had no desire to delve into it further. Wasn't this moment quite wonderful? Okay, please stop crying. You'll ruin your looks. Han Sen retrieved a few tissues from the side and gently wiped away the tears from Lin Luo's face. How does your body feel now? I feel all right, I suppose, aside from the healing wounds. My left wrist and right arm still ache a bit when I exert them, but there's no need to worry. They should heal in a few days. Han Sen was also puzzled about who had saved him. Given the severity of his injuries, even with current medical technology abroad, he would likely have ended up disabled, rather than being able to move his arms normally with only some pain. By the way, are you really fine with not going to school? No need to worry about that. I've already spoken with the homeroom teacher. Considering my grades, you should be more concerned about yourself. Enough chit-chat. I'll come back to see you tonight. The doctor mentioned that with your current condition, you shouldn't exert yourself too much, or it could lead to further injury. And here is a note for you. It contains a phone number left by the person who saved you. Lin Luo produced a small note from her pocket, carrying a hint of feminine fragrance, and tossed it to Han Sen. I'm off now. I'll bring you dinner tonight. It1TB takeout. Will it? Lin Luo frowned slightly. As long as there's something to eat. You shouldn't be so picky. Very few people know that I am a girl now. You must keep it a secret, understand? Han Sen swore an oath with 3 fingers raised to the sky, and only then did Lin Luo leave, feeling relieved. I can no longer allow Xiao Luo to worry about me. She has done so much for me, and besides, she is still a young girl, considerate and nurturing. I have never encountered a girl as stunning as her. If only let me not dwell on such thoughts. Han Sen lay quietly on the hospital bed, his eyes closed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Han Tianxin's face was flushed, her entire being reeking of strong alcohol, staggering as she walked beside her. A refined young man was assisting her home. Upon seeing Han Tianxin's breathtakingly beautiful visage, he felt immense joy. How fortunate he was to have arrived, lest he miss such a captivating beauty. Adjusting his tie and straightening his suit, he entered the hotel with a suave smile. Hello, I am Wu Kuan. May I ask for your name, miss? Wu Kuan was quite handsome, and with his designer attire, any young lady would have succumbed to his charm immediately. However, Han Tianxin was the eldest daughter of the Han family, well acquainted with wealth and privilege. Wu Kuan was merely an insignificant figure in her eyes. Nevertheless, she responded politely. I am Han Tianxin, here to discuss a contract on behalf of the Tianjin Group. Wu Kuan felt invigorated upon hearing this, and promptly summoned a waiter, ordering 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Once the wine arrived, he dismissed his subordinates, leaving only one secretary with Han Tianxin. Miss Han, the red wine here is imported from France. You might want to try it. Wu Kuan poured wine into the glass before her. Eager to have her take a sip, Han Tianxin felt somewhat displeased. who conducts contract discussions over drinks. Yet, this business was crucial for her company, and she could not refuse, so she accepted the glass and sipped slowly. After finishing her drink, a charming flush adorned Han Tianxin's face, which delighted Wu Kuan immensely. "Come, let us enjoy the cuisine," he exclaimed. "Miss Han, shall we have another glass?" "No, I truly cannot drink anymore, but it's all right. How about this? If I sign this deal on behalf of my group?" "Fine, I shall toast to your health." By the end of the evening, Han Tianxin was quite tipsy, resting her head on the table, her body exuding a captivating blend of alcohol and youthful fragrance. Wu Kuan chuckled inwardly, thinking, "She is still so young, but it is precisely this innocence that brings me fortune tonight. Ha ha ha." Just as he contemplated carrying Han Tianxin away, he stepped outside and was met with the pale face of his secretary, who quickly urged him to set her down. "Young Master Kuan, you cannot touch this woman." "Why not? Are there women in this city that I cannot approach?" Wu Kuan retorted, somewhat irritated. "She belongs to the Han family." Upon hearing this, Wu Kuan's anger evaporated instantly, and the effects of the alcohol faded. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" "Luckily, I didn't act rashly." As they reached the foot of her building, Han Tianxin, in her drunken state, vomited all over Wu Kuan. He paid no mind to this and assisted her upstairs. "Sister Tianxin." As Wu Kuan helped her to the second floor, he was greeted by a young beauty even more exquisite than Han Tianxin, her figure tall and her beauty ethereal, leaving an unforgettable impression. Wu Kuan gazed at Lin Luo, astonished that she was acquainted with such a stunning woman. If I could win her over too, how enviable that would be. Yet, on the surface, Wu Kuan maintained decorum, asking, "Do you know her?" "Ah, how could it be you?" Luo, I still want a drink." With her eyes glazed over, Han Tianxin pouted and searched for more alcohol, only to accidentally collide with Lin Luo. The thin fabric of her clothing allowed Lin Luo to distinctly feel Han Tianxin's alluring figure, and in her dazed state, Han Tianxin pressed her cherry lips heavily against Lin Luo's mouth. To be continued. Chapter 37. One must certainly work. My head hurts. Han Tianxin touched her forehead, pondering how much she had consumed the previous night. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily threw off the covers to check. She found herself clad only in her intimate apparel, with nothing else remaining to at that moment. Lin Luo entered, carrying congee and a few side dishes. Noticing Han Tianxin had awakened, she went to fetch a towel. "Here, wipe your face first, then drink this bowl of congee. You mustn't behave like you did last night, throwing up everywhere. Your health is paramount." Lin Luo's motherly demeanor left Han Tianxin both amused and exasperated. "Lin Luo." Hearing her name called, Lin Luo turned to see Zhuo Qingxi rushing towards her. "Xiaoxi, my father said you were kidnapped. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Lin Luo shook her head. Given Lin Luo's reluctance to discuss the matter, Zhuo Qingxi chose not to press further. Glancing at the time, she exclaimed, "Oh no, we're going to be late. Let's go." Zhuo Qingxi firmly grasped Lin Luo's hand, leading her at a brisk pace, arriving earlier than usual. Upon reaching the classroom, Lin Luo was immediately surrounded by her classmates, who inquired about her recent ordeal and whether she had been hurt. Lin Luo reassured them that she was fine and expressed her gratitude for their concern. Chu Joga looked at Lin Luo with a warm smile, but Lin Luo was far from cheerful. She shot him a disapproving glance. Suddenly, a notification chimed from her phone. Opening her inbox, a text message caused her face to pale. "After deducting this month's utilities, your bank account balance is 120 yuan. This is disastrous. Since her parents' disappearance, she had lost her source of income. Although Lin Luo was not extravagant with her spending, expenses still accumulated. She couldn't rely on Han Tianxin for support every day. While Han Tianxin wouldn't mind, Lin Luo felt otherwise. She was no sponge. "Lin Luo, what's wrong?" Wu Xiaonan observed Lin Luo's destitute expression. "That I can barely afford to eat. Today is Friday, and conveniently, my uncle's bar is hiring waitstaff. I can recommend you." Wu Xiaonan's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin Luo. "Really? I can't thank you enough." She joyfully grasped Wu Xiaonan's hand, the softness of her delicate skin eliciting a curious response from Wu Xiaonan. "Lin Luo, why are your hands so soft, like a girl's?" Time flew by, and soon it was time to dismiss school. Lin Luo had arranged to dine with Wu Xiaonan before heading to his home. Arriving punctually, Lin Luo spotted Wu Xiaonan waiting for her, and the two chatted amiably as they made their way to his uncle's bar. Wu Xiaonan's uncle, Wu Gang, was a veteran who, after retiring, borrowed some money to purchase the bar. He enjoyed drinking and mixing cocktails, and his concoctions were renowned for their authentic flavors and unique tastes. attracting a considerable clientele. Before long, they arrived, the entrance adorned with luminous characters, neon bar. Although Lin Luo had never visited a bar before, she found the atmosphere here to be rather pleasant, exuding a sense of relaxation. The soft, intermingling lights cast a warm glow, and the patrons engaged in hushed conversations. Punctuated by the occasional clinking of glasses, the waitstaff moved about seamlessly, devoid of the typical raucousness one might expect from a bar. "Hey, uncle," Wu Xiaonan waved his hand, and a middle-aged man, quietly mixing drinks at the bar, approached, standing at over 6 feet tall, with well-defined features, piercing eyes, and a cool demeanor. He may not have been conventionally handsome, but he radiated a distinctly masculine aura that Wu Gang approached, smiling as he ruffled Wu Xiaonan's hair before extending his hand toward Lin Luo. "Is this the good friend you mentioned? I'm Wu Gang. Welcome to Neon Bar." Despite his somewhat aloof appearance, his voice carried a warmth that was comforting. Lin Luo reciprocated by extending her hand, clasping Wu Gang's firmly. "Oh, this hand." Wu Gang was taken aback by its delicate softness, instinctively giving it a gentle squeeze. "Uncle, my classmate is currently facing some financial difficulties. Could she work here temporarily?" Wu Gang nodded, cautiously inquiring of Lin Luo. "Are you interested in becoming a bartender?" "Uncle, that's rather unfair. I wanted to learn a few tricks from you, but you never agreed." Wu Xiaonan expressed his displeasure. Wu Gang chuckled. "If I were to teach you, I fear you would shatter every bottle on your first day." Lin Luo was startled. "A bartender? Wasn't that a server's job? I haven't learned anything about IT. No worries. I can teach you. I just observed your hands closely, and they are surprisingly more slender and supple than the average woman's, making you quite suited for this role. That if you learn, you could surpass my skills." "Then it seems I must comply," Lin Luo thought, considering that being a bartender would likely yield better earnings than serving. "Shaoli, take her to change into a uniform. Follow me." A nearby server led Lin Luo to the back, helping her to acquire the necessary attire before returning to work. Lin Luo carefully locked the door, donned the outfit, a crisp white shirt, a tailored black vest, and fitted black trousers, showcasing her graceful figure, exuding a blend of elegance and charm. She secured her slightly long hair into a small ponytail with a hair tie. All set. As she stepped out, the strikingly attractive Lin Luo immediately drew the attention of the surrounding guests, with women casting lingering glances her way and men unable to avert their eyes. "Is this the new bartender? Look at that outfit. She is truly beautiful. Shall we try a drink later?" "Sure." Wu Gang was still busy at the bar, while Wu Xiaonan, lacking enthusiasm, gazed toward the changing area. Suddenly, upon seeing Lin Luo emerge, his eyes brightened. "Uncle, based on my classmates' looks, I believe you've struck gold." "Oh, really?" Wu Gang wiped the glass in his hands and turned to observe Lin Luo's approach. Her androgynous allure was indeed striking. Typically, Lin Luo wore loose-fitting attire with a hood, and her petite frame often went unnoticed. Yet, clad in the prepared uniform, with her stunning visage, sleek black ponytail, and elongated figure, she was undeniably unforgettable. "Uncle Wu, what should I do now?" The sound of Lin Luo's voice prompted Wu Gang to realize the situation, and he hurriedly invited her in to explain the basics, such as what base liquor is and the raw materials involved. He then began to demonstrate to Lin Luo how to concoct a cocktail. "Let us prepare a White Russian." A plump woman approached the bar and ordered a drink, her gaze lingering on Lin Luo with a seductive glimmer that left Lin Luo feeling somewhat flustered. "Lin Luo, allow me to demonstrate how to mix this common cocktail," he said, turning around to retrieve several bottles from the shelf behind the bar. He first poured vodka and coffee liqueur into a glass to shake them together. With the cocktail shaker deftly flipping between his hands, he soon mixed the ingredients thoroughly, then added ice and drizzled cream on top. The contrast of the white cream, dark red liquor, and cubes of ice was visually enticing, making even those who typically abstain from alcohol tempted to take a sip. "Did you see that?" Lin Luo nodded, and Wu Gang handed the prepared cocktail to the woman, continuing to elaborate on key points to Lin Luo. "Make me a glass of that cocktail too. I want him to mix it for me." At that moment, a boldly dressed young beauty seated at the bar specifically requested Lin Luo to prepare her a drink. Wu Gang, feeling somewhat apologetic, replied, "I'm sorry, but he is still learning how to mix drinks. Would you kindly ask him again next time?" The alluring woman, however, seemed unfazed, her pink tongue teasing her enticing red lips as her gaze fixated on Lin Luo. "It's fine. Even if it tastes terrible, I still want it." Wu Gang attempted to dissuade her, but Lin Luo stepped in front of him. "Uncle Wu, let me give it a try." Chapter 38. The flood overwhelms the Dragon King Temple. Lin Luo composed herself, her demeanor tranquil as she focused on the glass in her hands. Her slender fingers skillfully grasped a silver spoon, stirring the ice within the glass with remarkable swiftness, producing not a sound. The clinking of the ice indicated the delicate touch of her technique. She gently lifted the prepared amber coffee liqueur, pouring it slowly and evenly into the glass. As she filled 2/3 with vodka. She raised the spoon swiftly, balancing it across the rim of the glass. The creamy, rich liquid flowed down the back of the spoon, gracefully floating atop the mixture like feathers. The resulting blend of vodka and coffee liqueur, adorned with the creamy white, offered a stunning visual spectacle. Lin Luo pushed the finished drink toward the woman, who took it and sipped delicately, her eyes sparkling with a mysterious glimmer. The taste is surprisingly delightful. May I know your name, handsome? Lin Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? He stammered, as the beauty leaned closer to come on. Just tell me. Ah, sister, there you go again, fishing for compliments, a familiar voice chimed in. Sweet as honey. Lin Luo glanced toward the source of the voice and exclaimed, Chu Yu. She donned a delicate powder-pink dress today, exuding an indescribable charm, and of course, her ample bosom undulated rhythmically with her every step, reminiscent of rolling waves. Lin Luo, is that really you? Could it be that my sister has changed her taste? Chu Yu gazed at Lin Luo and her sister with a look of astonishment. Caught in the act by her younger sister, Chu Qingqing immediately crouched down, hands clasped atop her head. But I'm sorry you. I was wrong. Lin Luo introduced. This is my sister, Chu Qingqing. Sister, have you been harassing her again? Hurry up and apologize to Xiao Luo. Lin Luo observed Chu Yu, who was scolding her sister as if she were a child. Who, after all, was the elder sister here? I'm sorry, Xiao Luo. I will make it up to you. Chu Qingqing said, nervously twisting the hem of her dress, appearing like a delicate flower, a stark contrast to her earlier sultry and enchanting demeanor. Did you eat gunpowder today, sister? Why are you so relentless? Chu Yu took a closer look at the dashing yet alluring Lin Luo, feeling an inexplicable allure. Wow, how can one be so handsome? If I didn't know she was a girl, I might have fallen for her myself. The astonishment was not confined to Chu Qingqing. Nearby, Wu Xiaonan and Wu Gang were equally taken aback. What? You didn't know? Glancing back at Lin Luo, who stood there with a pale complexion, feeling somewhat at a loss. It dawned on her that she might have misspoken. Is what she said true? Wu Xiaonan inquired, his face reflecting sheer shock, for he had been the closest witness to Lin Luo's transformation, despite her efforts to conceal it. Yet, her increasingly fair and delicate skin, her slender figure, and her sweet, pure voice, along with her stunning beauty, left him in doubt for some time. Now, with someone else voicing the truth, all his internal questions surged forth. Lin Luo bit her lip and nodded, knowing that her secret was becoming increasingly difficult to hide, not to mention the changes in her bosom, which seemed to alter daily. She now had to wrap herself in long strips of cloth when going out, making it seem prudent to disclose the truth sooner rather than later. Hearing Lin Luo's admission, Wu Xiaonan found himself momentarily bewildered. The childhood friend with whom he had played in the mud and compared urination had transformed into something entirely different? A girl? Who would believe such a thing? No one. That if a close companion, originally male or female, suddenly underwent a gender transformation, who wouldn't be astonished? Who could remain unperturbed? It would likely leave one utterly shocked. Yet, since things had reached this point, there was little to be done. These were unforeseen circumstances. Who could delineate them clearly? Just as Wu Xiaonan was enveloped in confusion, Chu Qingqing's eyes darted mischievously, seizing the moment when Lin Luo was distracted. She made a sudden move to grope her chest. Oh dear, let me see how large your bosom has grown. However, she was unaware that Lin Luo, now a girl, was in a developmental stage and was not to be touched. With a vigorous grab, Chu Qingqing elicited a shriek from Lin Luo, the pain almost bringing her to tears, drawing the attention of everyone at the bar. What are you doing? Are you trying to harm me? Witnessing Lin Luo's reaction, it became evident to all that she was indeed a girl now, and Chu Qingqing realized she was not merely putting on an act, just as she was about to apologize. Her hand instinctively reached out again. Fortunately, Chu Yu managed to slap away her sister's inappropriate hand. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have likely been assaulted once more. Wu Gang felt he had struck gold, given Lin Luo's intelligence. He surmised that his tricks would soon be learned by her. Moreover, her beauty alone could attract numerous patrons to the BARDAS. Lin Luo observed Wu Gang mixing drinks, She diligently committed the process to memory. Although a few female customers attempted to harass her along the way, they were gracefully rebuffed by Wu Gang. Xiao Luo, here is your salary to... Uncle Wu, isn't it paid monthly? No, I heard from Xiao Nen that you're nearly unable to afford meals. So I thought it best to pay you daily. Thank you, Uncle Wu. See you tomorrow to be careful on your way. Clutching the bills in her pocket, Lin Luo felt a surge of excitement, for this was her first earnings from her own hard work. Chapter 39. Training begins. Luo, it's your first job, and you're still up this late. Han Tianxin dragged Lin Luo from her bed and gently wiped her face. What can I do? My parents are currently missing. And I have no source of income. If you don't tell me, I can support you, Han Tianxin earnestly proposed. However, Lin Luo would not agree, shaking her head. Let me retain this last bit of stubbornness. I am not a kept man. How could I rely on others? Seeing her stubbornness, Han Tianxin refrained from further persuasion, allowing Lin Luo to eat and rest before heading off to work herself. Just as Lin Luo was about to doze off again, she felt her consciousness being drawn into a swirling vortex, and in an instant, she found herself before Xiao Yao. Let me sleep a little longer. Lin Luo attempted to plead, but Xiao Yao was not swayed by her charm and promptly tossed her into the training arena. With a thud, Lin Luo landed hard on the unyielding concrete floor. Ouch! Xiao Yao, meanwhile, opened a glowing screen beside her, displaying 3 options: basic combat training, basic firearms training, and basic enhancement training. Basic martial arts training would enable mastery of a national martial art of this world. Basic firearms training would grant absolute control over a specific type of firearm. Basic enhancement training would augment physical muscle strength, coordination, and speed to 7 times that of an average person. Lin Luo glanced at the options and found them all appealing. Just as she was about to select one, Xiao Yao waved her hand, dismissing them all. Xiao Yao, are you playing with me? Not at all. I wish to recommend that the host utilize this opportunity for the following option. Xiao Yao reopened the screen, now displaying only one choice: comprehensive basic training. How can basic sound inferior to beginner? Lin Luo was about to protest when Xiao Yao preemptively spoke. Host, after my analysis, this is the most suitable for you. Martial arts training requires a robust physique, which you currently lack. Mastery of firearms would be superfluous, as carrying guns is illegal in Huagua.as. For enhancement training, the system will improve your constitution with each upgrade, thus not urgently needed. Although comprehensive basic training diminishes the strength of these 3 options, it will sufficiently ensure your self-preservation. Xiao Yao delivered this explanation in one breath without pause. Lin Luo pondered this reasoning and nodded, confirming her selection on the screen. The surrounding scenery rapidly transformed. The once dull and gray space morphed into a vast desert, with the scorching sun blazing down upon the ground, surrounded by endless stretches of sand. Task 1. To reach the camp located at the edge of the desert within 3 hours in order to obtain supplies. A little sprite tossed a GPS device over and then quietly vanished. Lin Luo glanced at the positioning device in her hand, comparing it with her surroundings. It was quite a distance. The screen displayed the 3 hours slowly ticking away, prompting Lin Luo to hasten her pace. An hour passed, and she was already drenched in sweat, having covered only a quarter of the journey. With just an hour remaining, the sweat on her body had crystallized into white flakes. Her cracked lips and hair, tousled by the wind and sand, left her feeling disheartened. How could there still be half the distance left? Lin Luo felt as though her throat was on fire, her body devoid of strength. Estimating that she had already traversed over 30 kilometers without a single drop of water, she realized she would not reach the destination in this state. The patch of cacti caught her attention. She recalled an old television show where the host, Old Bay, mentioned that one could extract moisture from cacti. This can't be. If I keep this up, I will surely die of thirst. Perhaps I should give it a try. Dragging her weary body to a cactus, Lin Luo cautiously removed the spines and tore it open, revealing the striking green juice within. Squeezing the cactus, she let a few drops fall into her mouth, only to recoil in horror. This is not fit for human consumption. She hurriedly spat out the bitter and slightly astringent liquid, licking her lips in disbelief. Looking at the remaining time and distance, she resolved, I must grow stronger. Lin Luo's stubbornness ignited, and disregarding the bitter taste of the cactus juice, she plucked 2 more plants, squeezing their contents into her mouth and pinching her nose to force herself to swallow. In the distance, the little sprite observed Lin Luo's determination and nodded in approval. Lin Luo, seemingly oblivious to the bitterness in her mouth, stood up again, resolutely taking one step after another towards her goal. Just as she felt herself on the brink of fainting, she spotted the camp's insignia. Although she had exceeded the time limit, she had nonetheless completed her challenge. Where am I? Have I arrived? Lin Luo awoke to see the little sprite and inquired. Host, congratulations on passing this level. The sprite looked at Lin Luo with evident joy, but I exceeded the time limit. The sprite shook its head, explaining, the objective of this level was to train your willpower. Failure would have been if you had not reached the end. Since your willpower has proven adequate, you may skip part of the training. We will now commence firearms training. The sprite then transmitted knowledge of firearms directly into Lin Luo's mind, causing her head to swim as various methods and assembly techniques flooded her memory. The sprite adjusted the surroundings to resemble a shooting range, with targets in the distance, various calibers of ammunition on the table before her, and an array of weapons, handguns, rifles, and submachine guns hanging on the walls. The foundational training encompassed a series of light weaponry usage methods, with the host's objective being to master the provided firearms and become a sharpshooter, ensuring that all targets within 500 meters could be hit with a single shot. Disassembling one of the weapons, she glanced at the sprite with a hint of pride, only to be met with a crushing blow to her confidence when the sprite admonished, "So slow. Are your hands made of pig's trotters?" Start over. Lin Luo, feeling somewhat vexed, reassembled the gun in her hands and pressed on. This time, however, her speed was unexpectedly 3 seconds slower than before. An arc of electricity crackled from the small demon's hand, striking Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo exclaimed as the shock coursed through her, leaving her body tingling and her hair standing on end. It was excruciating. Rubbing the affected area, she shot a glare at the small demon, only to see her brandishing another flickering charge of electricity, causing Lin Luo to instantly lose her bravado. Determined to focus, she resumed the disassembly and reassembly process. Again and again. 32 seconds. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. No, 19 seconds. Don't come again. 15 seconds. Surely this will do. Yet again. 12 seconds. Please, I beg you, don't electrocute me. Just as Lin Luo crouched down, bracing her head, she realized the anticipated electric therapy was long overdue. Upon lifting her head, she found the small demon had already replaced her weapon with another. Time to disassemble again. Chapter 40. The fugitive exhausted, Lin Luo rubbed her already swollen wrists, which had once been delicate but were now puffy. She had managed to compress all the disassembly and assembly times for the weapons provided by the small demon to within 15 seconds. While this feat would be impossible for an ordinary person, Lin Luo's enhancements extended beyond mere strength. Her reflexes and nervous system had also been augmented. With diligent practice, she would soon master these skills. All right. No more complaining about fatigue. I knew you wanted to try the gun," she said, sticking out her tongue playfully and flashing a cheeky smile. Picking up a nearby rifle, she loaded the ammunition and disengaged the safety. Boys often possess an inexplicable fondness for firearms, and Lin Luo, having once been one of them, was no exception. She eagerly wanted to fire a few rounds. Tat tat tat. To her surprise, the recoil was surprisingly mild, yet her accuracy left much to be desired. Even at a target just 100 meters away, after firing several rounds, only 3 struck the target, landing in the 7 to 8 ring zones. The small demon shook her head, exuding an air of disappointment, and approached to adjust Lin Luo's stance. Breathe in, tighten your core, hold your breath. As Lin Luo gradually found her rhythm, though she still hadn't landed a single shot within the 4-ring zone. At least she was managing to hit the target consistently. The ground was strewn with golden shells, and every time she emptied a magazine, the small demon would summon another with a wave of her hand. By the afternoon, Lin Luo estimated she had fired around 30,000 rounds. Yet, her progress was evident. Within 100 meters, hitting her mark was no longer an issue. Feeling exhilarated by her substantial improvement, Lin Luo was about to inquire about her next task when she was abruptly kicked out. Is this really how it's done? Lin Luo glanced at the time, realizing it was just about dinner time. Han Tianxin had mentioned inviting Zhuo Qingxi's father and Chu Jiuge, among others, for a meal. And let us not forget to add Han's son to the list. Although training didn't physically exhaust her, it did wear her out mentally. She took out her phone and called Han's son. "Hello, have you eaten yet? If not, come over to my place, quickly." Then she dialed Han Tianxin. "Sister Tianxin, what are you up to?" "Buying groceries." "All right, don't call Zhuo Qingxi's father just yet. I'll express my gratitude to him myself." "That settles it. Goodbye." After completing her tasks, Lin Luo chose to take a shower first at that moment. She was unaware that her phone screen had suddenly lit up, displaying a newly received message consisting of just 2 words. Help me. By the time Lin Luo finished her shower, 20 minutes had already passed. Upon seeing the 2 words sent by Zhua Qingxi, her heart plummeted, and she hurriedly called her father, who worked at the police station. Uncle Zhua, something has happened to Qingxi. Upon receiving Lin Luo's call, Zhuan immediately stood up from his chair, urgency overtaking him as he disregarded the ongoing meeting and directed his most capable subordinates to take immediate action. Wait, Uncle Zhua, what was Qingxi doing this afternoon? I'll help look for her, as well. Be careful. I'm heading over right now. With Zhuan's command, armed police officers and several riot vehicles promptly departed from the precinct, while personnel at the monitoring center swiftly began reviewing surveillance footage from the vicinity of the incident. Another 20 minutes passed, and Lin Luo found herself wandering aimlessly along the road, uncertain of her whereabouts. She soon realized she had arrived near an abandoned factory. The area was desolate, with few passers-by and even fewer vehicles, let alone any residents. The sense of unease crept over her, prompting her to turn back, but she then heard a noise from within. Approaching cautiously, it seemed as if someone was speaking inside. Grabbing a wooden stick, she stealthily ventured in, and the voices grew clearer as she advanced. She could faintly hear a girl crying. Although the sound was weak, Lin Luo was already certain of the girl's location, realizing a direct approach would be futile. Lin Luo decided to circle around to the back. Fortunately, she found several trash bins conveniently stacked together. Using them, she effortlessly reached the 2nd floor and climbed in through an open window. A strong scent of rust greeted her, causing her expression to shift slightly. She had entered a derelict ironworks factory. Discarding the previous wooden stick, she seized a short iron rod that lay within the room. Carefully, she twisted open a rusted lock and peered downstairs, where 2 men stood alongside a young girl. The girl was bound to a concrete pillar, her face marked with fresh tear stains, her mouth gagged, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. The dim lighting of the steel mill made it difficult to discern their features. But Lin Luo's keen eyesight made this a trivial matter. She could confirm that the captive girl was indeed Zhua Qingxi. Closing her eyes, she concentrated solely on her hearing. The 2 men were engaged in conversation, their words seemingly revolving around the girl. Fortunately, we encountered her. Otherwise, what would have happened if she fell into the hands of other evildoers? Ha ha ha. Lin Luo's heart trembled at the sight, and just then, the heavy iron door below creaked open. A cascade of red rust falling from above. A burly middle-aged man emerged, his dark skin and menacing countenance accented by a scar that ran from his right eye down to his chin. Boss, you've arrived. The 2 men greeted, bowing obsequiously. The boss nodded, his gaze fixated on the bounds with Qing 11. Do not glare at me any longer. If you must assign blame, direct it at your wretched father. Were it not for his escape from prison, I would have likely never breathed such fresh air again in my lifetime. That he imprisoned me, and now that I have broken free, I seek vengeance. Killing a few of these wretches is of no consequence to me. The voice of the leader exuded an air of fierce malevolence, yet one of his underlings made a request. Boss, before you take her life, could you allow us a moment's amusement? There are no beauties like her in the prison. The leader pondered for a moment and then nodded, with a grand gesture. He commanded, go ahead. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Lin Luo's heart quaked that instant. She surmised that if she did not rescue Zhua Qingxi, she might very well be in peril herself. Conversely, if she intervened, there was a chance of success. However, should she fail, she too would become a casualty alongside Zhua Qingxi. In such a place, no one would come to their aid, and no one would be the wiser about their plight. Lin Luo found herself ensnared in a web of inner turmoil. Chapter 41. Under fire. Just as Lin Luo hesitated, one of the men declared, then I shall not hold back. With that, he tore the young girl's clothing asunder, eliciting a pained cry from her. Muffled by the tape covering her mouth, the man paused, laughing heartily, only to resume his assault by ripping away another article of clothing. Lin Luo, having shed her indecision, charged forward. With a resounding thud, the iron rod struck the man's head, causing him to collapse instantly, not to rise again. The sudden appearance of Lin Luo startled another man. He had not anticipated a savior. The other accomplice lay on the ground, blood seeping from the back of his head, his breath shallow and labored, inciting immediate fury within the remaining assailant. You wild brat, you dare to be so audacious? Today, in the dim light, the man failed to discern Lin Luo's presence until he inadvertently brushed against her chest, just as he was about to seize her for a beating. The unexpected softness left him momentarily dazed. Could it be a woman? He reached out, grasping Lin Luo's bosom, a move that involuntarily caused him to recoil, a sweet, delicate cry escaping her lips. The man nearly burst with delight. He had not anticipated the fortune of encountering two women in one night, especially after his leader had been injured. Once the leader regained consciousness, he would relish the opportunity to deal with this little wildflower. Lin Luo, momentarily taken aback, did not surrender meekly. Despite the pain coursing through her injuries, she forced herself to stand, the iron rod still firmly in her grasp. With a fierce strike, she aimed for the man's face. He had no choice but to raise his arm in defense, only for it to be met with a resounding crack as the rod broke his arm, sending him to the ground in anguish. Witnessing the devastation of his arm sent a chill of trepidation through Lin Luo. "Who are you?" The scar-faced man, alerted by the commotion, rushed over with two guards in tow. Upon seeing one of his subordinates writhing in pain and another unconscious, rage surged within him. "You lot, go and dislocate that brat's arm. I command you to leave immediately. Do not let me lay eyes on you again. Otherwise, none of you shall leave this factory on your feet today." Lin Luo stood there, her eyes wide with fury, resembling a wounded wolf poised to attack at any moment. The scarred-faced man, however, remained unfazed, retrieving a rusted object from behind. Was that a gun? In today's society, acquiring a firearm is no trivial matter. It is illegal, and given the man's demeanor, it was evident that he would not hesitate to pull the trigger if she dared to resist. Lin Luo felt a surge of anxiety as beads of sweat trickled down her nose. "I suggest you surrender quietly. Otherwise, I might inadvertently let a bullet fly," the scarred man warned, gesturing for his accomplice to seize her. Another man, undeterred, brandished a knife and charged forward, swinging wildly. Yet Lin Luo seemed to anticipate his every move, effortlessly dodging each strike. After a while, the man, feeling the strain in his arms, grew fatigued. Lin Luo seized the moment, swiftly tripping him and pointing a metal rod at his eyes. "Tell your boss to let us go, or we shall fight to the bitter end." The middle-aged man trembled at the sight of the scarred one, who wore an expression of indifference. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through her body. Bang! Lin Luo instinctively rolled behind a nearby concrete pillar, just in time. The scarred man showed no restraint. Had she not reacted quickly, she would have been shot. Bang! 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 3 more shots rang out, and debris from the shattered concrete grazed her eye, a drop of blood trickling down to her chin. The scarred man, devoid of compassion, advanced slowly toward the pillar behind which Lin Luo had taken refuge, firing several rounds. However, Lin Luo had already changed her position, causing the man to miss his target yet again. She estimated that he was running low on ammunition, perhaps only 2 bullets left. The moment he began to reload would be her opportunity to strike. It seemed the scarred man sensed her intent. With a derisive snort, he aimed his pistol at Qingxi's head. "You little brat, if you don't come out, this lovely lady will meet her end." 3, 2, 1. Bang! The scarred man indeed acted without hesitation, firing a shot at Qingxi's head. Qingxi shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight, and suddenly felt something warm dripping onto her face. Opening her eyes, she was shocked to see Lin Luo standing protectively in front of her, blood seeping from her chest, pooling outward as she coughed up blood. The scarred man lay not far away, his face a mask of disbelief, a sharp steel rod protruding from his chest. "Xiao Luo, are you all right? Please don't scare me," Qingxi panicked, her fear of death overshadowed by her concern for Lin Luo. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to Lin Luo, struggling to move them both to safety. "Xiao Luo, why were you so foolish? Why did you shield me?" Qingxi was now a weeping mess, desperate for Lin Luo's survival, even if it meant her own demise. Yet, as a frail girl, her strength was limited. Despite Lin Luo's light frame, she was still human. By the time they reached the street, Qingxi was utterly exhausted, her clothes soaked with sweat. "Help me save her. Please, I implore you. Help me call 120." With tears welling in her eyes, Qingxi pleaded for assistance from those around her, and a kind-hearted elderly woman promptly called for an ambulance. By the time it arrived, Qingxi could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed onto the stretcher of the emergency vehicle. Chapter 42. Disturbance. As the ambulance sped towards the hospital, the operating room, which had long been prepared, closed its doors. Following an examination, Qingxi was wheeled into a general ward by the nurses. The hospital director, upon receiving the news of Lin Luo's injury, immediately dialed Han Tianxin. Without even convening a meeting, Han Tianxin rushed to the hospital in her car. The director had been waiting for some time, and briefly outlined the circumstances of Lin Luo's injury, inquiring whether the police should be notified. Just then, Zhuo Qingxi's father arrived at the hospital. Previously, after Lin Luo was shot, a nearby bystander had also called the police. "Hello, Director, I am the head of the Public Security Bureau. Zoran has a patient named Zhuo Qingxi been admitted here? How is she? She is not seriously harmed, just suffering from exhaustion. A few bags of glucose will suffice." However, the other individual who accompanied her has sustained a gunshot wound to the chest and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. If that injured person regains consciousness, please inform me that it is intolerable that someone had the audacity to carry a firearm. I will ensure a thorough investigation. After obtaining the location of Zhuo Qingxi's ward from the director, Zuoan hurried away. An hour later, the doctor pushed Lin Luo into the ward. She appeared pale, connected to a respirator, her chest heavily bandaged. "Miss Han, do not worry. Miss Lin's injuries are not severe. She merely fainted due to excessive blood loss. We located a bullet within her body, but fortunately, it did not damage any vital organs. She simply needs to stay in the hospital for recuperation. Thank you, Doctor. It is my duty that I shall take my leave now." As the door closed, Han Tianqin, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaned beside the bed, gently caressing Lin Luo's cheek. Sunlight streamed in, casting a soft glow upon Lin Luo's delicate features. In her mind, Xiao Yao and Lin Luo were engaged in conversation. Xiao Yao had already conveyed Lin Luo's condition, alleviating any concerns. "First, congratulations, host, on completing the emergency task and earning 30 energy points. How many do you need to advance to the third tier?" 1,000. "What can 30 energy points purchase?" 20 energy points can fully heal the host's injuries, and the remaining energy can be exchanged for a stun gun. "Then please heal me first. I can forego the stun gun." Yet, reflecting upon the recent events, they seem to surpass the occurrences of the past decade. Xiao Yao mobilized the energy, and a gentle green light coursed beneath Lin Luo's skin. The scabs and stitched wounds gradually began to heal. Before long, the stitches fell away, revealing skin as smooth as jade. Unable to remain idle despite her healing, Lin Luo feigned the process of awakening. Luo, do you feel any better?" "Yes, I feel as though my wounds have healed." Han Tianqin, still concerned, pressed the call button beside the bed, and shortly after, the doctor arrived. "Could you please check her condition?" As the layers of gauze were peeled away, Lin Luo's chest appeared unscathed, as if she had not been injured at all. Han Tianqin, however, inexplicably flushed with embarrassment at the sight of her. The doctor, equally astonished, noted that the patient had presented herself for examination. It had barely been 20 minutes, yet her wound seemed to have vanished completely, as if it had never existed. "Miss Lin, your injury has miraculously healed. Could you share with us the reason for this?" The doctor, intrigued, inquired. Lin Luo, however, shook her head. Such a significant secret was not something she could divulge to anyone. The doctor, recognizing the delicacy of the situation, refrained from pressing further and exited the room to arrange for Lin Luo's discharge. Little Luo caught sight of Han Tianqin beaming radiantly by the bedside, which sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. "What's wrong?" she stammered. "Now that you're fine, I must give you a proper punishment," Han Tianqin replied with a playful laugh, her expression shifting from sunny to stormy in an instant. Seizing the opportunity when Lin Luo was distracted, she flipped her over and delivered a sharp slap to her pert backside. Lin Luo could not help but exclaim, quickly covering her mouth in surprise. Another 2 crisp slaps echoed in the room. Lin Luo's face flushed crimson as she nodded, resembling a shy bride lying in BY6 in the evening. Disregarding Han Tianqin's vehement objections, Lin Luo dutifully arrived at the bar for her shift. With her remarkable ability to learn quickly, she absorbed a great deal of knowledge that night, though she was not exempt from unwelcome advances. Tonight, however, promised to be particularly troublesome. The Blue Sky Association, one of the 3 major gangs in the area, was internally divided into 1 main faction and 2 sub-factions along with 4 halls. Each of the 4 halls was named after a mythical beast: the Azure Dragon Hall, presided over by the Punishment Master; the White Tiger Hall, led by the Combat Master; the Vermilion Bird Hall, responsible for diplomacy; and the Black Tortoise Hall, overseeing economics. Jin Gang, a renowned enforcer under the White Tiger Hall, often took advantage of his prowess and affiliation to bully others and act with impunity, even evading the police. Today, he strutted into the bar with a gang of underlings, having heard that a place called Neon Bar boasted a pleasant atmosphere and fine drinks. "Good evening, sir. Would you like a private room?" A young female bartender inquired of Jin Gang and his entourage. Choose the best room you have for me, and bring a few bottles of your finest liquor. It'd be great to have some lovely ladies as well. Jin Gang replied, his eyes glinting with an unsettling light as his hands began to wander. The bartender, having never encountered such a character before, quickly extricated herself from his grasp and hurried away. Boss, those men are asking for fine liquor. And women, the female bartender stammered. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Wu Gang had already noticed the raucous group. Although Jin Gang did not recognize him, he was well aware of Jingang's reputation. You go attend to the other customers. I will personally deliver these drinks, he said, selecting several premium bottles before making his way to the private room on the second floor. Inside, Jin Gang and his companions were engaged in lively conversation. Peering through the transparent glass of the second floor to observe the bustling scene below, they pointed and commented on the attractive patrons, enjoying the spectacle. Come in, shouted Jin Gang. Gentlemen, here is the finest liquor our establishment has to offer. Please indulge. Wu Gang set down the drinks and glasses, but as he prepared to leave, he heard Jin Gang's voice calling after him. Wait a moment. Turning around, Jin Gang gazed at him and inquired, where's the girl I requested? Wu Gang's expression darkened, yet he maintained an apologetic tone as he replied, I'm sorry, but our establishment does not offer such services. If you require assistance, you may wish to seek out certain places. Jin Gang, incensed by the response, retorted, do you know who I am? Who doesn't know the illustrious Jin Gang from the Qinglong Hall? He continued, are you not going to heed my words? As he spoke, he hurled the wine glass in his hand towards Wu Gang's head, shattering the glass and spilling wine all over Wu Gang. Unfazed, Wu Gang wiped himself down and calmly stated, please remain composed. Dear guest, I believe Mr. Ng would not appreciate disturbances. Jin Gang was taken aback, wondering if this old fellow was acquainted with the Lord of the White Tiger Hall. Wu Gang, without offering further commentary, turned and closed the door to the private room, a small wound on his head oozing blood. Uncle Wu, who hurt you? Wu Gang retrieved a towel from behind the counter to clean the blood and wine from his head, responding, it's nothing. Don't concern yourself. The nearby female bartender looked remorseful, knowing it was her employer's presence that had led to this injury. Moreover, their demands were indeed excessive. Lin Luo felt a surge of indignation on Wu Gang's behalf. Having long regarded him as a mentor, how could she remain unperturbed after witnessing harm come to him? Wu Gang mentioned to Lin Luo that he would change clothes in the back. Lin Luo nodded, having completely forgotten her prior agreement with Han Tianxing. Seizing the opportunity while he changed, she stealthily ascended the stairs, eager to discover what audacity these individuals possessed to dare injure Uncle Wu. Chapter 43. Wu Gang's strength. Uncle Wu, weren't you going to change? Lin Luo remarked. Fortunately, I didn't go. Otherwise, you would have been in trouble. Wu Gang felt relieved that he had glanced at the counter before leaving. Had Lin Luo gone upstairs, he feared he would have had to confront Jin Gang and his crew that very night. They struck you, and I found it intolerable that Wu Gang sighed in resignation. Do you think I fear those ruffians? In business, one must always maintain a harmonious demeanor. If I were to engage in conflict with them, my establishment might not survive. Lin Luo, having briefly lost her temper, reconsidered and said, I apologize. Uncle Wu, it's nothing. Your understanding is what matters. Now, go on with your duties. That Wu Gang affectionately ruffled Lin Luo's hair, finally able to change his clothes, feeling quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Jin Gang and his companions in the private room were startled by Wu Gang's earlier remarks and ceased their demands for women. They indulged in raucous drinking and lively conversation, soon becoming inebriated. As their supply of alcohol dwindled, Jin Gang instructed 2 lackeys to fetch more bottles from downstairs. The 2 intoxicated ruffians staggered to the counter, calling out, Hey boss, bring us a few bottles of wine. Lin Luo turned around, her expression icy, and handed the bottles over to the 2 men, saying, Here you go. The light from the liquor cabinet illuminated Lin Luo's face, causing the 2 men to fixate on her, their previously drunken minds becoming suddenly alert. Clear and bright pupils, elegantly arched willow-like brows, long eyelashes that flutter gently, and skin as fair and flawless as porcelain, tinged with a subtle blush. Delicate lips, reminiscent of rose petals, appeared tender and dewy. Clad in a white tank top complemented by a fitted black vest and tailored jeans that perfectly accentuate her long legs, she exudes an air of simplicity and elegance. Her exquisite visage is devoid of any embellishment, with shoulder-length hair neatly tied into a sleek ponytail, imbuing Lin Luo with a captivating beauty tinged with a hint of spirited charm. In sum, these two individuals were utterly mesmerized, their mouths agape, drooling onto the table. Lin Luo, with a look of disdain, wiped away the moisture with a handkerchief, prompting the two to finally regain their senses and exchange glances. They hastily carried drinks upstairs, exclaiming, "Boss, boss, there's an incredibly beautiful woman downstairs. Indeed, indeed, in my lifetime, I've never encountered such a stunning lady." Jean Gang, with a look of disdain, remarked that these two impoverished fellows, just promoted from below, could hardly have seen anything worthwhile. The two subordinates, unconvinced by Jean Gang's skepticism, found themselves at a loss, for even the mere thought of that woman was intoxicating. The group of onlookers laughed at their expense, prompting the two to awkwardly excuse themselves to the restroom. Suddenly, a blond fellow leaning against the glass window pointed at Lin Luo, who was serving drinks to guests, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he stammered, "B-boss, is it her they're talking about?" A throng of people pressed against the glass, captivated by Lin Luo's enchanting features and alluring figure. It's her, boss, see? I wasn't lying." The two subordinates excitedly pointed at Lin Luo through the glass, to which Jean Gang chuckled heartily. "Well done, you two. Let us go down and bring that girl up for some fun." As Lin Luo busied herself with mixing drinks, one of Jean Gang's subordinates shoved a customer aside and approached her directly. "Miss, I find you quite appealing. Shall we go upstairs and chat?" "Get lost," Lin Luo retorted flatly, causing the onlookers to stifle their laughter. Jean Gang, unfazed, added, "I'm with the Qing Tian Society. Follow me, and I guarantee you a life of luxury." Lin Luo, with an expressionless demeanor, shot back a remark that nearly made the nearby patrons burst with laughter. "As long as I become your RBQ?" Jean Gang, taken aback by her bluntness, replied, "Since you already know, then come with me, and we shall enjoy ourselves." As he leaned in, drawn to her delicate visage, Lin Luo, startled, shut her eyes, only to realize she had been pulled behind her. "Uncle Wu, you're here," Lin Luo exclaimed, relieved. Meanwhile, Jean Gang, in a moment of impulse, leaned in and inadvertently kissed Wu Gang's neck, quickly spitting in disgust. "You're the boss here." "Indeed, esteemed guest. I must ask you not to harass my employee," Jean Gang, incensed, retorted. "Since she's your employee, you know who I am. How dare you stop me?" With a furious swing, he aimed a punch at Wu Gang, a blow so forceful that it could easily fracture ribs. Yet, Wu Gang stood calmly, his right hand outstretched, effortlessly absorbing the attack without so much as a flinch. The formidable King Kong was acutely aware that even seasoned underground fighters would find it challenging to withstand his punch. He suspected this individual was merely putting on a brave front. Just as King Kong hesitated, Wu Gang sprang into action, leaping into the air and executing a flurry of 4 powerful kicks with remarkable speed. The first 3 strikes left King Kong teetering on the brink of collapse, while the fourth propelled him away with a decisive force. Wu Gang landed gracefully, exuding an aura of undeniable charisma. The spectators, many of whom silently raised their eyebrows in astonishment, were taken aback by the extraordinary skills of the establishment's owner. Enraged, King Kong seized a nearby stool and hurled it at Wu Gang. But Wu Gang effortlessly intercepted it. A surge of force compelled King Kong to relinquish his grip on the stool. "Everything here is purchased with money. You cannot recklessly interfere," he stated, gently setting the stool down. In a flash, Wu Gang maneuvered behind King Kong, restraining his arms. With a firm press downward, King Kong's robust frame crumpled to the ground. The onlooking henchmen stood in stunned silence, while King Kong, experiencing excruciating pain from his immobilized arms, broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "You lot, call for reinforcements. Take down this scoundrel." Wu Gang merely chuckled, unperturbed by the frantic escape of the nearby lackeys. Sometimes, one's own strength is the ultimate truth. Chapter 44. 1 against 100. Within 20 minutes, over 100 men converged from all directions. By then, King Kong had been released by Wu Gang and sat crouched in a corner. Upon seeing his subordinates had returned with reinforcements, he hastened to the entrance, casting a triumphant glance at Wu Gang, his expression brimming with menace. The usually carefree henchman now stood in perfect formation behind King Kong, who smirked to himself, thinking, "Today, I shall demonstrate the true power of King Kong." The throng poured into the neon-lit bar, while the security personnel dared not even attempt to obstruct their entry. Patrons within the bar regarded the newcomers with astonishment as the music abruptly ceased and the lights illuminated the scene. The overwhelming influx of over 100 individuals forced the guests into a corner, clearing a vast space. Once the area was cleared, King Kong strode forward with an imposing presence, addressing Wu Gang. If you are willing to kneel and crawl through my legs, surrendering that girl to me, then we can put tonight's incident behind us, and I shall extend special consideration to your establishment. In that tense moment, Wu Gang leisurely produced a lighter, lit a cigarette, and after taking a drag, remarked to King Kong, "It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. If you truly seek oblivion. Feel free to continue your bluster here. I seek oblivion? Huh?" King Kong erupted in exaggerated laughter. Wu Gang, you truly believe yourself to be something special. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Is this the reason you gathered so many here? Do you have any idea how much revenue this bar generates in a single night? Are you here to demand compensation for your losses? Wu Gang, his gaze averted from King Kong, dismissed him with palpable disdain. King Kong's face contorted with fury. Wu Gang appeared utterly fearless, as if unfazed by any threat. Wu Gang, I concede that you are quite the fighter. But this society is not governed solely by strength. Do you believe that I could summon hundreds, even thousands, to confront you in an instant? Jin Gang disdainfully remarked, this is the essence of power. Brute strength is a tactic reserved for the lesser individuals. Despite having been utterly dominated by Wu Gang, Jin Gang still regarded him with contempt, perceiving him merely as an ordinary person with a modicum of fighting ability. I shall ask you one last time. Will you crawl beneath my legs? Or do you wish to spar with the more than 100 of us? Jin Gang arrogantly gestured towards Wu Gang. Wu Gang surveyed the surroundings, a smirk gracing his lips. Do you truly believe these pathetic miscreants can pose any threat to me? Do you want me to deliver a couple of slaps right now? Jin Gang faltered slightly, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Wu Gang chuckled, recognizing that individuals like Jin Gang resorted to threats when confronted, attempting to intimidate others with their gang affiliations, as if that rendered them formidable. The outcome? I, Wu Gang, never allow such considerations to cloud my judgment. Take your entourage and leave immediately, or I shall personally expel you. Wu Gang's booming voice astonished everyone present. His words made it abundantly clear that he harbored no fear of Zhang Lingfeng. Rather, it appeared Jin Gang was the one trembling. Jin Gang's face flushed with alternating shades of green and red. Having stormed in with the intent to trouble Yeshuan, he was taken aback by Wu Gang's incisive remarks. A prideful Jin Gang could not let this matter rest. He bellowed, "Attack! I shall take full responsibility for whatever transpires." The throng of over 100 eagerly surged forward, reveling in the prospect of overwhelming their opponent through sheer numbers. The onlookers, alongside the bar staff, fixated their gaze on Yeshuan, eager to witness how Wu Gang would contend with such a multitude. Lin Luo, positioned behind Wu Gang, was drenched in cold sweat. Uncle Wu Gang. The staff had witnessed Wu Gang's prowess firsthand, yet they remained skeptical that he could maintain his composure in the face of such overwhelming odds. He leisurely retrieved a cigarette, taking a slow drag that exuded an air of nonchalance as the crowd began to encroach upon him. He flicked the smoldering end of the cigarette with casual precision, striking the face of the foremost assailant, who yelped as the embers seared his skin. With a sudden and mighty assault, Wu Gang unleashed a flurry of punches, the force of which sent the leading pair hurtling backward, their teeth scattering in the process. Those behind them attempted to catch their fallen comrades, only to find themselves swept away in the ensuing chaos, collapsing in a heap. Jin Gang, having encountered numerous skilled fighters in the past, relished the thrill of seeing opponents bloodied and bruised. However, facing an adversary of Wu Gang's caliber left him in a state of disarray. As the remaining assailants scrambled to their feet, their faces twisted in fury. They all lunged towards Wu Gang. Wu Gang deftly stepped back, evading a punch, then sidestepped another kick. Despite the overwhelming numbers, he moved with the ease of one strolling through a familiar garden, while his opponents struggled to even graze the hem of his garment. Wu Gang shook his head with a smile. It was time to bring this farce to a close. His body moved with the swiftness of lightning, his speed surpassing that of the average observer. And within less than a minute, he had incapacitated at least 20 or 30 individuals. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, their faces etched with profound fear. Yet, Wu Gang remained indifferent, believing that only the fallen adversaries were worthy foes. In the span of 10 minutes, all of the men brought by Jin Gang lay prostrate, with not a single one able to rise. Jin Gang, cowering in the background, was admonished, "You will compensate for tonight's losses with a sum of 100,000. If you please, and perhaps leave behind a hand as well." Wu Gang seized a machete from a nearby thug and gestured threateningly at Jin Gang. The latter was nearly in tears, hastily kneeling and bowing his head. "I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Wu Ge, you are magnanimous. Please spare me." Whatever amount you demand, I shall pay it. I implore you, let me go. Wu Gang, in resignation, shook his head. If I do not establish my authority with you, how shall I continue to operate this bar? You see my point. Just then, a young man in his 20s, with an innocent smile and dressed in casual attire, stood at the entrance. He was of such ordinary appearance that he could easily vanish in a crowd. Upon recognizing who had arrived, Jin Gang sighed in relief. Ing Feishing, the leader of the White Tiger Hall. Ing Feishing smiled and shook his head. I shall pay double, but I will take him with me. Do come by my place for a drink sometime. It has been a while since we shared a glass. I shall certainly make time. Ing Feishing's gaze turned icy as he looked at the prostrate Jin Gang. You disgraceful wretch, go to the punishment hall and receive your due. The losses will be deducted from your membership fees. Jin Gang felt as if he had received a reprieve, hastily expressing his gratitude as he scrambled to his feet and departed in shame. Farewell. Chapter 45. The Proposal. Wushu, you were just letting him go. Wu Gang pulled Lin Luo aside, whispering, It is not that I fear him, but rather that I am wary of those he associates with. That Ing Feishing may seem amicable, yet his ruthlessness is beyond your imagination. Wu Gang retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, speaking slowly. You have witnessed my prowess. In my youth, I was a member of a clandestine special forces unit within the Southwest Military District. During my second year in the army, Ing Feishing arrived, just a 15-year-old boy, slender of limb, yet somehow qualified to join such an elite force. Naturally, the others were skeptical and sent a weaker member to gauge his abilities. At that time, our leaders were away at a conference, and we seized the opportunity to challenge him to a duel. However, Ing Feishing, smiling, claimed he was too weak and requested that we not exert ourselves too much. Yet, as the contest began, he unleashed a lethal assault, laughing as he shattered the limbs of his opponent. Our captain immediately sought to restrain him, but several others were injured in the process. It was only through his personal intervention that calm was restored. Though the injured member eventually had his limbs reattached, his eyes were forever filled with terror, while Ing Feishing was incarcerated for 6 long months for his deliberate infliction of harm upon a comrade. As she emerged, an aura of chilling coldness enveloped her, yet a warm and radiant smile lingered on her face, the striking contrast sending a shiver down one's spine in the ensuing time. Both our mission and training captain accompanied us closely, ostensibly to prevent any mishaps involving Ing Feishing. When we inquired about the reason for his continued presence, the captain merely shook his head, stating that it was a decision made by the higher-ups, one he had no authority to contest. 2 years swiftly passed, and we had gradually forgotten the ruthless youth we once knew. Ing Feishing's own icy demeanor began to dissipate, transforming him back into the sunny boy he once was. The local populace harbored a fondness for the citizens of Huagua, and we received abundant care. Within the village, a girl had secretly developed feelings for our captain, a fact that did not escape Ing Feishing's notice. One day, the captain found himself kneeling in the mud, cradling the tattered figure of the girl he admired, remaining there in silence until dusk. As the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, the captain sacrificed all his resources to acquire crucial information. The murderer was Ing Feishing and his subordinates. In that moment, a figure clad in black beside him revealed a box. Inciting our fury, it was the captain's severed head. We yearned to retaliate but found ourselves powerless against even his subordinates, each of us suffering broken limbs in the fray. Ing Feishing, with a mocking smile, remarked, Did I not merely break the limbs of ordinary people? After being confined for half a year, what status do I have to associate with you wretches? At last, I have the chance to exact my revenge. By the way, your captain has an excellent eye. That girl is quite a catch. Ha 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 ha. Tears were not meant to be shed lightly by a man, yet the heart had not yet reached its sorrowful depths. We lay there, watching him depart, and in an instant, we petitioned our superiors to apprehend Ing Feishing, only to be unceremoniously dismissed. The days that followed were consumed with attempts to eliminate him, yet one by one, my comrades vanished, leading me to withdraw into the shadows. That I no longer harbored hopes of vengeance. My sole ambition was to ensure the bar thrived splendidly. After Wu Gang recounted these words, Lin Luo realized she had been weeping, perhaps without even recognizing it. Enough of such heavy topics. Let us return to our duties. Lin Luo nodded and turned towards the counter. But on a bright Monday morning, with the sun shining brilliantly, the teachers relaxed, allowing students to study for the impending college entrance examination at noon. Just as Lin Luo was about to enjoy her lunch, she was pulled aside by Zhuo Qingxi. Lin Luo, thank you for saving me. Lin Luo waved her hand dismissively, signaling that it was no trouble at all. By the way, does it still hurt? Zhuo Qingxi's hand instinctively reached towards Lin Luo's chest, moving so swiftly that Lin Luo momentarily failed to react. Oh, how soft. As Zhuo Qingxi grasped again, she was suddenly taken aback. You're a girl. Zhuo Qingxi's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Anyone would be shocked to discover that the object of their affections was of the opposite gender. Lin Luo, equally stunned, allowed Zhuo Qingxi to keep her hand on her chest, where her figure had begun to take shape. However, she could not wear a bra, opting instead to wrap herself in cloth to maintain a flat appearance. This, Lin Luo stammered, flustered. Seizing the moment while Zhuo Qingxi was dazed, she slipped away with lightning speed. Yes, forgetting to advise her not to expose herself was a grave oversight. Henceforth, I must remain vigilant around girls. Yet, perhaps this is for the best, sparing us both from awkwardness. At that moment, Lin Luo's phone rang, revealing a call from Zhuo Qingxi. After a moment's contemplation, she decided it was prudent to answer. See you at the old teaching building. Only a few terse words, yet Zhuo Qingxi sounded breathless. Just as Lin Luo arrived at the foot of the old teaching building, she suddenly felt her eyes shrouded, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance enveloping her senses. Shall I remove my hands? Guess who I am? Zhuo Qingxi, stop playing around. We're not children anymore. As the hands obscuring her vision slowly descended, Lin Luo beheld Zhuo Qingxi standing before her, a charming smile gracing her face. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Lin Luo, after much contemplation, I have come to realize that whether you are male or female matters little. What truly matters is that at the moment you shielded me from that bullet, I knew I had fallen for you. Please, be my girlfriend. Zhuo Qingxi knelt gracefully, cradling a rose in her left hand while her right hand revealed a ring box, earnestly confessing her feelings to Lin Luo. Lin Luo's heart was a tumult of confusion. Oh, Wang Defa. Chapter 46. The bold as Zhuo Qingxi. Wait. Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts. Lin Luo pressed her forehead. Isn't this how they do it in dramas? What's the issue? Zhuo Qingxi tilted her head, a look of bewilderment adorning her face. Little girl, can what happens on television truly reflect reality? So, do you agree or not? Zhuo Qingxi gazed at Lin Luo, attempting to charm her way through. No, I am utterly unprepared. Moreover, I was indeed a boy before an unfortunate incident transformed me into a girl. Hence, I cannot possibly agree to be your girlfriend, Lin Luo asserted firmly. Woo-woo, Zhuo Qingxi's eyes glistened with tears, a heart-wrenching sight. Even that won't work. Lin Luo continued to gaze at Lin Luo with tears in her eyes, and Lin Luo found herself at a loss. How had she not known this little girl could be so adorable? Ugh, I cannot withstand this any longer. Just stop crying. I never said I disagreed. Lin Luo could only utter. So, you consented? Zhuo Qingxi's face instantly brightened. No, that is not the case. All right, but first, put away the roses and the diamond ring. Aren't you going to wear it? I shall not. Then I shall. Huh, you can do it like that. Zhuo Qingxi deftly slipped the ring onto her middle finger, the dazzling diamond sparkling against her fair hand. Isn't it beautiful? Zhuo Qingxi flaunted, waving her hand. It is beautiful, Lin Luo replied, exasperated. Then grant me a kiss. Before Lin Luo could process her words, her tightly sealed lips were skillfully pried open, a moist, cool tongue boldly invading her mouth. When did this girl become so adept? Caught off guard by Zhuo Qingxi's sudden advance, she had just been amidst a romantic confession involving roses and rings. And now, in the blink of an eye, it had turned rather brazen. Lin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that this seemingly delicate girl would engage in such audacious behavior. With a soft hum, her legs began to weaken. Zhuo Qingxi grasped Lin Luo's arms with both hands, stubbornly pressing her lips against Lin Luo's, unwilling to part. Zhuo Qingxi, you. Lin Luo finally managed to break free from Zhuo Qingxi's embrace. But as soon as she spoke, Zhuo Qingxi leaned in once more. How audacious! Lin Luo did not oppose this playful encounter. However, under such circumstances, it ought to be her taking the initiative. The rooftop of the old teaching building was surrounded by waist-high walls, with a cement surface approximately half a meter wide. Lin Luo found herself pinned against the wall by Zhuo Qingxi's body, rendered immobile. Coupled with Zhuo Qingxi's damp lips pressed against hers, an inexplicable flame of desire ignited within her. Sunlight draped over their faces. For Xiao Yalan, who had her eyes closed, it made little difference. But Lin Luo could discern even the slightest change in her expression. What are you blushing for? Lin Luo teased her deliberately. After indulging in their flirtation for a while, they ultimately remained at the level of innocent kisses and caresses, refraining from more excessive actions. So Qingxi seemed to regain her senses and struggled to rise. What? Is this where it ends? Lin Luo regarded Zhou Qingxi with a playful glint in her eyes. The surrounding classmates looked on in astonishment at the sight of the two of them. Lin Luo truly had a knack for quietly winning over the class monitor and the beauty of the class. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaonan wore a perplexed expression. Lin Luo was a girl. After all, were they engaging in a romance? How swift it all seemed. The two, who had already been close, became even more inseparable, studying, dining, and commuting to and from school together. Soon, the time for the college entrance examination approached, and the students entered the examination hall with anxious hearts. Luo, you can do it. You too. After a series of examinations over several days, Lin Luo, despite her remarkable memory, found herself somewhat bored but unperturbed, confident that scoring 720 out of a total of 750 was well within her grasp. Hence, upon the conclusion of the exams, Lin Luo rewarded herself with an extended break. Ding dong. You have received a message. To celebrate our 3 years together in Class 6 of the 3rd year, a reunion will be held in 2 days. All classmates are kindly invited to attend. Thank you. Since she would no longer encounter her classmates, she decided to change things up. Last, Lin Luo could let her hair down after such a long time. It had grown into a mane of long hair. Although she still wore attire typically associated with boys, her flowing locks and flawless features would leave little room for misunderstanding, perhaps due to it being the weekend. The reception hall was sparsely populated. When the ethereal Lin Luo entered, she naturally captured everyone's attention. The young police officer at the front desk, upon noticing her approach, immediately sat up straight, adjusting his uniform and attempting to adopt a serious demeanor. Miss, how may I assist you? Please help me change my ID card. Thank you. Lin Luo handed over her household registration booklet, and the officer, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Change your ID? How does that work? Upon further inspection, he was left dumbfounded. Such a beautiful girl, yet the gender box indicated male. His mouth hung open in disbelief. Well, let's take a photo first. After obediently posing for the picture, the officer uploaded the photograph to the designated processing station. Lin Luo's beauty was undeniable, and the officer, after inquiring for quite some time without resolution, attracted a crowd of curious fellow officers, both male and female, who gathered to witness the spectacle, with a face flushed with shyness. Lin Luo was ultimately escorted to the side by an older police officer. Little girl, how can you prove that this is you? The seasoned officer, true to his profession, did not question why the household registration indicated male rather than female. Instead, he inquired how she could ascertain her identity as the individual listed in the registration. Lin Luo's eyes darted, and a solution struck her. Fingerprints. Regardless of how one might change, fingerprints remain constant. Indeed, under the specialized fingerprint recording apparatus at the police station, her prints matched perfectly with those on her previous identification card. The intermediate task was to participate in an elite Special Forces training program lasting 2 months. Special Forces? Lin Luo's face was a canvas of confusion. She had no knowledge of military service, let alone the rigorous training of Special Forces. Below were inscribed several bold characters. Failure penalty. Although a multitude of words had been spoken, the essence conveyed was clear. Failure would lead to a fate akin to becoming a public spectacle. And not just any spectacle, but one involving a multitude of onlookers. This system truly knew no bounds. Chapter 47. The strikingly handsome Lin Luo that evening. Han Tianxin arrived home bearing an abundance of delectable treats. After a hearty meal, the two settled on the sofa to watch television. Luo, how did your college entrance examination go? No problem. At the very least, I am confident that my scores will meet the threshold for Beiyang University. What do you plan to do in these next 2 months? Lin Luo sat cross-legged, addressing Han Tianxin earnestly. Sister Tianxin, your family must wield considerable influence. Is there any way you could assist me in joining the Special Forces training? Han Tianxin's face registered shock as she fiddled with her ears. Her reclusive brother, no, sister, was actually expressing a desire to enlist in the military and to become a Special Forces operative at that? Have you lost your mind? Are you abandoning video games? Are you forsaking delicious food? I am not mad. I speak the truth. Is there no way? Lin Luo understood that given her personality, such a request was indeed surprising. And it was only natural for Han Tianxin to doubt her. Han Tianxin reached out to pat her head, bemused. You're not running a fever, are you? You do realize what you're saying? Well, I might have a way, but you shouldn't rely solely on me. Contact Lin Che instead. Han Tianxin provided Lin Che's phone number and then headed off to take a shower. Lin Luo dialed the number. And a sweet, youthful voice answered. Hello, Sister Lin Che. It's Lin Luo. What does little Luo need from me? Tianxin said you could help me join the Special Forces training. Is that true? Lin Che, momentarily taken aback, responded, Little Luo, are you certain you wish to partake in the Special Forces training? You are a girl, and the military's regimen may not be suited for you. Moreover, even if you can endure it, what if you get tanned? Your skin could become rough. You are a great beauty, and I worry for you. Lin Che's concerns echoed those of Han Tianxin. It's all right, Sister Lin Che. Trust me. If I am making this request, I must have my reasons. Unable to dissuade her, Lin Che hesitated to outright reject the idea until Han Tianxin took the phone. Lin Che, let her go. Lin Che could only nod in agreement. Little Luo, wait a week. I will now contact my older brother, and he will take you there. Thank you, Sister Lin Che. A sense of relief washed over Lin Luo as a heavy weight lifted from her heart. Now, it was merely a matter of enduring the next 2 months. A night passed, and Han Tianxin greeted her with a cheerful good morning before heading off to work. Lin Luo recalled having placed a phone call to Wu Gang, requesting leave, reflecting on how any ordinary boss would have likely dismissed her by now for being unable to work for 2 months. To her surprise, Wu Gang chuckled and expressed his indifference, encouraging her to keep pushing forward. After the call, Lin Luo plunged into her mind, where the little demon had insisted she dedicate her time to training over the past week. Before she knew it, a week had flown by. Lin Luo felt empowered, believing she could now strike down a bull with a single punch. The relentless training had certainly taken its toll on her, as she had endured a barrage of tennis balls at first, followed by an assortment of other objects, basketballs, footballs, and even frisbees and plates. The most outrageous part was that amidst this chaotic onslaught, 2 iron discs had been thrown into the mix. How utterly shameless. However, the results were undeniably evident. Upon receiving a call from Lin Che, who informed her that she and her brother were on their way to pick Lin Luo up for the military district, Han Tianxin had intentionally skipped work to escort Lin Luo. Lin Luo, with a touch of mystery, informed her, I'm heading into the room. Coming, host. Let me equip you first, the little demon responded. The first item was a compressive bra. Item description, a miraculous object that can transform even a G-cup into a flat surface. Lin Luo felt a flush of embarrassment as she donned this item, but once it was on, she discovered that her chest, which had been on the verge of a C-cup, had completely flattened. Surprisingly, there was no sensation of constriction. It felt as though she were not wearing anything at all. The second item was a voice-altering gummy, 1 a day, with effects lasting 24 hours. After that, the process became significantly simpler. Her hairstyle was transformed, her features subtly altered, and her skin lost some of its luster. Next, she donned the male attire she had prepared earlier. Gazing into the mirror, an extraordinarily handsome young man emerged. The reflection revealed a striking visage, with features chiseled like a sculpture, and a face that radiated an alluring charm. Though he appeared somewhat rakish, the glint in his eyes hinted at depth and intrigue. His raven-black, thick hair framed a pair of sword-like brows above enchanting, elongated peach blossom eyes that brimmed with emotion, capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze too long. That a prominent nose and lips of perfect fullness adorned a smile that could dazzle the beholder. Truly handsome, I could hardly contain my admiration, Lin Luo shamelessly remarked, her voice rich and resonant. A pleasure to hear. As she stepped out of her room with a subtle smile, Han Tianxin stood awestruck before her, bestowing a deep kiss upon her. You genuinely resemble a boy like this. I never imagined your makeup skills were so impressive. You must teach me sometime. Xiao Luo, come down, with her suitcase in tow. Lin Luo descended the stairs, while Han Tianxin watched her go. Lin Che, waiting below, grew increasingly impatient, not spotting Lin Luo, but instead noticing an extraordinarily handsome young man, far surpassing any of the young idols from television dramas. Yet, to her astonishment, the striking figure approached her, exclaiming, Sister Lin Che, you are Xiao Luo? Lin Che regarded the individual before her with a gaze full of uncertainty. Lin Luo nodded slightly and, in a hushed tone, remarked, I dressed this way for convenience. It seems to be quite effective. Wouldn't you agree? And do make sure not to reveal our little secret. Lin Che assured her there would be no slip-ups. And without hesitation, she grasped Lin Luo's hand, pressing her body against hers. The fragrance of the young girl was distinctly perceptible to Lin Luo that moment. A figure emerged from the vehicle, strikingly handsome. with sharp eyes and an imposing presence that exuded a soldier's steely aura. Although he lacked Lin Luo's breathtaking charm, his allure was captivating in its own right. Lin Yunfan observed his sister so closely entwined with a stranger and felt a surge of displeasure. Though undeniably handsome, could good looks suffice for sustenance? As an older brother, he grappled with an indescribable mix of emotions. Brother, this is Lin Luo, the one I mentioned to you. So frail. Can he endure the hardships of military life? This is utterly absurd. Brother, you promised me. If you meddle recklessly, I shall inform Sister Qingmu and present her with your transgressions. Lin Qin's threats proved remarkably effective, prompting Lin Yufan to reluctantly nod, though his expression remained sour. Lin Luo placed their luggage in the trunk as the car began to move. Lin Yunfan drove while Lin Qin and Lin Luo engaged in quiet conversation in the back, their group journeying towards the military district 300 kilometers away. Chapter 48. The selection commences 2 hours later. They arrived at a remote location. After winding through the terrain, Lin Yunfan halted at the entrance of a cave. Despite its appearance, the cave was home to numerous troops. After presenting their credentials at the outpost, a soldier guided them to a massive alloy door. As it slowly opened, they were greeted by bright lights illuminating the interior, where many individuals stood in orderly lines, awaiting something. Despite the crowd, an eerie silence prevailed. The faintest sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. Lin Yunfan instructed Lin Qin to remain outside while he accompanied Lin Luo to check in. Lin Qin pouted, clearly displeased. After bidding her farewell, Lin Luo was pulled inside by Lin Yufan. Upon entering, Lin Luo instantly captured the attention of everyone present, their scrutinizing gazes rendering her somewhat uneasy. Lin Yufan led her to the exterior of an office. In my capacity as the commander of the sword unit, I command you to ensure his participation in the assessments of your Tianju squad. The individual inside the office appeared quite agitated, slamming his hand on the desk with a thunderous impact. Just because you are from the sword unit does not grant you the right to dictate to me. My Tianju is not a dumping ground for just anyone. Lin Yufan remained unfazed, calmly retrieving a document from his pocket. This is a personal letter from the old man. Take a look. The man fell silent, snatching the document to examine it. Indeed, the handwriting belonged to the elder. How could he possibly act recklessly? My sister pleaded for this, he began, but quickly retracted his statement. Lin Yunfan, glancing around furtively like a thief, leaned closer to the man's ear and whispered, "You are to rigorously train him. Ideally, expel him from the unit. All challenges should be at least double the difficulty of others." The man, puzzled, inquired, "Why? Wasn't he this determined by the elder? I harbor concerns that this dandy harbors ill intentions. He must have abducted my sister, and I am determined to unveil his true nature." "Very well, I understand. You may leave. I shall escort him to the dormitory." Lin Luo had yawned in anticipation, and it was only then that the office door swung open, revealing Lin Yunfan accompanied by a robust middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was of formidable stature, his muscles well-defined, exuding an aura of explosive power. Lin Yunfan, with a stern expression, introduced, "This is Cui Ming, Instructor Cui. You will be shadowing him for the next 2 months." Cui Ming appraised Lin Luo, noting that he was indeed handsome. No wonder he could entice a girl from the Lin family. However, he coldly remarked, "Our Tianju team does not accept rubbish. If you wish to join them for the assessment, ensure you qualify before approaching." Lin Luo was aware that this was likely a tactic to instill fear, a common trope depicted on television. Cui Ming led Lin Luo to the gathering spot of the previous group. The small plaza was relatively spacious, yet at that moment, it was crowded with nearly 40 individuals, making it feel rather constricted. The atmosphere was quite tense. Upon the arrival of Lin Luo and his companions, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, akin to cold water splashed into a hot frying pan. Who are these people? Another group. Hurry and make them scram. A bunch of misfits. The cacophony of voices caused Lin Luo to furrow his brows, the chaos surprising him. "What are you all yelling about? Keep it up, and I'll have you thrown out," Cui Ming bellowed, regaining control of the situation. "Everyone, form 2 lines and follow me. Lin Luo, you take your place in line." The group marched out of the plaza in an orderly fashion. However, as soon as they reached the perimeter of the base, they scattered, some running swiftly, others lagging behind, some climbing trees, while others ventured into the river. Lin Luo belonged to the faster contingent. For him, the speed that others could only achieve through an explosive burst of energy was merely a warm-up. Before long, they encountered their first challenge. The forest ahead was a tangle of intertwined vines, Lin Luo attempted to cut through the vines with the machete from his backpack, with one decisive stroke. The vine snapped, while others struggled with several attempts. Yet, Lin Luo had no desire to proceed leisurely. Taking a deep breath, he crouched and leaped, landing directly on a tree trunk before springing to the next. His feet lightly tapping as he moved with the agility of a leopard through the jungle. Those who attempted to replicate his feat, however, met with an unceremonious fall to the ground, landing in a heap. In no time, Lin Luo reached the edge of the forest, which was not particularly vast, but laden with obstacles. He retrieved the map from his backpack, quickly orienting himself with the surrounding landmarks, and determined his direction, heading towards a nearby muddy expanse. Without traversing the high slopes marked on the original map, the muddy terrain is a choice that most would certainly avoid. The slick, treacherous earth and the unpredictable depths of the quagmires present both a strenuous and perilous challenge. However, Lin Luo possesses her own methods. Owing to her training with the little demon, the resistance is minimal, and the thin layer of ice on the surface would likely shatter and collapse under the weight of an ordinary person. Yet, Lin Luo glides across it effortlessly, as if traversing a well-paved road, without a hint of slipping, leaving her garments completely unsoiled. The reason she chooses this path lies in her hypothesis. Earlier, she had inadvertently observed numerous military vehicles stationed nearby. And beyond the muddy expanse on the map, there appeared to be a parking area marked in red, indicating danger. Nevertheless, Lin Luo perceived it akin to those hidden levels in video games. For her, this muddy stretch posed merely a minor inconvenience, and she decided to investigate further. Warning: a vast minefield has been detected ahead of the host. No wonder it's marked in red. Crossing a minefield on foot is indeed exceedingly perilous. Yet, Lin Luo remained remarkably composed, first locating a patch of ground with minimal mud to stand upon. Little demon, can you detect the minefield ahead? Certainly. These are merely rudimentary technologies. The host can effortlessly navigate through with the remaining energy points. Then let us proceed to AS. She scanned for impending threats. Positions were marked, and danger zones delineated. Lin Luo's vision was suddenly inundated with countless red dots and faint red circles, representing the locations of the mines and their lethal ranges. It was a dizzying sight, so densely packed. Well then, there is no helping it. Watch me perform. Lin Luo blinked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 49, seizing the vessel like a sprite dancing through the forest. Lin Luo soared and twirled, effortlessly navigating the minefield. Beyond a small copse lay an expanse of barren ground, completely devoid of vegetation, not a single blade of grass to be seen. The surface, as solid as iron, reverberated beneath her feet, leaving them slightly numb. Surveying her surroundings, she spotted a slight elevation in one corner and promptly ascended it, causing the ground to gradually yield, revealing a gentle slope leading downward. Descending revealed a parking lot filled with military Hummers, trucks, off-road vehicles, and motorcycles. Lin Luo selected a motorcycle, which greatly increased her speed. The designated time was before nightfall. It was summer, around 7 o'clock. Lin Luo had arrived shortly after 4 in the afternoon, and the location indicated on the map was indeed this dock. However, it had long fallen into disrepair, with not a soul in sight for miles. Soon, Lin Luo noticed someone approaching. It was Cui Ming, who displayed an unusual smile upon seeing her. Well done, you daring lad, bold enough to traverse a minefield on foot. You didn't come here merely to receive compliments, did you? Lin Luo regarded him with a hint of apprehension, sensing a cunning glint in his eye. Indeed, since you've arrived here with such ease, why not directly complete tomorrow's task? 10 kilometers to the east lies one of our observation stations. We must depart immediately. Lin Luo glanced around before inquiring of Cui Ming. Are there any restrictions? Cui Ming shook his head, while Lin Luo swiftly sidestepped him, advancing toward a low cliff adjacent to the dock, and then leaped into the air. Lin Luo was not courting death, and there was no splash to be heard. She had feigned ignorance of Cui Ming's approach, and now, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, dashed in the direction he had come from. How had he arrived at this dock, which appeared to hold nothing? The answer was evident. There was a boat. The individuals aboard were taken aback upon witnessing Lin Luo's descent. And subsequently, for people surged out from the cabin, rushing toward her without uttering a single word. Caught off guard, Lin Luo struggled to comprehend the situation as they intensified their assault. Although their strikes were not aimed at her vital points, they were executed with remarkable precision. Yet, to contend with Lin Luo, they were woefully inadequate. She effortlessly sent the nearest assailant flying. He plummeted into the sea, momentarily out of reach at that instant. Another person launched a fierce kick toward Lin Luo. But she seemed to disregard him entirely, seizing his leg with one hand. His full-force kick felt as though it lacked substance. Lin Luo, without any extraneous motion, simply grasped his leg and hurled him into the ocean. The remaining two exchanged a glance, one of them nodding in agreement. They swiftly altered their tactics. One of them managed to trouble Lin Luo somewhat, skillfully diffusing her attacks, rendering her efforts ineffective, as if she were striking against cotton. His technique resembled the principle of Tai Chi, using minimal force to counteract the maximum. Lin Luo took a vigorous step back, exhaling slowly, her eyes closing momentarily before snapping open again. In her perception, their movements appeared as sluggish as that of a snail. With all her strength unleashed, the toll on her dynamic vision proved substantial, and she could not sustain it for long with a single punch. Both assailants were sent reeling, blood spilling as they flew away. Only the helmsman remained aboard. He had disembarked prior to the fray, thus avoiding the fate of becoming a drenched fool. Lin Luo approached the cockpit and found the controls not overly complicated. In the cabin, she discovered a manual for navigation. As night descended, Lin Luo reclined on the deck, the moonlight shimmering amidst the sparse stars, while the briny sea breeze enveloped her in a delightful haze. An experience likely denied to the others. Having successfully pilfered twice, Lin Luo hummed a cheerful tune, set the course, and retreated to the cabin for some rest. 3 hours later, Lin Luo reached the island, which did not resemble the dense jungle she had envisioned. Rather, it was surprisingly developed for its modest size. Most astonishingly, it lay not far from the coastline, yet she had never encountered it on any map. On the beach, Lin Luo lay on the plush sofa in the cabin, finding some food to satisfy her hunger, though she longed to explore. However, without further directives, she could not wander freely if it were a vacation. Basking in the sun in such a picturesque setting of azure skies and cerulean waters would be utterly blissful. Alas, she must contemplate the challenges Chui Ming would next present. After a restful night's sleep, Lin Luo awoke and used the remaining half bottle of mineral water to wash her face, feeling considerably refreshed. The newly risen sun bathed Lin Luo's face in warm, gentle light, creating an atmosphere of comfort, save for the three unfortunate competitors resembling lifeless dogs by the beach. With buoyant energy, Lin Luo hopped off the boat and approached the group. Each person bearing varying degrees of wounds, blood still seeping from their injuries. "Did you get bitten by sharks while being chased?" Lin Luo quipped lightly, to her surprise. One of them nodded solemnly. "You truly are unfortunate." As she conversed, Lin Luo had already disinfected and bandaged one person's wound. When she attempted to tend to another conscious individual, she was met with resistance. "Why do you want to help me?" he queried. "I simply cannot bear to witness your demise. Only the top 5 have a chance to join the Tianzhu team. Wouldn't it be better if more of you were eliminated?" He retorted through clenched teeth. "I adhere to my principles. I cannot stand idly by and watch you perish." The man opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately, all that escaped was a reluctant, "Thank you. It's nothing. We are still rivals." After tending to the wounds of the 3 individuals, Lin Luo found her medical supplies completely depleted. In the distance, a helicopter descended gracefully, and Chui Ming emerged, clad in a black military uniform, flanked by 2 medical personnel in white coats. They examined the trio's injuries and provided minimal treatment, causing the remaining 2 to stir awake languidly. Upon awakening, they were met with fury, as they observed Lin Luo, who appeared pristine and invigorated, and caught sight of the boat nearby, igniting their indignation. "This connection is far too blatant. I refuse to accept it," another individual seethed in agreement. Chui Ming merely recounted Lin Luo's actions in a measured tone, causing their anger to dissipate slightly. Setting aside the matter, they certainly would not dare traverse a minefield unarmed. Chui Ming set his watch for 1 hour, joining the group on the beach as they awaited the remaining competitors' arrival. Chapter 50. On the sea, an hour swiftly passed, and those who reached the beach collapsed in exhaustion before they could rest for long. Chui Ming announced the next task. "Congratulations, you have earned a chance to rest. 4 helicopters have landed at the helipad behind the island, available for your next base. Each helicopter accommodates 2 individuals, meaning that with 10 of you here, 2 will be left behind. The choice is yours." Chui Ming turned and departed, leaving behind 10 maps. Upon hearing this, the remaining competitors exchanged glances. The previously prostrate individuals sprang to their feet and rushed toward the helipad, determined not to be outdone by Lin Luo this time. Soon, Only Lin Luo and one person she had previously rescued remained on the beach. "Why aren't you leaving?" he inquired. "Aren't you staying as well?" "We are not the same. Aren't you going?" "I'll stay here with you. Consider it a gesture of gratitude." "Gratitude? Take this knife and go chop some bamboo in the woods." Lin Luo retrieved a machete from her bag and tossed it to the individual lying on the ground. "Here's the bamboo you wanted. By the way, my name is Shangwan Long. I don't know yours yet." Lin Luo. Upon receiving the bamboo, Lin Luo arranged the stalks side by side, binding them together with hemp rope in a crisscross fashion. In the center, he secured a vertical post, deftly cutting the canvas into the desired shape with a knife. Before long, a bamboo raft was completed. "Push it over," he commanded without a hint of politeness. Employing Shangwan Long as a laborer, with their combined efforts, the bamboo raft was soon pushed into the water. Lin Luo stepped aboard, stamping his feet to test its sturdiness. To his surprise, the knowledge gleaned from books had proven useful. "Let us go," he called out. "Are you calling me?" Shangwan Long retorted. "Of course. If we don't leave now, I might just go without you. I'm coming. I'm coming." On the tranquil sea surface, a solitary boat glided swiftly with the ebb and flow of the waves. The two reclined comfortably on the bamboo raft, basking in the sunlight. Shangwan Long turned to Lin Luo and inquired, "Why aren't you in a hurry to seize the plane?" Lin Luo, leisurely observing the map, replied, knowing Chui Ming's temperament, "Do you really think the competition will be that simple? What is the point in that? Besides, I cannot pilot a plane. With 10 individuals and 4 aircraft, aside from 2. The rest will reach the destination swiftly. It seems deliberate to leave 2 behind as a smokescreen to conceal the true objective. By the way, I haven't asked who you all are." Shangwan Long's expression was one of astonishment. "You don't know? Only the elite soldiers from various divisions of the Southwest military region are permitted to participate. That's why we're quite displeased with your backdoor dealings." Just as they conversed, the 4 helicopters that had taken off earlier encountered enemies. Indeed, they were met by foes. Witnessing 10 fighter jets approaching from the distance, everyone was struck dumb. What on earth is happening? The 2 foremost aircraft were instantly struck by a missile, rendering their propellers useless, forcing their occupants to leap into the sea. These pilots were evidently elite, as apart from the destroyed propellers, the helicopters sustained no further damage. Such unconventional missions are fraught with peril. Plummeting into the ocean and losing one's life is a real possibility. The remaining 2 helicopters had one evading desperately, while the other displayed shrewdness. Aware that evasion from the fighters was futile, they opted to fly closer to the water, facilitating a potential escape into the sea. Of the 8 individuals who surfaced, only 5 remained. Shaken, they paid no heed to anything else and swam towards their target point. Fortunate that it was daytime. Had it been night, they would have had to worry about additional unforeseen dangers. As time gradually passed, Lin Luo drifted slowly towards the destination, estimating that over 50 kilometers had elapsed. The vast expanse of the ocean surrounded him, devoid of any other sight. Frowning, Lin Luo pondered, could it be that Chui Ming had genuinely shown benevolence? Upon spotting Lin Luo's bamboo raft, the 2 individuals grew excited. "Over there, hurry and help us." Lin Luo ignored them and simply paddled past. "Who would have thought that you pilots would fall to such depths? What has happened? Where are the others?" "We encountered a squadron of fighter jets and were the first to be shot down. The rest have met the same fate." Casting a fleeting glance at the individual who had just spoken, he declared, "We are indeed rival teammates. Should I choose to disregard your plight, you cannot lay blame at my feet." With a scoff, he continued, "If you are unwilling to assist us, then do not expect to depart unscathed. I assure you, I possess 100 ways to bring about your demise and seize your bamboo raft." The man spoke with an air of haughty disdain. Lin Luo erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "I have never encountered someone so desperate in soliciting help. Very well, since you threaten me, I shall take my leave. Farewell." "What did you say?" The man was incensed, staring at Lin Luo in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You dare refuse my assistance? Do you not believe I can end your life this very moment?" As a bamboo raft drifted past, the man seized one end and forcefully pressed it down, causing the raft to tilt sharply. In that instant, Lin Luo stepped onto the elevated portion, placing a foot atop the man's head, and thrust him into the water. By the time he resurfaced, the raft had already sailed far away. "You shall pay for this affront. I vow to avenge myself. I shall await your return," Lin Luo retorted. As the bamboo raft continued to glide forward, presently they spotted 2 individuals, fervently paddling towards them. "Take me with you. Count me in, I implore you." Hold your tongue for a moment. It seems there is something amiss around you. The two individuals bore various wounds, and beneath the water's surface, dark shadows swirled ominously in the distance. The sounds of combat and cries echoed, and had Lin Luo been able to see the unfolding scene, he would have been utterly astounded. Chapter 51. The fierce battle with the shark horde in the distance. A man was frantically battling a shark in the water, his military green combat attire tattered and soaked in blood. The individual beside him fared little better, blood streaming from multiple wounds, the scent of iron pervading the air, likely drawing more sharks to their predicament. The two men spotted Lin Luo's bamboo raft and immediately shouted, "Hurry, save us." In their desperation, they cast aside any concerns about their prior relationship, prioritizing escape from danger. With Lin Luo aboard, the raft now accommodated 4 individuals, and they believed that 2 more would not pose an excessive burden. One of them landed a punch on a shark's head, straddling another while glancing towards the raft. In that moment, only Lin Luo could rescue him, as he understood that aside from Lin Luo, who had not boarded a plane, no one else could conjure such a bamboo raft. Lin Luo rose and extended his hand towards him, as the others turned to see a menacing swarm of over 20 sharks approaching. "If you do not hurry aboard, you may well meet a gruesome fate," Lin Luo coldly admonished, feeling little inclination to save this man, especially since he had been among the most antagonistic of the group that had earlier confronted her, with the assistance of Shangwan Long. The 2 men swiftly climbed aboard the raft, taking positions at various points. "Prepare for battle," Lin Luo commanded icily. The sharks closed in rapidly, and Lin Luo delivered a powerful punch to the head of the nearest shark, sending it crashing into the depths below. There, Shangwan Long struck a shark on the head with a fierce blow, while the others exerted themselves to the fullest. However, the shark's tough skin and considerable numbers rendered them utterly unable to contend with these formidable creatures. Observing the dire situation, Lin Luo declared, "If this continues, the bamboo raft will surely be damaged. You all stay here while Shangwan Long and I dive in to slay the sharks." Dive in to fight the sharks? Everyone was momentarily taken aback at the thought of confronting over 20 sharks. Was it even feasible? At that moment, Lin Luo had already plunged into the water with a resounding splash. Blood rapidly stained the surface of the sea. And unbeknownst to anyone, a machete had appeared in Lin Luo's hand. With 3 swift strikes, he severed the heads of 2 sharks, followed by a powerful punch that skewed the jaws of an approaching shark. The sensation of exerting himself was exhilarating. Amidst the astonishment of onlookers, Lin Luo delivered a kick to a shark's body, using the momentum to propel himself upward as he descended. The machete once again plunged into the skull of another shark. With 2 more sharks slain in quick succession, blood continued to spread through the ocean. Meanwhile, Shangwan Long was not to be outdone. He broke off a less critical part of the bamboo raft, wielding a sharp bamboo shard, and leapt into the fray, inflicting numerous wounds on a shark before delivering a decisive thrust that ended its life. At this point, the others cast aside any hesitation and jumped into the water. Although unarmed, they were all elite soldiers from various military districts. Their combat prowess formidable, and they inflicted great suffering upon the sharks. Lin Luo moved like a fierce tiger ravaging a frail deer, dispatching a shark nearly every 10 seconds. In less than 2 minutes, half of the 20 sharks were dead. The remaining sharks, sensing danger, retreated in fear. Lin Luo emerged from the water like a war god, his upper body visible above the surface, while the sharks scurried away like startled deer. The once fearsome predators had been cowed into retreat. After rinsing his machete in the sea, Lin Luo returned to the bamboo raft amidst the admiring gazes of his companions. Placing the blade back into his pack, the man they had rescued, still breathless, looked at Lin Luo and said, "Lin Luo, in terms of strength, I indeed cannot compare to you, but that does not mean I will give up. Thank you for your aid in this matter." Lin Luo replied with a slight smile, "I have never required gratitude from others. I simply could not bear to see you perish at the hands of these beasts." The bamboo raft drifted slowly towards its destination, silence enveloping the group, broken only by the sound of waves and their own breaths, a quietude that felt stifling. Countless individuals yearned for the ocean, believing it to be a realm of beauty, yet none aboard the raft felt this way. They all wished to arrive swiftly at their destination to rest. Lin Luo sat calmly on the raft, and for the remainder of their journey, no other fish dared to trouble them. Perhaps they had dispatched too many sharks as they approached their destination. Now only 20 kilometers away, the sea breeze intensified, propelling them forward, and 2 hours later, They finally reached their goal as the sun dipped below the horizon. Lin Luo and his companions finally arrived. Cui Ming, with his back turned to them, gazed into the distance at the setting sun and slowly remarked, "Take them to rest, and have Lin Luo come over." One of the subordinates promptly approached Lin Luo's group and said, "Lin Luo, follow me. The rest may take their leave." Lin Luo walked to Cui Ming's side. Observing the distant sunrise with a placid expression, the two stood there, akin to two immortal monuments, gazing into the distance. After a full half-hour, Cui Ming softly spoke, "You are quite remarkable, to be honest. I hold you in high regard. Your every action does not escape my notice. Should I feel honored?" Lin Luo replied with an air of calm. "How did you discern the deception regarding the plane?" Cui Ming inquired with a smile. "It was not difficult. I inferred it from your words and the challenges we faced earlier at that moment. Everyone was preoccupied with seizing the plane, so they neglected to analyze the situation." Lin Luo replied with a smile, not feeling prideful about his insight. Cui Ming sighed and said, "Do you realize that had you not assisted them, many would have been eliminated in this round alone? Is what you did truly worthwhile? In my view, the concept of worth does not apply to my actions. That I will do what I believe is right, just as I would kick aside someone who taunted me, or save others when the opportunity arises. You are indeed an intriguing individual. Very well, go rest," Cui Ming declared, striding toward the seaside while a figure approached to escort Lin Luo to rest. Upon reaching the shore, Cui Ming began to practice his punches, continuing for a full half-hour, leaving countless deep footprints in the sand that if someone were to excavate the sand, they would be astonished to find that these footprints delved deep into the ground beneath. Chapter 52. Enraged with shame, when everyone reconvened, it was 11 in the afternoon. The moon shone brightly amidst a sparse starry sky. In the span of that day, no one had consumed anything. And as 12 individuals stood together, the majority began to hear their stomachs grumbling. Cui Ming spoke slowly. "After the previous 2 rounds of competition, I must express my dissatisfaction with your performances, of course. With the exception of Lin Luo, who is the only one who has passed out. I know you are hungry, but do not expect me to provide you with food. It is now 11:30 at night, and we will reconvene at 4 in the morning for our final challenge. I hope you will find it enjoyable. For the next few hours, you must fend for yourselves regarding food." Cui Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Your range of movement is limited to the beach. Do not think you can cunningly venture inside to procure food." Hunger, it seems, was inevitable. Shang Wanlong approached Lin Luo and said, "Lin Luo, what should we do now? I'm about to starve. Those Dragon Gate fellows are utterly depraved." Lin Luo forced a calm smile. "Of course, we must seek something to eat. Are we to simply endure this hunger? If we cannot find food in these few hours, we might as well leave and avoid courting death. As time progresses, the dangers inevitably increase. One cannot help but wonder what this final challenge entails. The first 2 trials have taught everyone valuable lessons, revealing that they are not merely contests of strength and stamina." Lin Luo strolled along the beach, with Shang Wanlong steadfastly by her side, having resolutely decided to remain close to her, if only for the sake of tranquility. Little did he know that upon reaching the shoreline, Lin Luo would plunge directly into the sea, her pace quickening with each step. Shang Wanlong was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Lin Luo, where are you going?" Lin Luo remained silent, secretly contacting Xiao Yao. "Xiao Yao, I haven't learned survival skills in the wilderness. What if I starve to death?" Xiao Yao, taken aback, responded helplessly, "I'll come," and immediately possessed Lin Luo with a sudden dive. Lin Luo plunged into the ocean, her figure vanishing from sight. Was she intending to fish? There was nothing edible on land, save for the creatures of the yet it dawned on the others what Lin Luo's intentions were, and they hastily followed suit, diving into the water. 5 minutes later, Lin Luo emerged from the waves, one hand grasping a sharp branch, with several large fish strung together, still wriggling in protest. Upon reaching the shore, she gathered some dry twigs and, employing the most primitive method of friction to create fire, set about roasting the fish. With deft precision, Lin Luo severed the fish heads and scraped off the scales, suspending them over the flames. Soon, the delectable aroma of grilled fish wafted across the beach, causing those who surfaced for air to swallow hard and dive back down eagerly. Gradually, many others succeeded in catching fish and rushed towards Lin Luo, only to find her savoring the succulent flesh of her catch. Comparing their meager portions to her feast, they felt a pang of envy. However, they were grateful to have caught enough to satiate their hunger. Shangguan Long, rather shamelessly, approached Lin Luo, boldly requesting a grilled fish. Despite the absence of seasoning and the lingering saltiness, the famished crowd found immense satisfaction in their modest meal. Meanwhile, Wu Kuan returned to the parking lot of the Han Tianxin group. The previous night, he had sought out Han Tianxin, only to be turned away and escorted out by security. He bore no resentment, for he had ample time at his disposal. As Han Tianxin stepped out of her car, Wu Kuan adjusted his attire and approached her, presenting a vibrant bouquet of crimson roses, sincerity etched upon his face. Tianxin, would you care to join me for dinner this evening? I have to work. Han Tianxin replied coldly. Wu Kuan, who had not appeared since their last encounter, had assumed the matter was settled. Yet here he was again, much to her dismay. No worries, Tianxin. Let us dine on Italian cuisine at noon, followed by a concert. I have already secured tickets, he said, producing 2 concert tickets as if by magic. I do not enjoy concerts, Han Tianxin stated icily. That's all right. We can watch a movie instead. I've reserved an entire screening room. Whatever you wish to see, I can arrange it, he insisted. Wu Kuan spoke with a beaming smile. Han Tianxin was on the brink of madness. Wu Kuan had been rejected by her several times the previous day, and yet he dared to approach her again. It was truly exasperating. However, the shameless fellow remained undeterred. Were it not for the cooperative agreement binding them, Han Tianxin would have likely severed ties with him long ago. Gazing at Han Tianxin with profound affection, Wu Kuan declared, Tianxin, only I am your true love in this lifetime, and only I can bestow happiness upon you. His words instantly soured Han Tianxin's mood, prompting her to exclaim, Wu Kuan, take your flowery nonsense and go as far away as possible. I already have a boyfriend, so please keep your distance from me in the future. Wu Kuan remained unfazed, replying, Tianxin, as long as you're not married, I have every right to pursue you. Furthermore, I wish to express my hope that you will carefully consider my proposal. Being with me is your best choice, and I will ensure your happiness. Han Tianxin retorted coldly, Wu Kuan, let me make myself clear once more. I have always treated you as a mere business associate. If you continue down this path, you shall never appear before me again. With a sudden press of the accelerator, Han Tianxin's car sped away, leaving Wu Kuan standing there with a twisted expression, declaring, Han Tianxin, no matter what, I will have you. I swear. Moreover, I shall take everything that belongs to you. Chapter 53. The Bond of Life and Death on an Unnamed Island at Sea. Lin Luo and her companion stood before Cui Ming, who wore an indifferent expression, as if he regarded them with utter disdain. Silence enveloped the group. They had stood before Cui Ming for half an hour, and he had yet to utter a word. While they dared not speak, uncertain if their endurance was being tested. 10 more minutes passed before Cui Ming finally broke the silence. Surviving the previous 2 rounds means little. It merely indicates that you possess a modicum of skill. However, in my eyes, you are still woefully inadequate. No one dared to respond. Cui Ming had previously stated that only Lin Luo had qualified, and now he reiterated this sentiment. Why? With a darkened expression, Cui Ming coldly declared, entering the competition is exceedingly brutal. Out of the initial 32 participants, how many do you think will actually remain? The group gazed at Cui Ming as he continued nonchalantly, do not presume that your prowess in your own units holds any significance. The Tianju team has only 2 slots available, compelling you to compete against one another and continually improve. That we do not send you to your deaths. However, should you lack the capability, dying will not affect us in the least. We fear no retaliation. The man spoke with an air of arrogance. Everyone listened intently. Each of Cui Ming's words carried immense weight, potentially revealing hidden truths. I shall oversee the first 2 rounds, but in this final round, not everyone will be as merciful as I. Should anyone wish to withdraw now, I will not make it difficult for you. A voice suddenly inquired, what price must we pay if we wish to withdraw after surpassing this round? He considers himself the least capable among the 7, second only to Lin Luo, yet his ambition is not to be underestimated, which prompts his inquiry, do not question me. Your abilities are sorely lacking. I had initially believed that when selecting individuals, some regard would be given to martial prowess. If we were to evaluate strength on a scale of 100, the most formidable among you would barely reach 70. While you languish at a mere 20th, the discontented individual retorted. If the Tianju squad were to select members solely based on combat abilities, what would be the point of seeking out elites elsewhere? If competition relied entirely on martial strength to determine outcomes, the Tianju would be rather unremarkable. Cui Ming responded with a smile. I concur with your perspective. Members of the Tianju may lack brute force, Yet if they can command respect and exhibit exceptional talents, they shall lead. A strong charisma can also suffice. The first two trials assess fundamental strength. Even a robust ordinary person could pass such tests. Had you employed your intellect more effectively, you could have avoided such disgrace. Regrettably, your performance has been woefully inadequate, Cui Ming disdainfully remarked. If you wish to prove yourselves, demonstrate the abilities you ought to possess, rather than relying pitifully on others for assistance. The individual fell silent, yet chose not to withdraw, for the Tianju squad is a place coveted by most soldiers. Only there can one grow stronger. Since no one has chosen to leave, I shall now announce the third task, which is, in fact, the simplest since the inception of the Tianju squad, signing a life and death contract that I hope you will find it agreeable. A stunned silence fell over the crowd at the mention of the life and death contract, as they had never encountered such a concept before. Lin Luo, too, fell into contemplation. It truly is quite simple, merely a matter of signing one's name, albeit at the cost of entrusting one's life to others. Immediately, 7 figures in black appeared before them, each holding a life and death contract. This contract has been newly formulated. Previously, we never cared about your lives, for to us, the deceased are but refuse. However, this time we present a formal life and death contract. Should you sign this agreement, any death you suffer at the hands of another before the competition concludes shall absolve Tianju of all responsibility. In essence, should you sign this contract, even if I were to slay you immediately, your demise would be in vain. A chill swept through the crowd. The terms were exceedingly tyrannical, leaving them with no recourse. It was merely a one-sided clause absolving Tianju of any responsibility for their lives. That is there anyone who contests this? You have 3 minutes to sign the life and death contract. Otherwise, you shall face death. At that moment, Cui Ming finally revealed his domineering aura, a wild and unrestrained presence that enveloped them, instilling an invisible pressure upon all. The remaining 5, without hesitation, seized their pens and signed the life and death contract, pressing their thumbs into the red clay to leave their marks. Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, picking up the pen but refraining from signing immediately. The entire situation was beyond her expectations, and now it even involved a threat to her life. Aside from Lin Luo and the individual who had asked the question, everyone else had completed the contract within 30 seconds. Xiao Yao, do you think I will die? Host, this is the crux of the task. Only through the crucible of life and death can one grow stronger. But just a month ago, I was merely a student. I am concerned about my. Are you worried that your strength is insufficient? You simply lack courage. This opportunity is precisely what you need to ignite it. If everything were to unfold effortlessly, what would be the purpose of our endeavor? All right, I will sign. Lin Luo swiftly affixed her name and stamped her thumbprint. Another person called out loudly, can we still withdraw at this point? As I stated earlier, note that I hope you can agree with him. Each individual's aspirations differ, and in the face of many challenges, we must summon the courage to confront them. He does not wish to face this because his life is too comfortable, and he does not deserve to compete for a place in the Tianju Brigade. Lin Luo stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. The man turned to look at Lin Luo, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. He never expected her to assist him at such a moment. The man looked at Lin Luo with some astonishment, then nodded heavily. I am quite satisfied with your previous performance. Out of respect for you, Sun Lin, I will grant your request to withdraw. Sun Lin visibly breathed a sigh of relief as the man in black stepped aside, indicating for him to follow. Chapter 54. The Great Escape. The remaining 6 individuals, having rested for a night, appeared revitalized. Cui Ming led them to the center of the island, where a modern military airport was situated. Various fighter jets and helicopters were taking off and landing continuously. Lin Luo gazed in curiosity at the sights she had never encountered before. Soon, the group arrived before a transport aircraft. Cui Ming gestured for everyone to board the plane. As the roar of engines filled the air, the transport plane slowly ascended. Once the view outside the window transformed into a sea of clouds, Cui Ming finally spoke. The final assessment. A survival game. You 6 will be dropped on a small island with a radius of 10 kilometers. As time progresses, the island will gradually submerge due to rising tides. And there is a substantial presence of sharks nearby, so do not even think about staying in the water. We have prepositioned weapons, ammunition, body armor, medical supplies, and food on the island, but their quantities are exceedingly scarce. You are to engage in a deadly battle until only 2 remain. Forming alliances is strictly forbidden. We will reach the designated airspace in 15 minutes. So prepare your parachutes. 15 minutes passed swiftly, and the six stood in formation, preparing to jump. Shang Wanlong exchanged a glance with Lin Luo before the jump, and she understood his meaning instantly. Rest assured, I will not lay a hand on you. Lin Luo nodded slightly and leaped out of the cabin. Thanks to her exceptional physical prowess, she swiftly regained her balance while plummeting at an astonishing speed, simultaneously memorizing the landing positions of the six individuals. The island was bisected by a river. The northern section was a forested area, while the southern part consisted of extensive marshlands. Lin Luo chose to descend near the southern marsh, while Shang Wanlong opted for the northern forest. The remaining individuals landed at considerable distances from one another. The site where Lin Luo landed was marked by a few isolated houses that stood out conspicuously. Upon touching down, she performed a roll to absorb the impact and deftly removed her parachute pack, carelessly discarding it on the ground. Entering an abandoned two-story building, she found the interior shrouded in dust and decay. Lin Luo meticulously searched the entire structure, but as expected, found nothing of value. However, she remained undeterred and thoroughly scoured the other three houses, ultimately discovering food, water, clean clothes, and a bulletproof vest. She stowed her findings in the highest of the houses. After several days of relentless travel, Lin Luo felt somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, a small river lay not far away, prompting her to wash up and unwind. Clad in her fresh garments, she ambled leisurely towards the riverbank, akin to a leisurely tourist. Upon reaching the river, the crystalline waters, clear to the bottom, dazzled her. Without hesitation, she shed her soiled clothing and plunged into the water. The pristine river enveloped her smooth skin, and her delicate limbs glided through the water, revealing an elegantly curved physique that elicited admiration. Lin Luo couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed her bust had grown a few sizes during her absence from the mirror. Having procured several practical traps from the mischievous sprites, Lin Luo first set up 2 warning traps connected to nearby bird nests, ensuring that any disturbance would startle flocks of birds into flight. She then exerted considerable effort to construct a pitfall and several devices akin to animal traps. Had she not fortuitously discovered a shovel along the way, she would never have engaged in such laborious tasks. As her endeavors concluded, the first day's light waned. With the sun setting, Lin Luo sat on a broken chair, its arms in disrepair, enjoying her dinner while gazing at the scenery. Perhaps this was the essence of an idyllic retirement. She wondered how the others fared. After finishing her meal, Lin Luo reclined on the clean table for a refreshing nap. If Shang Wanlong were to witness her current state, he would surely be struck by the stark contrast. Upon his landing, fortune smiled upon him as he uncovered a handgun, 15 rounds of ammunition, and some provisions. However, just as he prepared to depart the area, a small troop of monkeys residing in the forest pilfered his food, leaving him with nothing. This was intolerable. Enraged, Shang Wanlong seized a stone from the ground and hurled it at the thieving monkeys. 2 of them let out pitiful cries as they tumbled from the trees, their stolen food falling to the ground as he approached to retrieve his provisions, disregarding the wailing monkeys below. Yet, just a few steps away, he sensed impending danger. A multitude of monkeys descended from the treetops, armed with various items, hurling them at him, while others bared their teeth, ready to attack. This was disastrous. He had forgotten that monkeys held grudges. He had stirred up a hornet's nest. Shang Wanlong swiftly dodged several larger stones before making a hasty retreat towards the forest's edge. As Shang Wanlong sprinted ahead, a troop of monkeys relentlessly pursued him from behind, creating a chaotic scene as if to announce their presence to the world. Continuing to flee in such a manner was not a viable strategy. He was but one against a multitude of monkeys, and outrunning them was an impossibility. In desperation, Shang Wanlong swiftly retrieved 3 compressed biscuits from his provisions, tearing open the remaining packages and tossing them to the monkeys they anticipated. The sight of food distracted the monkeys, who abandoned their chase of Shang Wanlong to scramble for the offerings. Seizing the opportunity, he made his escape and found 2 large trees, fashioning a rudimentary hammock from his parachute, while consuming the unpalatable biscuits. His lips cracked and parched from the lack of moisture. The fates of his companions upon landing varied, but none enjoyed the comfort that Lin Luo experienced. As night descended, anyone standing at the shore would notice the sea rising ominously, quickly engulfing the small island. Chapter 55. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. The water levels in the forest had not risen significantly, yet the beach was visibly inundated, likely to approach Lin Luo's dwelling by afternoon. Without hesitation, Lin Luo gathered the remaining food and water into his parachute bag, donned his bulletproof vest, and cautiously advanced towards the forest. That moment, Shangwan Long lay motionless atop a tall tree, his breath faint, yet his eyes remained keenly observant of his surroundings. Frustration welled within him. Where was everyone? Though he had run out of food, he still had the morning's dew for hydration, having seen nothing along his path. He feared he might perish before he could even ambush someone. Suddenly, the snap of a twig nearby heightened his alertness. Following the sound, he spotted an indistinct green figure cautiously making its way through the forest. Remarkable, he thought to himself, noting the peculiar garments adorned with strips of cloth. Though seemingly rudimentary, they were effective camouflage. Had it not been for the sound of the breaking branch, Shangwan Long might have remained oblivious to the fact that someone had crept so close to him. He remained silent, even his breath restrained, fearful of detection. The stranger, however, seemed unaware of the surrounding danger and continued to approach. In a sudden move, Shangwan Long lunged from above, wielding his knife with ferocity towards the intruder. The latter reacted swiftly. Unable to evade, he discarded his submachine gun and drew a triangular bayonet from his waist, thrusting it directly at Shangwan Long. Surprisingly, Shangwan Long did not flinch. He merely tilted his head to evade a fatal strike. The bayonet pierced his shoulder, yet his knife found its mark, embedding deeply into the intruder's arm. The injury was grave, and without immediate medical intervention, the man's arm might be lost. Meanwhile, blood flowed profusely from Shangwan Long's shoulder. But his condition was markedly better than that of his adversary, who was now drenched in sweat from the pain. It was a battle of survival. Failure meant death, and he could scarcely endure much longer. With a slight crouch, Shangwan Long adopted an offensive stance, while the intruder, gripping his bayonet, struggled to maintain his composure. In that tense moment, the silence shattered with the sounds of gunfire. Bang! Bang! Upon hearing the sound, Shangwan Long beheld his opponent lying in a pool of blood, a bullet having struck his body and another his head, resulting in instant demise. A jolt of shock coursed through him as he hastily lowered his head and sprinted away, narrowly evading a bullet that grazed past him. Kicking up a cloud of dust in his wake, his pace quickened, and he darted into a nearby thicket. The gunfire abruptly ceased, and Shangwan Long cautiously parted the underbrush, revealing just one eye to survey the direction of the recent attack. "Damn it," he muttered, "all my life and death struggles have merely benefited others." Meanwhile, Lin Luo was stealthily navigating through the forest, encountering no one along the way, yet collecting an abundance of food and ammunition, albeit devoid of any firearms. At that moment, the remaining 5 individuals on the island were unconsciously converging towards the heart of the forest, where a fierce battle was undoubtedly imminent. Witnessing Shangwan Long's escape, Wang Ying rapidly scavenged the belongings of the deceased, discovering a grenade, several pieces of dried meat, a bottle of mineral water, a submachine gun, dozens of bullets, bandages, and antiseptic. It was a bountiful haul. After surveying his surroundings, Wang Ying stowed the items into his pack and retreated along the original path. Having tended to his wounds, Shangwan Long squatted within the thicket, the fatigue and hunger from consecutive days gnawing at his nerves, leading him to inadvertently drift into slumber. Lin Luo continued her journey for over half an hour, wielding a military shovel as she forged a path through the underbrush. Suddenly, a thicket ahead captured her attention. As the outline of a rear end became visible, someone was hiding. Gripping her shovel tightly, Lin Luo cautiously approached the figure, unaware that Shangwan Long, either due to fatigue or some other reason, lost his balance and toppled backward from the bush. Startled by the sudden movement, Lin Luo instinctively readied herself to strike, but upon recognizing the person, she gradually relaxed her grip on her weapon. Aroused from his slumber, Shangwan Long quickly scanned his surroundings, only to find Lin Luo regarding him with an expression akin to that of a beggar. "Lin Luo," he exclaimed, his voice laced with evident joy. "After several days apart, you seem to be faring rather poorly." Embarrassed, he scratched his head, prompting Lin Luo to think for a moment before tossing him a bottle of mineral water and 2 compressed biscuits. Grateful, Shangwan Long gazed at Lin Luo with appreciation, eagerly accepting the food and devouring it ravenously. Suddenly struck by an idea, he hastily stuffed the remaining food into his mouth and retrieved an item from his pocket, extending it towards Lin Luo. "Take this handgun. Consider it payment for the meal." Lin Luo's eyes brightened as she accepted the firearm. Though she had only handled guns in a training environment, the prospect of wielding a real one was exhilarating. In turn, she did not neglect Shangwan Long. reserving only a small portion of food for herself while offering the rest to him. Thus, the two parted ways. Chapter 56 concludes with Lin Luo continuing her ascent towards the high ground of the island. Unaware that she had already been targeted by none other than Wang Ying, the very individual who had previously threatened her and seized supplies that rightfully belonged to Shangguan Long. Wang Ying lay concealed behind a nearby, protruding rock. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Luo, his eyes betraying a ruthless intent. The submachine gun in hand was already aimed at Lin Luo's nape, and suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through her spine, causing the hairs on her neck to stand on end. A feeling of sheer terror began to envelop her. Instinctively, she rolled away and took refuge behind a large tree. Wang Ying, seething with anger, gritted his teeth, realizing how close he had come to hitting her. Lin Luo, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to catch her breath, her chest heaving violently as she hid behind the tree, too terrified to make a move. This situation could not persist. Taking shelter behind the tree, Lin Luo drew her handgun, disengaged the safety, and suddenly, upon noticing the abnormal protrusions on the tree, she instantly grasped Wang Ying's intent. Those were the result of multiple bullets striking the trunk. If this continued, the tree would inevitably be penetrated. Staying put was a death sentence. It was time to fight back. Lin Luo leaped to the right, but Wang Ying had been waiting for this moment. His gun swiftly trained on her as he fired 3 shots in rapid succession. With her dynamic vision activated, Lin Luo, just as Wang Ying's bullets were leaving the chamber, aimed unhesitatingly at his head and pulled the trigger. A bloody hole appeared on Wang Ying's forehead, and Lin Luo fell to the side. Phew, she was relieved to be unscathed. Lin Luo retrieved the ceramic armor plate from her bulletproof vest, now riddled with cracks. As if it would shatter with the slightest pressure, it had to be said that Wang Ying's luck was not particularly good. His marksmanship was indeed formidable. Without this bulletproof vest, she would have likely ended up in a mutual demise. Discarding the damaged armor plate, Lin Luo rushed to Wang Ying's side to search his body. Ugh, Lin Luo couldn't help but vomit, finding a bloody hole in Wang Ying's forehead, while the impact of the bullet had shattered his brain matter, scattering it across the ground in a gruesome display of red and white. This overwhelming sight proved too much for Lin Luo, who was already grappling with the discomfort of her first kill. Gritting her teeth against the nausea, she hastily stripped him of his weapons, ammunition, and supplies before continuing her ascent up the hill. As she walked, Lin Luo examined the weapon she had seized, a Scorpion EVO-3 submachine gun, produced by the Czech weapon manufacturer CZUB, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds fed by 9mm ammunition, boasting a theoretical firing rate of 1,150 rounds per minute. A series of specifications for this weapon involuntarily flashed through her mind. And feeling satisfied, she slung it across her chest and drew her knife to continue her path. Meanwhile, Shangguan Long was being relentlessly pursued by 2 individuals who seemed to have reached a tacit agreement, determined to eliminate him first. With his head down, Shangguan Long sprinted furiously, closely followed by his pursuers. Soon, they spotted a small town atop the hill, and Shangguan Long's eyes fixated on the police station located at the town's edge. There must be guns inside. With this thought, he pushed himself harder, darting into the police station just as the 2 pursuers halted in their tracks. Exchanging a knowing glance, one of them positioned himself to ambush at the police station entrance while the other sought a vantage point. Glancing around at the nearby buildings, he sprinted towards an abandoned office building, reached the rooftop, and retrieved a sniper rifle, setting it up on the ledge. Thus, they lay in wait, silently concealed near the police station. Inside, Shangguan Long rummaged through the station, bewildered by the convoluted layout, struggling to locate the armory where the weapons were stored. At this moment, Lin Luo had also caught sight of the small town in the distance, characterized by its intricate terrain and dilapidated state, which instilled an inexplicable sense of unease. The sniper perched atop the building immediately noticed Lin Luo, who was exposed and lacking any concealment, yet chose not to alert the ambushers on the first floor. Having previously been saved by Lin Luo, he was not one to forget a debt of gratitude. Thus, he merely aimed for her left leg and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet grazed her thigh, sending a searing pain coursing through her, and Lin Luo realized she had been hit. Although it did not strike her directly, the close call inflicted considerable harm, as blood began to soak her trousers. The assailants hidden on the first floor soon reacted, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Lin Luo. She swiftly rolled away, causing the sniper in the shadows to hesitate, opting not to fire a second shot. Lin Luo darted towards the darkness, undeterred by the injury to her left thigh, and made her way towards the nearby high-rise office building. The sniper would not allow her to escape the small town alive today. This building was only 4 stories high, yet within a mere 30 seconds, Lin Luo reached the ground floor. As she pushed open the door, a figure behind it wielded a remarkably sharp dagger in his left hand and lunged at her. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed. Although this man lacked marksmanship skills, his proficiency with a knife was evident, suggesting he was no mere sniper. The sniper was undoubtedly still on the rooftop, poised to take a shot at any moment. As the man fired, Lin Luo leapt into the air, evading the bullet, while the dagger-wielding assailant aimed a deadly strike at her neck. The blade, swift as lightning, was upon her in an instant. Lin Luo was taken aback. It was clear that this individual had not exerted his full strength, and he was clearly calculating his moves against her. Despite being outnumbered, he showed no signs of underestimating his opponent, relying solely on brute force to confront Lin Luo. Though startled, Lin Luo reacted quickly in midair. Her right hand shot out like a flash, expertly grasping the man's wrist. With a forceful twist, she found that his strength was considerable, and she did not manage to break his wrist. He merely winced in pain. Landing deftly on the ground, she did not hesitate, rolling away and yanking him down to the floor. Drawing her handgun, she pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck his thigh, creating a gaping wound that caused blood to spatter grotesquely. Without pausing to contemplate further, Lin Luo twisted his wrist with all her might, resulting in a sickening crack as the bone shattered. Seizing the dagger from his grasp, she plunged it into his heart. As he stared at his mutilated thigh, his eyes began to lose focus, and he died unable to comprehend that he had fallen to someone he had perceived as merely a pretty face. With great difficulty, he turned his head to see the dagger embedded in his heart, and with a final sigh, he succumbed to the void. The sniper over there has already taken aim at the entrance. The moment Lin Luo steps onto the rooftop door, he will pull the trigger and deliver a fatal shot to her head. Lin Luo is not foolish. She swiftly hurls the corpse on the ground towards the door. As the gunfire erupts, she dashes forward, only to halt abruptly, for the sound did not originate from a sniper's rifle. With no further hesitation, Lin Luo ascends to the rooftop, where a handgun lies discarded at the sniper's feet. While he clutches his sniper rifle, upon witnessing Lin Luo's unharmed entrance, his face pales in horror. He understands that his fate is sealed. She grants him no opportunity for survival. The blade has already manifested in her hand, slicing through his neck with the swiftness of lightning. Death arrives with such simplicity. Chapter 57. The first mission after eliminating the last adversary. Lin Luo's taut nerves finally received a momentary reprieve. Clutching her injured thigh, she gradually maneuvered to the wall's base and sat down. Shang Wanlong had finally emerged from the police station, clad in a heavy helmet and a tightly wrapped bulletproof vest. Wielding an M249 light machine gun, he bellowed, "You bastards across the way, come forth and meet your demise." His bravado was palpable. Lin Luo, from the second floor, retorted, "I've already killed them all before you even arrived. It's all over." Upon hearing Lin Luo's voice, Shang Wanlong scampered up eagerly, having witnessed the grim fate of the two pursuers. Their relentless chase indicated formidable strength, yet Lin Luo had only sustained a minor injury. Just how powerful must she be? He retrieved a bottle of water from his bag and sat beside her. The distant thrum of helicopter rotors gradually approached. Hovering above the two, the cabin opened, dropping down 2 ropes, which they swiftly secured around their waists before being hoisted aloft. Once inside the cabin, they found Chui Ming seated nearby, observing them. "Report, officer, mission accomplished." Shang Wanlong stood tall, saluting with precision. Lin Luo followed suit, offering a salute to Chui Ming. "Congratulations on officially becoming members of the Tianzu team. I have been monitoring your every move on the island." Shang Wanlong, while your performance was not particularly outstanding, your conduct under pressure was commendable. Lin Luo, I am quite satisfied with your performance. Now, there are medics on the helicopter. You should attend to your injuries. Upon hearing Chui Ming's words about observing their every action, Lin Luo's face flushed with an unexpected hue, eliciting a peculiar glint in Chui Ming's gaze directed at her. "Damn it. What a rogue," Lin Luo mused. Suddenly jolted awake by a tremor, she found herself resting her head on the leg of the nearby nurse. She quickly rose, apologizing. "I'm so sorry." The nurse, unfazed, remarked that she had never encountered such a handsome young man. She could rest her head there for a day without issue. As she departed, the nurse left her business card with Lin Luo, prompting Shang Wanlong beside her to raise his eyebrows in playful insinuation. When one is unattractive, they have no rights. You've barely arrived and already charmed the lady. He teased that I'll hit you. I apologize. Shangguan Long, lacking in fortitude, bowed his head in contrition. Cui Ming approached from the rear of the airport. Walking behind a man in his 30s, accompanied by 4 others, their synchronized steps, commanding demeanor, and steely aura sent a shiver down one's spine. Greetings, and welcome to the Tianju team. I am Captain Liao Zilong. Codenamed Venom. Liao Zilong extended his hand, and Lin Luo grasped it in a gesture of respect. Behind me are the members of the Wolf Spider Squad. Feng Hai, Zhao Lei, and Pan Wufeng. Lin Luo. Shangguan Long, you two will be joining their ranks. Yes, Captain. Liao Zilong stepped aside, and Lin Luo scrutinized the 3 men, who in turn assessed her. Feng Hai appeared youthful, brimming with vitality and sporting a cheerful smile. Zhao Lei exuded maturity, his darker skin marred by a few scars, while Pan Wufeng maintained an expression of serene indifference. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet they shared a common concern. Surely they want to assign a pretty boy to our squad for show. The trio escorted Lin Luo and Shangguan Long into a vehicle, while Cui Ming remained behind to discuss matters with Liao Zilong. During the ride, they engaged in conversation, revealing to Lin Luo that Feng Hai was an assault specialist, while Zhao Lei and Pan Wufeng served as an observer and sniper, respectively. Several others had perished in the last operation. The following day, the group exhibited a markedly warmer demeanor towards Lin Luo, treating her like a sister, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Over the next month, Lin Luo spent half her time on the training grounds and the other half acquiring various military knowledge and skills. While others required 6 months to grasp the material, she accomplished it in just 1. Her remarkable learning pace left her peers in stunned silence, with no recourse but to marvel at her abilities. At last, Lin Luo and her companions received their first mission. They swiftly assembled near the airport, where Captain Liao Zilong briefed them. Today, you will face your inaugural task, which bears immense significance. Should you fail, the nation will suffer grave consequences. Thus, failure is not an option. Understood? The group chorused in unison. Understood. After familiarizing themselves with the mission, they boarded the transport aircraft, where additional personnel would elaborate on the plan. Chapter 58. Personal Bodyguard. After 2 hours of arduous flight, the group finally arrived in Beiyin City, having thoroughly acquainted themselves with all pertinent intelligence regarding their objective during the journey. Upon landing at the military district outside Beiyin City, they received word that 2 officers had been awaiting their arrival for some time. I am Wenhua, the officer in charge of your mission. Please follow me to the city. The equipment we have prepared for you is in the safe house. Wenhua gestured for them to follow him to a waiting military vehicle, and the group proceeded toward Beiyin City, the capital of the province. Beiyin City sprawled extensively, boasting a large population and a thriving economy, an experience unparalleled by Lin Luo until now. The ensuing issue of traffic congestion is exceedingly severe. Though they could have reached the safe house by afternoon, they were inexorably delayed until evening. After an arduous journey, they finally arrived at the safe house, only to find military vehicles stationed at a distance. Led by Wenhua, they followed him into a secluded alley, flanked by signs boldly proclaiming demolition in crimson and advertisements for traditional Chinese medicine and counterfeit professional certifications. Upon reaching the end of the alley, a rusted red iron gate barred their passage. Wenhua opened it, revealing a dilapidated single-story building that appeared on the verge of collapse. He entered the house first, adjusting a book on the desk nearby, which revealed 2 black holes on the tabletop. Aligning his gaze with one, Wenhua inserted his right index finger into the other, and with a soft click, a passageway leading underground materialized before them. The subterranean structure starkly contrasted with the exterior, brimming with a sense of advanced technology. Wenhua commenced his introduction. This is our safe house in Beiyin City, comprising 3 distinct sections: the living area, the armory, and the intelligence zone. You may proceed directly to the armory to select your gear. Shortly, I will record each of your fingerprints and irises, granting you access to this location henceforth. After concluding his introduction, Wenhua stepped aside to assist some individuals with their information entry. Meanwhile, Lin Luo and the others followed the instructions to the armory, where an array of advanced weaponry, both familiar and unfamiliar from television, was displayed, alongside some uniquely designed arms. After completing the data entry, Wenhua joined them to aid in their selection of equipment. These are bulletproof vests capable of withstanding 9mm handgun rounds, and these sunglasses are linked to the National Information Recognition Database, allowing for rapid identification of individuals and a plethora of basic data. Additionally, this handgun, crafted from special materials, evades detection by metal detectors. You must also carry these devices. Each one is a timed explosive. This pen, too, contains a syringe filled with a fast-acting cardiotonic for emergency use. Once you are all equipped, gather at the entrance, and I will escort you to meet the target. The group collected their items, and while the others changed into suits on the spot, Lin Luo stealthily made his way to the living quarters to find a room for his change. Soon, all five were adequately prepared. It must be said that attire can indeed enhance one's appearance. Aside from Lin Luo's inherent charm, the rest appeared remarkably dashing in their high-end suits. Wenhua nodded in satisfaction as they exited the alley, only to find a black Texas vehicle waiting patiently. After they boarded, Wenhua received an unexpected phone call, his expression shifting to one of concern. He turned to Lin Luo and said, "Lin Luo, the mission has been altered at the last minute. You are to provide close protection for the target. This is an order from your deputy squad leader." This statement elicited a chorus of disapproving clicks from the other four, yet Lin Luo alone understood the underlying reasons. Simply nodding in agreement, traversing the bustling streets, they halted before an opulent mansion where armed security personnel stood guard, signifying the esteemed status of the residence's owner. After presenting their credentials, a security officer led the six to meet Sylvia. Upon encountering her, even Lin Luo could not help but acknowledge her presence as being equally formidable to his own. The luscious golden waves of her long hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, each strand exuding an intoxicating allure that could mesmerize anyone. With thick eyelashes framing her enchanting gaze and sensuous, full lips, she radiated an irresistible charm at every moment. The delicate lavender cropped jacket accentuated her exquisite physique, perfectly complemented by a knee-length violet velvet skirt and a pair of black stilettos, epitomizing a captivating and seductive beauty. As for Shangwan Long and Feng Hai, they were practically drooling, while Zhao Lei and Pan Wufeng couldn't help but sneak glances in her direction. Only Lin Luo remained composed, drawing the attention of Sylvia, who cast a few extra looks her way. Wenhua maintained his usual demeanor and, in fluent English, addressed Sylvia, saying, "Miss Sylvia, these are the individuals dispatched to ensure your safety. They're elite soldiers fully capable of safeguarding you." Sylvia inclined her head slightly and, in perfectly enunciated Mandarin, greeted Lin Luo and the others. "Hello, I am Sylvia Onassis. I hope you will take good care of me in the days to come." Her posture was dignified and her elegance palpable, her voice imbued with a hint of languor and allure, stirring a delightful sensation within those who heard it. The five immediately pledged their utmost efforts to protect Sylvia. And upon seeing this, Wenhua reiterated the necessary precautions to Lin Luo and the others before taking his leave. The group settled in the reception area on the first floor of the villa, where dinner provided an opportunity for mutual acquaintance. Everyone expressed their admiration for the noble young lady, finding her not only beautiful and intelligent, but also gracious and devoid of any airs of superiority. However, Lin Luo, upon opening the door to his room, was unexpectedly called by Sylvia from the adjacent room. "Mr. Lin Luo, could you come to my room for a moment?" For a noble lady to summon a strange man into her room at such an hour was quite a bold challenge, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, enhancing her breathtaking beauty. Lin Luo sighed inwardly, captivated by her enchanting presence. Entering Sylvia's chamber, adorned with a white crystal chandelier, soft lavender drapes, and a matching bed, an inviting ambience enveloped them. Sylvia sat at the edge of the bed, patting the space beside her to invite Lin Luo to sit. He felt slightly awkward, sitting stiffly beside her. "I've heard you are assigned to provide me personal protection?" Lin Luo nodded slightly. "Could I ask you for a favor?" "Go ahead," he replied. "There's an evening gala tomorrow. Would you be willing to be my boyfriend for the night?" Lin Luo was taken aback as Sylvia grasped his arm, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, pleading, "Just for one night, please." How could he refuse such a request from a beauty? He nodded in agreement, indicating it was no problem. Chapter 59. Paul. Just as Lin Luo finished his shower and prepared for bed, his little sprite suddenly alerted him, detecting a considerable energy within Sylvia. This seemingly seductive noble girl might not be as simple as she appeared. However, her secrets were not his concern, so he merely acknowledged the sprite's warning before drifting into slumber. The following morning, Lin Luo and Shangwan Long took over the watch at Sylvia's door from Zhao Lei and Pan Wufeng, who had stood guard throughout the night. As was customary, Sylvia prepared for her morning run. And naturally, Lin Luo and Shangguan Long would accompany her, alongside Sylvia's own bodyguard. However, these bodyguards evidently harbored animosity towards the five of them. After all, if the bodyguard's employer needed to hire additional individuals for protection, it would reflect poorly on their own competency as a bodyguard. Edward, do you truly believe that these slender, yellow-skinned monkeys can adequately protect Miss Sylvia? Spoke a bald giant, his muscles bulging and his stature imposing. Hey, Paul, it's best you refrain from making such remarks to anyone else besides me. This is China, not your America. Edward clearly felt disdain towards his companion's racially charged comments. Yet Paul continued unabashedly. I've heard that this pretty boy is actually Miss Sylvia's personal bodyguard, even more so than Big George. I refuse to accept that. Nevertheless, Edward did not perceive the opponent's frail appearance as a reason to underestimate him. Paul, brimming with indignation, sought to confront the two personally. Before Edward could intervene, Paul, unable to contain himself, charged towards Lin Luo and his companion, exclaiming, "You two yellow-skinned monkeys, halt!" Upon hearing such blatant insults, Lin Luo and Shangguan Long turned their attention towards Paul, while Sylvia, who had been jogging ahead, curiously approached upon noticing the halt of the group. Paul's gaze was rife with undisguised contempt. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, he towered over Lin Luo, who had to tilt his head upward to meet his gaze. You little monkey, how can someone so frail and diminutive serve as Miss Sylvia's personal bodyguard? I believe this position should rightfully belong to our Big George. Sylvia frowned at Paul's words, her expression growing somewhat frosty. Just as she was about to admonish him, she noticed Lin Luo shaking his head, causing her to swallow her reprimand, as she too was curious to witness the capabilities of Lin Luo and his companions. Lin Luo regarded Paul with an air of indifference, seemingly dismissive of him entirely. Speak, what do you desire? Paul smirked arrogantly. Of course, a fight. If you win, I'll apologize. If you lose, you'll have to crawl over here. He punctuated his words with a gesture towards his groin. Lin Luo felt discomfort at this statement. The price for my victory surely cannot be so trivial. A mere apology is hardly sufficient. If I win, I demand the breaking of one of your arms and one of your legs. Paul hesitated momentarily but quickly acquiesced, confident in his own abilities. Prior to being recruited by the Onassis family as a bodyguard, he had been a champion of underground fighting for 2 years. After securing Sylvia's consent, they chose a nearby open space as their battleground. Paul shed his jacket, revealing a physique brimming with power and potential. Lin Luo, however, made no move, as he had no intention of stooping to Paul's level of childish provocation. Paul, in a show of bravado, flexed his left arm, as if to say that he could defeat Lin Luo with one hand tied behind his back. Lin Luo, determined not to be outdone, beckoned Paul with a flick of his fingers, followed by a downward thumb gesture. Unable to contain himself any longer, Paul stomped the ground fiercely and unleashed a powerful punch towards Lin Luo. The blow was formidable, yet Lin Luo stood his ground, unmoving, allowing the attack to unfold. Paul, taken aback by Lin Luo's unyielding stance, grew puzzled and added more force to his punch, intent on knocking Lin Luo down with a single blow. As the fist neared, Lin Luo offered a faint smile, her left hand suddenly extending with fingers poised like claws, effortlessly grasping the man's fist. The individual was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adapted, launching a frenzied strike towards Lin Luo's heart with his left fist. Yet, with Lin Luo's extraordinary prowess, he could never have anticipated her capabilities. With a gentle backward sweep of her left hand, the man felt an overwhelming force surge through him, despite having a solid stance. He found himself losing balance under her light motion, causing his fierce attack to veer off course. His left-handed strike instantly neutralized. Lin Luo's expression turned icy as her right shoulder dipped suddenly before delivering a powerful thrust directly into his chest. Releasing her grip on his hand at just the right moment, the man was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Paul, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood, and the remaining bodyguards wore grim expressions. Approaching Lin Luo, Paul hastily exclaimed, I concede. I beg you, spare me." Lin Luo, however, shook her head, stating, "I may spare you, but I will be taking this arm as my prize." During the day, Sylvia first attended to documents in her room, then visited a nearby beauty salon, and subsequently shopped for several outfits at the mall. As night fell, Lin Luo and her companions breathed a sigh of relief. Women seemed to possess boundless energy for shopping, and in a large mall filled with myriad distractions, the five of them appeared somewhat fatigued by the end of the day. At 7 o'clock, Sylvia finally finished her makeup, looking enchanting and captivating to the point of stirring hearts. She opened her door and beckoned Lin Luo inside, presenting him with an outfit, saying, "This is for you. Wear it, don't always don the same attire." "Thank you," Lin Luo replied, his gaze fixed ardently on Sylvia's face, causing her to blush as she hurriedly pushed him away. "Hurry and change. We must prepare to leave. Tonight, you are my boyfriend, so how could you sit in the front?" Naturally, Lin Luo was more than willing to sit beside Sylvia, which elicited a chorus of teasing whistles from the four others in the vehicle. Once Sylvia's bodyguards had gathered, for luxury cars departed in grand procession toward the venue of the soirée. Chapter 60. Extra update. Currently being typed. Please wait a moment. Content will be updated shortly. Refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Transforming into the enigmatic sorceress novel website for full text updates. Remember the URL. Currently being typed. Please wait a moment. Content will be updated shortly. Refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Transforming into the enigmatic sorceress novel website for full text updates. Remember the URL. Chapter 61. A reunion with Yi Weiying. The venue of the soirée was situated in the city center, within a five-star hotel owned by the Onassis family. Upon their arrival, the hotel staff had been waiting at the entrance for some time, where a long red carpet was laid out, and elegantly poised hostesses stood by, while various luxury cars were parked outside. Lin Luo recognized over a dozen $1 million sports cars alone. A group of individuals disembarked from the vehicle, with the hotel steward expertly parking it. Sylvia, ever attentive, helped Lin Luo adjust his suit and tie. She then strolled ahead, her right arm gracefully intertwined with Lin Luo's left, as they sauntered into the grand foyer. The hall was ablaze with light, and a throng of guests engaged in hushed conversations. Upon the arrival of the evening's honored guests, they all set down their glasses. Lin Luo, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of elegance, stood alongside the regal and breathtakingly beautiful Sylvia, their intimate demeanor presenting an image of perfect harmony. However, not everyone was pleased. Whispers circulated among some, questioning when Sylvia had acquired a boyfriend, as they had received no prior indication. Among the younger men present, the once ardent gazes directed at Sylvia morphed into coldness, prompting them to instruct their subordinates to investigate the identity of this man. Sylvia greeted Lin Luo and the other guests. Her face radiated with a blissful smile, unmistakably revealing her affection for Lin Luo to anyone with eyes. Those harboring discontent refrained from expressing their anger openly, instead subtly warning Lin Luo to tread carefully, lest he provoke trouble. Yet, Lin Luo, with a smile, retorted, "I hope that when certain individuals are consumed by jealousy, they pay attention to their surroundings and avoid being struck by a vehicle." Before the man could react, Lin Luo turned with Sylvia to engage another group, leaving the would-be aggressor simmering in silent frustration. "Yuyo, Yuyo," Sylvia exclaimed, twirling the hem of her evening gown before beaming at Yuyo. "Aya, you look stunning tonight." Yuyo, adorned in a flowing white dress, appeared pure and captivating, her figure gracefully curvaceous. She was surrounded by numerous successful individuals attempting to initiate conversation, which left her feeling quite vexed. Fortunately, Sylvia's call provided the perfect opportunity for her to slip away. "You too. By the way, let me introduce my boyfriend, Lin Luo," Sylvia proclaimed, almost as if unveiling a treasure. It was then that she noticed Yi Yuyo freeze, her expression one of disbelief. "Wait, do you two know each other?" Yi Yuyo instinctively pointed at Lin Luo, exclaiming, "Aren't you a girl dom?" Lin Luo, quick to react, swiftly covered Yi Yuyo's mouth and led her aside, leaving Sylvia looking bewildered. Once in a corner of the hall, Lin Luo wiped his brow, relieved that his reflexes had spared them from exposure. "Aren't you a girl? How could you be Aya's boyfriend?" Yi Yuyo asked, her tone tinged with irritation. Lin Luo placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to lower her voice. "Shoo, listen to me," he urged, then recounted recent events, omitting only a few details. Yi Yuyo's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she recognized the name Tianju, a unit renowned as one of the top military forces, second only to the elite sword of the army. She was genuinely proud to discover that her apprentice had risen to become an elite in the military while disguised as a woman. "Master, I've shared everything that has happened to me recently, but you must keep it confidential. These are classified missions." After relaying this, Lin Luo felt a parched throat. Yi Yuyo playfully patted her chest, causing a ripple of excitement. "No problem. By the way, when will you come with me to meet the leader of our faction?" "Your father?" "Indeed." Lin Luo pondered for a moment. It seemed that a visit was not feasible for the time being. However, I have already applied to Beiyang University and will be heading to Beiyang City, where opportunities abound. Very well then, as the two engaged in conversation, the evening gala commenced, following the completion of a collaboration agreement drafted by Sylvia and several prominent business magnates from Beiyang City. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Naturally, with the most significant matters of the evening concluded, the attendees began to mingle, with Sylvia standing out most prominently. Her illustrious lineage, exquisite beauty, and alluring figure made her an object of desire for any man. Wu Kuan was no exception. Though his gaze appeared tranquil, a fervent fire ignited within him. After all, he was the son of the wealthiest man in Donghai City, and under the guise of economic collaboration. He sought to dine privately with Sylvia to foster a connection, thereby gaining both beauty and riches. With this thought, he could no longer contain himself. He pushed through the crowd, a smile gracing his face as he approached Sylvia, saying, "Good evening, Miss Sylvia. I am Wu Kuan, the son of Donghai City's richest man. My father has entrusted me to inquire whether there might be potential for economic dealings between our families." Sylvia, accustomed to the attentions of suitors from esteemed families, replied with a hint of regret, "I apologize, Mr. Wu, but I do not possess the authority to represent my family in such matters." Wu Kuan recognized this as a rejection, yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment and could only retreat awkwardly. After parting ways with Yi Yuyun, Lin Luo moved aside and gently pressed his ear to the earpiece. "Is there any update?" Feng Hai, Sheng Wanlong, and others were strategically dispersed, one on the second floor, two on the first, monitoring each guest that came and went, while another remained outside the hotel, surveying from a high vantage point. "No developments." Feng Hai reported. "No incidents," Sheng Wanlong affirmed. "All is secure for now." Zhao Lei added, "I have a situation." "Attention, attention." Zhao Lei's voice pierced through. "Head to the women's restroom on the second floor. I observed a man entering there suspiciously." The report from Pan Wufeng heightened the vigilance of Lin Luo and the others. Zhao Lei glanced at Lin Luo, nodded, and, securing his handgun, proceeded toward the women's restroom on the second floor. Lin Luo swiftly moved to Sylvia's side, keeping a watchful eye on the unusual happenings around them. As Zhao Lei approached the corridor, he drew his weapon, feeling a sense of unease in the eerie silence. The door to the women's restroom stood ajar, and as he slowly pushed it open, his gun was aimed inside, N01. Despite the door indicating it was unoccupied, Zhao Lei did not holster his firearm, but instead conducted a thorough search. After inspecting everything, he discovered a tightly wrapped package of men's clothing in a trash bin. Following the directive, the group sprang into action as a premeditated assassination plot began to surface. Chapter 62. I have returned to update.mmp. The officials are urging for updates. How can this idle fish navigate? A classic case of coercion. Currently being typed. Please hold for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page for the latest update. Transforming into the enigmatic Demonist novel website. Full text update. Remember the URL. Currently being typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Transforming into the enigmatic Demonist novel website. Full text update. Remember the URL. Chapter 63. The assassin appears as the crowd began to mobilize. Sheng Wanlong stood by, inquiring softly, "Should we secure the scene and conduct an investigation?" This suggestion was immediately dismissed by Pan Wufeng. Firstly, there was no concrete information regarding an assassin. Secondly, even if there were, the individuals present were either affluent or noble, making it difficult to manage should the assassin escape or harm someone. Moreover, it is said that while one may not fear a thief, they should be wary of their intentions. It would be better to take a risk and draw out the assassin using Zirwaya. Lin Luo, I have faith in your abilities. Safeguard the target, and we shall handle the rest. Understood. Lin Luo noticed that Zirwaya was still encircled by numerous young scions eager to ingratiate themselves, making it impractical to disclose the reason directly. Suddenly inspired, she strode over confidently, wearing an enchanting smile that could beguile anyone, and forcefully pushed aside several obstructive individuals. She then embraced Zirwaya firmly. The unexpected assault left Zirwaya momentarily dazed, caught in Lin Luo's embrace, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. To the onlookers, however, this was an entirely different spectacle. Public displays of affection. This incited a wave of indignation among the young men present, one of whom stepped forward and declared, "You rustic bumpkin, release Miss Zirwaya at once." Lin Luo chuckled disdainfully. "How curious. Why should our little display of affection provoke your ire?" Could it be that the esteemed offspring of Bayan's noble lineage cannot even secure a girlfriend? I happen to know a few young ladies from the neighboring pig farm, all of whom are waiting for suitors. Would you like me to introduce you? You are utterly insufferable. Just you wait. The young man's face flushed with rage, torn between the desire to retaliate and the fear of appearing foolish before Zirwaya. He ultimately stormed off, leaving behind a fierce remark. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt a delicate hand tightly grasping her waist, twisting it painfully. Despite her physical enhancements, an inexplicable wave of pain threatened to bring tears to her eyes. She forced a calm demeanor and continued to lead Zirwaya towards Shangwan Long. Zirwaya, not one to be oblivious, recognized that Lin Luo's antics were a signal of trouble and played along, albeit with a firm grip. Upon reaching Shangwan Long, Lin Luo hastily released the beauty in her arms and vigorously rubbed her sore waist. Zirwaya stifled a laugh, clearly amused. Still laughing? Lin Luo retorted, exasperated. We suspect an assassin is present at the venue. You should remain close to us. Zirwaya nodded. Have you located the assassin yet? Not yet, Lin Luo replied. Feng Hai is reviewing the footage that to prevent chaos. I had to resort to this method to bring you here. Quite clever of you, my little boyfriend. Zirwaya teased that moment. Shangwan Long could no longer contain himself and interjected. Could you two possibly choose a more appropriate setting for your displays of affection? Sylvia playfully stuck out her tongue, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she turned away at that moment. A voice echoed through her earpiece. It was Feng Hai, reporting that there was an issue with the surveillance. The camera on that end had malfunctioned last night, and no one had come to repair it yet, resulting in the crucial suspect's image being unrecorded. Please review the footage from the entrance and key corridors carefully. Perhaps we can uncover some clues, he instructed. Understood. I will handle it immediately, she replied. Everyone else, stay vigilant and monitor your surroundings. A tall, exquisite waitress with a sweet voice approached, balancing 2 glasses of red wine on a tray. May I offer you some wine? Thank you, Sylvia responded as she accepted the glasses. The waitress bowed slightly and began to turn away, but just as Sylvia's lips were about to touch the glass, Lin Luo snatched it away, tilting her head back to drink every last drop. The taste is delightful, she remarked, licking her lips in a manner that suggested she craved more. Little demon, analyze the components. How much energy will it take to neutralize the poison? Host, is it truly necessary to personally test the toxicity for an ordinary human? Little demon replied, somewhat exasperated, before hastily gathering the toxins within Lin Luo's body. Suddenly, Lin Luo doubled over, coughing violently, and expelled a foul-smelling black liquid into the wine glass. Shaking the ominous substance in her hand, she looked at the retreating girl with an air of indifference. What's the rush? Planning to escape? Upon hearing this, the striking girl, who had just distanced herself, abruptly quickened her pace. Meanwhile, Shangwan Long, realizing the situation, hurriedly pursued her. The girl's speed was remarkable. She barreled through the crowd, creating a path, while Shangwan Long was forced to slow down due to the throngs of people. Just as she neared the exit, Zhao Lei, seeing her attempt to flee from the second floor, leapt down without warning. The girl, completely unprepared for the impending collision, was caught off guard. Zhao Lei's powerful strike landed squarely on her back, sending her flying with tremendous force, her bones likely shattered upon impact. Lin Luo shook her head and approached to inspect her. The once radiant face of the girl was marred, swollen from hitting the ground, and a few teeth lay scattered nearby. She lay crumpled on the floor, blood pooling beneath her. Grabbing her hair, Lin Luo yanked it, causing the wig to fall away, revealing her true identity as the cross-dressing assassin. Speak. Who sent you? I can grant you a swift end. Lin Luo turned her around. Pa, the man spat blood. Do you think I would believe you? If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Lin Luo gestured to Shangwan Long, who promptly crushed one of the assassin's fingers with his foot. Ah, the man wailed in agony, clutching his shattered digit, pleading, I'll talk. I'll tell you. Come closer, and I'll listen, Lin Luo replied, leaning in. Upon hearing his words, her expression shifted dramatically. The man smirked maliciously. Heh, I'm merely a bait. With that, the blood he coughed up turned black, his face taking on a purplish hue as he breathed his last. Lin Luo immediately turned around and shouted, Sylvia, be careful. Damn it. We've fallen for a diversion. Pan Wufeng promptly contacted the local police department, requesting them to implement comprehensive surveillance and immediately seal off the roads leading out of the city. Simultaneously, he reached out to the military district for assistance in the rescue operation. Wan Hua, upon receiving the news, rushed over, His previously calm demeanor had darkened considerably. "How am I supposed to explain this? It's only been a short while, and you've already lost her. If anything happens to the target, you can expect to face execution." He threw his hat down in frustration and glared at the 5 individuals. After a stern glance, Wen Hua said in a low voice, "I will give you 2 days. If you fail to find her, prepare to face immediate execution. Ensure the mission is accomplished." Chapter 64. Sylvia's strength time was of the essence. Besides Lin Luo, everyone else was employing their own methods to locate Sylvia. However, she remained remarkably composed. "Xiao Yao, do you have any means to track Sylvia? For instance, you could try picking up that cup over there." Lin Luo lifted the cup he had set aside earlier. "And then, smell it." Lin Luo replied, somewhat exasperated. "Do you possess the instincts of a dog as well? Are you still searching for her?" Reluctantly, he lowered his head and sniffed the cup's surface. Gradually, everything around him faded to gray, leaving only a vibrant red thread stretching towards the distance. Even if the person who took her erased all traces, the scent would undoubtedly remain. Follow this red thread bravely to chase after your princess. Or should I say, young lady, you must be a dog at heart." Lin Luo retorted. "That's rather rude." Xiao Yao covered her face and wept. Ignoring her, Lin Luo swiftly followed the red thread, simultaneously notifying the others to keep track of their locations for support. At that moment, the door of a meat processing plant's cold storage in the city center slowly creaked open, revealing several figures swiftly carrying black bags inside. Once inside, one of them untied the bag, revealing Sylvia, her eyes covered with a black cloth, her mouth stuffed, and her body tightly bound, appearing dazed as if she hadn't fully awakened. "Such a beautiful woman. Your methods are rather ruthless." One tall man, seemingly the leader, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. "Don't be too soft-hearted. The mission is paramount." "Understood, boss. Let us wake this lady up first." They promised a double bounty for capturing her alive. The tall man's subordinate brought a basin of cold water from a nearby restroom, removed the blindfold and gag from Sylvia, and then doused her head with the cold water. The shock of the freezing liquid jolted her awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Sylvia immediately surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings and the strange individuals before her. Yet, instead of panicking, she forced herself to remain calm and said, "How much do you want?" "I can pay any amount." The tall man's subordinate chuckled. "Miss, I advise you to stay put and refrain from entertaining any dubious thoughts. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to everyone if harm were to befall your precious self." The tall figure abruptly halted his subordinate, commanding, "Silence, speak less, and act more." The subordinate could only retreat awkwardly to the side. The tall man then extracted a stack of documents from his bag and presented them to Sylvia, stating, "Sign this, and we shall release you." Sylvia narrowed her eyes as she scrutinized the contents of the paper. "What you demand is utterly impossible for me to concede." With that, she turned her head away. The document was a share transfer agreement. Should these shares fall into their hands, her family would face utter ruin. The subordinate approached Sylvia, delivering a sharp slap that instantly reddened and swelled her fair cheek. Yet, Sylvia remained unfazed, coldly fixing her gaze on the tall man, as if the blow had not occurred. The subordinate felt humiliated, unable to tolerate being disregarded by a mere woman. Just as he prepared to strike again, Sylvia interjected, "No need for violence. Let the mastermind behind this come forth that I wish to speak with him." Clap, clap, clap. "How astute you are, my dear niece," the elderly man said with a benevolent smile directed at Sylvia. "Indeed, it is your second uncle." Sylvia did not feign surprise. "Did you anticipate this? Why are you doing this?" The elder sighed deeply. "For the prosperity of the family," Sylvia retorted coldly. "I see it as a pursuit of your own selfish desires. Say what you will, but you must sign this contract today." The old man appeared somewhat hysterical, as if he had been cornered. "Do you share this sentiment as well, cousin?" The handsome youth standing beside the wheelchair smiled nonchalantly, as if the entire affair were of no concern to him. "If you agree to marry me, I could persuade my father to release you." "Bah, you pervert. I would rather die than marry you." Sylvia's face flushed with rage as she cursed vehemently. "Then, dear cousin, I am afraid I cannot assist you at this juncture. Some matters are beyond your control." Lin Luo followed the guidance of the red thread, traversing narrow alleys and secluded streets, eventually arriving at an underground drainage system. As they descended, the red thread grew thinner. In the words of the little demon, the surrounding scents were too mixed and pungent, making it difficult to track the presence. Lin Luo pinched her nose, lowering her head as she hastily pursued, finally halting at an abandoned pipe where the red thread pointed upward, lifting the manhole cover. She discovered a meat processing plant ahead, where the red thread suddenly thickened, indicating that Sylvia was nearby. She hoped fervently that she was unharmed. "Little demon, can you scan the individuals inside the meat plant?" "I cannot, host. You have exhausted your energy points." Lin Luo scratched her head, concluding that she could not rely on her and would have to depend on herself. The cacophony of machinery within the meat plant provided Lin Luo with considerable advantage. The red thread had expanded to the thickness of a bucket, pointing directly toward the cold storage entrance. She first called others to assemble at this location before deciding to venture inside alone to investigate. The main entrance of the ice storage facility was firmly sealed, the heavy metal gate able to be breached only by explosives. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Luo discovered a rear exit, yet it was guarded by two individuals. As Lin Luo pondered her strategy, the situation within the ice storage began to evolve into one of silent peril that I can no longer afford to wait. "Your savior has arrived. Sign or die." Sylvia stubbornly shook her head as a tall man pressed the gun he held against her forehead. "Uncle, have you truly become so heartless?" The uncle turned his gaze away, leaving Sylvia's heart plummeting into despair. The tall man slowly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot startled Lin Luo outside, filling her with unease. She could wait no longer and decided to charge in. "Wait, is she dead?" The uncle turned back, just in time to see the astonished expressions on the faces of those around him as they gazed behind. "She was still alive. Do you think I have spent so many years in Bayin for mere amusement?" Sylvia declared, twisting her reddened wrist, exuding an overwhelming aura. "All of you, eliminate her." Though taken aback, the uncle still commanded his subordinates with a sinister grin to dispose of Sylvia. Just as he presumed his men could easily handle Sylvia, an unbelievable truth unfolded before him. Anyone who dared to approach within 2 meters of her was sent flying as if struck by lightning. Crashing to the ground and unable to rise. In a short span, all those he had brought lay motionless on the floor. Yet the uncle remained unfazed, not even contemplating an escape. "Uncle, my father treated you well. Yet after his demise, you turn against me. Today, I shall eradicate this disgrace from our family." Sylvia glared coldly at her uncle. "Impressive. At such a young age, you possess mid-stage dark energy. The younger generation is indeed formidable." Suddenly, Sylvia felt an overwhelming threat. Just as she attempted to evade, it was too late. She was struck down by a shadow that had emerged behind the uncle, shattering several bones in the process. Blood spurted from her mouth. "You are one of the Elders' Council." Sylvia lifted her head, disbelief etched across her features. Chapter 65. No updates today. I am too exhausted that I will make up for it tomorrow. I feel so drained, so sleepy. Oh, by the way, I see some wish to join the reader group. Reader QQ group, 788458241. The group leader is me. Good night, Minasan. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Transform into the Thousand-Faced Demonist novel website full text update. Remember the URL. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Transform into the Thousand-Faced Demonist novel website full text update. Remember the URL. Chapter 66. Mission accomplished. Even the Elders' Council has begun to intervene? Sylvia's face was filled with disbelief. For a moment, she even forgot her injuries. In her understanding, the Elders' Council should serve as the family's shield. Only when the family faces a crisis does one take action. Ordinarily, internal disputes are of no concern. What could my second uncle possibly have promised to garner such loyalty from this individual? I too can provide the compensation your uncle offered. The cold man chuckled softly. He granted me 5% of the original shares. Can you match that? He slowly stepped forward, bending down to say, "Miss, I hope you possess the wisdom to understand your position. Please cooperate with us." Sylvia coughed a few times, spitting blood from her mouth, and replied, "Then you might as well abandon your dreams. I would never agree. Even in death, go ahead and make your move. Since you are so obstinate, I shall not waste any more time with you. May you find peace on your journey." With that, he grasped her neck with his right hand, applying pressure gradually. Sylvia's complexion began to redden as she clawed at the man's hand, desperately attempting to break free, but his grip was as unyielding as iron. Slowly, she began to lose consciousness. "Wait, I haven't agreed yet." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than there came 2 sharp gunshots. A bullet aimed at the cold man's head, while another targeted his hand. Yet, he evaded them with an agility beyond ordinary reach. It appears there is a small fish in our midst. The cold man rose to his feet. His gaze fixed on Lin Luo, who felt a surge of alarm. The sense of danger he exuded was overwhelming, reminiscent of the last time she faced Cui Tian. With her marksmanship, she could easily hit a target within 500 meters. If he managed to dodge, it could only mean his speed surpassed that of the bullet. Just as Lin Luo prepared to fire again, she felt a chilling gust sweep past her, sending a shiver coursing through her body. I find you quite bothersome, little insect. Lin Luo suddenly felt an immense force strike her, as though her bones were about to shatter, before she was sent flying, rolling to a stop beside Sylvia. Cough, cough. I apologize for dragging you into this. Sylvia managed a strained smile despite her pallor. Lin Luo propped herself up, shielding Sylvia with her body, declaring, I will protect you. Then you shall both meet your end. The cold man extended his claw-like hand, aiming directly at Lin Luo's heart. The fierce wind generated stinging her cheeks. At that moment, he abruptly froze in place, and Lin Luo opened her eyes to behold a sharp dagger protruding from his chest. How much longer will you two dally? A familiar figure leaped forth from behind the cold man. Rose? What are you doing here? Rose maintained her signature aloof and stunning demeanor, deftly withdrawing the dagger and wiping the blade with the man's cloak. As if she had not just taken a life, do not overthink it. I merely seized the opportunity to earn some pocket money while saving you. Pocket money? Rose cast a detached glance at Sylvia, stating, it's her. A bounty of 50 million has been placed on her head. Lin Luo took a step back, positioning herself protectively in front of Sylvia. Will you let her go? Perhaps, but I have yet to fail in my endeavors. Or, Rosa suddenly cast a fleeting glance at her forgotten second uncle, who, along with his son, was about to make a hasty retreat when they realized they were being targeted. Even the elder member of the council, at the initial stage of energy transformation, was swiftly dispatched with a single blow. How could they hope to escape? In the next moment, fine crimson lines appeared on their necks, gradually widening. Rosa, appearing behind them with a speed akin to instantaneous movement, executed them mercilessly. With her back turned to Lin Luo, she waved her hand, declaring, well, now my task completion rate shall remain unchanged until we meet again. Before Lin Luo could react, Rosa vanished from sight, leaving no time for even a simple thank you. She always fled so swiftly. Lin Luo turned to assist Sylvia, who had fallen, with one hand resting on her shoulder and the other pressed against her chest. Is she your friend? Sylvia inquired. Lin Luo nodded, replying, I suppose so. She is quite formidable, Sylvia remarked, to which Lin Luo chuckled. Indeed, and rather prideful too. The late arriving reinforcements could only see the bodies strewn across the ground and the wails of the wounded. Wanhua expressed his apologies to Sylvia, lying on the stretcher, for his men's failure to protect her. Sylvia shook her head, saying, I had long anticipated someone would attempt to harm me. This kidnapping was intentional on my part, merely to validate my suspicions. Therefore, there is no need for apologies. Besides, I am unharmed, am I not? After all, it is our responsibility to ensure your safety. Negligence is negligence. We shall do our utmost to protect you moving forward, Wanhua assured her. After he departed, Sylvia summoned Lin Luo. As Lin Luo approached, somewhat awkwardly leaning on her cane, she asked, Miss Sylvia, what do you require of me? Sylvia produced a check from beside her, swiftly inscribing her signature before handing it to Lin Luo. This is a check for 50 million. Please deliver it to her whenever you encounter her, as a token of my gratitude for saving me. Very well, Lin Luo replied. By the way, I wish to reward you with a special promise. Within my capabilities, you may make any request. Isn't that rather extravagant? Lin Luo responded, taken aback. Sylvia smiled, saying, perhaps there will be a time when I might need your assistance again. At that point, I shall require you to be my personal bodyguard. As the ambulance closed its doors and slowly departed, Lin Luo watched it fade from view. At that moment, she heard a long-forgotten voice echo in her mind, announcing, side quest completed, system upgraded, reward, 1,000 energy points. Chapter 67. Reunion. Hello, host. I have two good news and one bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Lin Luo sighed. Given your lively demeanor now, I find myself preferring the previous, more serene version of you. Please, share the good news first. No sooner had she spoken than the little sprite fell into a standby state, leaving Lin Luo without the chance to explore the newly acquired information. Report. Please enter. Lin Luo pushed open the office door, where Cui Ming was leisurely sipping tea. Deputy Captain, I am here to. Chui Ming raised his hand, signaling Lin Luo to cease speaking. There's no need to elaborate. Lin Yunfan has already informed me that I understand you are merely here to experience military life. Lin Luo patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Deputy Captain, he took the box handed to him and turned to exit, only to find several people standing behind him. Lin Luo, why are you leaving without bidding us farewell? Lin Luo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, I was just about to say that. Shang Wanlong, the closest friend to Lin Luo, stepped forward and said, We, a bunch of big guys, pondered for a long time, but couldn't decide on a suitable gift, so we thought we would just offer you our blessings. Pan Wufing, Zhao Lei, and Feng Hai also nodded in agreement. You all take care on missions. If I have the chance to return, I hope you will still welcome me. Absolutely. The group accompanied Lin Luo to the entrance of the base, where Lin Yunfan had been waiting for quite some time. This time, however, his demeanor towards Lin Luo was markedly more amiable. Let us go. Farewell, everyone. The four nodded in unison, watching as the vehicle carrying Lin Luo disappeared into the distance. Lin Luo's spirits were somewhat dampened, but suddenly, Lin Yunfan turned around and, with an earnest expression, uttered a shocking statement that left Lin Luo utterly astounded. As my sister's boyfriend, you've passed the first test. 2 hours later, upon arriving in the city, Lin Yunfan dropped Lin Luo off at her apartment building before departing. With skin as delicate as porcelain, shoulder-length hair, a stunning visage, and a melodious voice, Lin Luo pulled out her phone and, almost unconsciously, snapped a selfie. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier commitment to attend a class reunion. Glancing at the requirements in the group chat, she thought, photo, name, phone number, send via email. All right, done. After clicking send, she successfully dispatched the email. Li Jingan, the vice class monitor responsible for collecting registration forms for the reunion, was engrossed in a video game on his computer, but a notification pinged on QQ, and upon glancing at it, he saw the subject line read registration form. At this hour, most of the class had already submitted their forms. It was nearly time for the reunion, and yet someone had just sent theirs. How irresponsible. With a hint of annoyance, Li Jingun opened the email, only to be greeted by the image of an extraordinarily beautiful woman on his screen. Below her image were the words Lin Luo. Lin Luo? Wasn't she the student whose grades had suddenly skyrocketed? Why was a photo of such a stunning girl accompanying the registration? With skepticism, Li Jingun dialed the number provided on the form. After a brief pause, the call connected, and a clear, languid female voice emerged from the other end. Hello? Who is this? Li Jingun remained silent, suddenly realizing that the gender of the caller was no longer of consequence. Her beauty and enchanting voice rendered such distinctions trivial. If you don't speak, I'll hang up, she said. Hey, wait, I'm Li Jingun, your vice class monitor. Lin Luo stifled a yawn and addressed the vice monitor. Did you call for me? Indeed. I merely wish to inquire about the registration form. Are you Lin Luo? Without a doubt. Yet the photograph features a girl. That is indeed me at present, replied Lin Luo. Li Jingun adjusted his glasses and spoke in a deep voice. I never imagined, Lin, that you harbored a penchant for cross-dressing. This nearly caused Lin Luo, who was sipping water, to choke. No, it's not like that. I truly am a girl now. I shall explain everything at the gathering. Goodbye. Hey, wait. Lin Luo disregarded him and promptly pressed the red button to end the call. Since she was awake, it was time to retrieve her identification. As she approached the familiar young man and the elderly gentleman, Lin Luo successfully acquired her new ID with the receipt in hand. Upon arriving home, she eagerly discarded her shoes and stepped inside. Han Tianxin was bustling about in a red apron adorned with strawberry patterns. Observing the industrious girl filled Lin Luo with immense joy. Dissipating the fatigue accumulated over the past few days, Tianxin Jie, she said, stepping forward to gently embrace Han Tianxin from behind, feeling as if she possessed the entire world in that moment. Many assert that distance breeds beauty. Yet Lin Luo disagreed. Given the choice, she would prefer to be in Han Tianxin's company every day. Startled by the sudden embrace, Han Tianxin nearly burned the dish on the stove. The warm breath brushing against her earlobe felt as delicate as a feather, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Her heart raced, as if it sought to escape her chest. That I missed you so much, Lin Luo whispered, closing her eyes and nuzzling the girl's neck. A radiant smile gracing her face. I missed you too, but could you possibly let go of me? The food will burn, Han Tianxin replied with exasperation. Chapter 68, the class reunion in the following 2 days. Lin Luo took the opportunity to rest, retreating to her home to enjoy the air conditioning and play video games. Her legs crossed atop the bed, an ice pop nestled in her mouth. While her fingers danced over the controller, producing a cacophony of sounds. Ding! Lin Luo set down the controller to check her phone. Classmates, tonight at 7 o'clock, at the Dihao Hotel. Don't be late. I nearly forgot about the reunion. Glancing at the time, she noted it was past 5 and decided a shower was in order. Lin Gun and the other organizers had arrived at the hotel suite, and as he entered, he mysteriously announced that someone would deliver a grand surprise that evening. How grand could it be? A classmate inquired. Lin Gun chuckled and gestured. You'll find out soon enough. If you don't believe me. Let's make a wager. 100 yuan. One male classmate, undeterred by superstition, called for another to act as a witness, eager to take on Li Jinggun in a bet. After showering, nearly 6 o'clock had arrived. Lin Luo dried her hair with a blow-dryer, contemplating that she might not have another opportunity to meet them again, and decided to wear a dress. However, she realized she lacked such attire and slipped into Han Tianxin's room, where she discovered a lovely light blue dress hanging on the rack. The skirt featured cascading lace patterns, and vibrant, exquisite fringes adorned the hem. Lin Luo felt a flutter of excitement as she took down the dress and held it up to herself. And to her surprise, it fit perfectly. Her already striking features became even more alluring in the garment, though the neckline was slightly loose, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair skin, which exuded a hint of seduction. Descending the stairs, Lin Luo hailed a taxi. Driver, please take me to the Dihao Grand Hotel. The driver nodded, his gaze frequently glancing back. Having never encountered such a stunning girl, he couldn't help but steal a few more looks. 20 minutes later, the taxi came to a smooth stop at the hotel entrance, leaving her with a quarter of an hour before the gathering commenced. After paying the fare, Lin Luo approached the grand doors of the hotel. Raising her eyes, she noticed the electronic banner above proclaiming, "Welcome to the classmates of Class 6, Senior Year, Donghai No. 1 High School, for the gathering in the Meihua Hall on the 3rd floor." Upon entering, she spotted several of her classmates lounging on the sofas in the lobby. Lin Luo greeted them with a smile, which sent a wave of exhilaration through the group, as they thought, "Look, a breathtaking beauty is acknowledging us. Surely, this must be a sign of good fortune." One teased, as if, "I reckon that stunning girl is waving at me. You both should stop." She smiled at me, so it must be directed at me. Disregarding their youthful exuberance, Lin Luo made her way to the elevator and ascended to the 3rd floor. As she stepped out, she unexpectedly collided with something soft. Oh my. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her long-lost friend, Zhua Qingxi, rubbing her head on the floor. "Hey, Lin Luo. You're here. I missed you so much." Without waiting for Lin Luo's consent, Zhua Qingxi wrapped her arms around her in a tight embrace. "Qingxi, this is a public space. You can't be so forward." Lin Luo attempted to wriggle free, but to no avail. Realizing the attention they were attracting, Zhua Qingxi blushed and reluctantly released her hold. "It's been ages. Where have you been? I even went to your house looking for you, but you were nowhere to be found. Tell me, have you been off chasing after some little vixen?" Zhua Qingxi's assertive demeanor made Lin Luo break into a cold sweat. "If only it were that easy. You're the one I lament." Lin Luo fabricated a casual excuse, which Zhua Qingxi readily accepted, taking her hand and leading her toward the Meihua Hall. "Your surprise is about to unfold." As the door to the private room swung open, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared before everyone, prompting an involuntary gasp. For a moment, it felt as if the surrounding air had been rendered a vacuum. With sparkling, bright eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long lashes quivering slightly, her flawless complexion radiated a faint rosy hue. Her delicate lips resembled tender rose petals, and the light blue fitted dress accentuated her perfect figure, with exquisite collarbones and soft skin adding to her enchanting allure. "Hello everyone. I am Lin Luo." Unfazed by the numerous stares, Lin Luo greeted them confidently. "Lin Luo? I thought that was a boy's name," remarked one classmate. "Who cares if it's a boy or a girl? With such beauty, it hardly matters," exclaimed another, even older than me. "Ha ha ha." Classmate Bing. "That's right. I need your contact information first." Classmate Ding. "You shameless old thief. Remember to send me a copy." Zhua Qingxi had not anticipated that Lin Luo, dressed as a girl today, would cause such a stir. She seemed to notice a few blushing girls trailing behind the gentleman, asking for their phone numbers. The previously chaotic scene fell into a sudden silence. Lin Luo was led by Zhua Qingxi to their group of girls, and upon taking a seat, she was immediately enveloped by a symphony of delightful fragrances. The female classmates all crowded closer, some touching her face, others her hands, and a few daringly attempting to grope her chest. However, they were all promptly intercepted by the fiercely protective Zhuo Qingxi, who glared at the surrounding girls with an expression reminiscent of a ferocious tigress. Li Jinggun approached the classmate from before with a grin, gesturing towards Lin Luo. "What do you think?" "Surprising, I assented." The classmate, not one to hold back, exclaimed, "You're amazing," and pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket to hand to Li Jinggun. The applause from the classmates below erupted into a chorus of cheers. Chapter 69. A stunning performance. This class reunion also invited 2 teachers from their class, one being the homeroom teacher and the other the most popular Chinese teacher, Bai Yuran. Typically, the teacher invited to such gatherings signifies the one most favored by the students. With the homeroom teacher present, the gathering remained relatively orderly, as everyone enjoyed food while chatting and joking. Lin Luo, noticing that the focus of attention had shifted away from her, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced around at the decorations and quietly asked Zhuo Qingxi beside her, "I heard that Dihao is quite expensive. This meal must cost quite a bit, right?" "Don't worry about it, Lin. The important thing is that this is our last gathering before we part ways in our senior year." Ma Lin, slightly tipsy, approached with a glass in hand. He was the sponsor of this gathering, coming from a wealthy family that owned a mining business. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Luo, he was struck by her beauty and sought ways to draw closer to her. "Come, Lin, let us toast to our friendship." Ma Lin poured a glass of red wine for Lin Luo. Being the host, Lin Luo felt obliged to drink, lightly clinking her glass with Ma Lin's before downing it in one go. "I really like girls like you who are straightforward. Come, let us have another drink." Ma Lin was about to persuade her to drink again when Lin Luo felt the effects of the alcohol take hold, a charming blush creeping onto her fair skin. "Sorry, I don't drink much," Lin Luo apologized. Zhuo Qingxi chimed in. "Look, her face is already red. You shouldn't urge her to drink anymore." Ma Lin scratched his head awkwardly and had no choice but to relent. After a few drinks, some boys began to challenge each other to drinking games, and a few of the more spirited girls joined Li Jinggun, however, chose not to partake and instead took to the stage, shouting, "Drinking without entertainment is dull. Why don't we invite a few classmates to showcase their talents?" "Great. Who shall we have perform first?" Class monitor, Zhuo Qingxi, thoroughly enjoying her meal, was suddenly called out and found herself inexplicably pushed onto the stage. After years of serving as class monitor, her efforts were not in vain. She took out a wet wipe to cleanse her hands, quickly regaining her composure, and began to speak in a recitative manner. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for being here, for each day spent in your delightful company. May today be filled with joy and plenty of good food and drink. I dedicate a song, Good Luck Comes, to all of you, hoping your university life is filled with happiness." As the last notes of Good Luck Comes faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Next, we invite our stunning Lin Luo to grace us with a singing performance. Let us welcome her. The moment Lin Luo was announced, the applause intensified, a cacophony of claps resonating throughout the hall. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt herself being ushered forward, clutching a chicken leg in her hand, bewildered as she stood before the audience. Nibbling away, the crowd urged, "Sing, sing, sing." Zhuo Qingxi chuckled, producing another tissue to wipe Lin Luo's greasy hands before shoving the microphone into her grasp and stepping off the stage. Lin Luo cleared her throat. Singing was merely a trivial task. With eyes closed and lips parted, she quickly immersed herself in the song's essence. "Still got the last night's clothes on. Just the last night to embrace one another. We don't even care. Almost out of money. We don't even care. But we have never minded these. Running down on empty. Bumping along. Aimlessly. We don't even care. We don't even care. Don't know where it is going. Never thought if we lost it all. We don't even care. We have never cared about all of this." The enchanting melody, imbued with a sense of allure and intoxication, enveloped the audience, as if they were caught in a dream from which they did not wish to awaken. The door of the private room was not tightly shut, allowing the music to seep through the cracks, enticing passers-by to pause and savor the enchanting sounds. A rotund, disheveled man, with a lecherous expression, swayed his way towards the source of the music, drunkenly bumping into the surrounding crowd. Those he collided with shot him disdainful glances, yet uttered not a word. The regulars were well aware that Lu Sanyi was a brother-in-arms of the establishment's owner and a notable figure in the Qingtian Hui. Thus, the common folk preferred to steer clear of him. With half-closed eyes, Lu Sanyi mused about the captivating woman whose voice enchanted him and pointed towards the door of the private room. His underling promptly opened the door to welcome him inside. Upon entering, Lu Sanye's eyes fell upon Lin Luo, whose beauty was simply breathtaking and unparalleled. His previous drunkenness dissipated instantly, while his subordinates looked equally awestruck. Some even discreetly wiping their noses. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The lady is truly stunning, and her voice is as sweet as honey. Lu Sanyi clapped his hands, a lewd smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Lin Luo. I never anticipated that my casual visit for a couple of drinks would lead to such a splendid performance. Why not come down and grace me with another song, my dear? Lin Luo could distinctly sense the ill intent behind his words and coldly retorted. Shameless. Very well. If you refuse to sing, then accompany me for a while. Let us have some fun upstairs. Lu Sanyi turned his head, signaling his subordinates to seize her. The classmates were far from pleased. Despite Lu Sanyi having a dozen henchmen, there were at least 30 or 40 of them present. Surely, a few could take on one if they could not allow him to take Lin Luo away. Bai Yuran, seated nearby, was tense and prepared to spring into action to rescue her. Meanwhile, Lin Luo stood calmly on stage, observing the group of men approaching her. The individuals showed no concern for the furious stares from the students, dismissing them as mere children who would likely cower after a few blows. Among them was a woman who appeared to be a teacher, quite attractive, and they looked forward to enjoying her company later. Moreover, after their leader had his turn with this exquisite gem, perhaps they might also have an opportunity. Such thoughts ignited a fervor within them. Stop right there, Marin shouted, pointing angrily at the man in the lead. I am Ma Long's son. Lu Sanyi glanced at Marin before signaling another henchman to join him. This was a situation none of the students had ever encountered before, and the two ruffians on the opposite side advanced towards Lin Luo. Marin stepped in to block their path, only for one of the thugs to brandish a dagger, sizing him up. This boy was neither taller nor stronger. He thought that even if he faced one, or even three, he would easily prevail, especially if he brandished the dagger, which would likely send them scurrying. Having never been in such a predicament, Marin was drenched in cold sweat, but forced himself to maintain his composure for the sake of his pride. Trembling, he dialed a number on his phone. Dad, someone's trying to harm me. The voice on the other end was clearly irate. Dare to lay a hand on my son Ma Long? Did you tell them my name? I did, Dad, but they seem entirely unconcerned. Humph, put the phone on speaker. Marin, emboldened, strode forward and handed the phone to Lu Sanyi, whose subordinate activated the speakerphone next to him. Hello, is it you who bullies my son? Ma Long's voice boomed. Audible to all surrounding. One of Lu Sanyi's thugs shouted. Do you wish to end your career? How dare you speak to Lu Sanyi like that? Ma Long immediately fell silent, his once resounding voice now barely a whisper. It is you, Sanyi. I apologize for my son's insolence. It is my failure in raising him that I hope for your understanding and will certainly come to make amends soon. The rapid shift in attitude and the subservience displayed left onlookers astounded. Marin wished he could vanish into the ground, utterly embarrassed. How could he show his face again after this? All right, I see your son was merely acting impulsively. Out of respect for you, I shall let him off this time. Now, seize her. However, Marin still wanted to utter something, yet words failed him as they lingered on the tip of his tongue. The assailant, brandishing a knife, advanced towards him with menacing intent, causing him to stumble backwards and fall to the ground in fright. Humph! The subordinate cast a triumphant glance at Marin as he stepped over him. Feeling utterly humiliated for being startled by such a timid student, the man quickly approached the stage, reaching out to seize someone, but Lin Luo preemptively struck, stepping forward to grasp the assailant's hand that clutched the dagger, redirecting it with force into his thigh. With his other arm encircling the man's neck, he delivered a brutal knee strike to his abdomen, amidst the anguished cries that echoed like the wails of a slaughtered pig. Lin Luo pressed his head down, forcefully smashing his face against the polished floor. The man convulsed violently for a moment before collapsing limply, blood gradually pooling beneath him. Bai Yuran, equally astonished, recognized from Lin Luo's actions that this girl had undoubtedly undergone professional training. Her movements were steady, swift, precise, and utterly merciless. Lu Sanyi had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate beauty would strike with such ferocity. The individuals he had brought today could merely serve to buy time. He hastily summoned a nearby waiter to call for their boss. Lin Luo, with a cold demeanor and an intimidating aura, advanced step by step towards Lu Sanyi. Are you going to stop her? Lu Sanyi retreated, attempting to have his subordinates obstruct her. But his men could not withstand even a single blow from Lin Luo, all of them left with broken bones and howling in agony. Lin Luo surged forward, closing the distance to Lu Sanyi in an instant. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. This was far from what he had envisioned. Wasn't she just a mere student? How could she be so ruthless? What would become of him if he fell into her hands? Lin Luo, however, was not contemplating such matters. Her petite fist was not to be underestimated, and a single strike could very well end Lu Sanye's life. Lin Luo, hold your hand, Bai Yuran shouted. Lin Luo silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had almost forgotten that this was not a mission and had nearly gone too far. The onlookers exhaled collectively, while Lu Sanyi, clutching his nose in pain and drenched in cold sweat, dared not utter a word, the shadow of death still looming over him. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit strode in, exclaiming, "Who dares to harm others in my dehao?" Lu Sanyi seemed to have found his lifeline. Scrambling behind this man, he had warned his brother multiple times, yet he still dared to act so recklessly. Now, he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. "Miss, it is my brother who has offended you. I apologize on his behalf and hope you can let him off this time," the man said, adopting a very humble posture. Lin Luo scoffed, crossing her arms and replying, "Is an apology truly sufficient to settle this? What if I were unable to defeat his subordinates today? Would you still come to seek justice?" The man was momentarily at a loss for words, fully aware that under different circumstances, he might not have appeared to administer justice. "Then, there is nothing more to be said. Let him leave me an arm and a leg." The man was somewhat irked by Lin Luo's blatant disregard for his authority. "Miss, why must you be so aggressive? My face is not something that can be easily disregarded." "Very well, let us engage in a contest." Lin Luo responded nonchalantly, stifling a yawn, as if unfazed at Wu Yaoxian. "Teach her a lesson, but be careful not to injure her," Zhang Jing instructed, as he assisted old Master Lu upstairs to tend to his wounds. Wu Yaoxian replied with a gruff affirmation. "Understood." Wu Yaoxian, with his robust physique and solid musculature, was a veteran special forces soldier who had extricated Zhang Jing from numerous predicaments, serving as his primary enforcer. Yet Lin Luo regarded him with utter disdain, extending a delicate finger to playfully hook at Wu Yaoxian's chin. "You?" Wu Yaoxian could scarcely contain his indignation, disregarding his employer's prior admonition. Chapter 71. A call for help's what Qingxi had initially intended to sneak away and summon security, but to her dismay, she discovered that even the hotel proprietor was in collusion with the assailants. If this passivity continued, grave consequences were inevitable. Seizing the chaos as her opportunity, she resolved to call her father for assistance. Yet in the turmoil, her phone had vanished. Lin Luo placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and gently said, "Do not worry, they cannot harm me." As what Qingxi nodded, her trust in Lin Luo alleviating the anxiety that had gripped her. Earlier, the sheer number of adversaries, armed with knives, had instilled fear in her classmates, leaving them paralyzed. But now, with only one opponent threatening them, the notion of enduring any longer seemed untenable. Wu Xiaonan shouted, summoning her courage as she stepped forward, preparing to swing the wine bottle in her grasp. However, Lin Luo intervened, raising her hand to halt her. "Everyone, step back. You are no match for him." Lin Luo's gaze remained steady on Wu Yaoxian. Yet, in the eyes of her classmates, it was Lin Luo who appeared to be in need of protection. After all, she was merely a girl, regardless of her formidable skills. Still, Lin Luo's resolve was unexpectedly firm. "I do not wish for any of you to be harmed. You need not concern yourselves about me." After a moment of hesitation, her classmates gradually retreated. "Daughter, are you all right? Give me 8 minutes. I will bring help immediately." Zuan swiftly dialed the special police unit, requesting their immediate assistance. The alerted squadron mobilized with fervor, causing a commotion as they assembled. Zuan, himself, summoned officers from the precinct, arming them as they rushed to the scene. In the lobby, Lin Luo signaled for her classmates to disperse and move to a relatively open space. Just as she assumed a fighting stance, Wu Yaoxian launched the first assault. To be candid, Lin Luo's experience in close combat was rather limited. Her techniques had been honed during her time in the special forces, relying more on theoretical knowledge than practical application. Despite possessing elite combat skills, the lack of real-world experience rendered her vulnerable in the face of Wu Yaoxian's advanced a long leg aimed directly at her. Lin Luo sidestepped and pivoted, attempting a horizontal strike. However, she had already evaded Wu Yaoxian's attack range. Wu Yaoxian stared in astonishment at Lin Luo, sensing her familiarity with military combat techniques. This little girl is not to be underestimated. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him, and it was precisely this feeling of urgency that allowed him to evade disaster on several critical occasions that it seems that a swift resolution is required. With a sudden lean, Wu Yaoxian's body sprang upward, hurtling toward Lin Luo. This move was his signature technique. Honed through extensive training, he placed his hands on Lin Luo's shoulders and forcefully pulled, driving his knee directly into her abdomen. Caught off guard, Lin Luo had no choice but to brace herself with her hands against her stomach to mitigate the impact. With a resounding thud, Wu Yaoxian's knee struck Lin Luo's palm with such force that it reverberated through to her midsection. "Lin Luo," is what Qingxi exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Lin Luo, undeterred by her own pain, quickly countered after fending off Wu Yaoxian's powerful strike. With his offensive maneuver now exposed, she launched a direct assault aimed at Wu Yaoxian's abdomen. A fierce gust of wind accompanying her strike, that Wu Yaoxian staggered back 3 paces. Regrettably, it was a near miss. The visible bruise began to swell on Wu Yaoxian's exposed right arm, reddening rapidly. He inhaled sharply. Had his reaction been a fraction slower, or if his opponent had advanced just 1 more centimeter, his hand might have been broken. As it stood, he could no longer use that hand effectively. Lin Luo swiftly wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Before Wu Yaoxian could launch another attack, she sprang into action, executing a throat lock, a rapid assault technique employed by special forces. Lethal in its efficacy. Wu Yaoxian, witnessing Lin Luo's movement, immediately threw a punch, but she halted her advance, sidestepping deftly. A hook followed by a sidekick. This time, Wu Yaoxian resolved to hold nothing back, determined to make his strike count. Suddenly, he transformed his punch into an elbow strike, raising his arm for a vicious blow aimed squarely at Lin Luo's chest. Lin Luo retreated, yet Wu Yaoxian pursued swiftly, intent on overwhelming her. A smile of triumph crept across his lips, but his expression quickly froze. In a moment of utter disbelief, Lin Luo executed a maneuver that left onlookers astounded. She leaned her body back, arching until she achieved a full 180-degree angle. Her head precariously nestled between her legs. Like a boneless creature, akin to a sinuous serpent, she supported herself with her hands on the ground, delivering a powerful kick toward Wu Yaoxian. He was compelled to raise his arms defensively in a futile attempt to absorb the blow. Wu Yaoxian staggered back 3 steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seeing Wu Yaoxian falter, the security guards, who had been watching from the sidelines, rushed in, shouting, "What are you all doing? This is a place for dining and drinking, not for fighting. You students should be focused on your studies. Put down whatever you have in your hands. We have already called the police. They will handle this matter," the lead security guard asserted, confident in his boss's connections, knowing that the police would undoubtedly resolve the situation. No need for that. We have already alerted the authorities, Qingxi interjected, having learned that several classmates had also called for help. At this point, her father should be arriving shortly. "Well, that's splendid," the security guard replied with a cold smirk. He was undoubtedly aware that the local police had long been well fed by his employer, and their arrival was merely a matter of their discretion. Since the grand opening of the Empire Hotel, no one had managed to emerge victorious from any disturbances here. Suddenly, the ground of the Empire began to tremble. First, there was chaos on the first floor, accompanied by the piercing screams of women. Next, the clanging of metal and loud thuds echoed from the staircase. This cacophony continued unabated, ascending from the first floor to the second, when a group of fully armed special police, donning gas masks, appeared before them. The security guards turned pale in fright, momentarily rendered speechless. Upon spotting Qingxi, the leader raised a hand, and the special police charged in like wolves, encircling her in the middle. In unison, the guns of all present clicked ominously, ready to fire. Qingxi smirked slightly, signaling her classmates to flee hastily, while the special police aimed their weapons at Wu Yaoxian and the guards sprawled on the ground. Wu Yaoxian displayed no sign of fear, but the guards nearly soiled themselves in terror. "Brothers, this has nothing to do with me. Don't shoot." Moved. The classmates maneuvered around the special police, quickly descending the stairs, while Lin Luo was assisted by a nearby female classmate. It was only then that the guards realized the earlier clattering was the sound of smoke grenades being deployed. Under the cover of the smoke, the special police escorted Qingxi down the stairs. Outside, a crowd had already formed, tightly packed as if water could not seep through. Chapter 72. A summary of the past 2 months. As for me, writing novels was entirely accidental. It began as a wager with someone, and I never anticipated it would attract such a vast readership. My initial attempts were indeed lacking, particularly in the outline, and I am still pondering how to rectify it. When I reached around 30 to 40,000 words, I received a contract offer, which I deliberated over for a week before deciding to sign. If my writing was a hobby before, signing the contract transformed it into a job, necessitating daily updates despite my busy schedule. I was taken aback when I suddenly received news of being recommended. In the following month, various recommendations flooded in, with daily collections rising from a mere dozen or so to nearly 1,000. I am immensely grateful to the readers who supported me from the very beginning. However, some individuals have been quite off-putting. If you don't enjoy the book, you need not voice it for attention. Such remarks are bothersome, especially as I have classes to attend and have signed up for the NetEase Cloud Original Video Incentive Program. I also have daily routines in the game Nirvana and Fire and Rainbow Six. And time is scarce. Not to mention, I have a summer job lined up next month. Those who initially read this book should recall my opening statement, which declared that the entire book would be free. Moreover, I intend to write only this one book. The recommendations are merely a testament to the editor's favor. Thank you. Chapter 73. New updates. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest updates. Transforming into the enigmatic Demonist novel website full text updates. Remember the URL. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest updates. Transforming into the enigmatic Demonist novel website text update. Remember the URL. Chapter 74. Enrollment. Zhuo's police car struggled to maneuver through the throngs of people. The special police, under the guidance of Zhuo Qingxi, had apprehended the security personnel, Wu Yaoxian, as well as Lu Sand and Zhang Jing, the owner of Dihao. Lu Sand had thick bandages wrapped around his nose, while Zhang Jing attempted to rise and argue with the officers, only to be met with a gun pressed against his temple, compelling him to submissively crouch on the ground. The security guards and Wu Yaoxian were firmly handcuffed together. As soon as one exited the vehicle, he hurried to his daughter's side, inquiring, "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Zhuo Qingxi shook her head, replying, "I'm fine." "What about Lin Luo?" Zhuo Qingxi stepped aside to reveal Lin Luo, who was being supported by her classmates. Zhuo expressed his surprise, pondering if his daughter might be inclined towards the same sex. Zhuo Qingxi quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Shoo." Zhuo chuckled helplessly, exchanging knowing glances with Zhuo Qingxi. While he might have felt displeased if another pig had trampled his cabbage, he found himself at a loss for words when it was his own cabbage that had been infringed upon. Clearing his throat, Zhuo spoke with gravity. "Once the documentation is complete, take all involved parties into custody and ensure they remain in confinement for a few months." "Yes, Chief." Unexpectedly, Zhang Jing broke free from his restraints and rushed towards Zhuo, exclaiming, "I warn you, you have no right to arrest me." Upon seeing him, Zhuo's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He glanced at his daughter and then back at Zhang Jing, letting out a silent sigh. To his astonishment, Zhang Jing was present. It appeared that capturing him was no longer feasible. "Everyone, release the individuals. We are disbanding." This announcement left not only the onlookers bewildered, but also Zhuo Qingxi and her companions. Zhuo Qingxi grasped his hand, questioning, "Dad, why are you letting such scum go?" Zhuo gestured for her to remain calm, instructing the special police to release the detainees and conclude their operation. What was intended to be a decisive raid ended in disarray. Zhang Jing, who was supposed to be apprehended, was merely ordered to cease operations for a few days. The ensuing days were quite difficult for Zhuo. His daughter grew distant, and his wife, upon learning the reason, regarded him with a cold demeanor. He subsisted on instant noodles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, often sleeping on the sofa at night. As the night deepened, Zhuo's office remained illuminated. The temporary deployment of the special police had yet to receive several necessary approvals, and he still needed to address a few matters. However, in light of what they were about to undertake, these were merely trifles. Casting a glance at the tightly closed bedroom door, Zhuo shook his head with a wry smile, laying a blanket over the sofa and reclining against it. Although the class reunion had ended on a sour note, Lin Luo's beauty and prowess were indelibly etched in the minds of her classmates, who had all agreed to reconvene at a later date before parting ways. Time flew by, and before long, the start of the school term approached. Lin Luo, who had made early arrangements with Zhuo Qingxi, was waiting downstairs for Zhuo to pick her up. Here, Lin Luo waved her hand, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. A silver-gray BMW came to a halt in front of her. And just as Lin Luo was about to open the door to enter, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching rapidly from behind. Han Tianxin hurried over while carrying a large suitcase, breathless and relieved to finally catch up.
Luo, this is something I have put a great deal of thought into preparing for you. You must take it with you. The beautiful face of Han Tianxin was glistening with sweat as she spoke to Lin Luo, who had reddened eyes. Lin Luo embraced her tightly and said, "Thank you that I won't be able to visit you for a long time. So please take care of yourself and don't overexert." Han Tianxin merely smiled faintly, stroking Lin Luo's hair. "Am I so grown up that you still need to worry about me? Instead, you should be cautious about your own safety." Releasing the embrace, Lin Luo bid farewell to Han Tianxin and got into the car. A sense of reluctance washed over her as she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Are you going to turn green in front of me?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Luo looked up to find that the driver was none other than Zhuo Qingxi. Hi. Good morning." Lin Luo managed a stiff smile. Zhuo Qingxi turned her head, lowered her sunglasses, and rolled her eyes playfully. "So dismissive. TSK. Lin Luo attempted to feign innocence. The journey to Beiyin City would take approximately 4 hours. Half an hour later, the two had exited the urban area and entered the highway. Perhaps it was Zhuo Qingxi's vindictive spirit at play, as she recklessly overtook cars along the way. Lin Luo clutched her seatbelt tightly, compressing the 4-hour journey down to a mere 2.5 hours. As soon as they exited the highway, Lin Luo urgently requested to get out of the car. Upon opening the door, she promptly vomited, overwhelmed by nausea. Zhuo Qingxi, however, appeared unaffected, seeing Lin Luo's pale face reflected in the rearview mirror. Zhuo Qingxi's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of her mischievous nature. Upon entering Beiyin City and navigating through the bustling traffic, they arrived at Beiyin University at 10:30 in the morning. Luxurious vehicles such as Lincoln, Mercedes-Benz, Cayenne, and Lamborghini were all around, causing Lin Luo to feel dazzled. The university's architecture boasted a rich history, intermingled with a number of newly constructed buildings. The juxtaposition of ancient charm and modern design filled the atmosphere with a unique allure. As they approached the school gate, a young security guard approached them. "Hello, please present your admission notices." Lin Luo handed her notice to Zhuo Qingxi, but the guard, glancing only briefly at Lin Luo, revealed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Followed by a discreet assessment of her, the two exited the parking lot, retrieved their luggage, and made their way toward the registration area. By this time, many students had already begun registering, with others still alighting from their luxurious private cars. As they walked, the two beautiful girls attracted curious glances from those around them. Lin Luo, dressed simply in a shirt and jeans, nevertheless radiated an innate beauty that was hard to conceal, with delicate features. Fair skin, long slender legs, and a well-rounded figure, she exuded an aura of purity and grace under the sunlight. This girl a new student at our school. The 3 campus bells are about to become 5. This girl not only has stunning looks but also an impressive figure. The girl beside her was equally remarkable. Their beauty was distinct yet equally captivating. Surrounded by a throng of people who resembled monkeys in their curiosity, Lin Luo felt exceedingly uncomfortable. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of the two girls. Chapter 75. The Terrifying Cleanser. Point 2. Lovely ladies, do you require assistance? The newcomer said with a cheerful smile. Zhuo Qingxi was startled and took a step back, whereas Lin Luo, caught off guard, stumbled directly into the stranger's embrace. Hastily pushing him away and looking up, she exclaimed, "Chu Zhuge." Lin Luo gasped in surprise, while Zhuo Qingxi shivered involuntarily. "What brings you here?" Chu Zhuge glanced down at Lin Luo and replied, "Of course, I'm also a new student." "What, Lin classmate? Do you miss me so much that you throw yourself into my arms upon our first meeting?" Lin Luo snorted in disdain and turned her head away. That's unexpected," mused Chu Zhuge. Taken aback, I had assumed that this girl would be blushing and eagerly awaiting my affectionate gesture. Puzzled, he quickly shifted the conversation, asking if they had registered yet. Both girls shook their heads. "Come on, I'll lead you to the registration." After a 10-minute stroll along the sidewalk near the parking lot and then towards the school square, they found that many had already arrived to register. Although the crowd was large, it remained orderly. Each department had long lines, and since Lin Luo had enrolled in the Chinese department, Zhuo Qingxi naturally followed suit. For one must adapt to their companion, be it a chicken or a dog. Chu Zhuge forged ahead to clear the path for them, while the two girls walked side by side, their striking appearances evoking envy from the surrounding girls and wide-eyed admiration from the boys. Upon reaching the registration desk, Chu Zhuge excused himself due to a prior commitment. "You two can queue here," he instructed, gesturing towards the lengthy line behind them. Gratefully, Lin Luo, and Zui Qingxi moved to their designated spot, just as the boy in front of them shifted slightly aside. "You can stand here. I'm not in a hurry." They expressed their thanks, as no one wished to endure the scorching sun while waiting. The boy, upon hearing their gratitude, was visibly elated, his face flushed with joy, a faint steam seemingly emanating from his head. Encouraged by this example, other boys followed suit, offering their places in line to the two girls. "Ladies, come to my spot. Don't go to his. Mine is closer. Come here." The boys' gallant gestures incited protest from the queue of girls behind them, only to be silenced by one who retorted, "You don't look half as pretty as they do. Or else I would let you stand here." Thanks to the attentive treatment from the boys, what would have been an hour-long wait turned into a mere 5 minutes before they reached the registration desk. The welcoming face at the registration for the Chinese department was a senior girl, the kind one would describe as a delicate beauty, her smile sweet and pleasing to behold. "Hello, my name is Tian Tian, and I am your senior. Here is the registration form. Please fill it out and hand it back to me." After completing the form, the two girls returned it to Tian Tian, who then handed them another document, labeled as the application for the campus beauty list. "Tian, what is this for?" Lin Luo inquired, pointing to the so-called campus beauty application. "This form is for those we deem capable of competing for a spot on the campus beauty list. It requires your measurements, various photos, and details regarding your likes and dislikes." Tian Tian gazed enviously at the two, while Lin Luo offered an awkward smile, just as she was about to set down her belongings. Tian Tian grasped her hand earnestly and said, "Lin, before you make your decision, allow me to explain. The top 3 on the campus beauty list can become ambassadors for the school, requiring only the occasional photo shoot and advertisements for a monthly salary, alongside various perks and conveniences. Moreover, applying for scholarships will be significantly easier than for ordinary students. So please, give it some thought." Upon hearing the mention of scholarships, Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. How much could the scholarship be? Tian Tian, hearing Lin Luo's enthusiasm, felt a pang of concern. She hoped this pure and beautiful girl wouldn't be swayed by materialism and swept away by the affluent boys at school. 100,000. Lin Luo inhaled deeply, her pen dancing across the paper as she filled out the registration form with fervor. In no time, she handed the form to Tian Tian, exclaiming, 100,000. Forget just the registration form. I would even sign a contract to sell myself." Beside her, Zui Qingxi also completed her form and handed it to Tian Tian. Tian Tian instructed both to download the school form app, anticipating they would soon see their names on the new student beauty list that afternoon. By the time they finished registering, it was already past 11. The two enjoyed a simple meal at a street stall outside the school, and after receiving news about their dormitory assignments, Lin Luo leisurely dragged her suitcase toward the girls' dormitory. Zui Qingxi, burdened with numerous bags and drenched in sweat, was on the verge of exhaustion. Observing this, Lin Luo proactively took up the largest suitcase, barely feeling the weight as she steadied it. Thus, an unusual sight emerged before the girls' dormitory. A girl, effortlessly carrying a massive suitcase on her shoulder while holding another large bag in her hand. Sprinting toward the dormitory without breaking a sweat. Building 6, room 121. This was it. Unbeknownst to Lin Luo, Zui Qingxi had specifically requested Tian Tian to pair them together under the guise of strict supervision. Determined to keep a close watch on Lin Luo lest her precious cabbage be taken by an outsider. Upon entering, Lin Luo found the other two girls in the dorm already settled in. One was a charming girl of about 1.60 meters, while the other resembled a golden-haired goddess, standing nearly the same height as Lin Luo. The shorter girl was the first to greet them. "Hajimashite, Yorishiku Onegai shimasu. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me," she said with a respectful bow. Lin Luo, intrigued, inquired, "Are you Japanese?" The petite girl replied in somewhat halting Chinese, "My name is Asakawa Kori, from Nagoya, Japan. I hope to get along well with everyone." Standing close, Lin Luo could detect a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her, along with a profound sense of confidence. Glancing at her own physique, she mused, "Indeed, life must be splendid for the people of your country." The introduction of the golden-haired girl was far more straightforward. "I'm Reina. You can call me sister now from now on. I'll look out for you. If anyone bullies you, just let me know. And I promise to handle them swiftly and decisively." With that, Reina playfully patted her chest, causing quite a stir. "I feel like you belong in the sports department." Reina laughed heartily. "You're right. I'm indeed from the sports department. But since there wasn't enough space there, I ended up here. My name is Lin Luo, and beside me is my dear sister, Zhua Qingxi. We hail from Donghai City. From now on, we shall all be friends. The radiant smile on Lin Luo's face compelled Reina to embrace her tightly, ruffling her hair affectionately. When she finally broke free, her face was flushed crimson, and her hair had become a delightful mess. Phew, facial cleanser is truly terrifying. No wonder the male protagonists in dramas dread it so much. It's hardly a benefit at all. Once the two of them had arranged the bedding and tidied their belongings, the four of them conferred about visiting the classroom and dining together in the cafeteria that evening. Chapter 76. Military training. The next day, students from various departments arrived at their respective classrooms before boarding a bus to the military training camp. Given it was the start of the new school year, and with the daunting prospect of military training ahead, aside from Lin Luo and Reina, the remaining two braved themselves into their new uniforms and made their way to the classroom. Upon arrival, they found the room already filled to capacity. 4 beautiful girls, each with their unique charm. Xiangji's cuteness, Zhua Qingxi's innocence, Reina's allure, and Lin Luo's stunning beauty. Their entrance immediately captivated the attention of all present. Lin Luo stepped forward and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," she smiled. The most beautiful girl smiled, 2 adorable dimples. "This girl's smile is so sweet. I think I'm in love." The moment Lin Luo beamed, she became an unforgettable sight in everyone's memory. Many male classmates hastily captured the moment, while several female students cast envious or jealous glances in their direction. "Please find a seat. I will now discuss the important points regarding military training," instructed the teacher at the podium, gesturing to the seats. As Lin Luo and her companions settled in, the previously crowded front row suddenly transformed into a spacious area. With the boys forming a protective circle around the 4 girls, Lin Luo seemed unperturbed, while Zhua Qingxi steadfastly followed suit. Reina even flirtatiously tossed her hair and threw a few coy glances, leaving several boys utterly flustered. Only Xiangji timidly squeezed closer to Lin Luo, her delicate figure radiating warmth beneath her thin garment, allowing Lin Luo to feel the softness of her skin. Lin Luo felt her cheeks warm, subtly shifting to the right. Yet Xiangji continued to lean against her, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, who wouldn't he adore such a petite cutie? Zhua Qingxi, seated to the right, was less than pleased, her expression stoic as she teasingly pinched Lin Luo's waist, which brought her a measure of satisfaction. The teacher at the podium then introduced himself, and everyone soon realized he was the chief instructor for this military training. He appeared rather unremarkable, with fair skin, a handsome face, and youthful demeanor. "I am your chief instructor, Zhang Haifeng. I will be leading your training during this military exercise. So I hope you are prepared to endure some hardships." At this point, a flicker of intensity flashed in Zhang Haifeng's eyes, causing a collective shiver among the students. "Now, without further ado, take out your mobile phones, tablets, and laptops from your bags, snacks and drinks too." A collective gasp arose from the crowd. "What are you gasping for? Get moving. If I discover any concealed items related to military training, you will face severe consequences," Zhang Haifeng exclaimed sternly. Moments ago, certain individuals who were lamenting their plight promptly complied and retrieved their electronic devices and some snacks from their bags, for no one wishes to incur a reprimand over trivial matters such as snacks. Unbeknownst to the crowd, this seemingly youthful chief instructor would soon leave a more profound impression on everyone. Once their belongings were organized, many bags were significantly lighter, and under the leadership of Zhang Haifeng, they boarded the bus en route to the training camp. On the journey to the camp, the students, relying on their own impressions, hastily elected a class leader, and to their astonishment, Lin Luo garnered the most support. Lin Luo was reluctant to undertake the burdensome role of class leader, but having been elected, he had no choice but to fulfill the obligation. The camp was not far from the city. It took merely an hour of travel to reach their destination. Once everyone had assembled in formation, Chief Instructor Zhang Haifeng delivered a speech filled with mundane rhetoric. The words echoed those already recited by other schools, failing to ignite the students' enthusiasm or spirit. Furthermore, due to the sweltering weather, the students struggled to concentrate, appearing lethargic, with some even engaging in hushed conversations. The oppressive heat left them nearly suffocated, drenched in sweat. Devoid of any vigor, their energy utterly drained. Fortunately, the speech did not last long. The students were divided into several large teams by their respective departments, with Lin Luo's Chinese department belonging to the 3rd team. After each team was assigned to various instructors at the camp, Zhang Haifeng jogged to the front of the assembly and announced loudly, "All right, we will commence with 3 laps as a warm-up. For there are further training sessions ahead. Remember, The formation must be precise. Should I discover any disarray, you will be required to run 10 laps. If I catch anyone shirking their responsibilities, the consequences will be severe. You must have undergone military training during your high school years. I trust you still remember the chants? When running, ensure your voices are synchronized. Boys, be louder. And girls, you may speak softly, but give it your all. Do you understand? There is no shortage of water. Should you tire from shouting, you may take a moment to hydrate. However, Zhang Haifeng also introduced a provision for reduction if their training met the required standards. Their class would be allowed to lessen the duration of running, permitting them to rest early and proceed to the next activity, followed by indoor training. Yet, Zhang Haifeng had no intention of revealing this too soon, as doing so would render the effort meaningless. Once disclosed, everyone would strive to meet the standards. After completing their laps, aside from a few with extraordinary physical stamina, the others stood panting, gasping for breath. All present, at ease, Zhang Haifeng commanded immediately. No one dared to show even a hint of laxity, fearing the unimaginable punishments that awaited any sign of laziness. All present, attention, right turn. The entire assembly moved in accordance with Zhang Haifeng's commands. Align to the right, and take small steps. Zhang Haifeng began surveying the group, observing these students who had recently emerged from their schools, appearing as if they were clueless novices. Oh, you not understand the concept of small steps? Have you not practiced them? Are you all daft? Maintain a distance of a fist between individuals and an arm's length front to back. Adjust swiftly. Ji Hongyue glanced over, slightly irritated, before immediately raising her voice. Although it may sound deceptively simple, it is, in fact, quite challenging. Firstly, no individual is born with such skills, and what if one inadvertently steps on someone else's foot? Thus, one must carefully watch their footing, advancing step by step, ensuring alignment. Moreover, one cannot persist in taking tiny steps indefinitely, as the feet will inevitably ache. Perhaps it is due to having just completed a run. After approximately 10 minutes of training, the third squad began to take shape. All right, Lin Luo, you will lead the team. Reina, you take the front. The first and second rows proceed to run to the right, while the third and fourth rows follow closely behind. We have merely warmed up. Do not slack off, commanded Zhang Haifeng. Upon hearing his words, there was a sense of resignation, and she had no choice but to position herself at the front of the line, continuing to run. What can one do? After all, she is the class monitor and must endure so many laps. Understood. Chapter 77. Military Training 2. Beneath the scorching sun, the students of the third squad were drenched in sweat. Yet their posture remained unwavering. On the rare occasion that sweat trickled into their eyes, they simply rubbed it away with their hands. After all, the third squad had been specifically instructed to maintain this discipline, with Zhang Haifeng personally overseeing their training. Instructor Zhang, while running is essential in this sweltering heat, it is crucial to allow the children adequate rest and not to push them excessively, conveyed the message from the school to Zhang. At present, rigorous training is necessary, but moderation must be observed. The instructor of the first squad approached Zhang Haifeng and spoke to him. Zhang Haifeng patted his chest and replied, "They are merely a group of children. As long as they reach a certain point, they can rest immediately. I will not impose undue hardship. There exists an ironclad rule in the military. The instructor's word is absolute, and obedience to orders is a soldier's duty." When Lin Luo's team initially warmed up, their pace was acceptable, and their formation was relatively orderly. Zhang Haifeng instructed them to tidy their ranks without imposing any extraordinary demands. However, once they resumed running after warming up, their formation became disorganized. Zhang Haifeng had no choice but to sprint over and shout, "Have you all not eaten? This is merely the few laps in, and you are already this exhausted. At this rate, will you all be lying on the training ground by the end of the day? Your formation is unsatisfactory." Another lap. Upon hearing this, the crowd nearly faltered in fear, yet they mustered their spirits and made an effort to run. Given the generally robust stamina of the boys, running a few extra laps posed no problem. However, the girls, with a few exceptions. All right, girls, do not run for now. Come over for water and take a break. The rest of you should rest as well. The break lasts for 15 minutes. Do not wander off, declared Zhang Haifeng before departing, seemingly to discuss something with other instructors. Wow, I'm utterly exhausted. Indeed. What kind of training is this? It is nothing short of torment. I could perish from this. It feels like hell. A group of boys and girls lamented together. Yet Lin Luo and Reina remained unfazed. Lin Luo cast a glance at the still exuberant Reina and remarked, Is this how all athletes are? Reina chuckled and replied, the training I underwent previously was far more rigorous than this. If this is what military training entails, I find it rather trivial. However, I must say, Lin Luo, you do not seem fatigued at all. Lin Luo chuckled and remarked, no, I suppose it's simply that my physical condition is rather good. Tio say nothing of just running a few laps. Even multiplied by 10, with my constitution, I would only break a light sweat, barely qualifying as a warm-up. Really? Wow, your skin is so tender and fair. In comparison, I feel inadequate, exclaimed Reina, as she grasped Lin Luo's arm with delight, rubbing her cheek against it. She envied Lin Luo's exquisite, jade-like complexion, though her own sun-kissed skin was not lacking. Rather, it imparted to her a wild and alluring charm. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the students reluctantly reformed their lines. Come on, run 3 laps for me first. Don't act like a weakling. Finish today's session, and you can rest this afternoon. After an hour, Zhang Haifeng observed with satisfaction that the team he led remained impeccably aligned. Consequently, he instructed them to run 3 more laps. However, some individuals were beginning to struggle. Initially, Zhuo Qingxi believed she could persevere, but she was entirely unprepared for the frailty of her own body. Her stamina had waned, and now she felt utterly exhausted. Although fatigue enveloped her, no one dared to complain, for to voice discontent would only result in additional laps. Upon noticing a few students staggering away from the group, Zhang Haifeng immediately called for a halt to the training. After intense physical exertion, one must not sit down or come to a complete stop. It is imperative to keep moving, lest blood circulation be obstructed, potentially leading to heart complications or sudden demise. Despite having learned this, exhaustion overwhelmed them, and they all collapsed to the ground. Zhuo Qingxi, utterly drained, had just settled down to rest when she suddenly felt as though her legs had lost all sensation. Rendering her unable to stand, a sharp pain surged through her, akin to cramping. It hurts, she gasped, clutching her leg in agony, while Lin Luo and Reina rushed to support her, guiding her to walk slowly. Zhang Haifeng, sweating profusely, observed Zhuo Qingxi's condition and said, you too, take her to a shaded area to rest. Her cramping is quite severe. She should refrain from further training for the time being. The two carefully assisted Zhuo Qingxi. Limping to the side, Zhang Haifeng, witnessing the students' exhaustion and their limp forms, felt a twinge of compassion. All right, that will be all for this afternoon. Everyone, gather up. Upon hearing this, the students instantly perked up, rushing over with thoughts of finally being able to rest. After making his announcement, Zhang Haifeng seemed to recall something and called out, Lin Luo, come here for a moment. Uncertain of what was required of her, Lin Luo approached Zhang Haifeng. Hello, Instructor Zhang. Is there something you need? Nothing much. Just wanted to ask your opinion on my training regimen. Do you find it exhausting? Can you endure it? Zhang Haifeng inquired, gazing intently into Lin Luo's eyes. Lin Luo slightly nodded and replied, Instructor Zhang, I believe your training is excessively challenging for the other students. As for myself, I find it lacking in standard and difficulty. It barely qualifies as a warm-up. Do not overestimate your own capabilities. The fatigue will ultimately be yours to bear. Lin Luo blinked her eyes and asserted, I speak the truth. How about a little competition between you and me, Instructor Zhang? Chapter 78. A test. Zhang Haifeng never anticipated that a student would dare to challenge him. He chuckled in disbelief, stating, but there will be consequences for losing. Unfazed, Lin Luo shook her head and continued, if I win, I would like you to reduce our training workload. Zhang Haifeng pondered for a moment and nodded. No problem. Upon hearing that their superior was about to compete with a beautiful girl, the instructors gathered curiously around them. The two stood on a makeshift track, encircled by onlookers, most of whom were students just finishing their training. Wow, that girl is stunning, one exclaimed. Which department is she from? Another inquired. The chief instructor seems to be from the Chinese department, someone replied. What skills does that girl possess to challenge the chief instructor? Her legs look thinner than his arms. This reflected the inner thoughts of many. What shall we compete in? You choose. Don't say I'm bullying you, Zhang Haifeng suggested, glancing at the heated track, contemplating speed, endurance, and stamina. Let's do a weighted run, Lin Luo eagerly proposed. This surprised not only Zhang Haifeng but also the crowd, as weighted running was typically a male forte. Are you sure about this? They questioned, with a playful smile. Lin Luo replied, no problem, Instructor Zhang, just wait for your defeat. Moments later, the props for the weighted run were prepared, and both competitors donned backpacks filled with 30 kilograms of sandbags. Lin Luo jumped in place a couple of times. Feeling unperturbed, while Zhang Haifeng showed no sign of concern either, bouncing his pack before commencing his warm-up. Soon ready, the first squad of instructors served as referees, and with a sharp whistle, both dashed forward at remarkable speeds. Even with the 30-kilogram sandbags strapped to their backs, the track kicked up dust, and to Zhang Haifeng's astonishment, he found himself struggling to keep pace with Lin Luo. Realizing he couldn't match her speed, he decided to shift to endurance, intentionally slowing his pace. Lin Luo, seizing the opportunity, quickly widened the gap by 3 positions. Oh, you want to test endurance? Let us see how that goes, she taunted, also reducing her speed but maintaining the distance. Thus commenced a fierce chase. 1 lap, 3 laps, 5 laps, 10 laps, and finally 13 laps. After approximately 3 laps, totaling over 4,000 meters, Lin Luo still appeared composed, her breath steady, while Zhang Haifeng was drenched in sweat. Utterly exhausted, panting heavily. This is absurd. All my training in the military has been for naught. I can't even outrun a student, he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow, his legs feeling as if they were weighed down with lead. His speed diminishing, realizing that her opponent was falling behind, Lin Luo came to a halt, turned around, and flashed a radiant smile. What's the matter, Chief Instructor? Can't keep up. Zhang Haifeng, too fatigued to respond fully, managed to utter, all right, I concede. You have halved the intensity of your training. You little girl are truly peculiar. Upon hearing the chief instructor concede, the members of the 3rd squad, where Lin Luo was, erupted into jubilant cheers. Had Lin Luo not been a girl, she would have likely been lifted high into the air by the crowd. Of course, there were still rewards, so Qingxi, blushing, secretly pecked her on the cheek amidst the throng. Dinner was quite simple, featuring chicken stew with potatoes accompanied by rice. The students, having trained all day, were already famished, and they felt this was the most delectable chicken stew they had ever tasted. Even Zhou Qingxi and Xiangji, who typically ate little, managed to consume 2 bowls of rice. Meanwhile, Lin Luo and Reina had already piled up 5 or 6 bowls in front of them, and they even engaged in a playful skirmish with their chopsticks over the last bowl in the pot. Since enhancing her physical fitness, Lin Luo had noticed her appetite increasing day by day. What once sufficed as a meal now barely filled her to a third. Today's competition, though appearing effortless, had indeed drained her considerable stamina, necessitating timely energy replenishment. Xiangji covered her face, gazing at the two with envy, exclaiming, I envy you so much. How can you eat without gaining weight? Burping contentedly, Lin Luo wiped her mouth and declared, I am full. I'm going out for a stroll. Reina, without waiting for anyone else, bid her farewell and left. Goodbye. Stepping out of the dining hall, the cool breeze carried a hint of pine needles' refreshing scent, invigorating her spirit. Lin, come here for a moment. Lin Luo turned to see Zhang Haifeng waving to her from a short distance. Approaching him, he handed her a stack of documents, instructing her to have the members of the 3rd squad sign them and return them afterward. Understood. Lin Luo made her way to the boys' campsite, where the mountain air felt somewhat muggy. Many boys opted to lounge outside rather than stay in their tents. Lin Luo, what brings you here? She was greeted by a few individuals she least desired to see. Among them Chu Jioga. Instructor Zhang asked me to distribute this form for you to fill out. Chu Jioga took the documents without a glance and handed them to a nearby boy, saying, please have these signed by everyone in the camp. Just as Lin Luo was about to leave, Chu Jioga called her back. Lin Luo, wait a moment. I can't be that unlikable, can I? He reached out, but she evaded him. Lin Luo huffed, what do you want? If there's nothing, I shall take my leave. Suddenly, Chu Jioga dropped his playful demeanor, his expression turning serious as he said, Lin Luo, step outside with me. Taken aback, Lin Luo instinctively followed him out. The boys' campsite had one notable difference. Whenever a girl approached a boy, they would invariably jest, is she your girlfriend? It was a common occurrence. As the boys emerged to retrieve the documents, they spotted Lin Luo trailing closely behind Chu Jioga. Hey, look at Chu, he's impressive. He has already got the most beautiful girl from the Chinese department following him. As they passed the campsite, both boys and girls pointed and whispered about the two, with the boys making comments about a pig rooting in cabbage, while the girls spoke of roses and cow dung. Lin Luo, upon hearing these malicious rumors, wore a displeased expression, with veins bulging upon her forehead. She thought to herself, if you drag me here to spout nonsense, I shall not hesitate to break your legs to prove my innocence. The two moved swiftly, soon exiting the camp and traversing a small forest until they reached the edge of a cliff. Suddenly, Chu Jioga turned around and, with lightning speed, aimed to strike at Lin Luo's vital points. Although startled, Lin Luo had already assumed a defensive stance, and to her astonishment, she effortlessly caught Chu Jioga's sharp attack with her delicate hand. With a swift motion, she kicked him away. While Chu Jioga was taken aback, he managed to adjust his posture mid-air and landed gracefully on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He laughed heartily. Lin Luo, you truly are a martial artist. Chapter 79. A sweet surprise, what are you saying? Lin Luo inquired, puzzled. Today, I sensed something amiss while observing your match with Instructor Zhang. After employing the Qi observation technique, I discovered you are at the pinnacle of Mingjin, yet you seem utterly unaware that one must never reveal their extraordinary abilities before ordinary people. Such is the common knowledge of a martial artist. Lin Luo reflected on this, realizing that her actions had indeed been peculiar. An ordinary girl could effortlessly surpass a well-trained soldier in various aspects. Thankfully, there was no fallout, but she resolved to be more cautious in the future. I didn't know, but I'll pay attention next time, Lin Luo replied, a hint of embarrassment tinting her voice. Do you not have a master? Chu Jioga asked, perplexed. No, is that strange? Lin Luo responded, bewildered. Now it was Chu Jioga's turn to feel disheartened, having trained in martial arts since childhood, indulging in luxurious herbal baths, and having a peak-level master. He found himself outperformed by a girl without a mentor, despite his reputation as a once-in-a-century genius of the Chu family in nothing. I was merely asking, he stammered though. Lin Luo obediently replied, thinking that Chu Jioga would not harm her. Little did they know, the dormitory matron had come out as well. Upon hearing that familiar voice, both understood and vanished from the cliff's edge at their fastest pace. By the time the matron navigated through the dense foliage, the two had long disappeared from sight. The matron scratched her head in confusion. Strange, they were just here. Could it be that I saw a ghost last night? The following morning, as the campers assembled, the instructors announced the couples caught in the small woods last night. One of them, Lin Luo, was recognized by others who inquired about the night's escapades. Blushing, she replied, everything was fine, but I only kissed, and my backside got bitten by mosquitoes. At 8 o'clock sharp, the training commenced. Due to the exhausting session the previous day, most students awoke with aching legs. Stand at ease, stand straight. Hurry up. What are you dawdling about? Zhang Haifeng shouted, raising his voice. First, warm up. After warming up, boys will run 1,000 meters, and girls 800. Get moving. Zhang Haifeng issued his command, prompting Lin Luo to lead the team in warm-up exercises. Except for those who had enjoyed a restful slumber the previous night, the other students, feeling discomfort throughout their bodies, sluggishly engaged in their preparatory activities. Their legs ached, a combination of soreness and fatigue that was exacerbated by the impending long-distance run. It was likely that they would awaken the next morning with cramping legs. This arduous training persisted until noon, after which they enjoyed a meal before retreating to their dormitories for a brief respite, only to commence afternoon training shortly thereafter. Make sure to run well this afternoon, or be prepared for punishment. However, as fortune would have it, the sun blazed down unexpectedly, and some individuals, already physically weak, began to struggle under the relentless heat and sweat. Xiangji, who had always been frail, found herself suffering from persistent calf pain and inadequate rest from the previous day. Consequently, she limped along at the back of the line, droplets of sweat falling to the ground, her vision becoming increasingly blurred. Suddenly, her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed. Lin Luo, running at the tail end of the group, sensed something amiss behind her and turned to glance, only to be inadvertently knocked over herself. Xiangji's lips met the delicate, ivory skin of Lin Luo's slender neck, eliciting an involuntary gasp from Lin Luo, whose neck was soft and exquisitely delicate. The contact not only flushed her cheeks with color, but also sent a tickling sensation coursing through her neck. She longed to rise immediately, but the position caused by Xiangji rendered her somewhat weak and powerless, making it impossible for her to dislodge Xiangji from her. Furthermore, Xiangji's left hand rested upon Lin Luo's chest, the thin fabric of their summer attire leaving little to the imagination. As Xiangji regained some awareness and attempted to rise, she pressed her hand down, feeling the softness beneath her, and gave a gentle squeeze. That innocent squeeze sent a jolt through Lin Luo's entire being, causing her to involuntarily emit a soft whimper. Her face instantly flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Unable to contain herself any longer, she spoke in a voice thick with emotion, Xiangji, please get up, if you would. This was Lin Luo's first experience of being touched by another, and in front of so many witnesses. It was an embarrassment that anyone would find difficult to bear. Seeing the unfolding situation, Xiangji was startled and quickly sprang up from Lin Luo, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Her hurried apologies filled the air. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Zhang Haifeng approached from the front of the line, observing Lin Luo on the ground and Xiangzi bowing her head in apology. Wondering if something serious had transpired. Lin Luo, are you feeling unwell? Lin Luo stood and dusted herself off, responding, I'm fine, instructor. It seems Xiangzi isn't feeling well. Zhang Haifeng noted the pale complexion of Xiangzi, which could not disguise the hint of red on her cheeks, and nodded. You should rest in the shade and drink plenty of water. Xiangzi replied with a bright smile. Thank you, instructor. Lin Luo, stroking the orange Lamborghini, murmured to herself, as expected of the young master of Chu, not a care in the world while driving this beauty through the mountains. Chu Jioga produced the keys and beckoned Lin Luo to join him in the car. Setting off toward the city. An hour later, a dust-covered Lamborghini came to a halt before a grand building. The lobby was bustling with a throng of people, and two individuals approached the front desk. Upon catching sight of Chu Jioga, the receptionist's eyes gleamed with surprise as she hurried over, exclaiming, Ah, young Master Chu, what wind has brought you here? The woman possessed an enchanting figure, her face radiating an alluring charm. With every smile and frown infused with a captivating grace, Chu Jioga, with a wry expression, replied, Sister Xiaoman, let us forego the pleasantries. As he spoke, he subtly shifted his body away, despite her irresistible allure. He had no desire to engage with her in any intimate manner. Come now, Lin Luo, greet Sister Xiaoman, Chu Jioga urged. Hello, Sister Xiaoman, Lin Luo chimed in. Only then did the woman take a moment to appraise Lin Luo, exclaiming in admiration, what a stunning little beauty. No wonder young Master Chu has ceased seeking concubines. Chapter 80. Ethereal Beauty. A natural temptress. Hello, little sister, I am Lu Xiaoman, the person in charge here, Lu Xiaoman concluded, playfully winking. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt a warmth envelop her neck before she could fully comprehend the situation. Leaving her feeling somewhat bashful, Lu Xiaoman licked her lips, savoring the sweet aroma, reminiscing about the last time she had tasted such a delectable human. Unbeknownst to Lin Luo, Lu Xiaoman's eyes transformed into violet beastly pupils, radiating a mesmerizing glow. Startled, Lin Luo instinctively recoiled. Observing this, Chu Jioga positioned himself between the two, helplessly patting Lu Xiaoman on the head. Abruptly, Lu Xiaoman snapped back to reality, quickly adopting a more conventional demeanor and apologizing to Lin Luo. I'm so sorry, little sister, did I frighten you? Lu Xiaoman said, lowering her gaze and flashing a cheeky smile at Lin Luo. Chu Jioga interjected, Sister Xiaoman, this is the head of the warrior alliance in Beiyin City. She was originally a fox spirit who had achieved cultivation in the mountains, but after causing harm, she was captured by the elders of the alliance. However, recognizing her arduous training, they allowed her to serve as a manager here. Rest assured, she means no harm. Lin Luo gazed curiously at Lu Xiaoman, pondering, is there truly such a thing as a spirit in this world? Indeed, all things possess a spirit. Given the right conditions, anything can cultivate. Chu Jioga responded, suddenly recalling the purpose of his visit. Sister Xiaoman, could you please assist in assessing my friend's warrior level? Lu Xiaoman, taken aback, remarked, I thought she was your girlfriend. I never would have guessed she was a warrior. She certainly doesn't appear to be one, little sister. Lin Luo turned her head away with an annoyed huff, while Chu Jioga chuckled ruefully. Please, spare me the teasing. Let us get down to business. With a sway of her hips, Lu Xiaoman approached an elevator, her eyes shifting back to the violet beastly pupils as she focused on the elevator buttons. With a beep, the elevator descended, revealing the doors behind her. Lu Xiaoman stepped inside first, followed closely by Chu Jioga and Lin Luo. Welcome to the Beiyin City Warrior Alliance. A grand banner hung above them proclaimed, flanked by numerous quaint shops bustling with activity. Within the establishment, both men and women donned contemporary attire. One enchanting beauty carried an LV bag, while a dashing young man sported a Rolex watch. This scene was in stark contrast to Lin Luo's once-envisioned dream of martial arts. Noticing her momentary daze, Lu Xiaoman smiled sweetly and inquired, What's the matter, little sister? Is this place not quite what you imagined? Indeed, even martial artists must progress with the times. It is simply unfeasible to remain sequestered in the depths of a forest. Laboring in solitude, Lu Xiaoman then guided Lin Luo forward, passing numerous shops of varying sizes, until they arrived at the entrance of a long queue. It suddenly occurred to Lu Xiaoman that she had yet to ask Lin Luo about her level. Chu Jioga, however, interjected, stating, Peak Mingjing. Then we can proceed with the test here, Lu Xiaoman declared, bypassing the lengthy line and leading the way inside, with the two following closely behind. Please wait here for a moment. I'll call someone to assist you with the testing equipment. As Lu Xiaoman went to prepare the necessary items. Chu Jiuge took the opportunity to enlighten Lin Luo about the current classifications within the Martial Artists Alliance. Mingjing, Anjing, Huajing, and Xiantian experts, each level further divided into 4 stages from initial to peak. Since you are merely at the Mingjing level, there will be quite a number of tests, including strength, reaction, and speed. The Anjing level will be considerably simpler. I will explain it to you later. Before long, Lu Xiaoman beckoned the two to commence their tests. These two are quite straightforward, a treadmill and a punching target. Let us begin with speed and strength. Lin Luo approached the target, inhaled deeply, and then delivered a powerful punch, causing the displayed strength value to soar before the device erupted with a resounding crash. Lu Xiaoman gasped, covering her mouth. Where on earth did you find this little monster? It was evident to her that Lin Luo had shattered the measuring device purely through her physical strength. Lin Luo timidly asked, how much do I need to compensate for this? Fortunately, Lu Xiaoman shook her head, indicating that there was no need for any compensation. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have to labor a lifetime to repay the debt. Thankfully, during the speed test, Lin Luo knew to hold back, merely reaching the standard line before stepping off the treadmill. The final test, however, was rather peculiar. Lu Xiaoman led them to a tennis court, where several black cannon-like devices aimed their dark barrels directly at Lin Luo. Lu Xiaoman handed her a specially modified racket, explaining, this is a modified tennis ball launcher that will lock onto your movements. Your task is to deflect all the balls without being hit. If you succeed, you pass. Simple enough, right? I understand what to do. Lin Luo replied confidently. The two stepped back from the tennis court, and Lu Xiaoman produced a remote control from seemingly nowhere, pressing a button that prompted the cannons to raise their heads. Their infrared beams trained on Lin Luo. Following this, a rapid succession of loud bangs echoed as several large tennis balls were launched in her direction. Lin Luo took a deep breath and tightly gripped the racket. Outside, Lu Xiaoman and Chu Jiuge only heard the relentless sounds of the balls colliding and clattering. 5 minutes later, all sounds abruptly ceased. Lu Xiaoman utilized the remote control to unlock the door, revealing Lin Luo, who sat on the floor, drenched and surrounded by a multitude of tennis balls. 2 cannons lay damaged, having overheated and emitting wisps of smoke. Lin Luo gasped for breath, having not encountered a situation that required her utmost effort in quite some time. This contraption was indeed formidable, though it had thoroughly exhausted her. As she patted her backside and prepared to rise, she suddenly felt 2 intense, searing gazes fixated upon her chest. Unbeknownst to her, the sweat she had accumulated had soaked through her clothing, and as fate would have it, she was adorned in white today, leaving little to the imagination. Hastily, Lin Luo covered her chest and cast a disdainful glance at the two observers. Chu Jiugong, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, averted his gaze, while Lu Xiaoman wore a look of regret, accompanied by the sound of her clicking tongue. 2 rascals. Lu Xiaoman assisted her to her feet, rolling her eyes. If you don't want to look, then don't. After requesting a place to shower from Lu Xiaoman, Chu Jiugong stepped outside for a smoke. With Lu Xiaoman thoughtfully igniting his cigarette for him, he exhaled a plume of smoke. Lu Xiaoman refrained from her earlier seductive demeanor and spoke gravely to Chu Jiugong. With an ethereal physique and an innately alluring form, her meridians are also quite extraordinary. Where did you find her? Do you believe I just stumbled upon her? Chu Jiugong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaoman. I do. Some things are not mere coincidences. Lu Xiaoman turned her gaze towards the direction Lin Luo had departed. And soon enough, Lin Luo emerged from the bathroom, having requested Lu Xiaoman's most conservative attire, which still left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chu Jiugong's eyes brightened, and he stammered, Lin Luo, do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I would like to invite you to dinner. Lin Luo's expression shifted to one of surprise. Huh. Chapter 81. Chi Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoman looked at Chu Jiugong with astonishment, having never witnessed the young heir exhibit such a naive demeanor, as if he were experiencing the pangs of first love. Hey, I say, Chu Jiugong, you haven't ever been in a relationship, have you? Lu Xiaoman chuckled behind her hand, prompting an embarrassed reaction from Chu Jiugong. Could you not laugh? Their exchange left Lin Luo feeling somewhat flustered, a rosy hue gracing her fair skin. Lin Luo pondered aloud. Am I truly receiving a reward for damaging the equipment here? Lu Xiaoman clarified. You shattered the record here, so naturally, we will bestow a reward upon you. To illustrate, if a typical individual at the pinnacle of Mingjing's proficiency achieves a performance that is 100% across the board, that equates to a total score of 100. If you exceed this benchmark, your score will increase proportionally. For instance, that punch you delivered was worth a staggering 200 points, and the average of the 3 scores will represent your overall strength. Of course, this power measuring device has a limit of 200 points. Even if you exceed that level, it cannot be registered. Lin Luo nodded in understanding that Qi Xiaoyu is the eldest daughter of the Qi family in Beiyin City. Though the Qi family is merely a second-tier clan in Beiyin City, their association with the Chu family renders them incomparable to typical second-tier families. The Qi family is renowned for its martial arts legacy. With the direct descendants expected to train rigorously from a young age, Qi Xiaoyu is no exception. At the tender age of 20, she has already reached the pinnacle of Mingjin, marking her as a rare prodigy within her clan. Consequently, Qi Xiaoyu carries herself with considerable pride, dismissing everyone except for members of the 4 great families. Today, she has specifically come to the Martial Artist Alliance venue in Beiyin City with the intention of challenging the highest score in the realm of Mingjin. However, her aim is not merely to surpass it. She seeks to leave behind an impressive achievement that others can only aspire to. Having completed her registration form, Qi Xiaoyu strikes the punching target with a fierce blow at the sound of the testeress whistle. The values on the display soar dramatically, ultimately stabilizing at a remarkable 170 points. The onlookers cannot help but exclaim in astonishment, for it is well known that women generally lack physical strength. Let alone achieving such a high score. It is understood that every individual has their limits, and surpassing them by even a fraction requires immense perseverance and effort. In the subsequent speed and reaction tests, Qi Xiaoyu secures outstanding results of 160 and 150 points, respectively. When considering her overall performance, her average score of 160 exceeds the previous record of 155. The staff responsible for the testing swiftly input the results into the computer, causing Qi Xiaoyu's name to ascend rapidly to the top of the leaderboard. The crowd in the venue is taken aback to discover that someone has surged to the first position after a prolonged period of stagnation on the rankings. Whispers ripple through the assembly. Look, Huang Di has dropped to second place. Indeed, the first place is now occupied by someone named Qi Xiaoyu. She's a woman. Can a woman be this formidable? Her strength score is an astonishing 170. She could easily defeat 2 of me. Upon hearing the murmurs, Qi Xiaoyu raises her chin slightly, a look of self-satisfaction gracing her face, akin to a proud peacock. Lu Xiaoman leads Lin Luo to the office, assisting her in registering her fingerprint, name, and score, after which a small white booklet is printed by the adjacent laser printer. Lu Xiaoman presents the booklet along with a bank card to Lin Luo, explaining, "This contains 1 million, our reward for those who break records." The booklet serves as a pass for the Martial Artist Alliance. It's getting late. You and Chu Jioga should go have a meal. Lu Xiaoman smiles faintly. Lin Luo huffs. I have no intention of dining with him. It is evident that the younger sister possesses a fierce pride, causing Lu Xiaoman to chuckle heartily. Just as Qi Xiaoyu exits the testing area, she finds herself surrounded by layers of admirers, including reporters from the Martial Arts Daily, her entourage, and numerous others eager to request her contact information. Suddenly, an individual pushes through the crowd, brandishing a blue booklet that signifies their status as a master of the Dark Force level. Excuse me, are you Miss Qi? Qi Xiaoyu nods. I am. The individual hastily continues. Miss Qi, I would like to invite you to join our martial arts school. Qi Xiaoyu smiles slightly, replying, I'm afraid I must decline. I am already affiliated with the Chu family. In her mind, she muses that given her talents, the Chu family would surely recognize her abilities and extend an invitation for her to join. This would also provide her with more opportunities to see her brother, Chu. Oh, is that not Brother Chu? Why is there a girl beside Chu Gij? Qi Xiaoyu hurriedly pushed through the crowded throng, swiftly approaching Chu Jioga with a beaming smile, sweetly calling out, Chu Gij. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, Chu Gij, who is this young lady beside you? Qi Xiaoyu had been discreetly observing Lin Luo, whose stunningly beautiful face and alluring figure, especially her long, slender legs, were simply irresistible. Even Qi Xiaoyu had to concede that she was indeed not as attractive. Chu Jioga's cheeks flushed, a rare sight for him, as he replied, This is Lin Luo, my classmate. Although the blush faded as quickly as it appeared, Qi Xiaoyu noted it with clarity. It was a rare expression for her Chu Gij, and while she maintained a smile, her heart harbored a quiet resentment towards Lin Luo. By the way, Chu Gij, I have wonderful news. I broke the venue record with a score of 160, she exclaimed, curious if she could join the Chu family as an external kin. Qi Xiaoyu laughed joyfully, yet her gaze subtly shifted towards Lin Luo, laced with a hint of provocation. Perhaps due to their familiarity, Chu Jioge remained oblivious, but Lin Luo sensed an inexplicable hint of hostility. Leaving her puzzled about what wrong she had committed in the past, that moment, the voices around them drew their attention. Hey, look, the leaderboard has changed. Wow, really? It changed twice in one day. What an auspicious day it must be. When Qi Xiaoyu saw who had pushed her off the leaderboard, her expression darkened. Chapter 82. Another chapter completed. However, I am hesitant about posting it. If I post 2 chapters, I can't claim the title of King of Doves. And posting one will lead to requests for more. Currently typing, please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page for the latest updates. Transforming into the Thousand-Faced Demonist novel website, full text updated. Remember the URL. Currently typing, please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page for the latest updates. Transforming into the Thousand-Faced Demonist novel website, full text updated. Remember the URL. Chapter 83. The Illusory Immortal Technique. The large screen in the center of the venue prominently displayed Lin Luo's name. Ranking first with an impressive score of 186, Qi Xiaoyu, who had just been reveling in her success, could no longer manage a smile. Lin Luo? Who is she? I've never heard of her. As her gaze shifted to Lin Luo, a sudden thought struck her. Lin Luo. Could it possibly be her? Qi Xiaoyu's expression fluctuated between joy and dismay. Moments ago, she had mocked her as a mere vase unworthy of being beside her Chu Gij, yet here Lin Luo was, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Noticing her discontent, Chu Jioge comforted her, saying, "It's all right, Xiaoyu, keep striving. I believe in you." Is that first place Lin Luo really her? Qi Xiaoyu pointed towards Lin Luo. Chu Jioge nodded, confirming, "That's her. If I defeat her, can I stand beside you?" A faint mist of tears welled in Qi Xiaoyu's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Luo was utterly bewildered. What does this have to do with me? Who is following whom? It felt as though trouble had descended from the heavens while she was peacefully at home. Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Chu Jioge exclaimed in astonishment. It was only then that Qi Xiaoyu realized her indiscretion and hurriedly apologized to Lin Luo. Although her apology may not have been sincere, Lin Luo chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. Chu Jioge, caught in an awkward position, had initially intended to invite Lin Luo to dinner, but now it seemed that plan was abandoned. Qi Xiaoyu gazed at the two figures walking away side by side, her fist gradually tightening, so much so that her nails dug into her flesh without her even feeling it. Lin Luo discreetly cast a glance behind her and began to understand why someone harbored resentment against her. It was evident that this girl had a fondness for Chu Jioge, and she had obstructed her path. How troublesome. When Chu Jioge reached the car, he suggested they go for a meal together. Lin Luo shook her head, and Chu Jioge let out a sigh of relief. They agreed to meet here after he finished his business, and he drove away first. Lin Luo then set out to find a bank, as she had even borrowed money for college from Han Tianxin. Although she was not required to repay it, Lin Luo did not share that sentiment. After transferring the funds to Han Tianxin, she wandered aimlessly down the street when suddenly a voice filled her with delight. System upgrade complete. Hey there, host, did you miss me? Lin Luo replied with a look of disdain. Miss you my foot? Not at all. Don't be like that. I bring good news. Speak quickly, or get lost. All right. I ask you, host, do you wish to advance to the Dark Force? Lin Luo became intrigued, as she had no understanding of Dark Force, and this was quite the fortunate coincidence. Dark Force refers to the so-called internal energy. Possessing even a trace of it qualifies one as having entered the initial stage of Dark Force. The internal energy, once harnessed, can enhance both defense and attack. However, the techniques capable of cultivating internal energy are typically exclusive to long-established noble families, which accounts for the scarcity of Dark Force experts compared to those at the peak of Bright Force. Of course, I have a technique tailored specifically for you, available at the unbeatable price of 998. Pre-orders are encouraged. Lin Luo forcibly suppressed the urge to slap this creature into oblivion. What a ridiculous thing to sell for 998. I fought tooth and nail to earn merely 1,000 points. Xiao Yao hastily interjected. Don't be angry just yet. This is a necessary circumstance. Your body has been modified, and your meridians differ significantly from those of ordinary people. Only the techniques provided by the system can be cultivated. Lin Luo was unaware of this situation, nor had anyone informed her that her meridians were unusual. If what Xiao Yao said held true, then she would indeed be limited to the techniques offered by the system. So that could you perhaps lower the price a bit? Lin Luo timidly inquired. 997. Lin Luo gritted her teeth. What use is the remaining 3 points? 5 minutes later, a book, radiant like crystal, landed in her hands, accompanied by 3 large white rabbit milk candies. You, Xiaoyao hurriedly exclaimed before Lin Luo could poke her to death with her finger. Host, don't be impatient. Allow me to introduce this particular martial arts manual. Although the Huanxian Ju you hold is merely the first volume, its potency should not be underestimated. Firstly, the mental spells inscribed within are extraordinarily powerful, whether it be the illusions that bewilder adversaries or the enchanting arts that captivate hearts. These are coveted by many. Most importantly, it grants the ability to transform into all manner of beings in the world, and with cultivation to an exalted level, one could even embody the legendary 4 divine beasts capable of cataclysmic destruction. However, Lin Luo discerned that some of the abilities of the Huanxian Ju seemed rather lackluster, almost to the point of being trivial. To validate her suspicions, Lin Luo opened the crystalline book, and to her astonishment, as soon as she did, it dissolved into a faint white light and surged into her mind that a torrent of knowledge followed. And once Lin Luo gathered her thoughts, she realized with dismay that the little trickster had once again deceived her. The seemingly formidable illusions proved to be exceedingly difficult to cultivate in the early stages, requiring immense energy with minimal lethality, serving more for control than for combat as for the enchanting arts. Lin Luo, considering herself a man of valor, firmly believed such skills were beneath her. After all, had she not seen in novels that those who pursued such arts seldom ended well? The remaining transformation techniques were even more inconsequential, as the strongest creatures in this world could only be classified as late-stage Mingjing. It would be far more advantageous to fight using her own form rather than assuming another. The little trickster cryptically suggested that the host develop her own abilities before vanishing again, leaving her with nowhere to vent her frustration. However, Lin Luo recalled that the system's apothecary had recently opened, so she decided to take a look. As her consciousness delved into her mind, she entered the apothecary. This expansive establishment only offered 3 types of potions, their names succinct and clear: one for healing wounds, another for replenishing internal energy, and a mysterious one known as the spirit absorption pill. Though these elixirs appeared rather ordinary, their prices were anything but. The blood replenishing pill, the least expensive of the lot, required 200 points for exchange, while the spirit absorption pill demanded a staggering 500 points. Such extortion! Lin Luo felt tears welling up in her eyes. Stepping out of her mental space, Lin Luo found herself near a street corner, a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Her petite nose twitched as she inhaled deeply, leading her gaze to a small dumpling stall by the roadside. Having skipped lunch, her stomach growled impatiently, prompting her to rush over. "Boss, 1 bowl of dumplings, please." Coming right up, shortly after, an elderly man set a bowl of dumplings down on the table where Lin Luo sat. The proprietor, a silver-haired grandfather, observed her with a warm smile as she savored the dumplings. "Take your time, young lady, be careful, it's hot." These dumplings are delicious," Lin Luo replied, her words muffled as she chewed. "Then eat your fill." Chapter 84. A major trouble. Just as Lin Luo was delighting in her dumplings, a discordant voice rang out from beside her. "Hey, old man, this month's protection fee." The elderly man's expression shifted to one of discomfort. "Didn't I pay my protection fee this month?" The man chuckled derisively. "That was from the previous group. Now, this territory belongs to us. Therefore, the protection fee must be paid once more." Lin Luo turned around to see a group of individuals wielding steel rods and small knives, brandishing them menacingly. The leader of the pack appeared particularly fearsome, adorned with numerous tattoos on his arms. The elderly man bowed his head, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Glancing at his pockets, he declared resolutely, "No, I cannot give you anything. This money is for my companion's medical treatment." "Well, let's see if this old bone of yours can withstand it. Strike him." The ruthless gang showed no mercy. Targeting an elderly man, one member swung a steel rod directly at the old man's head. Bystanders closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of such brutality. The old man also shut his eyes, feeling the cold gust of wind as the rod approached. The heavy thud echoed as the rod struck flesh. Yet the elderly man remained unharmed. When he opened his eyes, the scene before him left him astounded. A delicate hand had firmly grasped the thick steel rod, causing the assailant to instinctively release his grip as a tingling sensation coursed through his hand. How could Lin Luo stand by and watch a group of thugs bully an elderly man? She may have lacked the strength before, but now, possessing this power, she felt compelled to intervene. Although the onlookers were astonished that someone dared to catch a steel rod with their bare hands, they assumed Lin Luo was merely putting on a brave front, underestimating her as a threat. What a kind-hearted girl, exclaimed the tattooed leader. Are you willing to pay for him? He was cautious, thinking if Lin Luo had formidable skills, he could merely treat this as a business transaction without offense. Unbeknownst to them, the steel rod had already taken on the shape of a handprint where Lin Luo had grasped it. She glanced back at the elderly man, who remained in shock, sitting on the ground. Despite his clean appearance, the tattered patches on his clothing revealed the hardships of his life. Well, I'm not particularly short on money. Perhaps I should help him, Lin Luo thought, her heart softening. She turned to the thugs and asked, "How much do you want?" "I'll pay." The tattooed man, hearing this, felt a surge of triumph. This pretty vase is indeed powerless. He smirked, his eyes darting as he replied, "Not much, just 100,000. Lin Luo, incensed, pointed at him and retorted, "You're extorting me." The tattooed man laughed heartily. "We charge according to the kind of people we deal with. If you don't pay, I'll continue to beat this old man." "You dare?" Lin Luo realized they were deliberately targeting her. She struck the tattooed man with a swift slap, causing him to instinctively cover his face. However, a force he could not resist sent him flying. This was Lin Luo holding back. Otherwise, with her current strength, it would have been easy to crush his skull with a single blow. His underlings rushed to his side, helping him up. "Boss, are you all right?" they asked, flipping him over. The tattooed man's arm hung limply. Half of his face caved in, bloodied and marred with broken teeth. Even the thugs, accustomed to violence, had never witnessed such a horrifying injury. Lin Luo felt a pang of unease. She had only intended to teach him a lesson and hoped she hadn't inadvertently caused a fatality. "Quick, call for an ambulance," one individual remarked. "What are we to do about that woman?" "We cannot overpower her," another responded. "I have a solution. The boss's uncle is a police officer. Let us call the police to apprehend her. I wonder if she dares to resist." However, the elderly gentleman shook his head, refusing to accept any payment, saying, "How could I accept your money after you have assisted me so greatly?" Lin Luo, feeling a sense of urgency, cast a glance behind her and urged, "Sir, you must leave quickly. If you don't hurry, once they react, you won't be able to escape." The elderly man, not one to be easily deceived, expressed his gratitude to Lin Luo once more before hastily packing up his stall and departing. Lin Luo approached the tattooed man, who lay unconscious while his subordinates attempted to revive him. Pinching his nose and performing chest compressions, after much effort, they finally succeeded in waking him. The moment he regained consciousness, rather than voicing his pain, the tattooed man rolled away in a panic, as if fearing she might strike him down again. Before long, the sound of an ambulance siren approached, and several individuals clad in white coats lifted the tattooed man onto a stretcher. Accompanying the ambulance were police officers, two of whom approached Lin Luo, producing a pen and notepad, inquiring, "Who injured this man?" Lin Luo spoke softly. The two officers exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous. "You? This seemingly delicate and beautiful young lady could inflict such harm?" Nearby, one of the tattooed man's subordinates quickly pointed at Lin Luo, exclaiming, "Officers, it was indeed her. She sent our boss flying with a single slap." The others nodded in agreement. "Very well, come with us to the station." The officers gathered their notes and produced a pair of handcuffs, preparing to restrain Lin Luo. "May I send a text message?" The officer pondered briefly before consenting. In that instant, a multitude of names flashed through Lin Luo's mind. But only one could assist her now. "Chu Jioga. This is my location. Please hurry to my aid." Lin Luo hastily sent her coordinates to Chu Jioga. Now, she could only leave her fate to chance as she climbed into the police vehicle. Meanwhile, Chu Jioga, engaged in a business discussion, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. "Chu Jioga, this is my location. Please come quickly to rescue me," read Lin Luo's message. After being away for such a short time, Lin Luo had already encountered trouble. Chu Jioga composed himself and contemplated. "Old Lu, I need you to accompany me." An aged voice resonated in the air. "Young master, it is my honor to serve you." "Understood." Upon receiving old Lu's reply, Chu Jioga rushed to the parking lot with utmost urgency. Heading towards Lin Luo, the orange Lamborghini roared down the street, surpassing countless red lights along the way in the police station. However, Lin Luo found herself in dire straits. "Have you heard? The director's nephew lost half of his teeth in a brawl and cannot even eat now. If I had known, see that exceptionally beautiful girl over there. She was the one who did it though. I shudder to think what would happen if she fell into the hands of those two beasts. A nearby individual quickly covered the speaker's mouth. Warning, do you wish to jeopardize your standing here at the station? Chapter 85. Collusion and Misery. Lin Luo found herself standing before a foreboding black iron door. As a police officer beside the door swung it open, she felt an unexpected shove, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Could you be a bit gentler? Lin Luo winced, sensing a scrape on her knee. However, with her hands shackled, she was unable to inspect the wound and could only struggle to rise. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and rust. As she groped her way around the dim surroundings, Lin Luo discerned the presence of a solitary table and chair. Pulling the chair out, she seated herself, only to be momentarily blinded by a sudden, blinding light emanating from straight ahead. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared at the door. Director. The officer outside saluted respectfully. I asked the woman who assaulted my nephew locked up in there. He inquired. Yes, Director. Ensure she is closely monitored. When my nephew arrives, I want her to be taught a proper lesson. With that, the middle-aged man ascended the stairs. The two officers on guard let out a collective sigh. This man was the police chief, Wei Yin, and also the uncle of Wei Jing. Despite his genteel appearance and seemingly honest demeanor, he frequently engaged in illicit activities with his nephew behind closed doors. One might wonder why no one dared to report such misconduct. There were indeed whispers, but Wei Yin's father-in-law was a venerable old cadre in Beiyin City, and many had benefited from his patronage. Although he had since retired, those small favors were still readily suppressed. Inside the room, Lin Luo was momentarily disoriented by the searing light, beads of sweat cascading down her delicate chin. Out of the corner of her eye, she took in her surroundings. The walls, chair, and table were marred with splotches of blood, some long dried, while others appeared freshly splattered. She mused that this place resembled a cross between an interrogation room and a torture chamber. Lin Luo exhaled a heavy breath, her thoughts in disarray, uncertain of how they would choose to handle her. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Wei Jing was perusing Lin Luo's information in the police department system. Before embarking on any nefarious deeds, he always made it a point to gauge his target's background. Once he ascertained that she had no significant connections, he felt emboldened to proceed. So she is just a poor girl with missing parents who dared to lay hands on my nephew. I shall ensure she pays dearly. Wei Jing had thoroughly acquainted himself with her identity and familial background. There were no powerful officials or influential friends in her life, merely an ordinary family, devoid of any intimidation. After being transported to the hospital, doctors assessed Wei Jing's injuries. Though they appeared severe, a simple bandaging and stabilization rendered him relatively unscathed, with the most grievous injury being the loss of half a tooth. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, his arm wrapped like a dumpling and one side of his face sunken, Wei Jing struck the mirror with a fierce fist, shattering it into countless pieces. I shall not rest until this vendetta is avenged. Chuchio Gu drove swiftly to the location Lin Luo had sent him to. That street corner, he encountered an eerily desolate scene, marred only by a pool of blood on the ground. Could it be that Lin Luo has been injured? Chuchio Gu grasped the arm of a passerby and urgently inquired, what transpired here? The passerby, bewildered, shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the events. Chu Jiugao withdrew his hand and inquired about several individuals, all of whom shook their heads in ignorance. Young brother, are you searching for that little girl from before? An elderly man asked. Chu Jiugao's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly responded, what? Do you know where she is? This elderly man was the one whom Lin Luo had rescued moments ago. He recounted the entire sequence of events to Chu Jiugao, who exhaled in relief, thinking to himself that it was fortunate Lin Luo had sought him out. Had it been someone else, this matter might not have been so easily resolved. Chu Jiugao retrieved a stack of bills from his pocket and pressed them into the old man's hand before swiftly diving into his car and speeding towards the police station. The old man watched the departing vehicle with a sigh, then turned to leave. The distance between the police station and the hospital was a mere 10-minute drive. Soon, Wei Jing arrived at the entrance of the police station, pushing the door open with familiarity alongside his younger brother. Upon seeing his uncle, tears welled up in Wei Jing's eyes that he lamented to Wei Yin, Uncle, you must stand up for me. That wretched person has beaten me to this state. How can I ever find a bride like this? Wei Yin, witnessing his nephew's injuries, responded with indignation. I've already apprehended the person responsible. Now, come with me. We shall teach her a lesson. Wei Jing's expression brightened instantly, and he closely followed his uncle downstairs. Wei Yin, with an air of arrogance, gestured for the officers to open the door. With a creak, the iron gate swung open, and as Wei Yin stepped inside, his eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Luo. Once Wei Jing entered as well, Wei Yin feigned a cough and instructed the guard to close the door, simultaneously cutting off the camera's recording. Wei Jing, with a lecherous grin, rubbed his hands together and whispered to his uncle, "What do you think? This girl is quite attractive that I still have injuries, so please don't ruin her before I get my turn." Wei Yin adopted an authoritative demeanor as he approached Lin Luo, slamming his hand on the table. "Do you know the crime you have committed?" Lin Luo replied coolly, "Just injuring someone." Wei Yin chuckled heartily. "Good. You understand. Since you have broken the law, you must face the consequences." He leaned in closely to Lin Luo, the enticing scent causing him to feel somewhat dizzy. "You must be a university student now. If you wish to avoid a blemish on your record, why not entertain my nephew and me for a while?" Upon hearing this, Lin Luo's expression turned frigid. Indeed, both the nephew and the uncle were nefarious individuals. Daring to threaten her, Wei Jing stood nearby, gazing at Lin Luo's delicate face with an expression of lust that made her feel nauseous. Meanwhile, Wei Yin had already extended his hand towards her collar, just as she was about to resist. However, his words froze her in place. "If you dare to resist, I can accuse you of assaulting an officer, and it won't be just a few days in detention. You would be awaiting a prison sentence that I in that moment." Lin Luo found herself caught in a dilemma. Just as Wei Yin was about to make contact with her, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. "Hey, what are you doing? This is the police station." A loud crash followed, and then, with hurried footsteps, "What is going on here? Entry is strictly prohibited. We are currently reviewing the prisoners." Wei Yin raised his head and exchanged a glance with Wei Jing, both of them filled with bewilderment as Wei Yin approached the iron gate, intending to unlock it. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. He quickly rolled to the side, just as the massive iron door twisted violently, followed by a thunderous crash as it was violently kicked open. Whistling as it embedded itself into the wall, Wei Yin, narrowly avoiding being crushed, was drenched in cold sweat, nearly losing control of himself in fear. Lin Luo lifted her gaze and caught sight of the newcomer. A faint smile gracing her lips, for she knew that with his arrival, the danger had dissipated. Chu Jioga silently praised the timely arrival, just as he was about to assist Lin Luo in removing her handcuffs. When he heard the sound of metal contorting, and 2 handcuffs fell to the ground with a clatter, Lin Luo rubbed her reddened wrists, complaining, "Why did you arrive so late?" Chu Jioga chuckled lightly. "For you, I defied countless red lights and even a police station to arrive this swiftly." Lin Luo's face flushed. She hadn't expected Chu Jioga to go to such lengths for her. Wei Yin, witnessing their blatant disregard for his presence, felt his anger boiling, especially recalling the perilous moment he had just experienced. Rising to his feet, he drew the gun from his waist and aimed it at the two. "Who are you? How dare you storm a police station and assault an officer? Do you believe I won't execute you right now?" Upon seeing Wei Yan's demeanor, Lin Luo was infuriated and ready to retaliate. But Chu Jioga held her back. "This situation is indeed our fault, but had I not arrived in time, what would you have done? Can you not fathom it?" The gun in Wei Yan's hand seemed to embolden him, as he arrogantly retorted to Chu Jioga, "And what of it? Those who break the law must face punishment. Is such punishment even documented in the law?" Lin Luo countered. Wei Yin scoffed, "In this jurisdiction, who does not know my identity? What I say is law." Nearby, Chu Jioga suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, with your words, I can rest easy." Wei Yin, observing his confident demeanor, felt a flicker of doubt. "Who exactly are you? What is so amusing?" Chu Jioga's laughter ceased abruptly, his expression turning icy as he declared, "In Beiyin City, no one dares to invoke the word authority in front of the Chu family." Upon hearing this, Wei Yan's previously arrogant expression transformed into one of astonishment. "The Chu family?" Chu Jioga scoffed. "Is there a second one in Beiyin City?" To his surprise, Wei Yin dropped to his knees, leaving Wei Jing utterly dumbfounded. Typically, it was his uncle who intimidated others, not the other way around. Just then, a voice reached Chu Jioga's ear. "Young master, the task has been accomplished." Trouble loomed. Messages flooded Chu Jioga's phone. Glancing down, he saw a litany of incriminating evidence against the uncle and nephew, some of which was utterly distressing. You may examine it yourself. Chu Jioga tossed his phone in front of Wei Yan, who picked it up to find that even the most covert of his misdeeds had been laid bare for all to see. Wei Yan's hands trembled uncontrollably as he clutched his phone, beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down his forehead. He hastily bowed to Chu Jioga, pleading, I implore you, my lord, to show mercy and grant me reprieve. I am willing to pay any price. Chu Jioga turned her gaze towards Lin Luo, who snorted derisively and remarked, scum like him deserves to be incarcerated and subjected to hard labor. Did you hear that? Someone should hasten to bring him to justice. Chu Jioga called out. The surrounding officers momentarily hesitated, but a few who had long harbored disdain for Wei Yan pushed through the crowd and swiftly apprehended both individuals. Wei Yan lowered his head, his face ashen, while Wei Jing resignedly followed behind him. Upon seeing the incriminating evidence presented by Chu Jioga, he became convinced that this individual must indeed be from the Chu family. He knew his father-in-law could not possibly safeguard him. He felt deeply embarrassed about the current predicament and hoped to invite her to a meal next time, uncertain if she would deign to accept. Lin Luo huffed, turning her head away. Not a chance. Scram. Understood, young lady, Wei Yan stammered. Chu Jioga felt equally helpless. Upon learning of his identity, no one could resist being swayed, whether overtly or subtly. Yet Lin Luo was resolutely unyielding. The brief two-day weekend slipped by in an instant that on Monday morning, a ray of sunlight graced her face, rousing Lin Luo from her slumber. She sat on the bed in a daze, her long, disheveled hair with a few rebellious strands sticking out, and her nightgown's left shoulder exposed, presenting a rather alluring sight. What time is it? She murmured, "Da. It's 7:30. Lin Luo hurriedly dressed, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and dashed outside. Puzzled as to why no one in the dorm had called out to her. As she walked along the path, Lin Luo reflected on how nearly 5 months had passed since she had become a girl, and she had gradually acclimatized to her new physique. Although she had subconsciously learned what girls ought to do, she still often behaved in a manner reminiscent of a boy. Upon reaching the playground, the teams had already lined up, and Lin Luo slipped into a gap to join them. The training exercises proceeded as usual. Another week had elapsed, marking the conclusion of their military training. Many classmates had tanned and grown stronger. The start of the new school term loomed on the following Monday. Chapter 87. 3 days of delay. I have yet to decide how to continue, so I'll take a 3-day pause to ponder. Please hold on while I type. The content will update shortly. Refresh the page to receive the latest update. Transforming into the Thousand-Faced Demonist novel website. Remember the URL. The typing is in progress. Please wait a moment, and after the content updates, refresh the page to acquire the latest update. Transforming into the Thousand-Faced Demonist novel website. Remember the URL. Chapter 88. Moonlight Refinement. The morning sun streamed into the room as Zui Qingxi groggily climbed down from her upper bunk, gently nudging the 3 girls to rouse them from sleep. Xiangji and Reina had awakened, yet Lin Luo merely hummed twice with her eyes closed before resuming her slumber. Upon noticing that Lin Luo had not risen, Zui Qingxi was about to pull her up, but Lin Luo unexpectedly grasped her and drew her into an embrace, feeling the delicate softness of Lin Luo's body and the waves of warm breath wafting by her ear. Zui Qingxi instantly awakened, her face flushing crimson like an apple, steam seemingly emanating from her head. With others nearby, Zui Qingxi pushed Lin Luo with all her might. However, as a girl with no strength to spare, she found herself unable to break free, becoming ensnared even more tightly. Lin Luo even tenderly licked her cheek and remarked, "So fragrant." Hee. Xiangji and Reina were somewhat astonished by such an alluring scene in the morning. While Xiangji remained composed, Reina had already taken out her phone, snapping pictures excitedly. The sound of the flash awakened Lin Luo, who opened her eyes to find Zui Qingxi nestled in her embrace. Looking as if she had been playfully teased, "Zui Qingxi, I regarded you as a friend, and yet you dared to ambush me at night." After freshening up, the 4 of them proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast. Since Reina was part of the sports department, she did not accompany them, leaving the remaining 3 to head to their classroom. The lesson was on ancient literature, taught by an elderly gentleman who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Lin Luo stifled a yawn, while Zui Qingxi and Xiangji diligently took notes. Lin Luo nudged Zui Qingxi, saying, "Help me block the view. I need to rest my eyes for a moment." Zui Qingxi found it strange, as Lin Luo had seemed perpetually tired in recent days. In truth, Lin Luo had scarcely slept at night, for she was quite intrigued by the legendary practice methods. The Huan Xianju, transformed into white light, allowed her to grasp its meaning without needing to decipher the characters written above. This set of practices encompassed both mental techniques and magical arts. The magical arts consisted of illusions, charms, and transformation techniques, while the mental techniques enabled practitioners to commune with the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The reason Lin Luo refrained from sleep at night was that the little demon had informed her that the heart techniques of Huan Xianju required absorbing lunar spiritual energy under moonlight to initiate her training. Consequently, she stealthily ascended to the rooftop after her dormitory mates had fallen asleep. As the day slipped away, Lin Luo, as usual, stealthily made her way to the rooftop around 11 o'clock, cautiously closing the door behind her. She sought out a clean spot, crossed her legs, directed her palms to the sky, closed her eyes, and regulated her breathing while attuning herself to the radiance emitted by the moon. Gradually, Lin Luo perceived numerous softly glowing orbs, all closely gathered around her. These orbs were the lunar spiritual energy. Each time Lin Luo endeavored to absorb these orbs using her heart technique, they would scatter in a panic, retreating to a distance. However, when she ceased her practice, they would slowly converge once more. This peculiar phenomenon left the little demon bewildered, for the entry standard for dark energy was to draw energy into the body. Yet Lin Luo had been unable to achieve this, causing her patience to wane at that moment. A golden orb the size of a ping-pong ball approached her, causing the surrounding lunar spiritual energy to appear startled and disperse. All remained still, and Lin Luo, upon noticing an opportunity, was about to absorb it when she felt an inexplicable sensation guiding her to understand that the golden orb was a far more valuable entity. Scurrying about, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "Little one, can't you just stay put? It would be so much better if you let me absorb you," Lin Luo muttered softly to her astonishment. The golden orb actually ceased its erratic movements and cautiously approached, circling around Lin Luo twice, emanating a distinct sense of joy. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the orb eagerly shot into her chest. The little sprite exclaimed, "Now's the time. Channel your energy." Lin Luo promptly sat upright, reciting the incantations of her heart method, feeling the orb circulate within her body, completing a full cycle from the Baihui at the crown of her head to the Yongquan at the soles of her feet. Once, twice, thrice, Lin Luo opened her eyes, beaming with happiness. "Little sprite, I have successfully absorbed the energy. Congratulations, host. Do you know what that golden orb was?" The little sprite was equally exhilarated. "What was it?" Lin Luo inquired. The sprite could hardly contain herself, exclaiming, "That was the moonlight essence, the quintessence of the moon. It even possesses a hint of sentience. To absorb energy using the moonlight essence, I must say, Lin Luo, your luck is truly extraordinary." Lin Luo felt immensely grateful for her earlier intuition. Otherwise, she would have had no solace for her tears. "Hey, do you smell something?" The sprite looked at her disdainfully. "My nose is useless." Lin Luo glanced down, only to find her clothes coated in a layer of dark, viscous substance, exuding a foul odor. The sprite pondered for a moment. This should be the benefit of the moonlight essence entering your body, helping to expel impurities from deep within and expanding your meridians. After all, most people only begin to cleanse their impurities once they reach the later stage of dark energy. Unbeknownst to anyone, a faint golden crescent moon flickered across Lin Luo's forehead. The following day, Lin Luo awoke, having gone to sleep around 1 or 2 in the morning. To her surprise, not only did she rise early, but she also felt invigorated, suffering no ill effects from her late night. By the time she roused the remaining 3 lazy ones, Lin Luo had already completed her morning routine. Sitting aside while scrolling through her phone, she looked up to find the 3 of them staring at her. Lin Luo touched her face. "No flowers growing, right?" Impatient as ever, Reina spoke first. "Lin Luo, I feel like something's off about you today. Xiangji, you seem even more beautiful, with fairer and smoother skin. Zhua Qingxi, and you possess a rather peculiar aura." Lin Luo was taken aback as she raised her hand to inspect it. Delicate and slender, fair and dewy. If she had previously resembled ordinary white jade, she now undeniably resembled exquisite mutton-fat jade, flawlessly pure. To Reina and her companions, Lin Luo exuded an inexplicable ethereal quality that, of course, Lin Luo herself felt nothing amiss. "Stop staring. Am I really that unappealing?" She shyly cast a flirtatious glance at them. Hey, Hey, why are you all staring like that? Chapter 89. The Old Buildings Fright Lin Luo. Lin Luo. Zhuo Qingxi rushed over in a flurry. What happened? Zhuo Qingxi smiled and pointed to her own phone, where the campus app of Beiyang University prominently displayed her name atop the beauty rankings. It is an inherent nature for girls to cherish their beauty, and being listed among the campus beauties of Beiyang University is a testament to a girl's allure. Naturally, Lin Luo also noticed her own name. After 2 weeks of voting, she ranked second, with Asakawa Kaori in fourth place, Zhuo Qingxi in fifth, and Reina in sixth, all of whom resided in the same dormitory, securing spots in the top 10 of the beauty rankings. Lin Luo flipped her phone to the top to see who held the first position, only to be captivated by a woman whose beauty could only be described as otherworldly. Beneath an ancient, elegant pavilion stood an exquisite lady clad in a white hanfu, her appearance ethereal, with skin as flawless as ice and snow, and eyes that sparkled like stars. Her legs were long and slender, and her waist appeared delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Her features were divinely beautiful, with flowing tresses that danced in the air, her every glance radiating brilliance, resembling a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Lin Luo involuntarily exclaimed, "This girl is breathtaking." Zhuo Qingxi leaned in, saying, "That's our senior from the third year, Bai Xiao. She has consecutively held the title of campus beauty for 3 years. How do you know so much?" Zhuo Qingxi's face flushed slightly. "I want to tell you." Hee. Lin Luo playfully stuck out her tongue at that moment. Bai Xiao was in the library, engrossed in her studies, while her best friend looked at her with envy. Bai Xiao sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. "Please keep it down. This is the library." Her good friend, Wang Jing, had been by her side since middle school, and they even attended the same university. Boasting a close-knit relationship, Wang Jing leaned in, pulling on Bai Xiao's arm, and whispered, "By the way, Yao Yao, my boyfriend mentioned that he and a few friends are planning to explore the old building at the medical university tonight. Would you come with me?" Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked, "What is the purpose of going to that old building?" Wang Jing explained that her boyfriend had stumbled upon a post online claiming that the old building was haunted. Years prior, a female student had tragically taken her own life there, dressed in red. After being wronged by a professor to preserve the school's reputation, the incident was suppressed with money, leaving the girl's spirit restless and transforming into a lingering ghost, leading to the gradual abandonment of the old building. Wang Jing's boyfriend had mysteriously shared these details with his roommates, who, of course, mocked him for his beliefs, prompting him to seek evidence to prove them wrong. With a pitiful expression, Wang Jing tugged at Bai Xiao's arm, pleading, "Yao Yao, please just accompany me. I'm the only girl who is scared." "All right." Bai Xiao relented to her friend's earnest request, reasoning that since she had no plans for the evening, she might as well take a look. The two agreed to meet outside the school gate at 10 that night. The evening breeze carried a refreshing chill, making it quite pleasant. Bai Xiao took out her phone to check the time. 9:57. She looked up to see Wang Jing waving from across the street. Bai Xiao smiled and walked over, receiving a warm embrace from Wang Jing. "You truly are my best sister. Of course, I'll always be here for you," Bai Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Before long, Wang Jing's boyfriend, Lu Sun, arrived, standing at over 1.80 m. He possessed rather handsome features, albeit with a hint of ruthlessness in his expression. As he approached, he waved and greeted, "Jing Jing, Shui Yao, good evening." Wang Jing immediately embraced Lu Sun, bestowing upon him a deep kiss. "Oh, you two are so affectionate. How are the rest of us single folks supposed to cope?" Lu Sun glanced back, noticing his 3 roommates standing a short distance away, grinning at him. "Why aren't you all asleep? Why are you following me? Want to see me make a fool of myself?" He remarked that "You've misunderstood us. We wouldn't let you embark on an adventure alone. And we're quite intrigued by that place as well. There's strength in numbers." His roommates chuckled. Lu Sun nodded appreciatively, thanking them before they leisurely made their way toward the medical university. As they walked, the number of pedestrians dwindled, and the streetlights transitioned from newly erected fixtures to antiquated incandescent bulbs, casting a dim glow. The wind inexplicably turned chilly, sending shivers down the spines of the group. Just as Wang Jing was about to say something more, Lu Sun, impatiently waving his hand, interrupted. "All right, I will protect you. Let us hurry along." Wang Jing lowered her head, silently trailing behind him. Turning a corner, they passed a cemetery, where the path had grown exceedingly narrow, with only a few scattered streetlights illuminating their way. Reluctantly, They had to resort to using their mobile phone flashlights to navigate ahead. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they halted in front of an old iron gate. The wind rattled the iron lock with a clanging sound, while the dilapidated old building nearby bore the architectural style reminiscent of the 1980s, with dark, foreboding classroom doors and windows that sent chills down their spines. Not just Wang Jing and Bai Shuiyao. Even Lu Sun and his roommates felt an unsettling apprehension creeping in. Go. Can we go in? One of Lu Sun's roommates, Li Long, inquired, gritting his teeth. Lu Sun replied, let us go. He found a stone by the roadside and struck it forcefully against the already precarious lock, which promptly fell to the ground. Pushing the iron gate open, the group huddled closely together as they stepped into the old building. Wang Jing tightly grasped Bai Shuiyao's hand. Although Bai Shuiyao urged her not to be afraid, she herself was equally terrified. The pathway before the door was overgrown with weeds, and with a creaking sound. The large door on the first floor swung open as if someone had deliberately awaited their arrival. Liu Sun illuminated the interior with his phone flashlight, revealing nothing but a dusty corridor. Yet summoning his courage, he ventured further inside. Not long after, they reached a crossroad, where a statue of Lu Sun stood majestically. The group deliberated on which path to take, yet none noticed that the stone statue's eyes were fixated upon them with an unwavering gaze. Chapter 90. The onset of misfortune. Lu Sun glanced at the dark hallways on either side and suggested, let us stick together. The others nodded in agreement, just as Bai Shuiyao was unexpectedly restrained by Wang Jing. What's wrong? Jing. Bai Shuiyao felt Wang Jing's hand was cold, and her palm was clammy with sweat. Wang Jing, with her head bowed, clutched her stomach and said, I'm feeling quite unwell. Bai Shuiyao bent down to assess the situation. Noticing that Wang Jing's complexion was pale, her brows tightly furrowed. How could this happen so suddenly? Wang Jing mentioned that she had merely felt a gust of wind sweep past. And then her abdomen had inexplicably begun to ache. Liu Sun, who was ahead, observed Wang Jing's condition and shook his head helplessly. Li Hai, you accompany them to the restroom. Jean Lin, Lu Long, and I will check upstairs. Li Hai nodded in agreement as Bai Shuiyao supported Wang Jing toward the restroom, while the remaining three ascended the stairs, the group splitting apart, with the beam of a smartphone flashlight guiding them. The three soon discovered a restroom around a corner. The antiquated facilities, long neglected and in disarray, reeked of an unpleasant odor. However, Wang Jing could no longer bear the pain in her abdomen and hurried inside. Bai Shuiyao and Li Hai waited at the entrance. After a moment, they heard Wang Jing, sounding somewhat embarrassed, say, Yao, I'm a bit scared. Could you come in with me? Bai Shuiyao glanced at Li Hai, who nodded to indicate it was fine. Thus, she entered the restroom, while Li Hai, realizing he had nothing to do at the door, wandered aside to light a cigarette. As he strolled, he returned to the earlier intersection where the statue of Lu Sun still stood, albeit with its head positioned oddly. Originally, the statue's head faced forward, but now it had tilted significantly to the left. Curious, Li Hai approached for a closer look. Suddenly, the statue's eyes emitted an eerie red glow, and its hands lunged forward, gripping Li Hai by the throat. Instantly, his face flushed crimson as he struggled against the statue's grasp, but he could not pry open even the slightest gap. Desperate, he clutched the statue's hands, attempting to create a modicum of breathing space. Yet all efforts proved futile. Li Hai's complexion shifted from red to purple due to the lack of oxygen. He gasped for air, his mouth agape in a desperate bid for even the faintest breath. Soon, his vision blurred, his strength waned, and with a sudden tremor, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Bai Shuiyao awaited Wang Jing's exit from the restroom. When she emerged without finding Li Hai, she assumed he had departed early. They decided to ascend together to investigate. Bai Shuiyao led Wang Jing to the statue, where a faint glow in the dark corridor caught her eye. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a barely extinguished cigarette butt. Lifting her gaze, the sight that met them was profoundly terrifying. Li Hai stood alone beneath the statue, his hands gripping his own throat, leaving deep purple marks. His eyes bulged as if about to pop from their sockets. His tongue extended unnaturally long, and his once handsome face had swollen to a shade reminiscent of raw liver. The sight was so horrifying that even the bravest of boys would be struck with fear, let alone the two girls, who collapsed in shock on the ground, screaming in terror. The three individuals on the second floor seemed oblivious to the commotion below as they continued their search. Lu Sun kicked open a classroom door, revealing nothing but dust and emptiness. Jean Lin and Lu Long, feeling somewhat bored, engaged in quiet conversation as they trailed behind. The trio proceeded forward until a small room at the end of the third-floor corridor piqued their interest. The sign above read Materials Room, a seemingly ordinary place. However, the door crevice, the handle, and beneath the door were plastered with what resembled talismans. As the wind blew, the paper rustled ominously, exuding an eerie aura from top to bottom. Jinlin and Lu Long exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of trepidation. Lu Sun, shall we leave? I can't shake off this chilling feeling about this room. Lu Sun's eyes suddenly sparkled. Let us not forget why we are here tonight. Enough with the hesitation. Are we not men? Whether ghosts exist or not, the yang energy we carry will subdue them, Lu Sun declared, stepping forward decisively and tearing off the talismans from the door. The dilapidated wooden door was not locked. With a gentle push, a wave of putrid odor assaulted their senses, causing the three to cough. Lu Sun waved his hand dismissively, covering his nose while shining a light around. Surrounding them were numerous shelves filled with jars and bottles, with a solitary chair oddly positioned in the middle of the aisle. Even stranger was a neatly folded red dress resting atop it. Lu Sun approached and picked up the dress. It was a conservative women's garment, exuding a pleasant fragrance. Jinlin and Lu Long observed the room steeped in an unsettling atmosphere. After setting the dress down and surveying the surroundings, Lu Sun called for his companions to leave. Very well. The other two nodded in agreement. The trio stood before the talisman-adorned door to capture a photograph. Once the picture was taken, they prepared to descend the stairs. Wait, Lu Long exclaimed, his face pale. Look at this. He pointed at the recently taken photo, revealing an inexplicable figure, a woman in red with disheveled hair, standing behind them. As the three stared at the image, the woman lifted her head to gaze at them, her decayed face, hollow eyes, and long tongue sending chills down their spines. Goosebumps erupted across their bodies as they fled downstairs in a panic. On the first floor, Bai Shuiao and Wang Jing had just regained a modicum of strength and were hastily making their way towards the exit. Their hearts were in disarray, solely focused on leaving the premises. Unconcerned for the three remaining upstairs, the spectral woman suddenly glided toward them, her hollow gaze fixed upon them, spurring them to run even faster. The trio quickly rushed downstairs, while the two women had already exited the old building's main door. The ghostly figure relentlessly pursued them, but fortunately, the entrance was now in sight. Jinlin dashed out first, followed closely by Lu Long, while Lu Sun lagged behind. Just as the ghost was about to seize Lu Sun, he leaped out through the doorway. As if an invisible barrier held the specter back, it slammed against the barrier several times, yielding no results, and glared at the five with a venomous expression, emitting a chilling, guttural wail. Chapter 91. The curse. The group, still shaken, watched as the ghostly silhouette behind the door gradually faded from view, allowing their hearts to settle slightly. Lu Sun, where are Wang Jing and Li Hai? He inquired. Wang Jing, through her sobs, replied, when Yao Yao and I found him, he was already dead. How could this be? Lu Sun's face contorted with rage. Are you mad? Did you not see that ghost? Lu Sun struggled with all his might. And I cannot believe he has perished so easily. Jinlin and Lu Long continued to hold on to him tightly. What purpose would your presence serve now, other than to offer your life? We shall wait until dawn to search for him together. To their utter astonishment, they encountered Li Hai, who, according to Wang Jing, had already met his demise. Li Hai greeted them with a smile, prompting Lu Sun to question. Why did Wang Jing say you were dead? Li Hai, somewhat irked, replied. Who claimed I was dead? I simply felt frightened last night, and left early. Lu Sun, relieved, approached and embraced Li Hai. It's good that you're safe. The remaining two also offered Li Hai a hug. However, when Lu Long embraced him, he noticed something peculiar. Li Hai's body was chillingly cold, and his skin appeared very pale. Hai Zi, tell me, are you unwell? Li Hai, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. Lu Long, not overly concerned, reminded him, make sure to visit the infirmary. I will, Li Hai assured. The four of them signed in at the dormitory and proceeded to class. During lunch, Lu Sun specifically called Wang Jing over to share a meal to ease their nerves. Upon her arrival, Wang Jing immediately noticed Li Hai's pale complexion, causing her to gasp in shock and draw the attention of those around them. Apologizing to Li Hai, the group enjoyed a delightful meal at a nearby small restaurant. In the afternoon, Wang Jing recounted the encounter with Li Hai to Bai Shuiao, who was equally startled. Logically speaking, It's improbable for two people to share the same hallucination, she mused, advising Wang Jing to reflect on any unusual aspects regarding Li Hai. After some contemplation, Wang Jing concluded, "It seems Li Hai is indeed unwell. His face is so pale, devoid of any color. He barely ate during lunch, only sipping some alcohol, and wearing a high-neck jacket in this sweltering summer seems rather odd. Aside from the jacket, everything else appeared normal." And Bai Xiao could not identify any other peculiarities, so they left it at that. The afternoon classes were still packed, and after dinner, the two of them retired early. Tick-tock, the clock struck midnight, and within the dreams of the five, the ghostly apparition from the previous night emerged. The female ghost, with her head bowed and a sinister smile, presented a decayed and withered body that sent chills down their spines. Cackling, "It is your arrival that has granted me the opportunity to break free. As a token of gratitude for your actions, I shall eliminate each of you over the course of the next 6 days." At the conclusion of her words, all six awakened simultaneously, recognizing the terror reflected in one another's eyes. Lu Sun stammered, "Did you all see it?" Jean Lin and Li Hai nodded in unison. "We all had that dream." Just then, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground diverted their attention. Lu Sun swiftly leaped from his bed and opened the window, revealing a horrifying scene before him. A black figure lay motionless on the concrete outside the dormitory, surrounded by a pool of blood. Indeed, there was no one above. "Do you remember? The ghost, she said she would kill us all in 6 days." Jean Lin and Li Hai nodded, while Lu Sun pointed at Lu Long's bed and then outside, their faces betraying a growing dread as they grasped the implications. The following day, the incident of someone jumping from a building on campus spread like wildfire among the students, with some who had witnessed the scene even succumbing to nausea. 3 individuals were summoned by the school authorities to cooperate with the police in their investigation, as no signs of external force were found at the scene of death, leading to the conclusion that Lu Long had taken his own life. Unable to conceal the truth any longer, the 3 recounted their experiences in full detail. However, the police dismissed their account as absurd and gestured for them to leave. Liu Sun and the remaining 2 contemplated confiding in Wang Jing and Bai Xiao. But to their surprise, the 2 had already approached them, recounting their dreams, which aligned perfectly with the events. Liu Sun scratched his messy hair and suggested, "What if we seek the help of a Taoist priest or monk?" Jean Lin enthusiastically chimed in, "There's a spiritual medium nearby who is reputed to be quite effective. Shall we pay her a visit?" Bai Xiao expressed her skepticism. "Can a medium really exorcise ghosts?" "At this point, we can only hope for a miracle," Lu Sun resolutely declared. "Let us go." Jean Lin led the group through a narrow alley near the school, stopping in front of an iron gate. He knocked, and the gate swung open to reveal a small, elderly woman. "What brings you here? This is no place for children to play," she said, her tone somewhat confrontational. Jean Lin quickly responded, "Madam, we seek a talisman for peace." The woman nodded but showed no inclination to let them in. "What kind of talisman do you require, and how many?" The group exchanged glances, and after a moment, the gate opened wider. The medium handed them 5 small pouches resembling incense bags. These pouches contain talismans that can ward off evil and bring good fortune. 500 yuan, she declared, extending her withered hand. Liu Sun glanced at Jean Lin and said, "Pay up, even if it's just for peace of mind." They all tucked the pouches close to their bodies. Another day passed, and once again, they experienced the same haunting dream, though now only 4 remained. Chapter 92. Updates after the 15th. After August 15th, updates will depend on fate. I will only have a stable schedule once I start classes, and the duration of my work remains uncertain. Currently, I am typing. Please hold on for a moment. After the content updates, please refresh the page to access the latest updates. Transforming into the Thousand-Faced Demonist novel website full text updates. Remember the URL. I am currently typing. Please hold on for a moment. After the content updates, please refresh the page to access the latest updates. Transforming into the Thousand-Faced Demonist novel website full text updates. Remember the URL. Chapter 93. Deteriorating situation. Lu Sun felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Tonight, let us all stay awake. If anyone encounters trouble, the others must intervene. Li Hai and Jean Lin nodded in agreement. Liu Sun called Wang Jing to share his concerns, urging her to remain vigilant. "Don't worry. Yao Yao and I have agreed to look out for each other." She reassured him as time ticked away. It was soon 11 o'clock. Lu Sun and the others were yawning incessantly, and Jean Lin suggested brewing some coffee. Just as he left to do so, Lu Sun and Li Hai felt their eyelids growing heavier and unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber. On the following morning, Lu Sun and Li Hai were abruptly awakened, barely having time to don their clothes before hastily rushing to the dormitory corridor's tea room. There, Jean Lin lay lifeless, slumped over the basin. His face marred by severe burn marks, so swollen that he was unrecognizable. He had long since succumbed to death. Without uttering a word, Lu Sun carried him out and called for an ambulance. In the span of merely 2 days, 2 students had perished under inexplicable and eerie circumstances, leaving the newly arrived freshmen in a state of apprehension. Although the school administration endeavored to suppress the news, whispers of the tragedy spread quickly, drawing the attention of local media. Faced with journalists' inquiries, the police could only express their helplessness, assuring that they would expedite the investigation. Unable to extract any information, the officers decided to keep the 4 students at the police station. Both for their protection and to facilitate the inquiry, Lu Sun sat in a corner, smoking one cigarette after another, while Li Hai hung his head in contemplation. Wang Jing sat on a chair, stifling her sobs, and Bai Xiao stood by her side, offering comfort. The agonizing anticipation of an inevitable demise weighed heavily upon the 4 of them. Bai Xiao stepped outside, retrieving her phone. She scrolled through her contacts, flipping through page after page until her gaze settled upon a familiar name. Her parents, occupied with business abroad, had long been absent, leaving her aunt, Bai Yuran, as her sole confidant. Though Bai Xiao appeared serene and composed on the surface, inside, she was a tempest of anxiety. All she desired was someone to confide in regarding her deep-seated fears. "Hello, Aunt." Upon hearing her aunt's voice, a wave of warmth flooded her heart, moistening her eyes. "Aunt, I am so frightened." Bai Xiao's voice trembled slightly, causing Bai Yuran to grow instantly concerned. "What is it, Xiao? Please tell me what is troubling you. I will surely help you." Bai Xiao shakily recounted the events of the past few days in their entirety to her aunt. "Aunt, do you believe what I'm saying?" Bai Yuran pondered for a moment before replying. "Xiao, I believe you completely. Remain calm. I am driving over right now." "All right, but you must hurry." Bai Yuran ended the call, quickly dressed, and set off in haste towards Beiyin City. On the way, she recalled that Lin Luo and Zhuo Qingxi were also attending the same university, prompting her to call them immediately. "Hello, Lin Luo. This is Teacher Bai." "Teacher Bai, is there something you need?" Lin Luo had just finished class and was preparing to dine with Zhuo Qingxi. "I have a niece named Bai Xiao who attends your university. Probably in her junior year. She has encountered some troubles. Could you please check on her?" "Sure, I'll do so after I finish my meal." "Thank you very much, Lin Luo." After hanging up, Lin Luo turned to Zhuo Qingxi, who was curious. "Lin Luo, which lovely lady was on the line?" "Oh, it was Teacher Bai. What did she want?" "It seems that Senior Bai Xiao is in some sort of trouble, and Teacher Bai asked me to help look after her." Zhuo Qingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? I've been wanting to see her in person. Who would have thought that Teacher Bai has such connections?" Lin Luo rolled her eyes in a charming manner, attracting the attention of those around her. All right, let us go have a meal first. I am absolutely famished." After the 2 finished their lunch, they inquired about the whereabouts of Bai Xiao and took several bus routes, eventually arriving in front of the police station. Zhuo Qingxi glanced up, surprised to encounter Senior Sister Bai in this location. "Let's go." Lin Luo grasped her hand and pulled her inside, completely disregarding Zhuo Qingxi's flushed face. As soon as they entered, they were halted by the personnel at the police station. Hey. This is a police station. Please do not wander around without reason." "Hello, I am here to find a girl named Bai Xiao. We are her friends and wish to see her," Lin Luo said, beaming at the young officer, who seemed quite pleased by her demeanor. "All right, you wait here while I inquire for you." "Thank you very much." The officer proceeded to the duty room to ask if a girl named Bai Xiao had come in today. "Yes, she is on the 3rd floor." The older officer in the duty room glanced at the 2 standing not far away and teasingly remarked, "Oh, where did such a charming young lady come from? They are here to find someone." "Haha, do you like her? Should I ask for you?" "Uncle Pang, I can't be bothered to chat with you. I will take them upstairs." The young officer approached the 2 and confirmed, "Indeed, there is a girl named Bai Xiao. Follow me to the 3rd floor." The officer led them upstairs, and Lin Luo immediately spotted Bai Xiao sitting on a chair in the corridor. Although the recent days of fright and fatigue had left her looking somewhat haggard, it must be said that she was even more beautiful in person than in photographs, a true vision of loveliness. "Xiao, Senior Sister," Upon hearing someone call her name, Bai Shuiao looked up in confusion at Lin Luo. Lin Luo confidently walked over, took her hand, and said, "We are students of teacher Bai Yuran. She expressed her concern and asked us to come check on you." Suddenly feeling a surge of support, Bai Shuiao threw herself into Lin Luo's embrace and began to weep. Lin Luo was taken aback by this reaction and could only gently pat her back to console her. The officer, seeing that there was nothing more to be done here, simply stated he was leaving, while Zui Qingxi muttered quietly to herself, "How could she embrace another woman right in front of me?"